This story begins in the year 2050, when the Earth was invaded by monsters. The planet was attacked by creatures called constellations. Along with them appeared people who gained the ability to use magic after the so-called awakening. The news reported every day about a large number of missing people. However, our main character, Chris, was neither a hero nor a hunter, just an ordinary man. He quite liked his quiet life, in which he did not have to fight and die at the hands of some monster. But one night his phone suddenly rang, notifying him of a new message, an unknown number offering him to become awakened. At the time, the young man decided that it was some kind of stupid joke or a scam, but it was this message that changed his life forever. Waking up in the morning, the guy unexpectedly discovered a huge, unusual chest in his house. Opening it, Chris saw an SSS rank ability and legendary class equipment. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. However, it soon became clear that this was a tethered piece of equipment, and the only way to get rid of it was the death of the owner. Meanwhile, warriors from different guilds fought for the golden armor, and no one was going to give in. To protect himself, the guy was forced to level up and had to fight huge, terrifying monsters. And before he knew it, Chris had become one of the few S-rank awakened in Korea and had been given S-rank companions. The first among them was a knight of the Order of the Sacred Heaven named Lucy. The second was a knight with metal arms, with which he easily destroyed monsters, a huge robot named Achelon. Chris's third comrade was the abyssal knight Kalf, who fought with a huge sword. The fourth warrior had the appearance of a wolf with flaming red eyes. His name was the dragon knight Crocbane. Together they made a great team, and because of that, no one could look down on Chris anymore. But now the story moves back in time to when our protagonist was still an ordinary office worker. Finally, the clock hands showed 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was possible to calmly go home. When the working day ended, everyone hurried to leave the office and return home as quickly as possible. The young man himself always adhered to the principle of quietly stepping aside. It was this approach that allowed him to live peacefully all this time. He was convinced that greed often leads to misfortune, but if you let go of excess in time, you can live a very good life. Chris did this work every day, even though he felt terribly tired. As he left, he saw the other boys training again. He had watched them thousands of times, but each time it seemed like the first time. In 2050, the whole world changed. The Earth was captured by monsters who came along with strange creatures called constellations. At the same time, people appeared who were able to use magic after awakening. Countless battles began between the monsters and the awakened, and over time, the two sides reached a temporary balance. This was the Soul Academy, a place where awakened ones were trained to become hunters, and Chris had been working there for 9 years. Sometimes the guy thought that hunters, awakened, and constellations sounded pretty cool, but none of that applied to ordinary people like him. Sipping his drink in front of the TV, he felt himself gradually becoming refreshed. The TV was again reporting on missing people. The Hunters Association claimed that most of the disappearances were linked to the King of Slaughter constellation. Listening to this, the boy thought that every day he hears the same thing. The King of Slaughter is raging in the north. Nothing new. They then talked about a conflict between the Hunters Association and the Civic Coalition, the cause of the dispute being budgetary funds. Although the world had changed, people who had learned to profit from it continued to live happily. However, society was still filled with crime and corruption, and essentially everything remained the same. Chris believed that such problems affected people much smarter and more capable than himself. He knew that some might call him a coward or a loser, but he himself believed that this was more a sign of common sense. As he fell asleep, Chris reflected on how the fewer things a person keeps around him, the simpler his life becomes. He believed that there was no point in suffering if you were not moving anywhere anyway, and there was no point in being sad if it seemed like you had no talent at all. Chris was absolutely sure that living life doing only what you really can do was the best option. With these thoughts, he fell asleep, but late at night he was awakened by a phone signal informing him of a new message. Chris struggled to his feet and picked up his phone, trying to figure out who could be texting him at this hour. The message said that he was being offered to become awakened, so Chris decided that it was either a joke or a scam. As Chris fell asleep again, he thought that if awakening were possible at will, then all the people in the world would have become awakened long ago. However, suddenly the phone beeped again, and this made him angry. To stop the device from disturbing his peaceful sleep, Chris simply covered his head with the blanket. Soon it was morning, the alarm went off on his phone, and Chris reached out to check the time. He tried to find his phone by touch, and when the young man finally picked it up, he was dumbfounded. He had received 7 messages that night. Chris thought that those who wrote him messages were incredibly impudent, and he was even glad that he didn't answer them at night. When Chris finally got out of bed, he was amazed to see a huge chest standing right in the middle of the room. Opening it, the young man was horrified to think that yesterday's message could have been true. He then checked his phone again and read that his consent had been confirmed. The message also stated that the synchronization with the constellation was cancelled because he was asleep and was given a system instead. The next message informed him that if he said the phrase status window, the status window would open in front of him. Chris was surprised to think that all this was really real. Considering it awkward to say something like this out loud, he still did it. A window immediately appeared in front of him, and Chris stared at it in confusion, but decided not to attach too much importance to it for now. In his opinion, it was not so important whether the constellation blessed him. The main thing was the fact of awakening itself. Then Chris read the description of the trait called the Path of the SS rank Great Knight, and he could hardly believe his own eyes. He began to pace the room from corner to corner, trying to collect his thoughts and decide what to do next. The boy's heart was ready to jump out of his chest when he opened the chest again to see what was inside. His hands were shaking with excitement, and all the contents were shining very brightly. Then Chris read that the equipment he had accidentally received was the legendary armor of the sacred beast, the Golden Guardian. Shocked, Chris thought he had received a legendary SSS rank weapon, and he knew that such a chance only came once in a lifetime. However, the young man then decided that if this had happened 10 or even 5 years ago, he would have been overjoyed. But now everything was different. In his current life, he did not need all this. Then Chris decided to get rid of the chest and started looking for garbage bags. He was sure that this so-called blessing would only ruin his life, and he had no desire at all to die in battle. Chris had already started to put the armor in a trash bag, but soon realized that he couldn't just throw it away right away. If the legendary item is discovered here, the entire area will turn into a battlefield. Many warriors will want to take possession of it and will fight to the last. After some thought, Chris decided to go to work first. There he tried to ask his boss to let him leave early, explaining that he had urgent business to attend to. After a short thought, the boss replied that if the matter was really so urgent, he could leave, and the young man thanked him. In the end, Chris finally decided to throw away this damn thing that was threatening his life. As he rode with the hidden armor, curiosity finally got the better of him, and Chris thought it was worth finding out what exactly made this equipment so special. Thinking about it, the young man decided that what irritated him most was the name, the Knight's Way. Opening the description, he read that the Knight's path involves protecting the world, and a reward will be given to those who take the side of justice. After that, Chris decided that among the advantages, one could note the opportunity to learn all the skills of a knight, and there is probably nothing wrong with that. Finally, Chris reached a quiet and secluded place to get rid of the armor. He stood on the top of the mountain, about to throw down the suitcases with equipment. Then, with a sharp swing, Chris threw both heavy suitcases down. After some time, the suitcases fell into the water with a loud splash, splashing water in all directions. Scratching the back of his head, Chris still decided that he had done the right thing. Pleased with himself, he went home, thinking about how simple everything had turned out to be. Feeling for the switch in the darkness, he was about to turn on the light, but suddenly a powerful lightning flashed, and Chris cursed furiously. It happened 24 years ago, when the New World boarding school was attacked. The Great Master left Korea after a conflict with the government. Because of this, the appearance of monsters became more frequent, and the country's security system practically collapsed. At that moment, bloodthirsty monsters attacked the children in the boarding school. They tried to destroy anyone who stood in their way. Suddenly, one of the attacking monsters received a powerful blow. Trying to protect the children, one boy hit the monster with a fire extinguisher, but a girl standing nearby screamed that there were many more monsters. Then the guy's eyes widened in horror. Hearing this, he froze. A huge crowd of bloodthirsty monsters was already looming over them, and when the young man saw their number, he was shocked. Then, another young man informed the head of the department that the monsters were very close and would attack soon. The head of the department asked if he had managed to contact the hunter. The young man replied that the hunter and B rank had already arrived. The head of the department was trying to figure out what was happening to the children when he saw them hiding in the room. At this time, a terrible monster with huge fangs was already approaching the room where the children were. Then the man, in despair, shouted to the children that the monster was already nearby and they needed to run. He told them to get out of there as quickly as possible and run away as fast as they could. One boy hid under the table in fear, and the other children ran in panic in different directions and shouted for the teacher to save them. The next moment, the bloodthirsty monster broke the glass and burst into the room. The children were running around the room, trying to save themselves. Only one boy, frozen with horror, sat motionless under a chair. The hidden boy sat motionless, frozen with fear. He was afraid to even move and did not make a sound. Chris still didn't know if it was lucky that he was the only survivor in that room. When the hunters managed to drive out the monsters, the press arrived on the scene, and a reporter asked the hunters and survivors to look into the lens. The hunter also asked the boy to smile and stated that he had survived the massacre thanks to God's help. And now, having returned home after getting rid of the equipment, Chris saw that the suitcases were back in his room. He thought that many people would dream of owning such an item, but for him, it was only a source of problems. Then Chris decided to find out how the equipment got back and opened the status window. At that moment, Chris saw the armor rise up on its own and stand vertically. He then read the description, which said that the legendary Golden Guardian armor would bind to the first person to open it. Chris couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that this equipment also had a binding function. Then Chris decided to find out what other capabilities the golden armor had and pressed the Additional Characteristics button. The system informed him that the armor had additional effects: a guardian's oath, breath control, and thermoregulation. The young man then realized that the equipment had probably returned thanks to the self-healing function. Chris thought that his life would be in danger if anyone found out that he owned such a thing. He didn't know how to put on the armor properly, but before Chris could finish his sentence, he saw that the armor had already appeared on him. Realizing that the armor had completely covered his body, Chris was surprised to note that everything actually worked. Then, looking at himself in the mirror, the young man thought with admiration that he looked even cooler than he expected. However, almost immediately Chris tried to pull himself up short because he was sure that he had absolutely no need for such equipment. Lying on the floor in full armor, Chris decided he couldn't go on like this. Then he thought that it would be best to go to the academy and try to find out at least something about this armor. Opening the control panel, Chris used the pocket storage function to put away his equipment. After that, he returned to work, where a colleague asked in surprise why the team leader was there again, and he replied that he had suddenly remembered something important. Chris decided that if he studied Hunter's manuals and equipment lists, he could find the information he needed. Looking through the materials, he read that the fine for this feature turned out to be even worse than he initially expected. He would have to fight in close combat all the time, and Chris thought with irritation that this was incredibly stupid. However, Chris then reasoned that if the fine was so serious, the reward should also be worthy. But the whole description boiled down to just the fact that he would receive a reward every time he took the side of justice. In addition, all skills of the Knight class branch were available for him to learn. Chris decided that this description was too vague. The young man then decided to start by studying all the materials related to the skills of the Knight class and close combat. Having copied all the necessary information onto a flash drive, Chris decided that he now had everything he needed and could leave. Chris wanted to slip quietly to the exit, and deciding that it would be safer to use the stairs, Chris headed towards the door. As he was going downstairs, Chris suddenly heard the girl shouting angrily that she had already refused 100 times. Then the young man carefully looked down to see what was happening. It turned out that the hunter was persuading the girl to join the Avalon Guild, assuring her that they would accept her immediately after graduation if she agreed. However, the girl screamed that she didn't want this. She tried to leave, but the hunter angrily stopped her, saying that their conversation was not over yet. Hearing this, Chris cursed under his breath, deciding that this hunter was acting like real trash. Within the Awakened Academy, there were various guilds that competed with each other for promising students. Formally, the procedure was supposed to consist of a competition between guilds, after which the student would sign a contract with the winner. Standing on the stairs, Chris listened to their argument and did not understand what he should do. He knew full well that Avalon was famous for its extremely aggressive recruitment methods, so Chris decided to intervene and contacted the Jellian Guild. He informed them that Avalon representatives were trying to force a student to sign a contract in the emergency stairwell of Building B2. Pleased with himself, Chris began to wait for the continuation, and he didn't have to wait long. Suddenly a man appeared on the stairs and loudly declared that no one dared to act like that. Seeing this, Chris thought that they reacted incredibly quickly, as it turned out that the man who arrived was the head of the disciplinary committee. The hunter tried to escape, but at that moment someone's hand fell on his shoulder. The chief noticed that George had already been warned earlier. Smiling broadly, George replied that nothing serious had happened, and they were just talking. Standing outside the door, Chris smiled contentedly, glad that he had been able to help the girl. Meanwhile, the girl thanked the leader, who replied that if the guild representatives came again, she should contact the committee. Watching this, Chris thought that everything ended very well and peacefully. However, the girl then handed the head of the committee her phone and asked him to give her his number. Hearing this, Chris froze in surprise. The girl didn't even understand that this guild was no better than Avalon. After work, Chris walked down the street and thought that everything seemed to have ended well, but his soul was still heavy. Suddenly the system thanked him for his courage in saving the girl from the pressure. Then the Path of the Great Knight announced the reward. He was asked to choose a reward, and after thinking for a bit, Chris decided to take a skill point, since no one could definitely steal it. However, immediately after this, a new window appeared in front of Chris, in which he needed to choose a skill. The number of options was staggering. Among the available skills, Chris saw the unique sword art of Sigvald von Engrel. Next came the Platinum Spear Knight Ryuho's unique spear skill. He was then offered the close combat skill of the Sand Knight's commander, Rashiel. Chris finally realized that he was able to learn the abilities of the legendary knights, and all it took was spending one skill point. Chris then read the description of the effect, which spoke of an enhanced ability to learn and develop in all martial arts. The system immediately reported that he had received Grandel's combat talent from the Universal Knight, TADUC. Closing his eyes, Chris listened carefully to his inner feelings. However, not feeling any changes, the young man decided that outwardly, nothing had changed. The next day, in the break room, Chris complained that he would die of boredom during the meeting. He noted that it is at least good that such meetings are held only 3 times a year. Then his interlocutor suddenly asked what Chris had been doing last night, because the Avalon Guild had become furious. Chris calmly replied that he had handed them over to the Jellian Guild because Avalon representatives were pressuring the student. Then the interlocutor explained that the girl they were hunting was special and that the guild members were currently in an extremely bad mood. He also added that the girl was an alchemist and therefore the guild desperately needed her. Hearing about the alchemist's ability, Chris was amazed. He immediately realized that they were talking about a truly valuable person. All the major guilds coveted such abilities. Then Chris exclaimed in horror that everything would get really bad if they found out who exactly had ruined their plans. Chris clutched his head and cursed furiously, unable to believe that those bastards on the committee had never even heard of witness protection. The man simply waved his hand and advised him to be careful, noting that it would be very sad to lose a team leader at the end of the season. Left alone in the lounge, Chris leaned back on the couch and thought that the situation had become simply dire. He didn't understand what to do next, although he was perfectly aware that he couldn't remain inactive. Back at work, Chris continued to reflect on his situation. He couldn't afford a bodyguard. Connections with guilds wouldn't help either, because no one would interfere for the sake of an ordinary office worker. If he had obtained the legendary skills and weapons before awakening, he would have been able to continue living his normal life. Now Chris considered everything that was happening to be some kind of evil joke. Awakening had been forced upon him, and there was no point in complaining about it anymore. Meanwhile, at the academy, George sat in the Earth classroom and thought about how to find the one who had interfered with him. Suddenly his phone vibrated, indicating a new SMS. It contained a photograph of Chris, along with information that he was 32 years old and worked as a manager at the academy. Grinning, George declared that he had finally found him. He was sure that he seriously thought that he could interfere in his affairs with impunity. But his comrades tried to calm him down. If the student dealt with an academy employee, it would only attract unnecessary attention. One of the students patted George on the shoulder and advised him to forget about it, suggesting that he find something more interesting to do. However, the enraged guy shouted that the others simply did not understand how much this man had harmed him. According to him, they needed Julie, and he himself was already tired of sitting in the earthly classroom. The academy divided students into 3 classes depending on rank: heavenly, earthly, and ordinary. It was the awakened of the heavenly class who were responsible for the security of Korea and had the right to inherit the position of the Avalon Guildmaster. An angry George shouted that he was ready to do anything to get into the heavenly class. One of the students remarked that they better come up with some solution and stop wasting time on this office worker. But George decided that he had to punish this pathetic bastard. If he was not dealt with now, there would be no stopping him in the future. The students supported this idea, finding it quite reasonable, and stated that the man had simply forgotten his place. They then asked how George intended to destroy it and what exactly he planned to do. He grinned and replied that he knew someone. Then one of the students asked if he was planning to use the Vulture's services. The Vultures and demon worshippers were enemies of both humans and monsters, and they were a community of criminals and scum. The Vultures were only interested in profit, which is why the guilds used them to do their dirty work. George stated that once they dealt with this office worker, all that remained was to spread the necessary rumors. Meanwhile, Chris decided that for his own safety, he needed to take a vacation. He submitted a request, but his boss was furious when he heard that he wanted to leave for 5 days during the graduation period. Chris explained that he only needed a few days and that he just wanted to hide somewhere, but the manager categorically refused. He also reminded him that Chris hadn't shown up for work yesterday anyway, and then asked him why he was acting like that. As he left his boss's office, the hero thought that now he at least knew for sure that a man from Avalon was hunting him. Chris initially assumed that the Avalon representative would not act personally, but would simply set the Vultures on him. In any case, Chris understood that he needed to disappear from the academy for a while. The first thing he did was go to a gun store, where the salesperson immediately asked him if he needed a pistol for self-defense. With a slight smile, the hero noted that rumors were spreading too quickly. The seller chuckled and replied that an awakened person simply could not have any other reason to come here. Placing the sword on the counter, the salesman examined the goods that Mr. Chris had selected. The man then asked if he was really going to buy everything at once, and Chris began to worry whether his salary would be enough for such purchases. After some thought, he decided that the sword and potions would be enough for him, after which Chris told the seller that he would pick everything up after work. In the evening after work, Chris took his weapon and went to the dungeon where many monsters were hiding. Chris decided to start at the most superficial level, something that even an ordinary person with a gun could handle. Chris knew he had to get stronger to be able to fight back against the man from Avalon. He simply had no other choice. Soon the system gave him a dungeon task to destroy the beast hounds. These ferocious creatures were huge red dogs with gigantic fangs. Entering the dungeon, Chris thought that whether he liked it or not, he would now have to fight them. To confront the monsters, Chris donned golden equipment, but the beast hounds were destroyed with just one blow. Then Chris thought in surprise that it was too easy for the awakened one. At the same time, the armor automatically appeared on his body, and the young man realized that this was how he could be identified. He noticed that thanks to his skills, monsters were becoming easier to destroy. With every swing of the blade, Chris felt his stance and movements getting better. During the fight, he realized that after destroying 10 hounds, he was able to deal with the next two with one blow. As Chris continued to destroy monsters, he reflected on how quickly his skills were growing. The hero soon realized that he was able to determine the location of enemies without even looking at them. When the battle was over, the young man realized that he had already killed 30 beast hounds, and in the place of the monsters, crystals remained lying. Looking at them, Chris thought that if he tried to sell these crystals, the association would immediately find out about his awakening. Opening the status window, he began to check how much his stats had increased. He assumed that the armor was enhancing his stats. Soon the system reported that the territory of the beast hounds had been cleared, and the exit would open after receiving the reward. Chris knew he shouldn't expect anything special from a dungeon of that rank, so he immediately pressed the button to receive the reward. However, the system then announced that rewards would be given out according to the path of the Great Knight. She congratulated the guy on his victory over evil and offered to choose one of 3 rewards, and Chris again chose a skill point. At first, he was offered a unique dance skill, but Chris immediately decided that it was not suitable for him. The next option was the invincible hero tactic, but Chris thought he didn't like the passive cheating abilities. Eventually, the young man discovered the unique skill of the elemental knight of the forest blade, Solarian's Insight. Then Chris decided that this is exactly what he needed. Chris reasoned that increasing characteristics is always useful. After receiving the reward, the system informed that the exit would open soon. After examining his own characteristics, Chris stared in surprise at the 4th level parameters. Then the hero realized that at such a rate of growth, the best guilds of Korea would soon begin to hunt him. Suddenly he heard footsteps behind him, and a branch snapped under someone's foot. Chris assumed that the vulture was following him. Now Chris realized that showing up here like this was a mistake. The pursuer was probably trying to act stealthily because of the armor, and Chris thought that he needed to be found before he escaped. Looking around, the young man tried to understand where to go next. However, Chris immediately realized that this would be much more difficult to do than it seemed. At that moment, a white bird flew next to him. There were several more birds sitting on the branches nearby, and then the hero finally realized that they were showing him the way. Chris realized that this was the effect of his new skill. This is what the help of the forest looked like. Chris carefully pulled out the sharp dagger and swung it with all his might. Then he threw the weapon in the direction the white birds were pointing. The dagger flew swiftly into the dense thicket. A moment later the birds took flight, and a loud cry was heard from the bushes. Pleased with himself, Chris reflected that while he might not be able to use long-range weapons, he was quite capable of throwing weapons. However, the system suddenly warned him that he was using tactics forbidden for a knight. The young man was forbidden to throw away his weapon, and a fine was imposed for violation. Then Chris thought with irritation that the additional fines were too harsh. Something like this should be allowed at least for self-defense. After that, he decided to check who exactly he had wounded in the bushes. Coming closer, the hero saw a man wearing glasses lying on the ground. Chris realized that he was wounded, but he might still have a hidden weapon on him, so he had to be careful. Suddenly the man extended his hand and shouted for the Golden Knight to stop, and explained that he had not come here for him at all. Chris asked what his task was. The man replied that he was hired to teach a lesson to one person, but it was definitely not a knight. He then remarked with admiration that he looked incredibly cool, and the hero handed him the potion. The man bowed and thanked the Golden Knight for the healing elixir. After using it, the stranger said with a smile that he now felt much better. Just at that moment the armor suddenly struck. Chris didn't even have time to realize how he killed this man. He had never had to kill anyone before. Reaching towards the body, the hero took a phone out of the man's pocket. Having studied the information in it, the hero realized that he was not mistaken. This man really came for him. The young man then apologized to the murdered man, deciding that it was necessary to protect his true identity. There were various boxes and jars lying around the body. Chris had heard that after the death of an awakened person, all things automatically fall out. Now Chris was convinced that this was true, and realized that he needed to take it all back. Deciding that the information might be useful, the hero copied the data from the phone. After that, Chris simply threw the body down, figuring that he could leave it here and let the monsters take care of everything themselves. Rubbing his hands, he decided that he had gotten rid of all the evidence, and now he had nothing more to worry about. However, Chris then came to the conclusion that he needed to change this outfit because it stood out too much. Suddenly Chris saw that the system had penalized him and deprived him of the reward for attacking an enemy who did not resist. Chris was shocked to discover that the penalty had already been applied 3 times. He thought that was too harsh and decided that he just needed to clear 3 more dungeons. It shouldn't take long. Then Chris got a new dungeon with blood turtles. Seeing them in front of him, the hero drew his sword and prepared to destroy. Swinging his blade with fury, he destroyed the blood turtles one by one, splitting their shells with powerful blows. Soon all the monsters in the dungeon were destroyed. The system reported that the dungeon was cleared, but the penalty level remained at 3. Chris couldn't understand why the number of penalties hadn't decreased. He assumed it was because he was fighting weak monsters. However, since he could at least level up, the hero decided to continue training by clearing out more dungeons. The next enemies on his way were terrible spiders with ruby eyes. Taking out his powerful sword, the hero began to destroy the monsters one by one, striking again and again until all the spiders were exterminated. Soon the last monster fell and the dungeon was cleared. In place of the destroyed ruby-eyed spiders, precious crystals remained. The system reported that the dungeon reward could cancel the penalty effect, and after reaching level 10, he received a skill point. Chris was completely confused and didn't understand what conditions exactly affected the rewards. Then he remembered that blood turtles are not hostile to humans, and the reward is given specifically for clearing dangerous species. His new skill turned out to be a master device system, powered by nanomachines, which expands the visual system. Seeing that he now had access to a large amount of information, the hero decided that it could be useful in battle. At that moment, Chris thought that since contact with the vultures had been lost, they would probably send reinforcements soon. The vultures would be easy to deal with, but there was still the problem of the Avalon Guild. 3 days had passed since then, and our hero was still in hiding. An enraged George couldn't understand why the vultures hadn't answered him yet. At that moment, one of his men reported that the message sent to the vultures had leaked into the academic network. There was a lot of discussion on the forum about whether someone from the guild actually hired the vultures to eliminate the target. Horrified by the implications, George was stunned that it was all true and couldn't understand how such a thing could have happened. His interlocutor explained that the academy staff began spreading rumors, which quickly reached other guilds. Realizing that he had done something stupid, George was afraid that all this would escalate into a conflict between the guilds. His comrades stated that this was precisely why he tried to stop him. They had nothing to gain from destroying this worthless creature. However, an enraged George shouted at his subordinate, demanding that he shut up immediately. At that moment, his phone rang and an unknown number appeared on the screen. When he answered the call, he heard Chris say that he was the one who was forced to go into hiding after the recent incident. Chris added that he had been working at the academy for 9 years and had a good feel for such things, and also stated that the vulture he sent was already dead. George asked if he really intended to confront Avalon, but Chris replied that he just wanted to return to the academy in peace. He offered him money, but Chris refused, saying that he didn't need anything. He asked to just ignore him. Besides, he had already handed everything over to the Avalon Guildmaster, and George should think carefully before doing anything rash. George screamed that now he couldn't even destroy this cunning bastard. After finishing the conversation, the hero thought that one always has to pay for the right to survive, and he did everything necessary for his own safety. Meanwhile, the guild leader stated that his son's behavior had put the hero at risk, and asked what he wanted. However, Chris replied that he didn't need anything. He was only grateful for the leniency shown to him. Deciding that his problems were over, the hero decided to return to the academy at the right time. On his way to work, he decided to check his recent progress. By this point, Chris had already reached level 16, and his stats were 21. The boss noted that it was good that he had sorted out the situation, but he couldn't just disappear from his workplace. He added that he understood that Chris was having a hard time and that he might need to take some time off, but that wasn't possible before the exams. The hero realized that he needed to work harder to compensate for his absence. His colleagues asked him if he had eaten anything special because he didn't look tired at all. Confused, Chris replied that it was simply because he was well rested, although in reality, he thought that his stats were preventing him from feeling tired. After work, everyone headed to the locker room to change clothes. One man said wearily that he worked until 9 every day. Once everyone had gathered, Chris told his colleagues to go without him, citing the fact that he had forgotten something at the gym. Having said goodbye to his colleagues, the hero slowly walked down the corridor. Suddenly, Chris felt someone's gaze on him and became wary. He thought that they might be Avalon spies and decided to lure them out into the corridor. On the map, he saw a second point that had been following him all this time. Realizing that the pursuer was very close, the hero anxiously thought that he would appear at any moment. He shouted that he had noticed the surveillance long ago. At that moment, a girl appeared, surprised that she had been noticed. Looking at the hero, she asked if she had really been exposed. Chris was also surprised to realize that a student had been following him all day. Then the girl said that he could have gone to a more secluded place earlier because she didn't even have time to eat while she was watching him. Chris replied that it was she who had been following him and asked why she needed him as a heavenly student and whether this was really a declaration of love. The girl said that he was not her type, and since he did not deny that he noticed her, he did not even try to pretend to be normal. Then she, noting that she didn't understand why he was working a white-collar job at all, challenged him to a duel. Surprised by such an offer, the hero thought that he did not want to fight with the student and immediately refused. The girl, in turn, was amazed and did not understand how this was possible. Chris then explained that he was busy preparing for exams, which meant he didn't have time for sparring and that he should find someone else. Chris noted that he would hardly be able to survive if he started fighting an awakened B rank. There was no point in him revealing himself. However, the girl insisted on a duel at least once, declaring that if he refused, she would tell everyone that he was awakened. She explained that her constellation told her that he had a constellation, and therefore, if she wanted to become stronger, she had to fight him. Chris realized that it was impossible to hide from the constellations, but at the same time he did not have any battle stars. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that it was probably about the skill of the combat talent of Grandel, the Universal Knight. However, he told the student that he had no reason to fight with her. Then the girl, trying to stop him, screamed that she would tell everyone about his awakening. Chris just shrugged and replied that in that case he would just quit, and that would be the end of it. After that, she lowered her head and admitted that she wanted to become stronger. Then Chris said that for this, she should go to the academy or guild. She screamed that levels were just numbers, and she needed skills. She wanted to fight strong people, not annoying monsters. Then Chris, pointing to the north, noted that the Slaughter King's archdemons and demon worshippers would be happy to help her. However, the student continued to persuade him, saying that Mr. Collar would not leave so easily if such a sweet girl asked him to. Turning around, the hero shouted that if she wanted to train, she should go to the mountains. At this moment, the student suddenly used magic, creating a magic circle of judgment. Chris didn't immediately understand what it was, and assumed it might be a barrier. He told the girl that there were fines for attacking employees, but she replied that he was not an employee, but an awakened person. Smiling, the girl stated that this barrier would only disappear when one of them died or was disabled. Realizing that he had no choice, the hero said that he had several conditions. Firstly, this fight must remain a secret. Secondly, his awakening should also be hidden, and she should not demand an apology or complaint from him. Chris added that he would only agree if she swears on her co-star to fulfill these conditions. Then the girl made an oath, but added her own condition. If she won, he would have to join her group. After this, the student immediately rushed into attack. Chris shouted at her to stop, raising his sword, but he realized it was too late. Her attacks were too fast. She rushed forward again, trying to deliver a powerful blow, but his sword managed to close the defense. The next moment, the girl flew to the side and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Chris, worried, asked if everything was okay with her. Holding her bruised head, she asked in surprise what it was, and if he had really used magic. Chris himself didn't understand anything either, and looked in surprise at the window, where it was written that even in sparring one must not forget about manners and honor. The girl then bowed and introduced herself as Shelley, stating that she was asking the Balance Constellation apprentice to teach her. But the hero clarified whether he should do this, adding that he was not a fighter at all, but a simple worker. And although he doesn't like it, he is forced to agree. The girl got down on one knee, and Chris noted that she seemed to be really committed to that promise. At this moment, the student rushed into the attack again. Chris tried to stop her, and blocking the blow, felt the energy pass through his body. The girl sped up and tried to deliver a powerful kick, followed by a powerful punch, which he blocked again. Chris noted that she wouldn't be able to pierce his sword like that, so she should get ready. However, the girl had no intention of retreating and accelerated again, activating the skill book of Judgment, Solar Eclipse, Divine Punishment. Watching the attack, the hero realized that she was using her skills to their full potential. Her blow was so powerful that he barely managed to parry it, gritting his teeth. He thought that such attacks were dangerous for him, but after several blocks he gradually began to get used to their rhythm. Chris realized that he was not going to lose, but he still found it difficult to attack. At this point, the student screamed, asking why he was only defending himself and not attacking back. The hero chuckled and replied that she would regret it when the fight was over. An enraged Shelley screamed that if he did that, he would get an answer. Noticing cracks in the walls, the hero thought that the training hall should be reinforced, otherwise it would have to be repaired. The girl activated the technique again, the Book of Judgment, Secret Riddles, Retributive Justice. Seeing this, the hero realized that the technology was extremely dangerous. Then he prepared to defend himself, deciding not to surrender. An enraged Shelley moved forward rapidly, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. But at the last moment she realized with surprise that she had missed. The hero had managed to dodge. At that moment, Chris noticed the enemy's window opening. He struck hard in an instant when she was vulnerable. The blow sent Shelley flying backwards, clutching her head as she fell to the floor with a thud. Chris was scared by what he had done and ran up to her, asking if everything was okay. Rubbing the bruised area, the girl said that everything was fine. She even said that the pain brought her some strange pleasure, adding that she enjoyed sparring. At that moment, Chris wondered why he was scared at all. The girl stood up and admitted her defeat. He asked her again if she was okay, and she said her muscles were sore, and she was having a little trouble breathing, but overall she was fine. At that moment the barrier disappeared. Then Chris asked if that was enough to defeat her. She replied that the main thing was that they fought with full force. He asked her to simply keep her promise and compensate for the damage caused. Then Chris decided to leave the hall and headed towards the exit of the academy. The girl followed him, and Chris asked why she was following him. Shelley replied that the formalities were over, and he then confirmed that everything was indeed completed. The girl added that the past is in the past, and now they need to build the future. After that, she asked why he was hiding his abilities. Chris replied that he had no intention of becoming a hunter. However, unexpectedly the girl invited him to become her personal employee. She stated that she would pay him twice as much as the academy, treat him better, and also help him hide the fact that he was awakened. After some thought, the hero decided that this sounded like a good idea, since all he needed to do to hide his identity was simply change jobs. He replied that he would need some free time to level up, and Shelley agreed, stating that of course it was possible. The next day, Chris came to the academy as usual, but was called to the chief's office. He said that he knew about the hero's sparring with a student from the heavenly class. Chris replied that he was lucky not to have been seriously injured and recalled Shelley's words about sticking to his version of events. The boss said that Ms. Shelley wanted Chris to work exclusively for her to compensate for the damage. He added that if he agreed, everything would be fine, although it was a shame to lose such an employee, after which the boss wished him good luck. After some time, Chris collected his things and left the workplace. When he entered the new office, the hero was pleasantly surprised. He never expected to end up here. The exclusive employee's office was on a whole other level, and Chris realized he was truly lucky. The next day, Chris arrived at the academy in his new office. Looking around, the hero thought that the room was very good. He slowly laid out his things and looked around. Soon the hero, satisfied with the result, decided that he could now rest in peace. At that moment, Shelley entered the room. Seeing her, the hero asked where his contract was, and the girl showed that she had brought it with her. Chris read that he was required to participate in one sparring session a week, and the rest of the time was free. Deciding that there would be no problems, the hero immediately signed the contract, saying that he wanted to go straight to the dungeon if everything was ready. Shelley replied that of course they would, adding that she would be training with an exclusive employee. Soon he received an SMS on his phone with permission to train. Smiling, the hero thought that now he could calmly increase his levels and not worry about anything. After that, Chris left the academy and headed towards the E-rank dungeon in the north. On the way, he studied information about the dungeon and read that, unlike creatures no stronger than ordinary animals, monsters lived here. One of the inhabitants of E-rank dungeons were creepy goblins. He also learned that the most dangerous constellations for Korea are the King of Slaughter in northern Seoul and the Eternal Fury in the Pacific Ocean. Having thanked the driver, the hero got out of the taxi and headed towards the dungeon. Along the way, he noticed the awakened ones who were discussing how they didn't like the night work, but if they didn't meet the quota, there would be problems. Chris thought that the awakened were no different from ordinary office workers. Then he noticed a strange phenomenon. Red dots were approaching him and then moving away again. He wondered if they could sense his characteristics. After some time, he approached the entrance to the Flesh Eater's dungeon. The system issued a task to defeat the Skin Cutter. Chris realized that if they were asking for one, it meant he needed to destroy the boss. As he entered, he felt an ominous atmosphere. Bones lay everywhere, and the air was filled with a terrible stench of rot. Approaching a large door, the hero opened it and looked inside. The terrifying creatures tore flesh with sharp fangs. At that moment, one of them heard the door open. Then the hero began to put on his equipment and thought that he would quickly clear this place and leave. He swung the door open and entered the room where the goblins were. Seeing him, the monsters with sharp teeth rushed at him. Grabbing the sword, the hero began to furiously deliver crushing blows. The goblins attacked him from two sides at once, but Chris successfully repelled the onslaught. Eventually, he succeeded in destroying the monsters, leaving their bodies lying on the floor. Having finished with the first floor, the hero headed to the stairs and went up to the second floor. Suddenly, an enraged monster with huge claws flew out from above him, spreading its paws in an attack. Swinging with all his might, the hero delivered a fatal blow and destroyed the goblin. The monster flew across the room and fell to the floor. At that moment, Chris noticed a goblin flash in the far room and realized that they were gathering there. After thinking about it, he decided to go around them and come from behind. Entering inside, the hero saw two more monsters with huge fangs. He ended up destroying them instantly with a powerful blow. The enraged goblins surrounded him and attacked from all sides. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the hero delivered crushing blows again and again, tearing his enemies apart. Looking at another destroyed body, the hero thought that the cleanup was going much easier than he expected. However, at that moment the system issued a message requiring him to adhere to the code of honor, introduce himself, and raise the banner. Chris thought the system wanted him to die here. He was risking his life, and he didn't understand what that had to do with honor. In the end, Chris decided that it was not worth angering the system, otherwise it might make him do strange things. However, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, believing that no honor would save him if he died. At that moment, the system announced the start of training. Chris screamed as if it was reading his thoughts. The system stated that he was required to identify himself and raise the flag, and as a reward the penalty would be removed. Chris wondered if the system really wanted him to die by posing in the middle of a dungeon, even though the penalty waiver sounded tempting. The ability to gain skills or summon knights just by speaking certain words seemed very impressive. Then the system offered an option. He had to turn to the demons, the enemies of humanity, with a statement that he would destroy them in the name of the code of honor. Chris, having heard this, sighed, considering this to be childish stupidity, but still decided that he would have to do it. He thrust his sword into the ground and spoke loudly to the demons living there, commanding them to listen to his words. Chris declared that he, the Golden Knight, was the protector of the human race and would destroy them in the name of the code of honor. Hearing this, 3 goblins approached him, one of which was especially huge. Chris, seeing them, drew his sword and prepared to fight, realizing that he had no choice but to destroy them all. The system praised him for the ritual he had performed, stating that he was now obliged to perform it constantly. Chris swung his sword, striking the bloodthirsty monster, and at that moment, the evil goblins began throwing sharp daggers at him. However, none of them reached their target. They hit the armor, broke, and scattered into fragments. The Golden Knight turned towards the monsters, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. The surprised goblins looked at him with fear, realizing that they could not pierce him even with daggers. With one swing of his sword, Chris destroyed all the monsters standing in front of him. He then finished off another enraged goblin with a fatal blow, and soon the last bloodthirsty enemy was defeated. Looking at their dead bodies, the hero thought that these were probably all the goblins who were here. He opened the map and checked the location, after which he decided that the boss was in the basement. Opening the door, he cautiously looked inside. Chris began to descend carefully, trying not to make a sound on the creaky steps. Suddenly he saw the monster's huge hand waving a large knife, and the bloodthirsty beast itself was cutting up the meat with terrifying force. After thinking for a moment, the hero decided to launch a surprise attack to destroy him with one precise blow. However, at that moment the system reminded him that one must not forget about knightly honor and should abandon vile plans. Coming closer to the demon, he shouted loudly that today he would live his last day. Hearing the Golden Knight's voice, the monster stopped what he was doing and turned towards him. The monster swung a huge knife and struck, but Chris barely managed to jump back. The knight abruptly moved to the side, after which, bending down near the table, he prepared to deliver a powerful blow from cover. As the monster approached, he struck it with all his might on the paws with his sword. The demon fell to his knees and cursed furiously, to which the knight replied that he should have trained more. Chris then decided not to hesitate and finish off the enemy, noting to himself that this was only an E-rank boss. He quickly ran up to the monster and dealt the fatal blow. The lifeless demon collapsed to the floor, and precious crystals began to pour out of him. Seeing them, the hero breathed a sigh of relief, and the system informed him that he had cleared the dungeon and the exit would open after pressing the reward button. The system congratulated him on his victory over evil and offered him a choice, a skill point, a knight summon, or an item. After some thought, the hero decided that it would be best to take another skill. In turn, the system offered him to gather knights who would fight alongside him. At that moment, a bright light flashed around the hero. The first to be summoned was Accolon, a robot-like metal golem. He said that the owner's registration was complete, and he would defend him. The second knight summoned was the Holy Knight Lucy, who bowed and said that she would follow him along the path of light. Looking at her, the hero noted to himself that this knight even had wings, and she was clearly not human. He then asked Accolon whether he should be considered a subordinate or a summoned creature, to which he replied that he was awaiting his master's orders. He asked the same question to the night girl, to which she replied that she would follow him until he turned away from the path of evil. Chris concluded that the golem obeyed unconditionally, and Lucy probably just hated evil, but there was still too little information. Then he decided to find out the details right in the dungeon, and asked if they needed to be fed. In response, he was informed that power was not required, but that magical energy would be needed for repairs. Chris remembered seeing the ability to store summoned creatures in the skill list, and decided to head to another dungeon. At this time, the people outside decided that since he entered alone, he would hardly be able to clear everything. However, suddenly one of them noticed movement with surprise. Soon everyone saw a golden knight emerge from the dungeon, accompanied by a golem and an angel. Chris immediately realized that they were probably vultures and asked why they were standing guard at the entrance. They replied that they were just passing by and would leave now. However, at that moment, Accolon activated the device on his head, and their conversation was recorded. Then one of the vultures began to apologize in a panic, and the other swore, declaring that they had been told that he would be alone. Chris realized that, having learned of his solo entry, they decided that he was easy prey. Then the vulture calmly said that there was a misunderstanding, and stated that the problem was that this man, himself. After this, the hero said the word cancel, and his equipment began to disappear. Then Chris asked if he was the one they were waiting for. However, the vulture replied that it didn't matter whether he was right or not, because that was not what they had agreed on at all. He guessed that he was probably awakened. Chris then calmly clarified that he had made a slight mistake in hiding his identity, but he could not let the vultures get away. After this, Chris ordered Accolon and Lucy to each take on one opponent. The frightened vultures immediately started running, and hoping to escape as quickly as possible, they decided to split up and run in different directions. The Golden Knight ordered Accolon to go left, while he himself headed right. Lucy shouted that in the name of the Holy Squad of Heaven she would punish them, and the Golem Knight, in turn, replied that the order was accepted. While pursuing his enemies, the hero thought he needed to hurry and compared what was happening to escaping from a circus with a tin can and a doll. He then realized that his life would be in danger if anyone saw his face, and therefore these people had to be caught. He had almost caught up with one of the vultures, stretched out his hand and thought that he was about to grab it. However, he still managed to escape, and Chris was amazed. He decided that it would be wise to use throwing weapons, but they were prohibited. At this point, the vulture continued to run as fast as he could, and, looking back, did not notice the pursuit and decided that he had finally broken away. He chuckled and thought that there was nothing special about the Golden Knight. However, at that moment, turning around, he saw that the pursuit was continuing. With his sword drawn, Chris shouted that he was caught. The vulture, trying to save himself, decided to hide in the dungeon, considering it the right decision and realizing that he should have done it earlier. However, at that very moment, the Golden Knight dealt him a powerful blow with his sword, and the enemy fell to the ground. Chris noted that entering a dungeon wasn't so safe if you were met right at the entrance. He then took the vulture's phone and began reading the correspondence, in which he discovered a connection with the King of Carnage and Demon Worshipper. He was shocked to discover that the vultures were actually demon worshippers. At that moment, Accolon approached and reported that the enemy had been captured. Chris, watching this, thought that the golem literally flew into the sky to catch the target, and many could see this. Then Lucy flew up to him and told him that the mission was completed. Opening his phone, the hero saw publications about the appearance of a new constellation and photographs of its summoned knights. Then he realized that he needed to leave this place immediately before a crowd gathered. He ordered them to immediately get rid of traces, and the summoned knights confirmed that the order was accepted and would be carried out. A moment later, they soared into the air, holding the vultures in their hands, and the system congratulated him on destroying the villains and offered a reward. However, he decided that he first needed to find a place to house the knights. He scrolled through the available skills, but couldn't find one that suited him. Eventually, the hero discovered a portal to the sanctuary, a spell that led to the sacred refuge of a squad of knights sworn to protect the world. Although Chris did not know how to use magic, it turned out that there were exceptions, and the system congratulated him on receiving the spell. The Golden Knight loudly commanded the portal to open in front of him, and a golden door appeared in the air. Coming closer, the hero carefully opened it and looked inside, after which he decided that this place was quite suitable. He called his knights and informed them that he would call them later, but for now they should stay inside. The summoned knights simultaneously confirmed the order, after which the door closed. Chris finally exhaled, feeling calm. Returning home, the hero slept peacefully until the morning. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he reached for his phone to check the time, but when he looked at the screen, he was shocked. At that moment, he heard a voice saying that a knight should wake up early. Still not fully recovered, the hero saw Lucy and asked how she ended up there. She replied that she could come and go freely. However, he reminded her that he had asked them to wait in the sanctuary and not show themselves to people, and she then explained that this was why she had changed into ordinary clothes. The clothes for her were designed by Accolon, who, although he could not find the right size, still remained in the sanctuary. Hearing this, Chris thought with a smile that Accolon's problem was clearly not his clothes. At that moment he smelled something and asked what she was cooking, to which the girl replied that Accolon had also made that. She also added that considering the importance of supplies and maintenance, she cleaned the premises, and everything is now sparkling clean. Having tried the food, the hero was surprised to realize that it was very tasty. Lucy explained that Accolon had reduced the amount of soy sauce without knowing his preferences, and had also prepared his ceremonial clothes. Chris wondered who this Accolon was, since he looked like a fighting machine and yet showed such concern. He then started to get ready to go to the academy, and Lucy stated that she would go with him. However, he asked her to stay at the shrine. She refused, explaining that the shrine only appeared for 3 seconds and she would not be able to protect it. However, Chris replied that 3 seconds was not that long. When Lucy left, he thought that it was also worth thinking about how they would proceed further, so as not to go out in the future unnecessarily. He then checked his status and realized that he had only leveled up 1 level, but all his stats had already reached the 640-point threshold. Shaking his head, the hero realized that he had a long way to go, as a true S rank could only be achieved through experience, ability, and wisdom. When he arrived at the academy, Shelley approached him and asked if he had been to the dungeon. He answered in the affirmative and inquired about her studies. The girl said that she only has martial arts training, and meetings with staff are also considered training. Chris asked what he was doing today, and Shelley replied that he was heading to the White Knight Guild and she would go with him. After some time, they actually reached the academic branch of this guild. When they entered, they saw students fighting with amazing strength during training. With each collision of blows, sparks flew in all directions. Chris's eyes widened and he wondered if they really trained like this every day. Then, as they walked further, they encountered 2 students who asked them to stop. Surprised, Chris asked why they were bothering them. At that moment, the students suddenly bowed and greeted Shelley politely, making Chris think they looked more like gang members. An irritated Shelley shouted that she had asked them 100 times not to do this and demanded to know why they were continuing. The confused guy added that she was the only one from their guild who belonged to the Sky class. However, Shelley responded sharply that the Heavenly class were ordinary people without any special privileges. Soon they came to a man from the Blue Dragon Guild, and when he saw Shelley, he said hello. It turned out to be Carl, the son of the leader of this guild, who said that he was waiting for her. The girl said that even if he came again with the same offer, she would refuse. Because of the constellation, she could not change the guild. He then invited her to join their ranks, saying that he could not allow such talent to rot in such a place. Despite the presence of 3 major guilds in Korea, it is the Blue Dragon Guild that is considered the most sought after among awakened ones. Shelley asked him to stop and asked if there was any law requiring the Celestial class to join one of the major guilds. Carl responded by stating that she had unique abilities, the Cord of Truth and the Fist of Justice, and promised a decent payment. He told her to think carefully, because the ideology of their guild is struggle, and they are ready to make every effort for its development. Listening to this, the hero thought that he was some kind of strange person, and did not understand what kind of blessing of 2 constellations was being discussed at all. In his opinion, the constellations are proud entities that do not agree to share one apostle. Shelley responded that, judging by the face of the employee, who had been working at the academy for 9 years, it all sounded like complete nonsense. Chris also didn't understand why Carl was looking at him like that, because he didn't say anything at all. However, Shelley frowned and ordered him to leave, stating that she had things to do today. As he left, he slammed the door hard, after which the girl thanked the hero for his help. He wondered why she had even angered one of the 3 largest guilds, when she could have simply cited her constellation's ban. However, she replied that that person was also from the Heavenly class, and she couldn't just ignore him. Chris noted to himself that such awakened ones often encountered vultures and demon worshippers, and died much faster. Shelley, however, stated that she would become stronger, hone her skills, and immediately after graduation, head to the dungeons to level up. Chris frowned, noticing that because of her dream, he had now become an undesirable figure for the Blue Dragon Guild. Meanwhile, in the Blue Dragon Guild office, Carl was shouting in rage that he had ordered Shelley to be checked. He hit his subordinate, declaring that talent hunting was a real guild war. He repeated what he had said several times. Shelley needed their guild. The subordinate tried to apologize, but this only made him even more angry, and he struck again. Carl stated that even as a student at the academy, she should belong to the Blue Dragon Guild, and everyone should understand that. Then, frowning, he asked if the employee who intervened in the situation had been checked. He was informed that it was Chris, an employee of the academy's maintenance department and Shelley's direct subordinate, having previously worked in her department. A surprised Carl stated that the Sky class didn't need assistance and doubted whether she was really going to create a team. There are still 2 years until graduation, and instead of hiring employees, it would be easier to contact the White Knight Guild. The subordinate then reported that there was a possibility that the employee was awakened, as camera footage had been found. Hearing this, Carl chuckled and noted that after using this ability, the enemy would hardly just leave. He concluded that this person was at least C rank, possibly even higher, and apparently was planning to start with an E rank dungeon. This potential could have brought him to B rank by level 45. The subordinate added that with such potential, he could get into one of the major guilds, so it was unclear why he would hide his abilities. An angry Carl shouted that he was the one who should find out, and was indignant at how such a person could even work in the guild. He suggested that he might have woken up too late and was therefore hiding. Knowing the awakened system, he has a good understanding of how things work in the hunter industry. The subordinate thought that Shelley had given herself away, and he decided that since it was impossible to hide, he agreed to become a personal employee. Carl stated that in 2 years, the White Knight Guild will receive 2 B-rank awakened ones. She will enter the C-rank dungeon business, which will create serious competition among the awakened. After these thoughts, he clarified whether this man was really heading to the dungeon now. Having received confirmation, he ordered Charlie to follow him and find out his route, adding that he himself would follow immediately after him. Meanwhile, Chris reached the forest near the dungeon. There he was about to enter an E-rank dungeon. Suddenly he heard suspicious footsteps. The hero became wary and, frowning, decided that he was being pursued by vultures again. Pretending not to notice anything, the hero calmly walked along the forest path. And then he suddenly took off, trying to escape pursuit. At that moment, an armed Charlie from the Blue Dragon Guild rushed after him. However, he soon stopped, having lost the trail, and did not understand where Chris had disappeared to. At the same time, he hid behind a tree, thinking that the pursuer was just an inexperienced vulture. Thinking about this, the hero could not understand why he did not run away when he realized that he had been exposed. In the current situation, the only person who could target him was Carl. While the young man was gathering information about Shelley, he sensed that she might have been awakened. He thought it would be foolish to get into a conflict with the Blue Dragon Guild, which was famous for its love of fighting. Meanwhile, Charlie, watching him from the side, could not understand why he did not enter the dungeon. The entrance was located in the slums of the northern part of the city. Then the man told his master that Chris went inside. He realized that the young man had noticed the surveillance, but Charlie was afraid to report this to the owner, since he could expel him from the guild. Therefore, he decided that it was not a serious problem since the enemy was only an S-rank and a B-rank gentleman. At that moment, Charlie's eyes widened in horror. He was shocked by what he saw, spread his arms in surprise, and stared in bewilderment at the people in front of him. Soon a car pulled up to him, in which were Carl and other members of the guild. Frowning, the master asked if this place was really located here. In response, his subordinate handed over his phone and explained that he even had a photograph, after which they decided to wait. Then the guild leader asked why his subordinate did not follow the target. He replied that he was afraid of the vultures. Laughing, the master remarked that he was only a D-rank awakened being, adding that it was wise since it would allow him to live longer. However, looking at the entrance to the dungeon, Carl frowned again. He had a feeling that something was wrong. Looking around, the hero noted that there was not a single vulture in sight nearby. It was at this moment that the knights accompanying him received crushing blows to the heads. An enraged Carl screamed furiously, asking who dared to do this. Dodging the next blow, the man caught an arrow flying straight at him. After examining it closely, he still couldn't figure out who had attacked. The only thought was that it could have been vultures. At that moment, the vultures themselves came out to him with grins, one of them remarking that he considered the captain a different person. Frowning, Carl asked if they were really vultures. Then one of the bandits chuckled and replied that, judging by his words, he had only seen newcomers. He stated that since they had come into the vultures' territory themselves, they would be sent straight to the underworld. After these words, he crushed the phone in his hands and added that now he would no longer need it. Looking around, Carl saw that he was surrounded by vultures on all sides. The frightened man realized with horror that he was in serious danger and asked if they knew about his arrival. One of the vultures replied with a grin that it would be strange not to know about vulture hunting. Surprised, Carl admitted that he didn't understand what kind of hunt they were talking about. The enemy then explained that D-rank awakens rarely entered F-rank dungeons, but C-rank and B-rank awakens appeared here. After some thought, Carl realized that the employee had entered the dungeon alone. When the vultures learned of this, they decided that they were easy prey and fell into the trap themselves. The young master shouted that today was his first time here and that he had no intention of hunting anyone. However, the vulture laughed and replied that no one would believe him. He then added mockingly that this was just an academy student who had never truly experienced the life of a hunter. Carl realized with horror that his main equipment was in his inventory, and there was no time left to put it on. The only weapon he could use was the legendary Dragon Fang. The vulture grinned and ordered his men to show this young gentleman what a real hunter was. Cursing furiously, Carl decided to attack first to save his life. However, when he was about to strike, he was surprised to notice that his opponent did not even try to dodge. His hand almost touched the enemy's face, but he continued to stand motionless. It was then that Carl saw something wrapped around his leg and sucking away his strength. With horror, he realized that if he did not get out of here immediately, he would soon die. Trying to save himself, the man desperately waved his arms and legs. However, the demonic energy rose higher and higher until it completely engulfed his hands. Vulture said that although he belonged to the Blue Dragon Guild, he was not the only one who received the constellation's blessing. He said he too had the same gift, and the shocked Carl asked if he was a demon worshipper. In response, the man smirked and introduced himself as Mateo, a flesh hunter serving the Slaughter King. A shocked Carl exclaimed that he had just mentioned the King of Carnage. This constellation represented a demonic entity that controlled North Korea and parts of China. With a grin, Mateo noted that the young master from the academy turned out to be quite mediocre. He had less experience and wisdom than the monster. He added that this was truly a valuable prey. For an awakened B rank, the Slaughter King should have generously rewarded him with blessings. A frightened Carl screamed that he couldn't end up like this. In utter despair, he screamed at the top of his lungs, begging someone to save him, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Chris was inside the dungeon with his warriors and was eating the food prepared by Accolon with gusto. Chris praised the dish, and the golem explained that appetite was one of the most important human needs, determining fighting spirit. Lucy then asked when he was going to clear the dungeon. Chris replied that he would postpone it since the situation outside was more important. He wondered who would win. The young master would not come alone, but the vultures were also going to fight with all their might. At that moment, Accolon handed his master a cup of aromatic coffee. Holding it in his hands, Chris noticed that drinking coffee before clearing a dungeon was a real pleasure. The system then sent a notification that the enemy had been eliminated in a covert manner, but this had been done without honor. Chris decided that since evil had become stronger, victory had gone to the vultures. After all, just being awakened wasn't enough. After that, he came to the conclusion that it was time to start clearing the dungeon, and loudly pronounced the equipment command. In the depths of the dungeon, scarlet streams of ominous aura flared up, directed at Chris. A huge dog was rushing straight towards him. Looking at the monster, the hero thought that if it bit him, it would tear off half of his body. Chris solemnly declared that honor and glory were above all else, and that today he would punish evil. The knights responded in chorus that they would destroy the evil on the orders of the commander. At that moment, the terrifying monster roared furiously, baring its huge, sharp fangs. Then Lucy swung her sword and dealt a powerful blow to the monster. The girl then continued to fight fiercely with the bloodthirsty beast, showering him with more and more attacks. Under a hail of her powerful blows, the monster collapsed to the bottom of the dungeon. However, a moment later, the bloodthirsty creature rushed at them again. To counter her attack, Lucy swung her sword several times and then jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Frowning, the girl glared furiously at her terrible opponent. In response, the bloodthirsty monster stared predatorily at Lucy. At that moment, Accolon dealt a powerful blow to the monster. The golem repeated the slashing attack, and the monster let out a piercing squeal and flew off to the side. Lucy thanked Accolon, who replied that her fighting skills were excellent. Watching them, Chris noted that the two got along well with each other. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty beast with huge fangs rushed towards them again. He glared furiously at Accolon and Lucy, who were already preparing for another attack. The enraged monster dealt a powerful blow to the golem with its paws. At that very moment, Lucy, swinging her heavy sword, rushed into the attack. Seeing this, Chris decided that he would take on this enemy, and drew his sword. He then charged at the terrifying beast and dealt a powerful blow to its legs. Chris was surprised to notice that the force of his blow was much greater than he expected. Meanwhile, Accolon clamped his iron hands over the mouth of the enraged, bloodthirsty monster. At that moment, Lucy delivered another powerful blow with her sword. The ferocious monster roared in pain, opening its predatory mouth wide, and a moment later, it was completely destroyed. After this, the system reported that the evil was defeated, but due to the current penalty, he did not receive any reward. Then a notification appeared that the exit from the dungeon would soon close. Then Chris decided it was time to check what was going on outside. After leaving the dungeon, the hero did not hear anything suspicious and ordered Accolon to inspect everything. The golem replied that the system had not detected any enemies and had not seen any intruders. In the light of the flashlight, Chris noticed a voice recorder lying on the ground and walked over to pick it up. Taking the device in his hands, he thought that he was very lucky that it was still working. They would be able to listen to the recording when they returned. Then the young man decided that Accolon was too visible, so it would be better to send everyone to the sanctuary first. Meanwhile, at the Blue Dragon Guild headquarters, located on an artificial island, they were discussing what had happened. The guild leader, Joshua, was informed that Carl had gone missing. The secretary reported that she could not contact the young master. He did not appear at the academy or at the guild office. Joshua asked if his son had gone on any mission. The girl replied that he usually always reported his actions, but he left yesterday, and there had been no news of him since then. She reported that the last signal was recorded near the dungeon. Moreover, he was not alone there, and there was a possibility that he was attacked by demon worshippers. Joshua said that the northern part of the city was under the influence of the Slaughter King. His people could attack Carl to devour him. Frowning, the man said that they first needed to find out what exactly had happened. And when the culprits are found, they will be explained what the motto of the Blue Dragon Guild means. In response, the girl repeated the motto, saying that the Blue Dragon told them to fight and win. She added that they would definitely find the enemy. Meanwhile, in the White Knight Guild office at the Academy, Chris showed a report on the passage of the dungeon. He received a magic stone and a fang from a demon dog. Shelley noted that the fang from a demon dog was not a bad catch. She then asked if anything had happened between him and the Blue Dragon Guild. Chris asked in surprise what she thought had happened, and she replied that it was simply that Carl had suddenly disappeared. Chris calmly stated that he knew absolutely nothing about it, but privately he thought that he had assumed that he was missing. As he left, Chris said that he would be heading to the dungeon again today, and suggested that they spar the next day. However, first he decided it would be wise to check out the situation within the Blue Dragon Guild. Walking down the Academy's corridor, the hero was sure that there were probably rumors circulating here, and soon he heard students discussing Carl's disappearance. One of them couldn't believe that a B-rank monster and the guild leader's son could just disappear. Another replied that the Blue Dragon was in a real state of alarm right now, and he was also surprised at how something like this could happen in the Constellation Guild. Chris thought that if something happened, suspicion would fall on him first, so it was too dangerous to go into the dungeon today. Continuing to walk through the academy, the hero came across the association's weapons repair workshop. Delighted, he noted that he immediately realized that the association's workshop was working on a completely different level. The master handed him the sword and informed him that the repair was completed. Chris was surprised that the work was done so quickly. After some thought, Chris decided that it was time to prepare for a new trip to the dungeon. He also thought he could take the hunter's flyer, and at that moment, a girl approached him and asked if he was Chris. Looking up, the young man saw that another man had arrived with her, and then he knew that they had finally arrived. Chris told the Blue Dragon Guild's vice leader that he was a fan of hers and asked if he could get an autographed photo. The girl replied that they had a few questions, and Chris noted that he was always willing to help the Blue Dragon's deputy leader. The man then introduced himself as Nolan, an officer of the 11th Search and Reconnaissance Squad of the Blue Dragon Guild. He asked if Chris knew Carl, and he replied that Carl was interested in Shelley from their guild. After this, Nolan asked what kind of relationship he had with Shelley. Chris replied that the girl hired him as an employee. He then added that he was just about to head to the dungeon for training to thank her. The deputies turned around, declared that everything was clear, and left. Then Chris called after them, asking what about an autographed photo. Nolan replied that instead of an autograph, he would be sent a special souvenir from the Blue Dragon Guild. Smiling, the hero jokingly remarked that they could send him the S-rank sword that belonged to the Blue Dragon as a souvenir. When the guests left, the hero breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that his image of a harmless fool had worked. Now he had an alibi. On the way, the girl noticed that it seemed like the young master had been chasing this guy and had ended up in the hands of the vultures. Nolan frowned and said that the employee had become a nuisance, so it was decided to get rid of him. The officer slammed his fist against the wall and asked in irritation why the young master had gone to that place in a simple, cheap hunting outfit. The girl suggested that if it became known that he was stalking an employee of the White Knight Guild, he could get into trouble. After some thought, Nolan decided that he should still thoroughly investigate the activities of the vultures and demon worshippers. Meanwhile, Chris was in the dungeon. The young man saw a huge bull with horns rushing straight towards him. Swinging with all his might, he dealt a powerful blow to the monster. The knight's powerful attack sent the ferocious monster flying far to the side. Looking at his sword, Chris noted with satisfaction that the repairs had indeed been worth it. The blade was in perfect condition. At that moment, Lucy said that it was a glorious battle, but Chris replied that it was just an E-rank dungeon. He then asked where the sound came from, and Accolon calmly explained that he had uploaded it himself. After this, the system reported that although he had won, there was no real evil in this place, and therefore no reward was due. Then Chris realized that E-rank dungeons were not suitable for him. He thought that the path of a knight could not be easy. However, this did not stop him. If he wanted to engage in real battles, he needed more companions. The system reported that the choice had been confirmed and that a new knight would soon appear to assist him. A moment later, a huge dragonoid knight, Crocbane, appeared in front of him and asked Chris if he was really his master. Chris looked up, hesitantly replied that perhaps that was the case, and asked if he needed anything. The dragonoid's eyes flashed and he declared that he had only agreed to fight for food. Chris responded with relief that if that was all there was to it, he was completely in agreement. After this, Crocbane bowed respectfully and took the knightly oath. Chris thought the new knight was huge and strong, looked reliable, which meant he now had another valuable ally. Having surrounded the owner, the warriors asked what his next plans were. Chris replied that they would go to the next dungeon. From now on, they will not only clear dungeons, but also train inside them. A month later, in the Blue Dragon Guild's conference room, Nolan reported that, following the investigation, Carl had been killed by Mateo. He explained that he was originally an awakened being, but became a demon worshipper after sacrificing to the King of Slaughter. After hearing the report, the guild leader asked why the man was targeting his son. Nolan explained that someone had killed some of the vultures the day before, and they had gotten scared and hired a demon worshipper. The enraged guild leader shouted that he had warned his son many times not to underestimate the low-ranked awakened. Then he ordered that Mateo be captured first, and he also wanted to find out who exactly had destroyed the vultures. The deputy replied that it remained unknown. Moreover, the vultures themselves also tasked the demon worshipper with finding the culprit. Switching slides, Nolan said that, given all the circumstances, the man could have been an employee named Chris. There were records from the day the vultures were destroyed, and it was at that time that he was clearing out a dungeon in the same area. They assumed that after killing the young master, the demon worshipper took all of his items. The deputy added that the man united demon worshippers, vultures, and monsters under the banner of the King of Carnage. The guild leader then decided to immediately contact other guilds and the association. One of the subordinates asked what to do with Chris, since he was a member of the White Knight Guild, and the leader replied that he would be left alone for now. If other guilds learned the truth, they would start spreading rumors that his son had died at the hands of some worthless individual. It would be far better if everyone believed that he had fallen in a worthy battle with a demon worshipper. After this, Joshua reminded them that the blue dragon had commanded them to punish this arrogant demon worshipper. He then ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a D-rank dungeon where Chris was training with a newly summoned knight. Swinging his sword, he fought with Crocbane, honing his skills. The Golden Knight dealt powerful, crushing blows. However, the Dragonoid easily dodged all of his dangerous attacks. In response, Crocbane dealt Chris a powerful blow with his huge tail. Chris didn't have time to dodge the crushing attack, and the next moment he flew far to the side, crashing to the ground with a roar. Only the Golden Knight's hand was sticking out from under the pile of stones. Lying under the rubble, the hero thought that he had made the right choice. Having with difficulty extricated himself from under the rubble, he was finally convinced that he had not been mistaken. Crocbane noticed with a smile that his master had grown significantly in strength. At that moment, Accolon appeared and offered his owner to replenish the fluid supply in his body. Taking a bottle of water, Chris happily drank more than half of it. Accolon noted that his master's abilities were developing every day, and he even managed to wound Crocbane. Frowning, Chris asked for the praise to stop and stated that it was time to head to the dungeon. This time, bloodthirsty octopuses with flaming eyes and sharp fangs awaited them inside. Swinging his massive sword, Crocbane charged. A moment later, he delivered a powerful blow and destroyed one of the monsters. The Dragonoid then continued to deliver powerful blows, successively destroying all the monsters. The remaining bloodthirsty octopuses looked at the huge knight with fear. Grinning and his red eyes flashing with fury, Crocbane rushed forward to attack. At that moment, Accolon shouted at him to hold the line, and Lucy asked with displeasure if he was planning to take all the glory for himself. At that very moment, a terrible monster appeared in front of them. The beast greedily screamed that the meat itself came to it. Swinging his massive sword, Crocbane declared that the monster would be destroyed. The very next moment, a powerful blow fell upon him. After some time, the system informed Chris that the dungeon had been completely cleared, and its level had increased to 28. Chris thought that level 28 was no joke. If the Hunters Association found out about it, there would be a real uproar. The three largest guilds would start fighting for the right to hire him, so Chris was determined not to attract attention to himself. At that moment, he saw 15 missed calls on his phone from Shelley, whom he jokingly called the strongest in the universe. Chris immediately decided to call her back and find out what was causing such persistence. After that, Chris went to the White Knight Guild headquarters. He explained to the employee who met him that Shelley had called him and that he was her assistant, named Chris. As he walked down the corridor, the hero reflected on the fact that the girl had secretly used her mother's money to pay his salary. Soon the employee accompanying him pointed out where he needed to go. Entering the hall, the hero saw Shelley kneeling before the throne. Sitting on the throne itself was Iris, the head of the White Knight Guild, who looked down on them. Coming closer, Chris also bowed respectfully, thinking that the throne was already high enough. Seeing the young man enter, Iris smiled and noted that he had good manners. Without raising his head, the hero replied that the head of the White Knight Guild was confusing him. With a smile, the woman said that this was even for the best, since in her opinion, it was easier to talk to him than to her own daughter. Chris was amazed. He couldn't believe that this majestic woman, who resembled a queen, was really Shelley's mother. Iris admitted that he turned out to be much more decent than she expected. It seemed to her that he was a loafer who had bewitched her daughter. Upon hearing this, Shelley jumped up and screamed loudly that it was not true, but her mother immediately ordered her to remain silent. At that moment, Chris received a system message that the attempt to look into his essence had been successfully suppressed by the Guardian armor. The guild leader then said that she had heard about him sparring with her daughter, but judging by his appearance, he had not studied any martial arts. She asked him what exactly his duties as an employee were, and the hero realized that getting out of this situation would not be easy. Shelley tried to intervene again, but her mother stopped her abruptly, saying that the adults were talking. A moment later, Iris raised her index finger, and a white ribbon extended from her hand, crossed the entire room, and instantly wrapped itself around Shelley. The next second, the surprised girl found herself tied up and her mouth was sealed with the same white tape. After this, the guild leader looked at Chris and asked if this was actually a confession of hidden intentions. Chris calmly replied that it was her daughter who had suggested the contract to him. The temptation of double pay and a 24/7 work schedule was hard to resist. Frowning, the woman asked if she had understood correctly that he had agreed solely for the money. Chris replied that poor people like him were sensitive to money issues. As long as he had money, he could do whatever he wanted. Iris smiled and noticed that his words sounded convincing, but many men followed their instincts more often than their minds. Then Chris stood up and declared that he could prove it, since he preferred mature, wise, and worthy women, not young girls. Shelley watched in amazement as he walked straight towards the throne, hands in his pockets. Approaching Iris, the hero looked into her eyes and admitted that he preferred women of her type. Shelley, tied up on the floor, was literally seething with rage. Meanwhile, Chris was breaking out in a cold sweat and thinking that he might have just gotten the hang of the situation, although he wasn't sure. Iris was also shocked by his words and actions. He really caught her off guard. At first, the woman thought that such a confession was extremely inappropriate for a married lady. However, then the head of the guild said that now she understood everything. She was finally convinced that Chris was not interested in young girls. Iris added that all parents who had daughters behaved exactly like that, after which she declared that the conversation was over. Chris was relieved that everything had worked and he had received approval. As soon as they walked out, an enraged Shelley screamed, asking what he was even thinking. Chris replied that he simply had no choice. The girl indignantly stated that he was literally flirting with her mother. Chris explained that he was only trying to dispel suspicions that he was a pervert who liked a girl 14 years his junior. As they were leaving, Shelley suddenly confessed that there was no father in their family. He had disappeared before she was born. She often wondered what had happened to him, but her mother never even said whether he was dead. Shelley then asked if he knew about their existence, but Chris replied that he didn't even know they were in the same guild until that moment. Hearing this, the girl asked if he was crazy, but the hero turned around and said that he had done everything he had to do. Then he looked at Shelley again and asked her not to jump to any strange conclusions. The girl noted with a smile that he was the first man to whom her mother had reacted in any way. She added that because Iris was an A-rank hunter, celebrities were constantly trying to court her. Meanwhile, a new report was being considered in the Hunters Association conference room. In the video, the hunter reported that the reconnaissance group was destroyed, but now the results of the investigation have been received. He then reported that Mateo, who was previously thought to be an A+ rank demon worshipper, actually possessed S rank strength. The astonished hunters watched in horror as the demon worshipper grabbed the scout. In the recording, Mateo shouted out that he thanked them for the sacrifice they had sent and that their constellation had become even stronger. After watching, one of the hunters stated that they urgently needed to form a united squad to suppress Mateo. Soul Guildmaster Jorge stated that the S-rank hunters must deal with the chaos caused by the Blue Dragon Guild's actions. In response, they pointed out to him that he seemed to be overreacting to the situation, but Jorge replied that he was not exaggerating at all. He didn't know when those bastards might attack Soul, but he wasn't going to sit idly by until then. One of the hunters noted that Soul was still Soul, while another added gloomily that without the Soul Guild everything would have been different. Then, one of the meeting participants turned the conversation to Olympus and asked what their position was. In response, another man said that it was necessary to contact management. As always, they needed permission from above. The hunters began to discuss how the Olympian representatives invariably disappeared as soon as they sensed danger. Joshua then stated that to confront an S-rank demon worshipper, it would take 3 S-rank hunters or 10 A-rank hunters. He added that he was counting on cooperation from the guilds and asked if there were any people present who would be willing to participate. Iris, the head of the White Knight Guild, thought that the others were trying to preserve their own strength at the expense of others' resources. Joshua stated that he had hoped for voluntary assistance, but now the association had no choice but to issue a mobilization order. He reported that the Blue Dragon Guild was planning to recruit 5 A-rank hunters and 1 S-rank hunter. The man then asked each of the following guilds to allocate 1 A-rank awakened. Iris was stunned that the mobilization affected her guild as well. She indignantly stated that in the White Knight Guild there was only 1 A-rank hunter, herself. Joshua replied that that was precisely why there was no problem. Since she was an A-rank hunter, she should have participated. But the woman objected that the guild leader couldn't just be sent on such a mission. The entire guild could fall apart. When the meeting ended, the assistant asked if it was really necessary to involve the head of the White Knight Guild. She noted that Iris's abilities were intended to gain information about dungeons and monsters, but were practically useless in combat. Joshua replied that this was precisely why an S-rank hunter from Olympus was included in the squad. He then added that he had no intention of leaving Iris alone. She had to pay for her daughter hanging around his son. Then his assistant asked hesitantly if he was really that serious. Joshua replied that he would warn Shelley so that nothing would happen to her, and if she could avoid danger, it would be her good luck. He noted that even if the campaign against the demon worshipper failed, the Soul Guild and Olympus would not be able to stand aside. If everything goes well, great, but if not, there will be nothing to regret. Meanwhile, Chris was in the dungeon fighting a demonic dog. A huge monster with a creepy grin rushed at the Golden Knight. Having repelled the attack, the hero destroyed the monster with a crushing blow of his sword. The system congratulated him on his victory, and informed him that he had reached level 30 and could choose a reward, and Chris again chose to summon a knight. The system notified him that a new knight would be summoned to assist him. Chris thought that he already had Accolon, Lucy, and Crocbane, and the new ally would become the fourth member of his team. At that moment, Calf, the Knight of the Abyss, appeared before him, and said that he had not felt the air of the material world for a long time. Looking at him, Chris thought that this knight was different from the previous ones and was probably once a human. Kolf clarified where his contractor was, and then dropped to one knee before the Golden Knight. He stated that he liked his master, and that from now on he would follow him. Chris was surprised that he immediately expressed such devotion. Kolf, his green eyes flashing, asked if he had doubted his strength. Chris replied that he had no doubt, but wanted to know if he needed anything. The knight explained that the ability to return to the real world was already a sufficient condition of the contract, since the Abyss was a boring place. Meanwhile, Lucy congratulated the owner on the new addition to the team, and Crocbane immediately reminded him that he was hungry. Chris thought the new knight looked very strong, but noticed that all of his companions were using swords. He wanted to have a mage or an assassin among his allies, and he noted with slight annoyance that there was no such opportunity yet. Meanwhile, at the White Knight Guild branch at the academy, Chris informed Shelley that he had reached level 30. The girl replied that he could now go to D-rank dungeons, and Chris then asked her to prepare the relevant documents. Shelley explained that training in D-rank dungeons alone was impossible. This required a fictitious group and the formal inclusion of non-existent participants in the documents for clearing the dungeon. Each person who provided their data received between 5 and 10% of the income from the dungeon. Suddenly the girl remembered that she had forgotten to warn him that she would not be able to participate in the next sparring match. She reported that a mobilization order had been issued and that they were to participate in a punitive operation against a demon worshipper. Chris asked where this demon worshipper came from. Shelley replied that he was supported by the constellation Eternal Fury. She then added that he had been featured in the news recently, and Chris was surprised that it wasn't an A-rank hunter. He then suggested that after killing Carl, the demon worshipper became even stronger and increased his rank. Shelley confirmed that representatives from all guilds, including her mother, were mobilized for the operation. Chris then replied that in that case he would focus on training and leveling up in the dungeons for now. Shelley called out to him and asked him to wait, and Chris assumed she meant to tell him to be careful, as the operation was dangerous. However, after a slight hesitation, the girl only said that everything was fine and that she was just worried about her mother. Chris breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he wouldn't have to answer that, and calmly said everything would be fine. Soon it was deep night. Chris lay in bed and couldn't sleep. He couldn't stop thinking about the hike, and didn't understand why these thoughts wouldn't leave his head. Chris wondered if 10 A-rank fighters and 1 S-rank wouldn't be enough. However, he then realized that despite his S-rank stats, he had absolutely no experience or information about the enemy. The hero suffered without sleep and could not decide what to do next. He was tormented by the thought that Shelley and her mother might suffer because of the seeds he had sown. After hesitating for a while, the young man finally picked up the phone. It was 10:30 at night. He wrote to Shelley asking if they needed workers, and she replied that of course they did. Looking at the phone, the hero was surprised at how quickly she responded. It even seemed to him as if the girl was simply waiting for his message. Chris then wrote that he would join them as a handyman, and when the time was right, he would grab her mother and they would escape together. Meanwhile, somewhere in Kaesong, Korea, devil worshippers were also discussing the upcoming operation. Sitting in his chair, Mateo said that he was grateful to them for the food, but now they were starting to irritate him. He remarked irritably that it looked like some kind of punitive detachment had been sent to them, and then asked when exactly they would arrive. The subordinate replied that the operation was scheduled for 4 days. The man then noticed that with a normal guild he would have simply gone into hiding, but the Blue Dragon Guild would pursue the enemy until they killed him. His interlocutor replied that even if they tried to hide, those guys still wouldn't leave the S-rank devil worshipper alone. He then added that the ice doom was looming over them. Xiangdi was to the west, and the Japanese and the 66 heavenly demons were to the east. After that, the subordinate reported that, according to the information, 10 A-rank awakened beings and 1 S-rank awakened being would be fighting against them. The Blue Dragon Guild has teamed up with 5 other guilds, and a total of about 1,000 people will participate in the operation. They are going to use everything they can, but even such a battle is better than facing monsters and devil worshippers from other constellations. Matteo noted that they were lucky, because he was not a fool. The opponents were targeting him specifically, and some people here were just trying to make money. His subordinate was about to leave but suddenly felt anxious. He suddenly felt like something was wrong. The man turned around in fear, and the next moment received a powerful blow and screamed. Holding the weapon in his hands, Matteo stated that he was not finished speaking yet and added that it was better to fight with those you trust. At that moment, terrifying monsters appeared, and the subordinates began to ask in horror why the servants of the demon king of carnage were here. The devil worshipper chuckled and explained that he had made sacrifices to the Slaughter King and had thus risen in rank. Naturally, he used the points he earned to hire these monsters, the only drawback being that they needed to be constantly fed. Looking at the monsters, the man ordered them to begin the feast. At the same moment, the bloodthirsty creatures rushed at his subordinate. Some tried to escape, taking advantage of the fact that they were near the exit. However, their legs were bound by the deadly energy that was devouring their bodies. Realizing that it was all a trap, the people screamed in horror that Matteo had lured them there on purpose. One of his subordinates tried to attack Matteo, shouting at him to go to the next world. However, just a moment later, this man was also destroyed by the devil worshipper. The man collapsed to the floor, after which he was immediately surrounded by creepy monsters. Watching the monsters deal with the remaining people, Matteo noted that this was a first for him. His level continued to rise, and with a smile the man said that the monsters eat, and he gets experience without even getting his hands dirty. 4 days later, military equipment moved to the northern border of Seoul. Looking at the punitive detachment, Chris thought that he knew that guilds were larger than armies, but he could not even imagine such a scale. At that moment, a man came up to him and hit him on the head, and he ordered the guy to stop daydreaming and get to work. Rubbing his bruised area, Chris apologized and admitted that it was simply the first time he had seen so much equipment at once. On the elder's orders, he began to carry heavy boxes, but soon he was called away. The elder said that the head of the guild wanted to see him. According to him, there was a problem with the contract, so the guy needed to see the guild leader. Chris obediently put the box on the ground and wondered what could have happened. Shelley personally signed the contract, so there shouldn't have been any problems. As Chris got closer, he asked what had happened and what exactly was the problem with the document. Iris, sitting at the table, chuckled and admitted that it was just an excuse. Then the woman asked if he still hadn't figured it out. After this, the girl asked why he had decided to join the punitive detachment at all. She added that her daughter had asked him not to worry. However, she herself is still worried about what her daughter cannot talk about due to the terms of the contract. Chris explained that he was awakened, but did not want to officially register as a hunter. He just wanted to make money. Looking at Iris, the hero thought that he had given a sufficiently detailed answer and hoped that she understood everything. Then she asked why he didn't want to become a hunter. Since he was Shelley's assistant, he should be at least D rank. In response, the man explained that he had lived a quiet life, so he saw no point in risking becoming a full-fledged awakened one. Chris then asked if she herself considered the job of a hunter too dangerous to rely solely on high pay. Now he needs stability rather than money, after which he clarified whether she now understood why he came here as a replacement. Iris replied that this explanation was quite sufficient for her. After thanking the woman, Chris said that he would then return to work. Chris then got into the car, and soon the convoy was on its way. One of the men tapped him on the shoulder and asked him if he was scared, because he noticed how he was all tense. The others started making fun of him, asking if he would wet his pants when he met the monster, since they hadn't even started fighting yet. One of the men chuckled and said that if Chris got scared, he could just hide behind him. He then boasted that he had already killed more than 100 monsters, and the hero thought that if he suddenly disappeared, no one would even notice. After some time, all guild members gathered for a video meeting to discuss strategy. The leader of the punitive force was Dwayne, an S-rank Blue Dragon Holy Fist, and the objective of the operation was to eliminate or capture Matteo. This devil worshipper is a long-range type, and while hunting, he will most likely try to set up an ambush on the way to Kaesong. According to the man, everyone needs to carefully prepare for a surprise attack, since the enemy will most likely attack at night. Dwayne warned that Matteo might try to escape, but the rest of the devil worshippers and vultures would not stand idle. One of the hunters asked if it would be possible to simply bomb the city where Matteo was located. Another girl replied that if an S-rank enemy were so easy to destroy, there would be no need for a punitive squad at all. Then another hunter asked what they were going to do with Matteo. The commander frowned and told them not to worry, because the devil worshipper was only capable of shooting arrows and setting traps. After that, one of the squad members asked what would happen if high-ranking monsters or demons suddenly appeared. The commander calmly stated that he would deal with Matteo himself, and the A-rank fighters would deal with the demons. Hearing this, Iris thought that in the worst-case scenario, she would have to fight monsters of B rank and above. She couldn't imagine how she could survive, and remembering her daughter's words, the guild leader tried to understand what she meant. Before leaving, her daughter said that if she got scared, she should go to her uncle, because he was more reliable than most people in the guild. The woman could not understand why she should place her hopes on a man who was not even officially a hunter. 10 hours after the meeting, the punitive detachment set up camp near Kaesong. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and all the members of the squad were quietly having dinner. While Chris was preparing food, he asked why they did not go straight to Kaesong. Another man replied that in this way they were simply postponing their own death a little. The man then explained that the newcomer simply didn't know how bad the roads outside of Seoul were. In addition, everything ahead is now being cleared with the help of heavy equipment, and tanks with magic stones have already taken up positions. In addition, vultures are constantly watching them, so they have to move carefully, regardless of speed. Suddenly the system informed Chris that a message had arrived from Akalon, and he became afraid that something serious had happened. However, the message only said to add 1 spoon of salt and sugar to prevent the vegetables from burning. Golem explained that food and sleep directly affect the morale of soldiers. Good food reduces stress and increases morale. Chris said irritably that he already knew all this, and his partner asked why he was making so much noise while cooking. Realizing he had almost given himself away, Chris quickly replied that everything was fine, and he would handle it himself. Meanwhile, the devil worshipper watched their camp from afar. He carefully assessed the defense and kept an eye on who exactly was guarding the people. Looking around the camp, Mateo thought the defense was better than he expected, but good defense was not enough. The man extended his hand forward and called upon his assistance, and a huge crowd of monsters immediately appeared from a nearby dungeon. The devil worshipper stated that hunters were used to destroying monsters only inside dungeons, but now he would show his true strength. Hearing the order to attack, the terrifying monsters bared their ferocious mouths. A dark army of monsters led by devil worshippers moved towards the punitive detachment's camp. Grinning, Mateo ordered his monsters to begin their attack. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the camp, and everyone realized that an attack had begun. Intelligence reported that a horde of monsters numbering about 2,000 individuals was moving 2 kilometers to the west. Most of them were E-rank carnivorous and blood-sucking dogs, as well as blood parasites and predators. It was reported that all of them could be dealt with using firearms. The hunters immediately opened fire on the rapidly approaching army of monsters. The commander of the punitive detachment shouted for everyone to gather immediately, because they would soon be setting out. He then added that those who could not keep up with him should immediately mount the flying dragon. At that moment, one of the girls shouted that they had found the enemy. As expected, a devil worshipper was shooting from the forest a kilometer to the west. Smiling, Dwayne thanked her for the information and ordered them to move out. The hunters rushed towards the terrifying monsters. Iris noticed how quickly the enemy revealed his location. Chris agreed with her and said that it was worth leaving a few people here. A hunter running past shouted that it was too late. They had gone too far from the camp, and the commander would not allow them to split their forces. At that moment, 2 arrows struck near Iris. One of the hunters shouted at her not to worry, because only that bastard was capable of shooting such blood-red arrows. The huntress swung her staff and unleashed lightning, destroying the monster. Then a huge column of flame fell upon the attacking bloodthirsty monsters. Another hunter used a crushing hammer, releasing powerful bolts of lightning. At the same time, the commander of the punitive detachment swung his sword in different directions, crushing the monsters in his path. The man thought to himself that Mateo was an idiot for deciding to set up an ambush on the very first day, while they were still awake. Suddenly, someone noticed Mateo and shouted that he was trying to escape. The girl standing on the aircraft created a boundary on the ground, blocking the fugitive's path. She then warned the others to beware of traps because there were a lot of them. At this point, Dwayne had already reached the devil worshipper and struck him with his fist. He declared that Mateo was finally caught. Suddenly, the squad leader saw that the devil worshipper he was chasing had simply disappeared into thin air. Looking around in confusion, the man realized with horror that it was just a double. At that moment, he was informed that an A-rank boss monster from the Slaughter King's royal family had appeared in the camp, along with B-rank and C-rank monsters. Turning around, the commander saw how the place where the camp had recently been was illuminated by flashes, and screams were coming from there. The terrifying boss monster threw military equipment around as if they were toys. The cars flew apart with a roar and fell to the ground. Watching this, Mateo smirked and declared that these people turned out to be real idiots. Everything went incredibly easy. The man then activated the blood puppet skill, and thought that this high-level skill was truly excellent. While those fools were chasing his double, he calmly made his way here and opened a portal. The frightened people screamed in panic. The bloodthirsty monster joyfully screamed that it was ready to eat, and then instantly swallowed the man. Seeing this, Mateo thought that if every day was like today, the dream of becoming an apostle would no longer be just a dream. Meanwhile, the huge monster continued to fight. He raised his giant paw over the people who had opened fire. A second later, the monster lowered it down with a roar, trying to crush the people. The frightened fighters didn't know what to do. One of them shouted that they needed to hold out until the guild leaders arrived. However, the man didn't have time to finish speaking. At that very moment, he was grabbed by the huge paw of a bloodthirsty monster. The workers were ordered to lock the trailer doors for safety and not to go outside under any circumstances. Chris's colleague said that the monsters would tear the trailer to pieces. Chris thought about calling the knights, but realized that it was dangerous. Crocbane and the Abyss Knight Calf could easily appear to those around them as monsters or enemies. Besides, Lucy and Accolon had already been exposed once, so they had to act with extreme caution. Chris then began to think about what he should do first. He decided that he should quietly escape with Shelley's mother. However, realizing that he could no longer just sit idle, Chris abruptly threw open the doors of the trailer. At that very moment, Chris saw a terrible monster killing people at the entrance and realized that he needed to run away immediately. Cursing, the hero realized that he had to do something. First of all, he needed to find the bastard who had summoned these creatures. Chris assumed that the sudden appearance of so many monsters meant that someone had opened a portal for them. Moreover, he understood that this devil worshipper was clearly not an ordinary person, since after his discovery, it was decided to destroy him immediately. At that moment, a cry was heard from the ambulance that a wounded person had been found near trailer number 32VA, and that help was urgently needed. Chris guessed that the devil worshipper was probably collecting the bodies of the awakened to sacrifice them to the King of Carnage. Seeing a white coat lying nearby, Chris quickly threw it on. He then ran towards the trailer, realizing that the devil worshipper would definitely try to finish off the wounded man. The wounded hunter lay on the ground and looked in horror at the approaching enemy. Mateo chuckled and noticed that in front of him was a cold-blooded, awakened B rank who was about to breathe his last. At that moment, Chris ran up to the man and handed him a flask of restorative potion, offering him a drink. Upon seeing this man, Mateo immediately understood everything. In front of him was that same damned B rank, whom he had already managed to save earlier. The devil worshipper frowned and wondered if they were really going to leave. Meanwhile, the hunters asked the captain if they were really retreating. Dwayne shouted for everyone to come to their senses immediately and start reporting the number of survivors first. Mateo felt annoyed and thought that it was a shame to let a B-rank awakened one go, but safety was the most important thing right now. When the man noticed one of the wounded hunters, he decided that since he was walking alone, he would be easy prey. At that moment, Chris approached the warrior and offered him a restorative potion to drink. The fighter thanked the guy and said that he was able to recover thanks to his help. The enraged devil worshipper thought that this medical worker had already interfered with his plans more than once or twice. Soon the recovered warrior ran on, and Chris waved his hand at him and told him to take care of himself. Deciding that this was a very convenient opportunity, Mateo pointed the crossbow at the boy and fired a deadly arrow. The devil worshipper was about to destroy him with one blow. Pleased with himself, the man thought that now it was all over, and this impudent fellow would no longer be able to behave so self-confidently. However, he didn't have time to finish the thought. His eyes widened in horror. The next moment, the Golden Knight's crushing sword fell upon him. Grabbing the weapon, the devil worshipper asked how he managed to do this. Laughing, the hero replied that everything happened thanks to the enemy's shot itself. The moment the arrow approached his body, the system reported the detection of an enemy and activated Grandel's combat talent. The Golden Knight managed to catch the fast-flying arrow, after which he drew his powerful sword to catch and destroy Mateo. A moment later, Chris rushed forward and, swinging his crushing sword, attacked the enemy. He managed to deal a powerful blow to the devil worshipper. The system declared that the honor of a coward who attacks from behind does not deserve respect. Therefore, it should be destroyed and left for wild animals as food. At this moment, the devil worshipper, trying to save himself, used a cluster of blood glasses. Hearing these words, the hero tried to understand what exactly the enemy had just said. However, just a second later, a powerful, devastating explosion thundered, enveloping everything around in thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, Chris suddenly realized that the enemy was nowhere to be found. The devil worshipper stood on a high tree branch clutching his wound and cursed furiously at the Golden Knight. Looking down at him, Chris wondered if the enemy had used the explosion to fly away. Seeing that the knight had not received a single wound, Mateo shouted angrily, asking if he had really wasted the points he had saved for 20 years. The man then added that this pathetic knight had no idea how much effort he had to put in to collect them. He stated that he had already used the elixir of life and even the scroll of regeneration today, but now he was completely ruined because of this damn armor. Meanwhile, Chris realized that if a devil worshipper starts talking too much, it means he is scared. Chris drew his sword and rushed forward, expecting the fight to be over soon. Mateo thought that the Golden Knight was not afraid at all. Moreover, he was clearly different from the ordinary guild members. The next moment, the Golden Knight appeared right in front of him and delivered a powerful blow. The devil worshipper barely managed to dodge Chris's deadly attack. Flying further, the man decided that at a distance of 10 meters the situation would be different, after which he fired 2 arrows at the knight. However, Chris swung his crushing sword and destroyed the arrows in the blink of an eye. The enraged devil worshipper became truly furious and could not understand how his adversary had done this. At this point, Mateo was forced to dodge the knight's continuous blows. Having barely avoided the deadly attacks, the man decided that it would be best to simply run away from there. The knight then mockingly asked if the only talent an S-rank devil worshipper had was constantly running away. Mateo laughed and said that it seemed like the armor was starting to give in, and he had been living like this for 20 years. The man also said that he was going to make a sacrifice to the King of Carnage, and when he leveled up, he would definitely destroy the golden armor. Brandishing his sword, Chris rushed in pursuit of the enemy. At the same time, he reflected on the fact that he had prepared himself for a long-range fight in advance, since he understood from the very beginning who he would have to face. 3 days before the expedition, Chris received skill points for destroying the vultures that were terrorizing the city's inhabitants. Chris called out to the heavens and declared that this sword, having reached its apex, must show its true power. The next moment, a huge stream of monstrous energy burst out from his sword, but Chris thought that this was not enough. Chris then cast the Heavenly Sovereign Sword Flow technique again, and then strengthened the flow of energy even more. A crushing stream of deadly force reached the devil worshipper, and Mateo screamed in horror. A moment later, the Golden Knight was already standing next to the wounded devil worshipper and looking at him with undisguised hatred. The enraged man furiously shouted out a question about who the bastard even was. After that, he tried to restore his hand, begging his body to regenerate as quickly as possible. Chris swung his sword and thought that devil worshippers really were incredibly resilient bastards. Looking at the Golden Knight with horror, Mateo began to beg for mercy, but a moment later, Chris delivered a powerful blow. Looking at the items left behind by the enemy, the hero thought that the summoned A-rank monsters would soon disappear. Everyone around will understand that Mateo has been destroyed, and in order not to reveal his identity, he needs to leave this place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, hunters combed the forest road in search of the devil worshipper. The commander tried to understand what exactly had happened. Mateo not only managed to deceive them, but also caused a strange explosion. Approaching the battlefield, the leader of the punitive detachment declared that such power seemed incredible. Soon the hunter ahead shouted that he had discovered a body without breathing, and objects that had fallen next to it. Running closer, the commander realized that they were too late and ordered them to comb the area and find at least some traces of the enemy. One of the hunters reported that the body was identified as Mateo, and that gloves and the young master's uniform were found among the items. Seeing all this, the commander of the punitive detachment became truly furious. About a third of the fighters were destroyed by the monsters that appeared in the camp, and along with the wounded, almost 2/3 of the entire composition suffered. However, what angered Dwayne most was that the goal of the entire expedition, the destruction of the devil worshipper, had been taken away by someone else. The enraged man screamed furiously, trying to figure out which particular asshole had interfered and ruined their operation. After some time, the hunters began to prepare for the return journey. Chris was carrying heavy cylinders when the head of the White Knight Guild approached him and asked if he had survived. Chris replied that in his position he could simply hide and avoid a fight. Then he asked permission to ask a question. Chris asked how bad the damage was. Iris replied that while the workers mostly survived, the death of the awakened C ranks was a painful loss. She also added that filling the ranks of classes like the Knight of Justice is not easy at all. The constellation has limitations in its choice. Moreover, some people prefer to simply hide and run away. Chris looked at the stones and asked if they belonged to Mateo, and explained that he had killed a couple of vultures while pretending to be a handyman. Chris said it was compensation for the losses, and Iris was surprised to note that the value of these things was in the billions. Chris replied that mutual assistance was always beneficial, so she should just accept them, but the guild leader had his doubts. The woman thought that perhaps he wanted something in return, so Chris said that she could just treat him to a home-cooked meal. He thought that he was a little sorry to part with the profit, but if Iris took care of his earnings, he would not worry. At that moment, he met his colleague, who happily announced that Chris was still alive. The man reported that the devil worshipper had been destroyed and that they needed to get out of there quickly before more vultures appeared. While lifting a heavy box, Chris decided to check his status. The system reported that he had already reached level 38. At that moment, Chris heard the workers saying that Captain Dwayne was literally losing his temper because someone had stolen the devil worshipper's loot. As Chris passed the commander's van, he heard the enraged captain cursing furiously. The hero chuckled and thought that he had really hurt him deeply, and decided that it would be better for them never to meet again. Meanwhile, on the artificial island where the Blue Dragon Guild's base was located, they were discussing what had happened. The guild leader, Charlie, carefully studied the expedition report. When the man finished reading the document, he slammed the folder shut and cursed. Then the guild leader shouted at the commander, saying that he had not sent him for such results at all. Looking down, Dwayne apologized. The leader then noted that the damage done by the devil worshipper could no longer be repaired, and he admitted that he had been hasty from the very beginning. After this, the man irritably asked why the head of the White Knight Guild had not died at the hands of the vultures. Charlie stated that he couldn't believe that a person capable of dealing with an S-rank devil worshipper had suddenly appeared. Then the commander showed him photographs obtained from recording devices and drones. In the pictures, the Golden Knight was destroying Mateo. The man explained that it was not yet possible to determine exactly who was hiding under the golden armor. Looking closely at the image, Charlie asked if the overly ornate armor design reminded him of the guy from Olympus. Dwayne replied that they were completely different people. Greek and Roman armor emphasized the lines of the body differently, and the shapes there were not as dense. Charlie agreed and stated that this was probably a hidden trump card of one of the guilds present. The man added that there are two places where the Night Claw awakens, the Blade of Icthelion and the Indomitables. The guild leader stated that humiliation was still humiliation, but they couldn't allow an 11th S-rank hunter to hide in the shadows. First, they plan to deal with the aftermath of the punitive expedition against Mateo, and then they will take on the golden armor. Meanwhile, Chris was at home, sleeping off the hike. Getting out of bed, the hero decided that he had slept well and wanted to check the time. Taking the phone in his hands, the hero realized with surprise that it was already night again. At that moment, he noticed that the knights were in the room. Accolon stated that the owner had gathered the members of the nightly squad. Then Lucy asked why Chris didn't call them during the fight. According to the man, everyone wanted to fight with him. Frowning, Chris thought that the knights truly didn't understand why their captain was fighting alone, and didn't call them. He then explained that the enemy was targeting him, so it became a personal matter, and besides, there was only one coward against him. Chris admitted that he didn't know the army rules, but he felt it was wrong to suppress an enemy challenge by force of numbers. After these words, Accolon sighed and declared that he understood and accepted the master's explanation. Cowlf noted that nothing could be done about it now, but next time the captain shouldn't have fun alone. Smiling, Lucy said that he turned out to be an exemplary knight, if you think about it. The enemy did not even expect to meet such an opponent. Chris breathed a sigh of relief and thought that, fortunately, everyone liked his answer. Then he remembered that yesterday he had been in too much of a hurry and had not had time to check the trophies he had received. Having decided to examine everything carefully, the hero suddenly noticed a blue notebook among the things and was surprised. He asked what it was. Lucy was surprised that the captain would even ask such a question. The man stated that this thing did not fit in with the rest at all. These were rather recordings of accomplices, rather than enemies of humanity like vultures. He was particularly surprised by the entries about the Human Research Center and a certain Pastor Lee. At that moment, Accolon entered with a freshly prepared pizza. The knight sincerely hoped that the owner would like the dish. Laughing, the hero replied that he would be fine with anything, as long as it wasn't mint chocolate. As Chris continued to chew, he thought about the Human Research Center and Pastor Lee, all of which gave him a very bad feeling. The next morning, Chris went to the academy. He had an appointment with Shelley today. During sparring, the girl used powerful techniques and delivered devastating blows. However, Chris successfully repelled all of her attacks, not allowing himself to be caught off guard. Shelley fought desperately, trying to get the guy into a hold. Their devastating collision sent sparks flying in all directions. Without holding back, Chris used all his strength to strike. After another devastating attack, Shelley was thrown far to the side. To protect herself from the hero's powerful blow, the girl used a defensive technique and repelled the attack. Exhaling heavily, she asked who he even was and inquired why he used a new fighting style every day. Chris frowned at her and asked if there was a problem with that. Shelley replied that she was simply amazed by what was happening. She explained that even mastering one martial art is incredibly difficult, and yet he somehow changes his style literally every day. Then Chris remembered that all this was happening thanks to the versatile fighting talent of the Knight Grandel. After 3 days of Taekwondo training, he was already able to perform a 540-degree turning kick. His technique improved literally every day, allowing him to achieve incredible results. Chris asked if he should stop since she didn't like it, but Shelley replied that she just wanted him to attack with full force. Chris chuckled and said he would grant her wish if she managed to break through his defenses. The next moment, the girl recoiled in horror, seeing strange and frightening shadows behind his back. Shelley looked at Chris in surprise, trying to figure out what exactly she had just seen. Rubbing her eyes and head, Shelley wondered who exactly had appeared behind Chris just a moment ago. The girl then said that she needed to rest a little first, and Chris responded that he himself wouldn't mind some water. Taking out the bottle, Chris calmly took a few sips while the girl continued to watch him closely. She thought about what she had always known. This man was a very unusual awakened one. After the sparring, Chris was accompanied by Shelley, and he asked her why she followed him everywhere and if she had no friends. The girl replied that the heavenly class cannot have friends. Any relationship can turn into a confrontation between guilds. Surprised, Chris asked where they were even going. Shelley then asked him what he usually did during his breaks, since he worked at the academy and probably didn't go out much. After thinking for a bit, the hero replied that he spends most of his time at home and sometimes he goes out with colleagues for get-togethers. Shelley then asked if he had never wanted anything in his teens or early 20s. Chris said he lived in a shelter, then was sent to an adult dormitory, and after the army he got a job at the academy and started working there. With a heavy sigh, Shelley admitted that she thought that everything would change once she reached adulthood, and that it would all come down to working for money. Suddenly, Chris noticed a female academy student watching them suspiciously. He thought that she was sent from the Blue Dragon Guild, since a laborer who appeared out of nowhere might look suspicious. At that moment, Shelley suddenly leaned against the display case and excitedly announced that the new Beowulf gloves had finally arrived. This was the original model with an improved modification, wave attack capability, and voice control. After that, Shelley asked what he usually took into the dungeons. Chris replied that he used the usual association kit. Shelley then asked about his weapon, and Chris replied that he used a regular steel sword. The hero thought that the golden armor was quite enough for him, but he said out loud that he was just about to look for something suitable. And then Shelley suggested they go shopping and see what exactly he might need. Chris tried to refuse, saying it wasn't necessary, but soon they were inside the store. The girl explained that even if he didn't plan to become a hunter, he still needed at least 3 types of weapons. Chris replied that his class didn't use ranged or thrown weapons, so Shelley suggested a spear, sword, and staff as options. After that, the girl asked what equipment he usually bought and then recommended Hephaestus's workshop. Chris asked if she didn't like Beowulf herself, but she replied that she was just looking at them and then suggested going up to the 8th floor. Along the way, she explained that Hephaestus is the god of fire and blacksmithing from Greek mythology. An apostle of Hephaestus, one of the 12 constellations of Olympus, he ruled over artisans and became the world's leading weapons manufacturer. Meanwhile, the seller smiled and declared that there were no cheap consumer goods here, but only unique, one-of-a-kind items. Shelley explained that the artisans associated with the constellation create individual weapons, so each item will be unique. Chris thought this kind of marketing fit perfectly with the romantic perception of the awakened. The girl then reminded him that he would need a sword, a spear, and a mace, both one-handed and two-handed. The seller hastened to assure them that items of non-legendary and non-heroic rank were quite inexpensive. The man added that all legendary and heroic weapons created in Hephaestus's workshop usually choose their own owner. Chris thought that such a gun shop looked rather strange. The owners probably had a hard time finding decent people. The girl replied that she really wanted to try, and then added that her uncle would also take part. Hearing this, the hero thought that it would be better for him not to interfere at all. He understood that it was a matter of time before his name would become legendary. Chris tried to refuse, but Shelley stated that a good weapon was the dream of any awakened one. In response, Chris said that it was much more important to develop one's own skills rather than rely on weapons, but the girl suggested that he at least try. Frowning, the hero thought that the two were simply making fun of him and wondered since when Shelley had become an employee of Olympus. Suddenly his gaze fell on an unusual spear. Chris came closer to examine it more closely. He reached out, not understanding how exactly to get the weapon. Chris even thought that perhaps it would be enough to simply open the display case and take it. At that moment, the seller shouted that the item was not for sale and explained that it was the Titan stake, a divine artifact created by Hephaestus. After fearfully thinking that he had almost given himself away, the hero quickly realized that his stats had indeed already reached SS rank. After this, Chris quickly walked away from the display case. The seller stated that there were many other types of weapons for him here. Continuing their walk, they looked at the equipment on display in the shop windows. Meanwhile, the seller turned to Kalu Titan and asked if he was unhappy. The weapon replied that it had come here for the first time to meet the man who could become its master. Then the artifact added regretfully that the man was already about to leave, and suddenly the seller's hand fell on Chris's shoulder. The man stopped the boy and asked to talk, saying that he wanted to offer him something special. The man then ordered that he be taken to a VIP room, guaranteeing confidentiality and emphasizing that this offer would be profitable. The seller asked not to underestimate the master's eye. He knows nothing about the guy, but he understands the way he looked at the weapon. Carefully pulling on his white gloves, the salesman announced that this was exactly the weapon Chris wanted. The man then asked him to lift the artifact, warning that if the spear fell, it would easily pierce the ceiling of all 8 floors of the building. The hero thought that the legendary weapon sensed his abilities, and Chris wondered if he could really lift it. He then carefully reached out to the Titan stake and tried to lift it. When Chris raised the spear above his head, he was truly delighted and joyfully shouted that it was simply incredible. The salesman smiled and said that this was exactly what he expected, and according to the man, his eyes are never wrong. He then added that Chris was now their client, after which the seller explained that the weapon was made of divine steel. Chris pointed out that such a weapon must cost a lot of money, and the seller calmly stated that he would simply give it away for free. A surprised Chris asked if the artifact wasn't worth at least $1 billion. The seller chuckled and replied that he was talking about hundreds of billions, and explained that no one except Hephaestus was capable of melting steel. After thanking the man, Chris asked him to keep everything a secret, and the seller swore on the name of Hephaestus that he would not tell anyone anything. After visiting the store, Chris and Shelley went to a nearby cafe. Sitting at the table, the girl devoured the sushi with great pleasure, which seemed incredibly delicious to her. Chris angrily asked her to be quieter, but Shelley only ordered another serving of sushi. Looking at her, the hero wondered when she would finally be full. If anyone saw her now, they would think she hadn't been fed for a whole week. When Chris opened the system panel, he discovered that 4 people were already following him, and he couldn't figure out who was following him and why. Moreover, this surveillance was so clumsy that it began to irritate him. Meanwhile, one of the girls realized that she had been noticed. She decided to use scanning magic while Chris sat still. However, the spell did not work. The system told her that the check was impossible, since the target had powerful protection. The surprised girl was amazed. She could not understand how an ordinary employee could have such strong protection. Then the student began to think that this Chris was clearly not as simple as he seemed, and suggested that he might be the Golden Knight. After the cafe, Chris declared that they had had a good time and that it was now time to return to the academy. However, Shelley responded that it was not about having fun, but about leveling up. Soon, walking down the corridor, Chris thought that these mosquitoes would soon disappear, but soon realized that there were even more of them. Now there were 10 people watching him, and the people passing by were discussing the news about the Golden Knight, who still had not been found. Thinking about it, Chris couldn't understand where this unpleasant feeling was coming from, because he had acted extremely carefully. Then Chris decided to check the news. In the news he saw an official appeal to the Golden Knight. Seeing this, Chris cursed, realizing that everyone now knew about the appearance of the Golden Knight. The system informed him that the armor's defensive function was blocking scanning magic, ability analysis, and skill level measurement. Chris had no idea how to prove to others that he was not a Golden Knight. Luckily, people haven't started going on full-scale hunts or doing anything too outlandish yet. Looking around carefully, Chris decided that he still had one way out. With a determined look, Chris headed for the exit, intending to carry out his plan. He then went to the White Knight Guild office to meet with Iris. When Chris entered, he greeted the guild leader. Surprised, Iris asked what happened and why he came. Putting his finger to his lips, the hero asked them to speak more quietly, because they could be heard. With a smile, the guild leader replied that he shouldn't worry. The guild not only uses security, but also resistance magic. Breathing a sigh of relief, the hero noted that in that case he was indeed very lucky. Looking at him with a smile, Iris asked what happened to the recently awakened Golden Knight. Then the girl admitted that she should have understood everything back then, when he brought her a huge number of magic stones. Clutching his head, the hero realized that she had already guessed everything, which meant he needed help. The guild leader chuckled and said that she wasn't going to let the golden goose go to waste, so she would definitely help him. Chris explained that the suspicions of those around him led directly to him. The very participation of an ordinary employee in the expedition looked suspicious. Iris then asked why he didn't just register officially and debut as a hunter. However, Chris replied that he wanted to live a quiet life, and warned that if she continued to suggest such nonsense, he would leave Seoul. The guild leader then suggested disabling his armor's protective function, but Chris replied that this would expose his characteristics. After thinking for a while, Iris said that she could think of something. She had the Eye of Judgment and was studying blocking magic. However, she noted that they needed to come up with a plausible reason for what was happening, and asked what class he belonged to. Chris wondered if all awakened ones really had a class. He didn't understand why he hadn't gotten one yet. After some thought, Chris replied that he was a knight who specialized in close combat. Smiling, Iris declared that from that day on, their guild would officially be watching over the Golden Knight. Chris couldn't help but laugh as he imagined himself hunting the Golden Knight. He then admitted that this was indeed a great way out of the situation, and that the guild leader was a real genius. After leaving the office, the hero thought that the conversation had gone quite well, after which he decided that it was time to start the hunt. At that moment, Chris noticed out of the corner of his eye that the same student was following him again. Turning the corner, the hero suddenly started running in the opposite direction. The surprised girl cautiously peered around the corner, trying to figure out what to do next. At that moment, Chris jumped high into the air and hung in the air right above her head. The unsuspecting student continued to look around in confusion, trying to figure out where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, Chris landed right in front of the surprised girl. He punched the wall and declared angrily that she had been getting on his nerves all day. Looking sternly at the student, the hero added that he had finally caught the newcomer, and the girl asked in surprise how exactly he had figured her out. In response, Chris explained that he also worked at the academy, so it would be simply strange not to notice such poor surveillance. Looking at him with fear, the student asked in a trembling voice what he wanted. Chris replied that he needed information, then he reminded her that she had been in contact with someone else while being followed. The girl replied fearfully that she actually knew almost nothing. Then Chris hit the wall with his fist even harder and repeated his question. He threatened to send her one way straight to the afterlife. The hero asked if she was finally ready to tell everything, but the frightened girl screamed in horror that she really didn't know anything. Chris then remarked that the willingness to give one's life for the guild deserved respect. After this, he stated that he would not ask any more questions, since there were other people. Hearing this, the student quickly handed him her phone and showed him the group chat. After reading the correspondence, the hero saw that no one knew anything about the Golden Knight. Real chaos reigned among the vultures. Meanwhile, the girl fearfully asked him to just look at the information and let her go. Then Chris calmly allowed her to leave and returned the phone. The student quickly thanked him. Continuing with his plan, Chris quickly disappeared and moved on. However, Chris soon suddenly appeared behind the other pursuer and sharply demanded information. He tried to run away, but Chris grabbed him tightly by the shoulder. The frightened guy said that he understood everything, after which he immediately handed him the phone. Chris thought he was being rude when he took the device, but it was perfect for spreading rumors about him and deflecting suspicion. A week later, the Hunters Association conference room was discussing the situation following Mateo's death. Hunters Association President Vincent said Pastor Lee had already begun preparing to run for office. However, he was immediately interrupted by the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, who stated that this issue was not on the agenda at all. The head of the association thought to himself that the bastards from the guilds immediately shut up as soon as a conversation they didn't like started. However, the man stated that he would then move on to the main issue, after which he announced that the association and the government had made a decision. According to a new statement, the Golden Knight who stole the victory of an S-rank demon worshipper has been declared an S-rank criminal. Vincent also warned that an official statement would be published within a week. He also advised anyone who was hiding the Golden Knight as a trump card or employee to think carefully about the consequences. Iris thought that all this was happening only because they themselves could not get it. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Slaughter, located in the D-rank dungeon, monsters were devouring people. Terrible monsters with horns and glowing green eyes mercilessly destroyed everyone around them. Suddenly, a deadly sword appeared at the neck of one of the disgusting creatures. The Golden Knight declared that today was a lucky day since all the monsters had gathered here at the same time. Seeing him, the monster joyfully cried out for fresh meat and prepared to hunt. With cries that it was time to send the enemy to the next world, the monsters rushed to attack the Golden Knight. Having taken out the Titan Spear, Chris decided to test it in combat for the first time. The enraged monster bared his teeth, stuck out his ugly green tongue and rushed at the guy. Then the Golden Knight swung his new weapon and delivered a powerful blow. Furiously waving the Titan's spear, the hero scattered the bloodthirsty monsters in all directions. His blow caused the deadly sword to fall from the clutches of the attacking monster. The Titan's spear glowed brightly, spreading destructive energy. The Golden Knight then continued to strike blow after blow, destroying the remaining monsters. The enraged monsters roared loudly and attacked the guy from all sides, but the knight easily repelled the enemy attacks. Swinging powerfully, Chris cut down 2 monsters at once with one blow. The defeated monsters scattered in all directions, leaving behind precious crystals. Looking at the piles of destroyed monsters, Chris noted that the Titan's spear instantly killed enemies with one blow. He then admitted that he really liked the weapon. Crocbane said he would also like to receive such a weapon. Lucy congratulated the commander on finding his perfect match, and Calf added that the knight had finally found his true weapon. Opening the dialogue window, Chris realized that it was the oath that he needed to take in order to become a true knight. The golem asked whether an armed band of robbers could be called knights, since a knight is a person who has taken an oath to protect others. Lucy suggested that the commander take any oath he wanted, and they would still be there until the very end. Chris didn't understand why everyone was making such a fuss about it, and he thought that he wasn't going to live to save the world or anything like that. Moving further into the dungeon, Chris noticed strange pentagrams on the ceiling. Having decided to find out what this place was, the hero opened the huge door. In front of him was a temple filled with a huge number of creepy and ugly demons. The Temple of Slaughter boss grinned as he saw the loot that had just come into his hands. Then the knight declared that today would be the last day for the demon. He promised that in the name of knightly honor, justice would be served today. In response, the demon declared that the enemy had a gift for Gab, and then suggested enjoying the festival. After this, an ominous laugh echoed throughout the temple. The demon laughed loudly and shouted that he was overflowing with energy. Standing behind the owner, Crocbane warned him to be careful with magic. Meanwhile, the demon boss, his empty eye sockets glaring with rage, ordered his warriors to attack. In response, the Golden Knight also ordered his team to move forward. Bloodthirsty monsters with drawn swords rushed to the attack, screaming about the beginning of a meat feast. At the same time, the faithful knights, together with their commander, rushed to destroy the demons. Having drawn the Titan Spear, the Golden Knight began to deal devastating blows, his team working together to destroy the bloodthirsty monsters. Crockbane remarked to his master that it seemed that special caution was not needed here at all, in response to Chris that he did not feel any difference. Meanwhile, the bodies of the destroyed demons were already lying at the feet of the boss. The enraged demon promised to show the knights his most powerful magic. Hearing this, Chris dealt a powerful blow to the demon boss, the terrifying Titan Spear piercing through the demon and crushing it. The system reported that he had cleared the D-rank dungeon of the Temple of the Slaughter King, and after receiving the reward, the exit would open. Also, this time the reward would be a random heroic crate, and the Golden Knight thought that was a good trend. At that moment, the phone rang, and Chris saw Iris's name on the screen. Meanwhile, a party was taking place in the banquet hall on the roof of the Kaesong Special Hotel. Beautiful girls played wonderful music on musical instruments. Pastor Lee, a devil worshipper of the King of Carnage constellation, welcomed the guests of honor and introduced the main course of the evening. In front of him stood a huge platter with an incredible amount of meat. The monsters looked at Pastor Lee's new creation and thought it looked very appetizing. Afterwards, Pastor Lee lovingly declared that he had prepared this dish especially for the archdemon beasts guarding the Slaughter King. The animals ate their food slowly, savoring every bite, and they admitted that Pastor Lee's culinary skills were impressive. The terrifying monsters ate the prepared dishes with pleasure and praised the pastor. Watching the archdemons enjoying their meal, Pastor Lee thought that everything was going exactly as he had planned. After some time, only bones remained from the food. Then the pastor thanked all the apostles for coming to the opening. The man reminded that the Human Research Center was opening today and said he wanted to make an offer to the guests. He explained that the research center was studying and cloning awakened beings to create the perfect squad of apostles. However, due to current supply problems, they will likely not be able to prepare enough victims. Hearing this, the apostles became furious. They declared that such a thing was impossible and demanded to know how the pastor was managing everything. Smiling, the pastor calmly replied that the fastest way to solve the problem was hunting. Then, one of the archdemons irritably noted that the pastor still needed their help. However, the pastor objected that he would never dare ask for help. He had prepared a hunting competition as entertainment. Moreover, the man reminded that this is a special right of the ruler of these lands. And since we are talking about entertainment, there must be a worthy reward that can spark the interest of the participants. The apostles began to ask what kind of reward was being discussed and what the pastor had prepared for the winners. Pastor Lee then explained that the first reward would be a Fury Potion, which would increase all stats by 1 rank for an hour. The second reward was an Evolution Potion, which the man said would help the recipient become an SS rank apostle. The archdemon beasts were immediately interested in the opportunity to advance to SS rank. They were also attracted by the prospect of gaining instant experience in just 5 years. After this, the pastor announced the rules of the competition. Whoever catches the most live prey will receive an Evolution Potion. Second and third place will be awarded with Fury Potions, and the competition itself will last 1 week. The terrifying demons immediately rushed away, arguing among themselves about who would take first place and demonstrate the greatest strength. After the apostles left, Pastor Lee called his subordinates and ordered them to clean up the premises. Then he ordered to prepare for the reception of the awakened ones, who would be brought by the archdemonic beasts. Meanwhile, Chris came to the White Knight Guild office to meet with the guild leader. Chris was furious to hear that the Hunters Association considered him a demon worshipper. In response, Iris explained that such a reaction was completely natural, since everyone wanted to get an S rank awakened into their guild. Chris angrily stated that it was ridiculous. He saved them from an S rank demon worshipper, and yet he was being treated like a criminal. Frowning, Iris warned him that from now on he was not to wear the golden armor except in truly dangerous situations. Chris sighed heavily and replied that he understood her, after which he prepared to leave. Walking down the corridor, the hero thought that he had always considered guilds to be dangerous places, but he had never imagined how bad everything was. Now, in a week, he will be officially declared a demon worshipper, which means a solution needs to be found urgently. After some time, the academy students went on an internship. Shelley said that she would be clearing out enemies in close combat, while the rest of the party would be better off focusing on ranged attacks on the monsters. One of the students agreed that if a representative of the heavenly class said so, then it really was a good idea. The girl then asked everyone to check their equipment again, and she also reminded them that the guild would be looking after their things. Along with the students on the bus were the gloomy fighters of the White Knight Guild. One of the students remarked that they looked reliable. Another admitted that this was his first time going into a dungeon, so he was very nervous. A week earlier, the Academy's director, Eleanor, announced that the main quality the Academy values this year is unity. For this reason, the vacation assignment was changed. Instead of going with the guild, students were sent on an independent dungeon expedition. Each group must have one representative of the celestial class, two representatives of the earthly class, and three students of the human class. Chris then told Shelley that she would have a hard time because she was a member of the heavenly class and would automatically be given the role of leader. The guards then announced that they would guard the entrance and hoped for the students' safe return. Shelley frowned, thinking that she was being treated like a child. The girl couldn't wait to graduate from the academy. Soon the bus with students arrived at its destination. After this, the students headed towards the entrance to the dungeon, Shelley walking ahead of the group. Having reached the right place, the girl shouted to her comrades that she could already see the entrance. She then asked if everyone was ready, and after confirmation, announced that it was time to go inside. Meanwhile, the White Knight Guild staff sat calmly on the bus and waited for the students to return. However, suddenly the alarm went off and a danger signal spread throughout the area. The surprised guards tried to figure out what exactly the radar had detected and why the alarm had been activated so suddenly. They soon discovered that an S-rank monster was rapidly approaching them, and the guards shouted that they needed to run immediately. One of the guards reported in horror that the monster was already very close and ordered an immediate call to the head of the guild. At the same time, the current situation was being discussed in the Hunters Association Hall. According to Vincent's report, there are currently 7 S-rank monsters and several A and B-rank monsters near the borders of Seoul. The common feature of all these creatures was that they were beast-type archdemons. The hunters didn't understand the meaning of 7 S-rank creatures appearing at once. Then Guildmaster Sol noticed that it all started right after Mateo's destruction. In response, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild reminded him that it was not they who destroyed him, but the man in golden armor. After this, Guildmaster Sol defiantly declared that the Blue Dragon still couldn't have handled it on his own. Then the Minister of Defense shouted at them to stop arguing immediately, reminding them that a state of emergency had already been declared in the country. The hunters stated that the Awakened were the main resource in the fight against the archdemons. The army only had to buy time. The military indignantly asked if the hunters really intended to use the army as bait. Listening to the endless arguments from all sides, the head of the Hunters Association, Vincent, grabbed his head. At this time, Chris was relaxing peacefully at home. Lazily stretching, the hero left the bedroom and headed to the kitchen. Akalon was already waiting for him there with a cup of freshly brewed coffee. The knight noticed that the master had worked late the previous night and had only gone to bed around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The reason was the report about the dungeon, so today Chris could finally relax a little. Akalon then handed the cup to his master, offering him coffee to help him wake up completely. Slowly sipping his drink, Chris thought that there was nothing more pleasant than morning coffee. However, suddenly he heard an insistent knock on the door. Chris shouted for them to wait a minute because he was coming out now. After this, he turned to Akalon and asked him to go into the sanctuary for a while. When the door opened, Chris was surprised to see the guild leader out of breath. The woman immediately asked why he wasn't answering his calls. She then asked him if he had seen the news, but Chris replied that he had just woken up. Then Iris declared that now was not the time to yawn because a state of emergency had already been declared in the country. Chris thanked her for coming to tell him about it in person and said that they needed to go to the academy's shelter in the south immediately. However, at that moment, the guild leader grabbed his hand and asked in surprise if he was just going to run away. Chris calmly confirmed that this was exactly what he intended to do, and then asked where else he should go. Looking at the women, he wondered what exactly she expected from him. Chris recalled that he had only recently started visiting dangerous dungeons. Then Iris suddenly shouted that Shelley had gone into the dungeon, and upon hearing this, the hero's face changed dramatically. The woman showed him the phone and told him that S-rank monsters, 7 archdemon beasts, and many others had appeared in the north. After reading the news, Chris asked where exactly Shelley was now. Iris explained that her daughter had gone to the northern dungeon to complete a training mission and was now unable to contact her. Chris grabbed the woman by the shoulders and asked again if Shelley was really in the dungeon now, and then asked what the Hunters Association was doing. Iris replied that there was an emergency meeting going on there at the moment, but no one could make a decision. Everything happened too suddenly. After these words, tears appeared in the woman's eyes. She begged Chris to save Shelley. Frowning, the hero turned away and declared that he could do nothing. However, the guild leader continued to ask him for help, saying that her daughter was all she had. Then Chris sighed heavily and warned that he should not be blamed for the result later. He said that he had never encountered S-rank monsters before. Hearing this, Iris thanked him hopefully for agreeing to help. Meanwhile, a huge amount of military equipment was already being pulled up to the northern border of Seoul. The soldiers watched the rapidly approaching archdemons through binoculars. One of the soldiers reported that the Iberico archdemon beast was located ahead, approximately 1,800 meters away. The captain immediately ordered to open fire and put all equipment on combat alert. The approaching archdemon Iberico laughed loudly, noticing that the people had gathered in one place, thus making his task easier. He easily deflected the projectiles flying at him and mockingly thought that people really believed that such toys could stop him. The monster then deflected one of the shells back towards the tanks. The shell fell directly on a military vehicle, causing a powerful explosion that destroyed the equipment parked nearby. The archdemon declared that it was time for the hunt. He allowed the monsters to do whatever they wanted with the people, but to leave the awakened ones to him. Then the bloodthirsty monsters rushed at the people, destroying everyone in their path. The enraged archdemon easily crushed military equipment with his huge fists. He threw tanks around as if they were toy cars. Everything around exploded and was engulfed in flames. The military desperately tried to hold back the archdemons, raining down an endless stream of shells on them. Then Iberico shouted furiously that people were becoming too annoying and used the crush technique. Immediately after that, he used the Roar of Doom. The terrifying roar of the monster scattered all military equipment in different directions. Military pilots attempted to attack the monster from the air, but the Roar of Doom disabled them. The planes began to fall to the ground and explode one after another, and Iberico watched the destruction with a satisfied grin. The captain watched in horror as the entire might of the army turned to ashes. At that moment his phone vibrated. He received a message from the guilds. The Blue Dragon Guild asked him to hold out a little longer. The soldiers desperately shouted that they would endure because they believed in the Blue Dragon Guild. Meanwhile, Dwayne informed Joshua that the fighters from the Soul Guild were unexpectedly fighting fiercely, although they usually prefer to retreat. Then the leader explained that the enemy's goal was not to destroy the city, but to hunt the awakened, and they needed to hold out for a week. The main focus should be on hunting S-rank monsters to increase levels. He also stated that the guild leader should become Korea's first S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, the monsters looked around the battlefield and decided that they had already destroyed everyone who was there. It was at this moment that the exit from the dungeon where the academy students were training opened. The tired students calmly walked outside through the portal. One of the guys remarked that they did well, although the dungeon turned out to be difficult and the number of monsters here was on a different level. Shelley asked with a slight smile if it had really been that hard. However, the girl suddenly looked around and realized that the security trailer was nowhere to be found. Shelley warned everyone to be careful because the absence of the trailer meant that something strange had happened nearby. The girl then ordered everyone to drink the potion and remain careful. One of the frightened students suggested that a monster might have appeared here. Shelley tried unsuccessfully to call security and was at a loss as to what to do next. It was at that moment that her phone suddenly rang, Iris excitedly asking if they had entered the dungeon. The girl replied that they had just gone outside, but the trailer was nowhere to be found. Then the head of the guild shouted that there was no time at all and they needed to leave there immediately. She advised them to find a weak dungeon. The boys asked in confusion what was going on, and Shelley replied that if their mother ordered an evacuation, then the situation was abnormal. After this, the girls suggested getting to the dungeon as quickly as possible, but at that moment, they heard a loud crowing. The archdemon beast. Leghorn noticed the group and happily declared that a whole set of awakened ones stood before him. Shocked, Shelley immediately realized that they were facing an archdemon, and the girl realized that they now needed to save themselves. She remembered that the archdemon beasts were directly under the Slaughter King, and were the strongest S-rank monsters. Meanwhile, Leghorn mockingly stated that even a monkey runs away if he realizes that he cannot win, and people are too stupid. Then Shelley shouted to her comrades to run without looking back, and she would deal with this cock-like freak herself. Hearing this, the archdemon laughed loudly, surprised that the girl was actually going to fight him. With all her strength, Shelley used the judge's truth technique, and Leghorn was stunned. He didn't expect such a thing from such a pathetic girl. Then the monster remarked that it would be even better if she were an apostle of some constellation. He explained that this ability could not be destroyed by force alone, because it resembled the law of limitation. After this, the archdemon added that it was impolite to fight without introducing one's name and constellation. The rooster then introduced himself as Leghorn, one of the archdemon beasts, and an apostle of the Slaughter King who guarded his domain. Shelley thought she had bought time for the others, so the girl introduced herself as Shelley, the apostle of the constellation of balance. However, at that very moment, a huge fist appeared right in front of her. Trying to dodge the blow, the girl did not understand when the monster managed to approach. With all her might, she tried to hold back the onslaught of the bloodthirsty monster. Shelley quickly realized that she could no longer cope with the monster. The difference in their strength was too great. After another blow, the girl fell unconscious right onto the grass. Leghorn noted with pleasure that she had not yet died. He then slung it over his shoulder, deciding that a child who could master such a technique would be well rewarded. However, the archdemon heard someone call him a chickenhead, and a knight stood in front of him who ordered him to put the girl down. Leghorn asked in surprise what this ridiculous fashion for golden armor was. Chris stated that they call him chickenhead because he is mentally ill, but they are not here to judge each other. The enraged archdemon shouted that this impudent little human was of a higher rank than that girl, but because of his insolence he would still be destroyed. At this time, Chris thought that the enemy, although he did not look so terrible, was really very strong. Leghorn then stated that since Chris had not run away when he saw him, he should at least state his name. However, the knight replied that he did not have a name for an animal that touched children, so he could just call him the Night Knight. After these words, the enraged Leghorn threw Shelley aside and rushed to attack the nameless Golden Knight. The girl fell to the ground with a crash and flew to the side. Seeing this, Chris thought that the archdemon was just a pathetic creature, because he abandoned Shelley in order to try to grab both of them at once. To meet the monster face to face, the hero pulled out the Titan's spear. Feeling that the blow had reached its target, the hero thought with satisfaction that he had hit the bull's eye. The crushing blow sent Leghorn's feathers flying in all directions. Chris then quickly ran to Shelley and tried to bring the girl to her senses, asking her to wake up. At that moment, the archdemon screamed furiously that he would not forgive this. Then Chris called his team and ordered Lucy to take Shelley to safety, and the rest, together with him, to engage in battle with the monster. After this, the Golden Knight swung his Titan spear furiously, delivering a powerful blow. Swinging with all his might, he rushed at Leghorn and ordered him to go to the next world. However, the monster folded its huge hands in front of itself and managed to stop the guy's blow, after which it firmly grabbed the Titan's spear. Chris was surprised at how easily the archdemon blocked his attack. Chris then turned to his team and shouted at them to attack faster. Meanwhile, Leghorn continued to hold the Titan's spear tightly, and Chris himself faced him in a direct confrontation of strength. At this point, Kalf rushed into the attack and joyfully declared that he finally had a chance to fight a worthy opponent. However, at that moment, the terrifying monster was joined by other bloodthirsty monsters. Thus began the deadly battle between the Golden Knight's team and the terrifying monsters. Chris cursed and shouted that this chickenhead was a coward, and called his subordinates. An enraged Leghorn responded by yelling at the man to look at himself first, while simultaneously releasing a huge stream of energy. The demon promised that Chris would now feel his power, after which he dealt a powerful blow. Chris barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the monster. Reflecting Leghorn's deadly attacks, the hero responded with blows from the Titan's spear. At the same time, he realized that this monster was very different from all the opponents he had encountered before. Chris realized that without the new weapon, he would have been in a very difficult situation long ago. Looking at Leghorn looming over him, the hero thought that he still had a small chance. Preparing for another clash, he swung the Titan spear again. Then the enraged archdemon screamed, demanding that he tell his real name and stop pretending to be an ordinary person. In response, Chris smirked and asked what was wrong. He mockingly suggested that Leghorn was simply too weak. After these words, the archdemon became even more furious and shouted how this pathetic little man even dared to talk like that. The monster attacked the Golden Knight furiously, but Chris managed to land a powerful blow. Chris couldn't believe how Leghorn's attack started to slow down. He realized that the power of his skill was probably finally showing. Meanwhile, the shocked monster screamed that this was impossible, because he had been wounded by an ordinary person. Then the Golden Knight rushed to attack again, but the archdemon suddenly put his paw forward and asked the man to stop. It was at that moment that Chris heard a voice behind him, mockingly remarking that it looked quite cute. Turning around, Chris saw the archdemon Przewalski, who mockingly declared that he could not even imagine such a scene. Leghorn immediately demanded that Przewalski help him, but the monster replied that he was ashamed to watch him lose to a man. Hearing this, the hero realized with relief that these two were clearly not real comrades. An enraged Leghorn shouted that then he would show what he was capable of. In response, Przewalski irritably declared that the chickenhead would only be able to speak after victory. Then the archdemon turned his gaze back to the Golden Knight. He said that a person should consider it an honor to see the ascension of the Phoenix. Usually, this power could only be seen in the King of Slaughter's hall or during battle with him. The next moment, the monster released powerful internal energy, and its entire body was engulfed in flames. Chris was stunned because he never expected that the monster could evolve right during the battle. Then the young man raised his weapon and turned to the heavens. He was going to prove with this blow that he was a star standing on the earth. Meanwhile, Leghorn furiously released his deadly claws and ordered the knight to take his time, as he had not even completed the transformation yet. Przewalski immediately shouted that Leghorn was really a chickenhead if he thought that the enemy would wait for the transformation to complete. At this moment, Chris swung his sword and used the Heavenly Lord's sword stream. He then unleashed the Earth Star Flare technique, a huge stream of destructive energy striking straight at the archdemon. After the attack, a giant dark crater remained in the place of the monster. Looking at the interface, the hero realized that the enemy was still alive. The red dot continued to glow. Suddenly, a huge paw with deadly claws appeared from under a pile of stones. Leghorn, who had emerged from the rubble, shouted that the man should not even hope that he had died. Looking at the monster, the hero realized that, despite the hit from his most powerful technique, the transformation had still been completed. Chris clutched his gun and thought that the longer he thought about it, the less chance he had. The enraged archdemon screamed that he would no longer tolerate this humiliation and demanded that the man witness the true power of the phoenix. After this, the monster dealt the fatal blow, ordering the knight to go to the next world. Chris barely dodged and immediately realized how much faster the enemy had become. Looking around, he tried to figure out where Leghorn had disappeared to. Suddenly Chris heard a voice behind him, the monster asking if he was looking for him. The next moment, the archdemon unleashed a powerful blow, destroying everything around. The Golden Knight collapsed to the ground. The hero realized that if the battle continued at this pace, he would die. Meanwhile, Leghorn extended a clawed paw towards him and furiously asked how the pathetic man dared to humiliate him. Przewalski noted that the chicken head had finally managed to achieve its goal. If he had managed to do so, then let him take the spoils for himself. In response, Leghorn ordered him to shut up and promised to slowly devour the Golden Knight. The monster tore the guy's helmet off and said that he would first eat his eyes, then tear off his arms and legs, and then eat the man alive. Looking at the monster, Chris thought that he could really die right here, and Leghorn mockingly asked if it hurt. And it was at that moment that the system congratulated the young man on reaching level 39. Then the Golden Knight looked at the monster and decided that he was not going to give up. He declared that he would still see who would eat whom. After this, Chris suddenly grabbed the surprised archdemon by the beak and it shattered into pieces, with the fragments flying in all directions. The shocked archdemon released his enemy from his clutches in surprise. Chris then thanked his knights, realizing that it was thanks to their battle that he was able to raise his level. Crocbane replied that they were happy to help the owner, Calf added that he was lucky, and Accolon warned that it was too early to relax. Having drunk the elixir, the hero decided to first restore his strength. Meanwhile, Leghorn, clutching his broken beak, vowed to destroy the man. Stretching out its huge clawed paws, the monster screamed that it would send him to the next world. However, at that moment, Chris pointed a stake towards the enemy of the Titans and dealt a fatal blow. Leghorn fell to the ground with a crash, and Chris couldn't believe his eyes and even asked himself if he had really won. Then he turned to Przewalski and asked if he wanted to fight too. The archdemon calmly replied that he could join the fight if he wanted, but the man himself seemed to have no desire to continue the fight. Przewalski explained that he and Leghorn were not comrades, he simply forgot about his duties and began to fight for pleasure. Then Chris declared that he was leaving and taking all the items with him because they were worth the risk to his life. The archdemon replied that the man could be at peace, because all he had to do was eat the chickens that had lost their master. After this, Przewalski ordered his subordinates to begin the feast, and his monsters pounced on the surviving chicken-headed creatures. Watching this scene, the hero cursed furiously, calling them cruel bastards. At this moment, Crocbane carefully supported his master. He suggested that he take a little rest. Accolon praised his master, saying that the fight was magnificent, and Calf added that he would wake him up near the city. Sitting on Crocbane's back, Chris admitted that he was in terrible pain and vowed to never fight S-rank monsters again. Meanwhile, fierce fighting continued near the northern border of Seoul. The archdemon beast, Tosa Inu, ordered the monsters to quickly grab the people and not hesitate. His subordinates, their eyes flashing and their purple tongues sticking out, replied that they understood everything. The head of the White Knight Guild, using the Eye of Fate, watched the approaching enemies. Iris thought about how lucky they were that their opponents didn't know anything about the capabilities of her ability. She then reported that there were 2 B-rank monsters ahead, one resembling a Jindo and the other a Chihuahua, and an A-rank shepherd moving to the right. Meanwhile, the military again moved its equipment forward. The tanks took up defensive positions and were ready for battle. The commander shouted for everyone to immediately prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Iris, giving orders and trying to look into her daughter's Eye of Fate, desperately hoped that Shelley was still alive and well. At this point, Tosa Inu was informed that the Leghorn chicken head had been destroyed. He then added in an irritated tone that the horse-headed one was still there and devouring his subordinates, after which the archdemon ordered a retreat. A pack of bloodthirsty monsters immediately rushed after their commander. Tosa Inu shouted that now their new prey would be the servants of Leghorn. The soldier who was watching what was happening was stunned. He could not believe his own eyes. The monsters were really retreating. The man tried to figure out what exactly had caused the monsters to leave, and one of the fighters declared that, whatever the case, the battle was over. The surviving soldiers shouted with joy, realizing that they had managed to survive against all odds. Hearing that an S-rank monster had been destroyed, Iris wondered if the Golden Knight could have done it. Meanwhile, everyone at the Hunters Association was closely monitoring the development of the situation. The head of the association, Vincent, tried to understand why the monsters suddenly retreated. The military speculated that the archdemons might have had internal disagreements or problems. However, despite their departure, it was necessary to prepare for a new attack. Vincent stated that the situation remains unclear, but according to the data collected, it became clear that the monsters arrived here on the orders of Pastor Lee. The military wondered how they managed to mobilize the archdemons. These beasts could attack several more times. The death toll was already so high that it was impossible to count, and society would certainly begin to demand a rescue operation. Vincent noted that a full-scale operation against them would require at least 21 S-rank hunters. However, Joshua objected that there were no longer 7 monsters, but 6. He then brought up a video of their guild fighting the ram beast archdemon on the big screen. In the recording, the ram was screaming that the idiot Leghorn had died, and therefore he was not going to give up his prey to others in order to retreat. Watching the video, the hunters realized that one of the S-rank monsters had indeed been destroyed. The Blue Dragon leader said he noticed something important while studying satellite images. After that, he brought up a photograph of a huge explosion on the screen, in which the Golden Knight was clearly visible. Everyone present immediately realized that the Golden Knight had used the same technique that had previously defeated Mateo. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster said he was certain the Golden Knight was connected to the Archdemon's death. However, the question remained whether he acted alone or with a group. After some thought, the commander decided that it was still a group operation, but in any case, the Knight became an even more mysterious figure. The head of Olympus noted that if the truth came out after the announcement that the Knight was a demon worshipper, chaos would break out. Jorge stated that they would then have to hide everything, but the head of the Hunters Association objected that they should do the opposite. They were going to use public opinion to create a rescue squad. This would cause discontent, but there was no other way. Meanwhile, a wounded Chris arrived at the White Knight Guild office. Seeing the guy's condition, Iris was horrified. Chris said he went a bit overboard when he tried to save her daughter, but luckily Shelley was already in the hospital. The woman then told him to lie down and asked him to take off his clothes, and Chris immediately asked what exactly she was going to do. Iris frowned and replied that she had once been a doctor and wanted to assess his condition. The guild leader carefully removed his clothes, revealing numerous bruises and injuries. She then asked him to relax because she was going to conduct an examination. After examining the guy, the girl reported that he had multiple fractures, bruises, and internal bleeding. There really were a lot of wounds. However, none of them require surgery or regenerative treatment. He just needs to rest and use potions. Iris explained that his vitality was 910, which was already S rank. Chris was stunned by what he heard because he felt like his stats were closer to 1800. At this point, the system reported that the Golden Guardian's armor was damaged, so the Divine Beast enhancement was temporarily unavailable. Noticing his confusion, the girl told him not to worry. The healing of the awakened directly depends on the specifics of their skills. Besides, he had nothing to worry about. She had already deleted all the medical records from the hospital. While Chris was getting dressed, he thanked her for her help, and Iris responded by saying that he was the benefactor because he saved her daughter. Then the guild leader asked if she could ask him one question. Chris replied that he would agree if the question was not too unpleasant. Then the girl asked directly if it was he who destroyed Leghorn, since the archdemons retreated immediately after the news of the monster's death. She would like to think that it had nothing to do with saving Shelley, but everything pointed to the Golden Knight. Chris realized that he couldn't escape anymore, and admitted that he was just lucky to survive. During the fight, he thought he would die. Iris replied that she understood him and thanked him again for saving her daughter, and Chris said that he was now going to get a good night's sleep. He asked how many days he would have to spend on sick leave, and the girl explained that his recovery would be quick. Chris then decided to take potions and pills at home so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. The guild leader remarked that he was being very careful, and Chris replied that he didn't see anything wrong with that. With a smile, Iris said that he could do whatever he wanted and asked him to calm down. She deleted all the medical records. After this, Chris returned home to recover. Once home, the hero decided that since he was still considered sick and could not do anything, it was better to just rest. Sitting on the couch, Chris thought that it was very good that the armor was restored automatically. Then he turned on the TV and decided to rest quietly in order to get back to normal faster. At that moment, the thought struck Chris that he had forgotten something important. Covered in cold sweat, the hero screamed in fear, asking how the others were. Then Chris dumped a whole bunch of vials of recovery potions right on the bed. Once again inquiring about the well-being of his comrades, he suggested that they use potions if necessary. Soon his team appeared. Accolon said that he was already working on self-healing. Lucy said that she had enough power. Chris noted with relief that his companions had proven incredibly resilient, so the hero allowed them to do whatever they wanted today. At that moment, Kalf suddenly appeared nearby and looked at the guy mysteriously. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the knight asked if the contractor would regret his words. After this, whole mountains of dirty plates lined up in front of the team of knights. Finally, the well-fed and satisfied companions reported that they were completely full. Chris replied that he himself had already noticed the scale of their feast. He calculated to himself that he had spent 2.5 million won, and came to the conclusion that maintaining such a team was no joke. Opening the status window, the protagonist thought that at least it was good that he still had the reward for the quest. The system then offered him a reward for reaching level 40, for saving the girl, and a third for the battle and defeating the enemy. After some thought, Chris decided that since he had 3 awards at once, it would be worth getting the healing skill. However, at this point Calf intervened and stated that this was a bad idea. The surprised hero asked what exactly was wrong with this skill. His comrade replied that he would not tell him which skill to choose, but since he had chosen the path of courage, he must follow it. Chris looked at Calf in bewilderment, not fully understanding his words. Then the golem supported his interlocutor and noted that being perfect in one thing is much better than being mediocre in everything at once. Lucy supported the others, stating that he did not need healing magic. In her opinion, it would be much better to hire a professional healer. Chris couldn't understand why they were all trying to talk him out of it, so he asked what they would choose themselves. After this, the companions began to compete with each other in offering skills: Holy Heavenly Knight, Abyssal Knight, and Galactic Squad. The hero suddenly declared that he would like to learn horse riding, because they call him a knight, and he has never even ventured into other cities. When the skill window opened, Chris was overwhelmed by the number of available skills. The hero himself wanted to learn how to ride a dragon. Cal frowned and explained that dragons were indeed strong and resilient, and could be a huge advantage in battle. The golem added that dragons are reptiles, do not tolerate cold regions well, require food, and are expensive to maintain. After some thought, Chris came to the conclusion that dragons were too much trouble. Then Lucy noted that this did not mean there was no way out. She explained that a contract could be made immediately after taming. To do this, you must have both the summoning and riding skills. In addition, the creature must be an officially recognized summoned creature, then there will be no problems with maintenance. The girl added that it is better to start with a universal riding skill that is suitable for different creatures. Having realized what exactly he needed, Chris began searching for a suitable skill. Eventually, he discovered a legendary skill that could be used on any vehicle that could be ridden. Then he chose a unique skill, the art of summoning the magic knight Kalade. Chris wondered if he should summon the creature right now. However, summoning a magical or divine beast into an apartment will cause too much chaos, so it is better to postpone this until later. After opening the next reward window, Chris pressed the button to obtain the skill. The knight who defeated Leghorn receives an honorary reward. He was offered a choice between a symbol of honor, the wisdom of a subject, or physique, and the hero thought about the options. Physique enhanced physical strength and close combat against demons, while wisdom gave the ability to reason at the level of beasts. After some thought, the hero decided that there were too many variables in both options, so it would be better to choose an object. After using it, Chris was surprised to notice that the item both restored and enhanced equipment. Suddenly, Lucy shouted to the commander that the object's appearance had begun to change. The hero could not understand what was happening. Then the knights handed him a mirror, and Lucy asked if he liked the result. The golem added that the armor looked majestic. Chris sighed heavily, and decided that there was nothing he could do to change it anyway, so he should at least check the functionality. The system provided a description. The legendary essence of the Fallen Phoenix increased armor durability and enhanced the Vanishing Legacy skill. After reading the description, the hero came to the conclusion that if he collected more skills related to kings and knights in the future, he would become even stronger. The next morning, when Chris woke up, he called out to Akalon, asking what they were having for breakfast today. However, he suddenly saw Shelley in the kitchen, who asked if her uncle had woken up yet. Chris asked when the girl had managed to leave the hospital and if everything was okay with her. Then Shelley asked directly if it was he who saved her. The hero replied that because of this, he had to see the face of an S-rank monster. The chicken head looked really creepy. The girl apologized for putting him in danger. Chris admitted that if he had known about the S-rank monster in advance, he would never have gone there. Shelley smiled and noted that he had still done a great job, and at that moment the protagonist realized that she had also figured everything out. Then Chris honestly admitted that he almost died. He could not go to the hospital and was forced to recover with the help of pills. Chris frowned and admitted that he still hadn't recovered, but Shelley insisted that he eat the food she had prepared. At this time, the news was talking about the Golden Knight, who destroyed the Archdemon Beast and then disappeared without a trace. Chris couldn't figure out how they knew that it was he who defeated Leghorn. He was trying to figure out who could have seen him. The girl then explained that due to the martial law that had been introduced, the general alarm system had been activated and satellite imagery was being conducted. The head of the association then officially announced that, despite the knight's victory over the monster, he was still considered a demon worshipper. Chris noted that these people were persistent, and Shelley responded that it was perfectly normal to be afraid of an uncontrolled nuclear missile. The hero came to the conclusion that if the mad S-rank hunter did not belong to any guild, no one would know what to do with him. Chris then asked Shelley how she was doing on her exam, and she replied that she could pass it if she wrote a report on the battle with the monster. However, the members of her group had disappeared without a trace, and Chris frowned and assumed that the escapees had most likely been taken to Pastor Lee. Shelley then revealed that the pastor was rumored to be experimenting on the awakened. After the destruction of Mateo, Pastor Lee expanded his activities into Korea and began kidnapping awakened people. Thinking about this, Chris noted that if things continued like this, it would become extremely difficult to organize a punitive detachment. The surprised girl asked why he thought so, since they also had S-rank hunters. The hero explained that the guilds would not want to lose S-rank hunters. The Soul Guild had 2 S-rank hunters, and the Blue Dragon had 3. Shelley agreed and added that it would take at least 3 S-rank hunters to capture 1 S-rank demon worshipper. Then Chris gloomily noted that therefore it was not worth placing great hopes on the rescue team. The girl quietly asked if this meant that it was impossible to save them, and Chris confirmed that it most likely did. He added that the only chance would be a new mobilization, but no one would agree to that. Looking at Shelley, Chris thought that she shouldn't expect anything from him. He himself almost got caught and almost died at the hands of an S-rank monster. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl burst into tears. Chris watched her with confusion and couldn't figure out how to calm her down. The hero felt that he was unable to do anything now. After some time, Chris went to work at the academy. Finding himself in the reading room, the hero decided to check his trophies received after the battle. Having examined the spoils, the hero came to the conclusion that there were quite a lot of trophies, enough for 100 people. Taking the glove in his hands, the hero decided to give it to Shelley, but first he wanted to make sure that the item was not dangerous. Then Chris looked at the sword and decided that this weapon was quite usable. The system reported that this was a legendary sword of slaughter, capable of easily cutting through the tough skin and bones of any living creature. The next trophy was a precious ring with the blessing of the King of Slaughter. The system explained that this legendary ring is the symbol of the King of Carnage constellation and can be used for trade with the apostles. Chris decided that the thing was indeed useful, but after thinking for a while, he admitted to himself that he was nervous about the call. Since he was already in the reading room, the hero decided to look for materials on this topic. Soon he found a book called How to Conduct a Call Correctly and began to study it carefully. After reading all the information, the hero realized that the summoning required either a victim or an intermediary. Chris's book said that the victim is something that the target of the summoning likes, and the intermediary is something that might interest them. Chris then realized that the only suitable items he had were the phoenix materials he had obtained after destroying Leghorn. As Chris examined the items he had, he began to think that the ring could very well serve as a mediator. Suddenly, an idea struck the young man. He realized that with the help of this ring, he could open the King of Carnage's shop. Then the hero decided that he could buy another intermediary directly from the King of Carnage's store. After some time, Chris went to Mapogu so that no one would notice him. This place was located near the office of the hunter's management. People walked calmly along the streets, and Chris himself noted that, despite the restoration work in the north, everything was surprisingly quiet here. Chris then decided to find a more secluded place to carry out his plan. Finally choosing a deserted area, he put on the ring. The system suggested using the store and summoning the apostle. Chris took a deep breath and decided that there was no point in putting it off any longer. After this, the hero pressed the confirm button. At that very moment, Chris saw powerful lightning flash around him and a pentagram circle appear in the air. After some time, a small gloomy house with shining windows appeared in front of him. Clenching his fists and finally gathering his courage, Chris opened the door and walked inside. There he was met by a beautiful girl with fox ears, Foxy, who informed him that she was conducting the auction on behalf of the constellation King of Carnage. Seeing her, the hero was extremely surprised. Chris expected to meet some kind of creepy demon. Looking into his eyes, Foxy said that she recognized him as a legendary rank client and then asked how she could help. Confused, Chris replied that he was interested in buying and selling items and materials, and that he would like to sell something first. Then the girl asked what exactly he was going to sell. Chris replied that he was talking about materials. Foxy clarified what kind of materials these were, flesh, blood, or bones, and added that their constellation was not too interested in magical stones. However, upon smelling Leghorn and the Carnage King, Foxy suddenly asked if he was the one who destroyed the creature. A frightened Chris immediately asked if he would be able to sell the items at all. After examining the items, Foxy offered 1,000 points for the phoenix feather and 2,000 points for the phoenix bone. Chris asked Foxy about the flame spirit stone, and the girl replied that she doesn't do things like that. Then the hero noticed that she was a merchant, which meant she could buy something cheap and then resell it for more. However, the fox explained that the constellations are not businessmen and do not pursue profit. Hearing this, the hero said that he understood her words and would do as she advised. Then Foxy said that she would now calculate everything. The protagonist received a system message and realized that he was awarded 22,000 points for 11 phoenix bones and 32,000 for feathers. According to his calculations, it should have been 54,000, but he only received 48,600. The girl calmly explained that they also needed something to live on. Approaching the customer window, Chris saw the general price list and realized that they had absolutely no understanding of the concepts of cheap and expensive things. The astonished hero even noticed the Blue Dragon Guild's equipment among the goods. He then asked Foxy if all the items on display were stolen. The fox replied that they take blood, bones, and flesh and simply sell the things, and asked if he really thought they had craftsmen. Chris wondered why the prices here were so average. Only the slaughter was valued here, and even scavengers could buy excellent equipment. Then Foxy said that if he was going to hunt a dragon, there was nothing better than treasures, mountains of gold and jewels. The hero wasn't sure if he had enough points, but the merchant informed him that there was a discount on dragon bait. Inside the chest were precious stones and gold coins. A shocked Chris couldn't believe that for 10,000 points he could buy a chest worth hundreds of millions. Then he realized that it wasn't a market economy that worked here, but that was actually a good thing, because that way he could buy things cheaper. The merchant asked if he was happy with the price, and Chris replied that everything was fine and asked for 2 chests. After that, Chris returned to the academy and headed to the reading room. Kalf appeared there and asked if the contractor was going to summon the dragon after all. The hero replied that there was nothing wrong with that because it was very romantic. Then Accolon supported him, declaring that dreams of the unfulfilled are also part of knightly morality. Some of his companions added that the dragon would not be a burden, but Chris thought it would be easier for him if they dissuaded him. Having collected his thoughts, the protagonist drew the first magical symbol, and finally Chris completed the pentagram. After this, the young man anxiously awaited the result, wondering whether he had done everything correctly. After some time, a fiery figure of a huge dragon appeared in front of him. The hero himself could not believe that he had managed to successfully carry out the summoning on the first try. Upon seeing the creature, Kalf remarked that it resembled a western dragon, Accolon adding that it had golden scales. Looking at Chris, the dragon asked if it was really he who summoned it, and Chris confirmed it. Although the dragon's presence frightened the young man, he decided not to show fear. Then the creature came almost right up to me. It clarified exactly how much he spent on the contract. Chris didn't understand the question and asked for more clarification on what exactly was meant. Noticing the chests, the dragoness was delighted and declared that she would take them regardless of whether the contract was concluded or not. Hearing this, the hero doubted whether she was listening to him at all. As she examined the jewels, the dragoness admired the exquisite workmanship and colors, which perfectly matched her taste. Confused, Chris asked his team if all dragons behaved like this. Meanwhile, the dragoness asked what exactly he wanted their contract to look like. She offered options for working together, the opportunity to become a dragon knight or a rider on her back. Then the hero asked the dragoness why she was saying that, because the summoning was not some kind of strange deal. She replied that it all comes down to getting more treasure. Even if she is interested in the hero, he still has little money. Besides, following a rich man who is too lazy to develop his skills is also pointless, so she sets strict conditions. Then the dragoness noticed that he had already proven his riding skills, so she asked how things were going with the knight class and the oath. An embarrassed Chris admitted that he didn't have a class at all yet. Then the dragoness asked if he had a knight he served, but Chris answered in the negative and asked if it was necessary. The dragoness declared that this was even better, after which she moved on to discussing the duration of the contract. She offered a 10-year agreement with annual payments and asked about additional options. After some thought, Chris asked for more details about the cost. He was especially interested in the ability to breathe because, in his opinion, a dragon without dragon breath is no longer a real dragon. The dragoness then explained that the contract was for 10 years with annual payments, and the package of options included horse riding, magic, and breathing. Then the hero asked to clarify the price. In response, the dragoness said that 1 chest was a deposit for the summoning, and to pay for the year, another one would need to be added. Hearing this, the hero thought that the price was unexpectedly low. Noticing his doubts, the dragoness said that, if necessary, payment could be made in installments. However, when she heard that Chris was going to pay for a whole year in advance, she was very happy, declaring that she was incredibly lucky. She then offered to buy some more goods or additional options, but the hero refused. After this, the dragoness explained that in order to conclude the contract, she needed to leave an imprint of power in the summoning bracelet and state her name. Having agreed, Chris asked her name. The dragoness replied that her name was Eldrian, and then asked if they were ready to enter into a contract. In the end, they finally signed the agreement, after which Chris put the magic bracelet on his wrist. Feeling very tired, the hero thought that dragons really are incredibly exhausting creatures. With difficulty getting up, the hero realized that it was time to go home. Kalf offered to give him a ride, but Chris replied that he did not want to get involved with the Air Force. Chris said that they would definitely go for a ride later, but first they needed to decide what exactly to ride. Then Kalf stated that they actually already had their own means of transportation. Chris asked again if this was true. Then he indignantly added that if they had everything, they should have said so earlier. In response, his companions explained that he himself had not asked anything in particular, and then Chris demanded that they immediately show him their transport. Kalf immediately whistled, putting 2 fingers in his mouth. A moment later, a magnificent horse with a shiny mane appeared in front of them. The knight then explained that it was a nightmare of the abyss, and recommended it to his contractor. After this, Lucy showed the bird of the holy heavens. The girl explained that it is the faithful companion of the heavenly nightly detachment and its wings in the sky. Seeing these creatures, the hero thought sadly that they looked incredibly cool. Then Crocbane summoned the basilisk. He reported that the basilisk was very strong and was able to use petrifying breath. At this point, the protagonist became completely upset and decided that he had been a complete idiot when he chose the dragon. Accolon noticed that his transport looked modest compared to the dragon. He imagined the magical support mechanism of Georgius. Hearing this, an irritated Chris exclaimed what he should do now, because he would have to ride a dragon that constantly demands money. After some time, he arrived at the White Knight Guild office. A shocked Iris couldn't understand where he got so many resources. Chris calmly replied that he was just haggling a bit, and then asked if there was a problem. The girl then asked how many D and E rank magic stones he had in total. Chris replied that he had 1,000 D rank stones and 2,200 E rank stones, and Iris admitted that it was much more than she expected. The surprised hero asked if this wasn't normal for a guild of this size, especially if they had multiple teams. In response, Iris showed him the monthly sales volume. The number on the screen was 230. Chris was shocked that the White Knight Guild had only sold 230 D-rank stones to the association in a month. Then the girl explained that everything happened because of Mateo. Usually their guild collects 200 or 300 stones a month during cleanups. However, for a D-rank hunter, such raids are comparable to a battle against an S-rank monster. Chris admitted that he heard her and realized how far from reality he was, and Iris responded by saying that she was glad that he now realized this. She then explained that in order to stabilize their finances, they would sell 300 D-rank stones and 500 E and F-rank stones under the guise of a stock sale. After thanking the girl, Chris asked how much it would all cost. The head replied that at the current exchange rate the amount would be around 3 billion, but the problem lay in taxes. Then the hero said that he would only take 1 billion if everything was sold through the guild. Taxes would increase due to the increase in sales. Afterwards, Iris asked him if he would like to register as a hunter so he could get a fairer price. However, Chris refused, and Iris noted that in the current situation, he had turned into a real good villain. Hearing this nickname, Chris thought about the guild leader's words. After some time, the hero used a taxi again. The driver asked him why he was going to the hunting department in Shinganam. Smiling, the hero replied that he was going to visit the dungeon. The taxi driver noted that it was possible to choose another place with dungeons and asked why go there. Chris explained that his friend had asked him to join them, but he had privately thought that there were plenty of good ones to be found there. Before leaving, Iris asked him not to go into the dungeons secretly anymore, and to be sure to leave the exact time of entry and exit. Now all associations and guilds are actively searching for the Golden Knight. The hero thought that he urgently needed his own group. During the trip, Chris reflected on the fact that the north was now closed, so Shinganam remained the best option. The driver warned that there were strict entry restrictions in Shinganam, so they might be turned back. Chris still didn't understand what exactly the driver was talking about. At that moment, the policeman waved his baton and ordered the taxi to stop. Upon seeing Chris, the police officer demanded to see his awakened ID. The surprised hero handed over the documents for inspection. The ID stated that Chris was an E rank with a strength rating of 37. Looking at him doubtfully, the policeman asked what an awakened E rank was doing in this area anyway. Chris replied that he was going to visit the dungeon, so he was heading to the hunter's office. Then the police said that if they let all these people in there would be traffic jams, so it would be better for him to go to the outskirts. Shinganam was considered a fortress city, serving as the base of the Soul Guild, as well as a residence for politicians and other influential people. Formally, it was the guild's base, but in reality, the city turned into a fortress protecting the power and money of the elite of Seoul and Shinganam. Having reached the right place, Chris headed to the Shinganam hunter's office. When he came out, he angrily declared that it was making him angry, and in the end, he had to go back and pay another 13,000. The thing is, people can't visit the northern dungeons anymore, and now everyone is flocking here in droves. Upon opening the notice board, the hero realized that it would be extremely difficult to find a group to go into a D-rank dungeon with an E-rank hunter. Since he had no other choice, the hero decided to look for alternative options. At that moment, one of the guys pointed at Chris and offered to take him. He noted that he had never seen him before. Meanwhile, Chris himself was just thinking about what to do next. Then one of the girls looked at him and also said that she had never met him before. Then she asked about information about him. The guy next to her replied that the data was hidden by the blocking skill, but he noticed that Chris was looking for a group for a D-rank dungeon. The girl said that he was a great fit for them, although she might be intimidated by the difference in levels. The girl then ordered her partners to find another person, and she decided to handle this one herself. Putting on a completely innocent face, the girl approached Chris. She asked if he was looking for a group to go into the dungeon, and then added that they were also looking for a squad, but they didn't have enough people. Chris confirmed that he was indeed looking for a party. Then his interlocutor asked what class he was. Hearing that he was a knight, she replied that they were in need of a vanguard and offered to go with them. After they found one more person, the group gathered and decided that it was now time to go. The leader then formally introduced himself and said that his name was Ben. He was a level 44 sniper and a D-rank hunter. Another guy remarked that he had a really cool rifle, and Ben replied that its downside was the noise. The girl's name was Denise, and she was the constellation's chosen one. The other guy's name was Chucky, and he had been working with them for a long time. After that, the leader asked the newcomers to introduce themselves as well, and the first guy said Barry, a D-rank, level 38 hunter. After thinking for a moment, Chris revealed that he was an E-rank hunter, a level 43 knight, and his weapons were a sword and shield. Since there were no more questions, the group decided to go into the dungeon. Along the way, the protagonist thought that they had invited a newcomer and had already prepared everything in advance so as not to waste time. After some time, the whole team reached the dungeon portal. Denise has noticed that it has become increasingly difficult to find members for the group lately. In response, Ben said that he communicates well with everyone here in order to level up. Watching them, Chris realized that two were walking ahead, leading the way, and one of the hunters was staying behind so that the newcomers could not escape. When Denise approached him, she asked if he was okay. Chris replied that he was just a little nervous. Barry stated that he wanted to reach level 40 and join the Soul Guild, and the leader then said that he would become a guard dog for the children in the guild. Watching what was happening, the hero realized that the guy had also guessed everything. They were going to attack them very soon. At this point, Ben announced that they had reached the beast's lair. Then he ordered everyone to take a deep breath and go inside. He also warned that after entering, they would have to hold the front line together because monsters would appear soon. Soon, bloodthirsty monsters with sharp fangs appeared before them. Then the leader shouted that the fight was beginning. He ordered Chris with the shield to take the left side and Barry the right. Chris thought the group was working pretty well together, and Ben said he hoped he could withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, the monsters were rapidly approaching them, opening their terrible mouths. Chris stood in front, holding his shield, ready to meet the monster face to face. At that moment, Barry screamed in fear that there were too many monsters. The leader furiously ordered him to hold his ranks and not be afraid, assuring him that they would cover him. Clutching the weapon in front of him, the hero prepared to fight the bloodthirsty creature. Then a shot rang out, and the slain monster fell to the ground with a crash. Barry stared in surprise at the crushed body of the monster. With a grin, Ben told him not to be afraid and to trust their team. The satisfied guy replied that he trusted them completely. At that moment, the monstrous beast attacked Chris, who tried to fight back with his shield. The irritated hero thought that if he were alone, he would have finished everything long ago, but now he had to hold back because of the level of strength. A moment later, Chucky flew up to the monster and crushed it with a crushing blow. The powerful blow sent the monster flying far to the side and crashing into the wall. The hero thanked him, but Chucky shouted that thanks would come later, and now he needed to focus on the battle. But suddenly someone shot straight at the main character. Two deadly arrows struck near Chris. Chris flinched and looked in surprise at the humanoid monsters. Ben then stated that they would take the shaman on themselves, and he also ordered everyone to stay in formation and remember that it was important to trust each other. After that, he told Denise to use magic resistance and promised to give her a boost. Using the staff, the girl activated a skill that blocked magic, and the fighters felt an increase in magic resistance. Chris held up his shield and repelled the humanoid monster's attack. He then drew his sword and decided it was time to go on the offensive because the situation was becoming dangerous. Swinging his blade, the hero delivered powerful, crushing blows. Meanwhile, Barry swung his halberd while fighting the monster. He stated that the enhancement was really great. He then admitted with a smile that it was the first time he had received such a buff and had no idea how nice it was to have a mage on the team. However, suddenly everyone noticed a strange mark. At that moment, Ben shouted for everyone to be careful because this mark was a trap. He ordered them to retreat immediately. A second later, a huge, deadly axe flew swiftly straight at them. To protect himself from the crushing blow, Chris put a shield in front of himself. They barely escaped the fatal blow of a giant axe. Looking at the axe mark, Barry said that he almost died and didn't even have time to get married. Denise immediately shouted that she would heal them quickly. Then she called out to Chris. He replied that thanks to the association set, everything was fine with him, and added that the potion was enough for him, so it was better to save magic. Having dealt with these monsters, the whole group moved on. When Barry saw the huge door, he assumed it was the boss's room, and Denise smiled and said they had all done a great job. After this, the leader suggested taking a little rest in front of the boss's room. Chris took out food. The leader then asked if he was tired of the association's dry rations, but Chris replied that they were perfectly edible. Ben then pulled out a container of vegetables and suggested trying them with the rations to make them tastier. Looking at the food that was handed to him, the hero suspected that something had been mixed into it. It all looked extremely suspicious. Denise poured him some ginger tea and said it was good after a meal, but Chris refused. Then Ben came up to him and asked what was wrong. He added that if he didn't like the food, then he could offer something else. The leader noticed that Chris hadn't even touched the snack and asked him to eat at least a piece. Then the hero thought that perhaps it was time to intervene. Ignoring someone else's sincerity was not the best idea. Suddenly Chucky screamed and fell to the ground. Ben screamed, asking what happened. Denise also asked in confusion what happened to the guy. At that moment, Chris saw that Barry had struck, right at Denise and Ben. He stood before them with blazing eyes and declared that thanks to the diversionary maneuver, today everything had gone even easier than usual. Seeing his eyes, the hero guessed that he was not a hunter either. Moreover, all four of them had no intention of honestly completing the dungeon. The leader tried to get up, but Barry hit him again, ordering him not to do anything stupid. Waving a rope, he declared that if they did not resist, he would let them live. The criminal then tied Ben, Denise, and Chucky together and gagged them. Chris asked who he was, and Barry replied that people like him didn't need to know. He then threateningly ordered the hero to keep a close eye on them if he did not want to go to the next world. At that moment, Ben spat out the gag and screamed, asking Chris to help them. Then Barry punched him right in the face and told him to shut up immediately. While he was shutting the leader up, Chris asked Barry if he hunted vultures, and he was surprised and asked how he knew they were vultures. Barry said with a grin that these 3 vultures had killed over 1,000 victims, and the reward for all 3 of them was 1 billion won. The hero thought that these people turned out to be much more important criminals than he had assumed. Barry said he would deal with the boss, and Chris would watch the prisoners, but if he tried to free them, he would die. With a grin, Barry opened the huge doors to the dungeon boss's room. In front of him stood a terrifying monster with red eyes and a huge club. Anticipating a glorious battle, Barry smiled contentedly and prepared to attack. A moment later, he and the bloodthirsty monster rushed at each other simultaneously. Swinging his halberd, Barry dealt a fatal blow to the monster. The boss monster lost its club from the devastating force of the attack, flew far back and crashed into the wall. With a furious cry, the bloodthirsty monster fell to the ground with a crash. After the victory, Barry calmly walked back into the cave. Looking at him, Chris wondered how this guy managed to hide the information about the characteristics even from the vultures. At this point, the system reported that the dungeon boss had been defeated and the portal was opening. As he exited through the portal, the hero reflected on the fact that he would not receive a reward without participating in the battle with the boss. Looking at the tied-up party members, the hero wondered why the message from the knight's path hadn't appeared yet. There was no reward for catching the vultures either, so he figured this guy might be using them for something even more horrific. According to the protagonist, there was only one way to find out the truth. He decided that the villain had to be destroyed. A moment later, he dealt with all 3, after which the system announced that he would receive a reward for destroying the villains. When Chris saw the chest with random equipment, he realized that because he didn't personally catch the criminals, the reward was worse. At that moment, Barry entered the forest and furiously asked what had happened here. The hero replied that they suddenly started acting strange, so he had to deal with them. A magic circle appeared above their heads. An enraged Barry hit Chris and yelled at him. Rubbing the bruised area, the hero realized that he was right. If his goal had been money, he would not have been so angry. Meanwhile, Barry was screaming furiously that everything had gone wrong. It would have been enough to simply report that these people had died at the hands of vultures. He added that he left the hero alive only because the boss ordered that the dirty work be entrusted to good-natured worms. Swinging his halberd, Barry declared that all that remained now was for him to take it with him. He then rushed at Chris, raining down devastating blows on him, but missed. The main character managed to dodge the enemy's deadly attack. Barry couldn't believe Chris had dodged it. Then he declared that he was clearly no ordinary worm. Having drawn his sword, Chris looked closely at the guy and said what he thought about his words. He then declared that only residents of Shinganam's 3rd district could join the Soul Guild's hunting squad that protected Shinganam. Barry asked how a lowlife like him could know about this, and Chris replied that he was called the Ace of Shinganam. At that moment the enemy swung his halberd again and rushed to attack. He promised to tear his vile mouth apart. Barry delivered a powerful blow, but Chris managed to dodge it again. Then the hero himself dealt the fatal blow with his sword. After being wounded, Barry screamed and swore furiously at Chris. The powerful blow sent the halberd flying out of his hands and to the side. A disarmed Barry stood in front of Chris, unsure what to do next. Pressing his naked sword to the enemy's body, the protagonist ordered him to surrender immediately. However, at that moment, an enraged Barry tried to secretly pull out the dagger. Looking at Chris with hatred, he swung his weapon and rushed forward. To repel the attack and defend himself, Chris dealt him a fatal blow. With a powerful crushing blow, the hero destroyed Barry. The slain enemy flew to the side and fell to the ground with a thunderous roar. Looking at the defeated guy, Chris exhaled heavily. He didn't even have time to find out what he was really planning. Then Chris began to think about how to deal with this whole situation now. After thinking for a while, he decided to say that the guy was destroyed by 3 vultures that had entered the dungeon. He himself, overcome with fear, as an E-rank hunter, hid in order to survive. And when the vultures were exhausted, he managed to finish them off. Thinking it was a good plan, Chris decided to take their weapons as evidence. While Chris was gathering his gear, he noticed that the vultures had left behind wads of cash. Having picked them up, the hero thought that he was really lucky. It turned out that the bandits kept the money right in their inventory. Having collected all the packages, the protagonist estimated that there were about 1,000,000,000 in them. After some time, Chris went to the Shinganum Hunters department, where he told his version of what happened. The employee listened to him carefully and replied that this was a very serious case. Chris explained that the inventory had a weight limit, so he only took the primary weapon. After recording his testimony, the employee said that they would conduct a direct transfer of the items and that a guild representative would arrive soon. At that moment, the hero saw a member of the Soul Guild enter the office. The man greeted her and introduced himself as Ian from the Soul Guild. He thanked Chris for returning their hunter's gear and personal belongings. In response, Chris said that, on the contrary, he himself felt guilty because he was not strong enough, so he tried to bring what he could. Thanking him again, Ian admitted that he was surprised that such people still existed in the world. Chris replied that he did not consider himself worthy of gratitude, since it was the only thing he could do for the man who saved his life. After listing all the items, Ian confirmed that everything matched. Then he offered the hero the reward for catching the vultures as a gift. However, Chris refused the money and said that he did not deserve it. According to the guy, the very capture of these scavengers became a reward for him. Smiling, Ian noted again that there were still such worthy people in their world. Then the protagonist replied that the reward for clearing the dungeon was quite enough for him, because greed could cost a person his life. After thinking for a bit, Ian said that he was ready to fulfill the hero's request, after which Chris was about to leave. As he left the building, the hero thought that the guild representative looked suspicious, but it would be strange to check him further. Meanwhile, Ian headed to the Soul Guild's VIP room, which was reserved for the so-called Ace of Gangnam. There he reported everything he had learned about the death of young Master Barry. Handing over the deceased's things, the man stood up with his head bowed. The boy's father screamed that he didn't see any sense in it, and declared in a rage that his Barry couldn't just die like that. Frowning, Ian reminded them that a hunter's job was to fight. Barry was a B-rank hunter, and the vultures were C-rank. He added that he regretted what had happened, but managed to return all of the young master's things. The enraged father demanded to know how this E-rank worm had survived at all, and his wife declared that Chris needed to be captured and tested. Ian frowned and thought that if that were true, the hero would not have returned the deceased's personal belongings. He then asked the chairman if it was worth calling out the Canum Aces, and his father replied that ordinary subordinates would be enough. After this, the man calmed his wife down and told her to take care of the funeral, and ordered his people to capture the bastard. The woman agreed, and stated that they had to catch the person responsible for their Barry's death. At that moment, a hunter entered the room and expressed his condolences to the chairman on the death of the young gentleman. Then the head of the family ordered him to immediately seize Chris, since he was connected to the death of his son. He also added that this Chris is only an E-rank, so a B-rank hunter should be able to handle the task without any trouble. Clenching his fist, the hunter declared that he would do everything possible. The angry chairman said that he had already sent all the information about the target to his phone, and then gave him until tomorrow morning to do it. The hunter replied that he understood everything and added that he would go with his people. Watching his subordinate leave, the man thought about Chris again. Looking at his photograph, the man thought that he would never forgive him for what happened. In the end, the chairman lost his temper completely and, in a rage, broke the phone in half. 2 hours later, Chris went to the ATM to check his balance. When the hero saw the amount E, he was shocked and could not believe that all this money belonged to him. There were more than 3 billion won in the account. A satisfied Chris thought he had earned 3.5 billion in just one trip to the dungeon. Then he decided that he might as well throw a small party to celebrate his own survival. Having bought whole bags of groceries, the hero headed towards his house. On the way, he thought about taking all this to the shelter and having dinner with everyone. However, approaching the door of the apartment, the hero noticed strangers. Looking at them carefully, the hero wondered who they were. At that moment, one of the men recognized Chris and shouted that it was him. Hearing this, the hero immediately realized that it was definitely not the police in front of him, so Chris threw the grocery bags at them and quickly ran away. One of the hunters shouted in surprise that this Chris was somehow too fast. A moment later, all 3 members of the Soul Guild rushed after the main character, not allowing him to escape. Looking back at his pursuers, the hero wondered whether he should fight them, but decided that it was safer to run away now. Having caught up with the guy, one of the hunters shouted for Chris to stop. The other asked in amazement how he could be so fast. Having reached the stairs, the hero decided to take a shortcut. Then he deftly jumped over the railing and jumped down, realizing that he had to break away from pursuit. Having landed, Chris quickly looked around, trying to determine how far away his pursuers were. The hunters shouted after him, asking why he was running away, since they just wanted to talk. Chris then pointed his finger at them and shouted for help, claiming he was trying to escape from the vultures. After these words, the hunters began to look around nervously in search of those very vultures that the hero had spoken of. Realizing that they had simply been tricked, one of the pursuers cursed furiously. Continuing to run away, the hero dialed Shelley's number and asked for help. When the girl answered, the hero asked where she was now. Hearing that she was in the Sky Class dormitory, Chris asked her to put on her school uniform and meet him downstairs. The hunters realized that Chris was running towards the Sky Class dormitory and came to the conclusion that he was much more unusual than they thought. At this point, the hunters were stopped by security and asked who they were and why they were making such a noise. The men said they wanted to check if all of the deceased's belongings had been returned, and the guards thought Chris had misunderstood them. When the guards left, the pursuers breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had almost gotten into trouble. One of them asked what to do now. If Chris really gets into the Sky Class dormitory, they won't be able to get him out of there. Then the group leader declared that they had no choice anyway. The chairman's order must be carried out at any cost. The man then contacted Mr. Sam and informed him that the matter concerned Chairman Henry. At that moment, Shelley came downstairs using her pass. The girl took Chris with her to the dorm, and then they went up to her room. Seeing the huge number of exercise machines and sports equipment, the main character froze. He asked with surprise whether this was even a room or a full-fledged gym. In response, the girl said that it was not that important, and then asked what exactly he had done. Chris admitted that he didn't understand anything. He just went into the dungeon with a group, and at that moment, there was persistent knocking on the door of the room. Shelley didn't understand who could come to her at such a time. She asked who it was. In response, she was told that it was the student council president, Sam. He explained that he had received a message that Shelley had brought a man to the dorm, so he came to check it out. Chris immediately realized that this man was connected with Shinganam. Turning to the hero, Shelley asked what she should do now. When the girl opened the door, she said that it was just her assistant, while Chris hid in the next room. The student council chairman announced that non-students are prohibited from staying in the Sky Class dormitory for long periods of time. This was especially true for men, who were not allowed in the rooms of female students at the academy. Smiling, the girl promised that she would take him out of the dorm very soon. After that, she told Chris that he couldn't stay here. Those people were well prepared. The hero replied that he didn't know who they were at all. He added that it all started because of one accident, but now he has no idea how the situation got to this point. A surprised Shelley asked if he had anything to do with the death of Ace Gangnam. She explained that if it was Barry, he was the son of the owner of the conglomerate that sponsors the Soul Guild. In response, Chris said that Barry had fought the vultures, and he had even returned his weapons and belongings. Then the girl said that Chris was too frivolous about Shinganam. Even her mother tried to avoid getting involved with the Soul Guild. Hearing this, the hero thought that if even Iris was so irritated, it meant that the guild really was collaborating with Shinganam. However, the hero still did not understand what to do now. They were most likely already waiting for him outside to grab him, which meant he would have to fight. However, then the relationship between the guild and Soul could be seriously damaged. Shelley sighed heavily and said that there was nothing that could be done about the situation. Then Chris said that it would be better if he went out alone, but the girl confidently replied that she would go with him. Frowning, Chris explained that if she interfered, it would escalate into a conflict between the guilds, which would lead to even bigger problems. Chris eventually decided to let himself be captured and then figure out what to do next, and as soon as he stepped outside, he was immediately caught. The hunters cursed furiously, declaring that in order to catch him, they had to disturb young Master Sam. The group's leader thanked the young master for his help, and he replied that they would see each other again at Barry's funeral. Meanwhile, the hunters who were holding the hero began to beat him roughly, casting hate-filled glances at the guy. One of the men said he was doing this so that this scum would know his place. After this, the hunters dragged the captive Chris to the house of Chairman Henry. Looking around, the hero guessed that this was the chairman's residence. The mercenaries ordered him to move faster if he didn't want to be beaten again, and the hero obediently followed the leader. Suddenly, the hunters grabbed him by the arms and forced him to bend over. Chris didn't understand what else these people wanted from him. Seeing the soundproof room, the hero guessed that the chairman had ordered him to be taken here. Opening the door, the hunter roughly pushed Chris inside. The man then warned him not to even try to escape. Even A-rank hunters couldn't get out of this prison. Then the door slammed shut and the hero was left alone. Turning around, he noticed another prisoner behind the glass and realized that this was a kind of prison where prisoners could see each other. Left alone, The hero sat down on the floor and began to think about the situation. He needed to decide what to do next. At the same time, Chris thought that the chairman was clearly the kind of person who enjoyed making fun of others. Meanwhile, a farewell ceremony for Barry was held at Shinganam Sancheon Hospital. There were many people around in mourning clothes who came to express their condolences. Someone asked the chairman where his wife was now. In response, the man said that she had lost consciousness and was currently resting. At that moment, a man burst into the room, desperately calling for Mr. Henry. He asked why, after the explosion at the Chan plant, compensation for victims was constantly being delayed. Because of this, according to the man, his son was unable to undergo surgery in time and died today. Then he shouted that the chairman's son was also dead, and at that very second the guard hit the man. The guard promised to take him out immediately. They explained that he had entered under the guise of a guest and had caused a scandal. Henry ordered that this worthless fellow be immediately disposed of. Throwing the man over his shoulder, the guard headed for the exit, but at that moment the chairman stopped him. He declared in a rage that the very thought of it made him furious. This worm dared to put his son on the same level as his child. After this, an enraged Henry ordered the insolent man to be thrown into an underground prison cell to show him the difference between them. Meanwhile, Chris continued to sit in the cell, thinking about his next steps. At that moment, the door opened and a plate of stinking rice was thrown at him. The man declared that it was food for worms. Looking at the strange mass, which only vaguely resembled rice, the hero did not understand how it was possible to eat something like that. At that moment, Chris from the next cell started eating, and the guards watching him said in disgust that they were going to vomit. An enraged Chris clenched his fists and promised to make these demons regret everything. Then the head of the security entered the room and announced that the chairman and his wife wanted to see the prisoner. He chuckled, thinking it was amazing how much they wanted to deal with him, since they had managed to finish his son's funeral in just one day. Then the hero was brought to a gloomy building over which lightning flashed, and the leader declared that this was hell. After that, he pushed the hero inside and forced him to kneel. The guy's hands were tied. Looking up, the hero was shocked. In front of him stood the chairman and his wife, and behind them was a huge rack of weapons. Pulling on his gloves, the chairman declared that they were finally in front of this worm. Then he asked why the prisoner was in such a state, since he had clearly ordered that he be well taken care of. The chairman's wife merely glanced at Chris and coldly remarked that it didn't matter because they needed to get started as quickly as possible. Then the hero was seated on a chair. The leader hit him and ordered him to sit up straight, but Chris stubbornly continued to behave in his own way. The guard looked at him with bewilderment. The next moment, before anyone could understand anything, the leader received a powerful blow. With a desperate cry, he flew to the side and crashed to the floor. Seeing this, the guards were horrified and screamed, not understanding how Chris could have done this at all. Holding the titanium stake in his hands, Chris calmly stated that he had actually been trying to act like a human being. One of the guards, his eyes wide with horror, shouted at the chairman to evacuate immediately. Then Chris swung his weapon and prepared to hit the man. Henry and his wife panicked and tried to get out of there as quickly as possible. Turning around, the chairman saw the titan's stake fall on the guard. The guards immediately drew their swords and prepared to attack. One of them asked in shock if this Chris was really an E-rank hunter. However, just a moment later, the deadly blow of Chris's weapon fell upon them as well. Furiously swinging the titan's stake, the hero dealt crushing blows and destroyed the guards one after another. The force of the attack sent bodies flying in different directions. One of the fallen guards fell to the floor with a heavy thud and, breathing with difficulty, asked where this guy got such strength from. Chairman Henry shouted furiously, demanding to know who he really was. But Chris didn't let him finish and hit the man hard in the face with his fist. After this, only the chairman's wife remained in front of the main character, trembling with fear, begging him to spare her. Looking at the woman, the hero declared that he would spare her life, but in return, she would owe him something. The chairman and his wife were then tied tightly to chairs and their mouths were gagged. Chris chuckled and noted that this place could truly be called a real torture chamber, since it had everything necessary. Looking around, the hero thought that he was lucky. There were no surveillance cameras here. Now all he had to do was come up with an alibi. Then the hero called Calf. A moment later, the knight appeared and asked why he had been summoned. Chris ordered him to clear out all the trash around him a minute after he left, and he gave him permission to destroy anyone who got in his way. However, he ordered that at least a couple of people be left alive so that they could witness his escape. Calf replied that he understood everything, and then asked if he could have a little fun, and Chris allowed him to do whatever he wanted. After a while, Chris ran outside, shouting loudly that a demon had appeared and that there was a monster in the building. The guards watched him go, unable to believe that the same boy they had captured yesterday had just run past them. Then an announcement was made over the loudspeaker that a black knight had appeared in the torture chamber and had captured the chairman and his wife. Everyone was ordered to go there immediately and not be distracted by anything else, as this was an emergency. Watching the guards rush into the torture chamber, Chris thought that everything had gone perfectly and the alibi was ready. Then he grabbed the railing, jumped over the fence, and climbed outside. After some time, the hero was already on the streets of the night city. Donning the golden armor, he asked Lucy if they could move slowly. The girl asked if he was going to walk, and Chris replied that he would ride on horseback and that he wouldn't have to pay for it. After this, he called out loudly to Eldrin, and a moment later, a golden dragon appeared before him. She asked if Chris had called her, and he replied that they had work to do today, so he was going to ride. The dragoness lowered herself so that he could climb onto her back, and added that he could ride as long as he wanted. Having climbed to the top, the hero shouted the command to pursue, and they soared into the night sky. When people saw the golden knight on the dragon, they immediately started taking pictures of him. No one understood why he appeared on the streets of Shinganum, and many decided that it was necessary to immediately inform the Soul Guild about this. Soon, a video of the Golden Knight riding a dragon reached the Soul Guild. The guild leader ordered the immediate evacuation of ordinary citizens, as well as notification of nearby guilds and the Ministry of Defense. However, then he was informed of another problem. A strange demon had appeared in the chairman's house. The guild members speculated that it might be related to the vultures that Barry had killed earlier, and someone had decided to avenge them. However, Jorge declared that such trash would never take revenge for his comrades and ordered a group of people to be sent there. He himself decided to try to contact the Ministry of Defense and the Hunters Association. Meanwhile, Chairman Henry's residence was already engulfed in flames. In the midst of all this chaos stood a satisfied Calf. He declared that it was a magnificent massacre and that it was the best way to relieve stress. At that moment, the Golden Knight, who had flown in on the dragon, landed on the ground. Chris asked Calf if he had left any people alive who needed to be saved. Then the hero, along with his team of knights, entered the room where the chairman and his wife were sitting tied up. Trembling with fear, the couple looked at the Golden Knight who entered. Having examined the premises, the hero thought that this place was now completely ready to receive guests. Chris opened the news. The announcer reported that a Golden Knight, who was considered a demon worshipper, had appeared in Shinganam. In addition, he took Chairman Henry and his wife hostage, and the Soul Guild has already been dispatched to the scene. At that moment, Lucy informed the hero that the army had arrived, helicopters were circling above the house, and military trucks were driving up to the entrance. Watching what was happening, the hero thought that it all resembled a scene from a movie where they are about to catch a terrorist. Then, one of the hunters from the Soul Guild demanded through a loudspeaker that the Golden Knight surrender immediately. Chris immediately recognized the squad leader, Oliver, who was often shown on television. This man was an S-rank hunter from the Soul Guild. Moreover, there were only 2 such hunters in the guild, and among S-classes, they were considered extremely rare. There were rumors that Guildmaster Soul was handling administrative matters, while the real power lay with Oliver. The squad leader continued shouting that holding hostages was pointless and that the Soul Guild did not negotiate with terrorists. After thinking for a bit, the hero decided it was time to go outside. Clenching his fists, the Golden Knight headed straight towards Oliver's squad. He then stated that he also did not consider it necessary to negotiate with such trash. According to the hero, he came here only to punish the evil that had taken root in Shinganam. Then the Golden Knight replied that he knew very well about Chairman Henry's crimes. He stated that he kidnapped innocent people, locked them in a basement, tortured and destroyed them, and that his wife was no better than her husband. Chris guessed that they wouldn't believe him, so he was ready to provide evidence. He offered to check what was in that basement. Frowning, Oliver asked angrily what the man was even talking about. He then stated that even after such statements, the Soul Guild and the chairman would still not be destroyed because times had changed. Chris calmly replied that he understood this perfectly well and was only talking about procedure. The commander immediately asked what procedure he was talking about. Then the Golden Knight replied that it was about the procedure for destroying the Soul Guild. Hearing this, Oliver's eyes widened in anger. Meanwhile, the hero announced that he was the one called the Golden Knight. He came to this world to condemn the vile evil. At that moment, the system sent a message, noting that this was a perfect and very effective announcement before the battle. A moment later, Chris raised his hand up, concentrating powerful energy. Behind him stood loyal knights, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Then the Golden Knight ordered everyone to get ready and began the attack. Oliver's eyes flashed red, and he warned the knight not to move or he would die. The commander was confident in his strength, because behind him were snipers, shooters, and mages, already ready for battle. The front row was lined with pre-reinforced A-rank tanks and other attack hunters. The man declared that this was the perfect tactic. He asked if the Golden Knight really thought he could break through such a defense. However, a moment later, Chris delivered the first powerful blow with the Titan stake. The first rows of Soul Guild hunters were scattered by the Golden Knight's deadly attack. With cries of horror, they flew away and fell to the ground with a crash. At this time, one of the hunters tried to sneak up behind the hero and attack him. But the Golden Knight turned sharply and delivered a powerful blow, after which the enemy flew up, dropping his weapon. Then one of the hunters reported to Commander Oliver that the knight had broken through the flank. Oliver was stunned and couldn't believe that he managed to break through the entire S-rank defense with just one blow. Meanwhile, the knights of Chris's squad fought alongside their commander. One of the guild warriors asked why mages don't use debuffs and curses, and he was told that the Golden Knight's armor reflects everything. Moreover, the rest of the opponents stay close to the Dark Knight, who is emitting some kind of protective black smoke. The commander cursed in anger, realizing that they had no way to cope with such magic defense and such powerful attacks. Meanwhile, the hunter was destroyed and lay on the ground in a mangled state. The girl mage died next, her lifeless body collapsing to the side. One of the hunters reported to Oliver that 37 of Canham's 100 aces had already been destroyed, and something needed to be done urgently. Then the commander raised his sword above his head and ordered his men not to forget who they were, for they were the defenders of Shinganam. All the warriors shouted joyfully, welcoming the increase in fighting spirit. After this, the Golden Knight continued to fight against the army of hunters and mages of the Soul Guild. The inspired fighters drew their swords and rushed to attack Chris. Looking at the crowd running towards him, the protagonist thought that it would not be easy to defeat them. He suggested that it might be a matter of fighting spirit. At this point, Kalf advised not to worry, because high morale did not mean that it could not be broken. Turning around, Chris thanked him for the advice, but stated that he was not at all worried and that what was happening was just irritating him. Immediately after this, two hunters quickly flew up and rushed to attack the Golden Knight. Oliver chuckled and stated that the buff for tanks was comparable to the best potions, so now they won't fall in one hit. However, the titanium stake in Chris's hands continued to crush the attacking hunters. Watching the bodies of the slain warriors fall to the ground one by one, Oliver was shocked. Meanwhile, the hero grinned and told Kalf that he was worried in vain because these warriors were actually very weak. The enraged squad leader looked at the Golden Knight with hatred. He couldn't understand how he had managed to do this to all of his men. Looking at the destroyed warriors, the hunter noticed that something was clearly wrong here. He asked if they were even sure that they had received buffs. After this, the Golden Knight asked the squad leader if they were going to continue the fight. An enraged Oliver cursed furiously and thought that they had greatly underestimated the enemy. Looking at the dragon, the man realized that it had only been covering the rear, but the damage had already been colossal. Then the commander shouted to his subordinates that they needed to retreat and immediately change their strategy. The dragoness noticed that the enemies had begun to retreat and then suggested using the breath, since this option had already been activated. However, Chris replied that another time, the protagonist decided that for now his own strength was enough for him. After that, Chris raised his sword and shouted the name of the heavenly sword technique. When the weapon reached its highest point, the hero thought that this blow should prove that he, a star, stands on the earth. He then launched a powerful strike and added the heavenly sovereign sword flow technique, first appearance of the heavenly star. At that very moment, a deadly stream of destructive energy rushed towards the retreating warriors of the Soul Guild. The commander shouted desperately to his men, ordering them to immediately set up a defense. However, the destructive stream broke through the defense of the Soul Guild and fell upon the warriors. Oliver's eyes widened in horror as he heard cries for help coming from all sides. He cursed furiously, trying to withstand the deadly energy and protect himself. Watching the stream destroy everything around him, Chris thought it was an incredibly beautiful sight. He then shouted to Eldrin that it was time to use the breath, and the dragoness replied that the moment had finally come to show her abilities. The hero extended his hand and pointed the dragon towards the protective barrier ahead. Eldrin replied that this barrier guarded the city of Shinganam. The dragoness asked why it should be destroyed. Chris then stated that the barrier was only a hindrance. He explained that the protective barrier was a symbol of the arrogance and vanity of the ruling class. After this, the dragon soared into the sky and began to rain down streams of fire on the barrier. Meanwhile, the news reported that something incredible was happening at the moment. The Shinganam fortress had failed. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster, watching what was happening, declared that this was where they should go. Those around him began to wonder if the knight was too strong. Some even wanted to call him a true SS rank hunter. However, no one understood where he came from, but Dwayne replied that even if they found out his identity, it would not change much. Now only one thing was clear. The Golden Knight had destroyed the expensive protective barrier. Because the dragon attacked from within, the Ministry of Defense deemed the use of helicopters and fighter jets too dangerous. The announcer began to describe the scale of the destruction, but Joshua changed the channel. Another channel reported that the wall of Shinganam, which was attacked by the dragon, was located in the south and was under the jurisdiction of the constellation. If it were destroyed, the area would become vulnerable to scavengers, causing Shinganam and the Soul Guild's stock to plummet. The Blue Dragon Chief stated that they couldn't just sit and watch. Then he ordered several squads to be sent out to scout. At that moment, the red-haired girl handed him the phone and informed him that the battle was not yet lost. The announcer announced that the second S-rank hunter, Jorge, had finally appeared, and now the Golden Knight would face Guildmaster Sol. The guild leader had just drawn his sword, intending to restore his lost honor. Dwayne noted with irritation that the news reported on the deaths as if they were sports broadcasts. After this, the head of the Blue Dragon ordered that the fight between the two be filmed and that some scouts be sent to film the battle. His subordinates bowed and promised to carry out the order in the best possible way. The man himself thought that since S-rank hunters had never encountered each other before, this fight would be excellent material. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Sol challenged the Golden Knight to a duel, stating that judging by his armor, he was also a knight. Looking at him, Chris thought what nonsense he was talking about and replied that he saw no reason to answer him. Accolon shouted that their master was the strongest and that he would accept the fight, and besides, the knights could not miss the opportunity to duel. Seeing Lucy and Crocbane giving him a thumbs up, the hero realized that the majority supported the idea of a duel. Then the hero announced to Jorge that he welcomed the knight from the trash heap and was ready to fight. The head of the guild was surprised that he was called trash. However, the Golden Knight stated that this was quite logical, since only such a knight could protect rats like Chairman Henry. Chris then added that he calls himself the protector of the Soul Guild, although in reality, he only serves Shinganum's sponsors. He stated that if he didn't like the word dump, he could be called a dung knight or a defender of gutters. An enraged Jorge shouted that he would not tolerate such insults and then rushed into the attack. Two S-rank knights clashed in a deadly confrontation. Powerful streams of crushing energy collided in the Battle of Knights. The impact of their collision caused the ground beneath Chris's feet to crack. Crossing his weapons, the hero thought that the guild leader was indeed different from ordinary S-rank hunters. Meanwhile, Jorge stated that he had received a boost from Oliver, so now he and the Golden Knight are on equal terms. After this, he demanded to know who he really was, and from the clash of their swords, powerful lightning flew in all directions. Then Guildmaster Sol turned around sharply, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. To defend himself from the attack, Chris held the Titan stake in front of him. Looking at his opponent, the hero thought that, despite the equality in strength, he still would not be able to defeat him with one blow. However, the protagonist still had an advantage in skills, and what's more, he received no damage when the enemy's sword collided with the Titan's stake. Meanwhile, the guild leader, observing the Golden Knight's attacks, came to the conclusion that there was still a way out. He realized that he needed to prepare for the next blow, and tightly gripping the sword in his hand, the man released deadly energy. Seeing this, Chris realized that the leader was about to use a lethal move. Using a powerful technique, the guild leader shouted out the name 9 excellent strikes. The next moment, he released a huge stream of crushing energy towards the Golden Knight. A huge blast wave hit Chris, and then thick smoke enveloped everything around. Looking into the smoke screen, Jorge thought that the smoke was clearing too slowly. When he saw that the knight was still alive, the man was shocked. He did not understand how the enemy had managed to block his attack. Chris just chuckled and stated that the person in front of him was a typical S-rank hunter. The leader had good stats, but he lacked strength. Then the Golden Knight asked if his opponent was tired yet, and also asked where the loud and confident shouter had gone. Jorge shouted for the knight to stop because he needed to catch his breath. However, Chris completely ignored this request and rushed to attack the leader of the Soul Guild. The Golden Knight's powerful attack sent the guild leader flying far to the side, and the defeated leader fell to the ground with a crash. Looking at him, Chris thought that it would be more profitable for the guild leader to simply not get involved with him. Looking at the Golden Knight with fear, Jorge shouted at him to stay away. Then the hero raised the Titan's stake above himself and declared that he was going to finish off the servant of evil. With a powerful swing, the knight struck, but when Chris saw that his opponent had disappeared, he assumed that the guild leader had simply fled. Chris thought with disdain that such a person still dared to call himself the leader of the guild. After this, the hero decided that it would still be a shame to leave without leaving behind a couple of vivid memories. Then he shouted the name of the technique Horizon, the boundary between heaven and earth, and delivered a powerful blow. The Golden Knight then announced that he was displaying a sword that could cut through the sun and moon, after which he used a devastating sword flow technique. A huge stream of deadly energy fell upon the city, tearing apart everything around it. Sometime later, people were already discussing the recent battle. At the academy, many people were talking about how he could even behave like that. Some felt that the Golden Knight had gone too far this time. Meanwhile, it became known that now everyone who was going to join the Soul Guild will transfer to the Blue Dragon Guild or to Olympus. Meanwhile, Shelley was thinking about the fact that Chris had managed to defeat the head of the Soul Guild, and this was already a huge event. The girl then wrote a message that she would soon come to help him. At this time, the guild leader Sol was sitting near the trash container. The man looked around in confusion, trying to figure out where he was. After looking around the street, he sighed with relief, realizing that it was not Shinganum. He assumed that he had been thrown here by teleportation magic. Struggling to his feet, Jorge decided he needed to return to the Soul Guild as soon as possible. However, then he saw what was happening ahead and was in real shock. The guild leader couldn't believe his eyes. He began to wonder who dared to encroach on the Soul Guild. At that moment, the system notified him of two messages. The first message saying that he had fled the battlefield. He can no longer be considered a knight until he apologizes to the Golden Knight. The punishment was a block on all skills. The guild leader shouted that this was a disgusting rule, and furthermore, he declared that he would never apologize to a devil worshipper. Then the system showed a new status, fugitive of soul. In addition, all knightly skills were blocked. The enraged man cursed and shouted that this damned Golden Knight was to blame for everything. He then started asking how to find him now, at which point he heard a voice saying that there was no longer any need for that. The man turned around and saw Oliver and asked him how he had managed to sneak up so unnoticed, but he replied that he had been there all along. After that, the guild leader said that he barely survived that blow of power, and that bastard in golden armor was to blame for everything. Oliver chuckled and asked how exactly he was going to solve this problem, since he was in no position to hesitate now. However, Jorge was unable to answer, so Oliver asked angrily if he really had no solution at all. The man replied that there was a way, but he couldn't talk about it yet, and added that he was still thinking about what to do next. After that, Oliver handed him a paper and said that it was a letter of resignation from the head of the guild. At that moment, the former leader thought that he had probably just misheard and needed a little time. However, Oliver frowned and declared that it was all over now. The former leader rushed after him, asking what he meant, and Oliver replied that the Soul Guild could now retire. Through the guild master's status window, he could see all the buffs he had received from others since reaching C rank. The former leader lowered his head in despair and asked what would happen to him now. As he left, Oliver ordered that no one be informed that an S-rank hunter had gone missing from the guild. He then stated that they had a private training session planned, and therefore the former leader should hide well. Jorge yelled at Oliver to stop, and then asked him what exactly he was going to do. At that moment, an enraged Oliver dealt him a powerful blow. Then, looking at the fallen former leader, he ordered his subordinates to freeze him immediately. The next moment, Jorge's subordinates placed him in a metal container. After that, they closed the lid and Oliver pressed the freeze button. Looking at the closed container, Oliver thought that he would like to just bury it, but there was no other choice. The man believed that if the skills could be unlocked, the former guild leader could still be put to use. After that, the people from the Soul Guild loaded the metal box into a van. Meanwhile, Chris was resting at home in his apartment. The hero needed to recover, but after some time he was awakened by a phone call. Chris reached for the device to see who was calling him so persistently. To his surprise, the hero saw many messages from Shelley and her mother. Then the main character decided that the first thing he should do was calm them down and let them know that he was okay. After reading the messages, he realized that Shelley was going to save him for some reason. At that moment the phone rang again, and a dissatisfied Chris wondered what else they wanted from him. Then the young man saw the number of the Korean Hunters Association on the screen. The caller identified himself as a member of the team investigating the Shinganum incident. Chris replied that he had nothing to say, and immediately hung up. However, his interlocutor asked him not to rush, and the hero then irritably stated that he had almost died at the hands of Henry, but the Golden Knight had saved him. Chris said that the sponsors and the Soul Guild would probably want revenge on him, so he was afraid and was going to hide. To stop the flow of questions, the hero shouted that he was disconnecting and hung up again. Annoyed that they wouldn't leave him alone, the hero angrily declared that they were all starting to irritate him. Chris realized that he was the only witness to Chairman Henry's death, so no one would let him go so easily. Pulling back the curtain, the hero looked out the window and was surprised at what he saw. Outside, a White Knight Guild van was parked, with Shelley and her mother, Iris, nearby. Soon the White Knight Guild took the hero with them, and the van drove away from his home. On the way, Chris asked Shelley how they found him in the first place, and whether their guild really was using illegal methods. The girl replied that she had simply installed several applications on his phone just in case when she had come to see him before. Chris's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. Then Shelley said that he was in serious trouble this time. However, everything that happened was damn cool. The girl recalled with admiration the incredible power that swept away everything in its path. Shelley admitted that she was curious about what it felt like to become virtually invincible. The girl also asked if the hero had seen the long faces of the Soul Guild members, as it was amazing. At the same time, Chris thought that the story could have ended differently if the Soul Guild had used guerrilla tactics. Iris then explained that, unlike him, Soul cared about more than just winning, and that now their duty was to find and destroy the enemy. After that, she asked what the hero was going to do next. Chris replied that he was in trouble, so for now he was going to lie low. Then Iris explained the situation in more detail. Now the guild members were divided into two groups, a fighting one and a peaceful one. The woman said that the whole situation arose due to Chairman Henry's personal interests, and because of this, the guild suffered serious losses. Frowning, the hero thought that destroying them was not so easy. Iris then added that the peaceful side would most likely win, and that disbanding the Soul Guild and destroying Shinganum would not benefit anyone. The wall will be restored anyway, and Shinganum itself will be reconstructed anew. The real problem lies with the association. Chris said that the association representatives had already called him in the morning, then Iris replied that they had reached their guild as well. They were told to report if the hero made contact, and the hero asked if anyone had seen them. The guild leader assured him that of course not, although she admitted that someone might have followed their trailer. Looking at Iris with doubt, the hero wondered whether he should trust her at all. Smiling, the woman told him not to worry because she had already prepared everything. First, they will record his plea for help and then sell the eyewitness information to the association. Iris explained that they would film his testimony and then sell the recording to the association. Chris realized that they were going to manipulate the situation, and the woman added that this would make it look like the relationship between them was bad. From the outside, it will look like they were holding him to get information. After some thought, Chris admitted that he really wouldn't be able to go into dungeons for a while, so the idea wasn't so bad. Then Iris decided it would be better to say that they hid it somewhere in the mountains. After this, the woman asked her daughter if she could skip classes, and she suggested that the girl become a B-rank supervisor. The hero thought that they were all quite cunning people, and then asked what about the script and what ideas they had in general. The guild leader replied that, to begin with, it was necessary to provide plausible information so as not to arouse suspicion. Insisting on starting the filming, Iris stated that she would later embellish the Golden Knight's image using what he said in the video. After this, the hero sat down opposite her, and the woman turned on the camera, and exhaling, the hero confirmed that he was ready and could start recording. Chris said he was terribly annoyed by the thought that he would now not be able to hide for the rest of his life. Chris said that he was very angry, because as long as ordinary people were being destroyed, no one cared, but as soon as the chairman died, a commotion immediately began. When the camera turned off, the hero noticed that it turned out pretty good, especially the last scene. Soon they were back in the trailer, Shelley declaring that she would handle all the negotiations. The hero asked if anything bad would happen, but Shelley replied that even if something did happen, nothing could be changed. Frowning, Chris replied that he had to somehow repay everything they had done for him. Hearing this, Shelley thought about his words with a smile. Then the hero asked if she was laughing at the fact that he was literally holding on to her. However, the girl answered negatively and noted that an E-rank hunter couldn't just challenge a B-rank fighter. After that, she asked where they were going now. Chris replied that they would train in the mountains. In addition, the hero noticed that there were probably many wild monsters in those places, but the real owner of the territory was not there. Shelley asked in surprise what kind of place this was, and assumed it was a conflict zone, former North Korean territory. Upon hearing this, an amazed Chris said that it sounded cool, and even thought that she might be a real genius. After that, Shelley asked him to wait a little while she went to buy some food. And the hero decided to take a little walk, and during the walk, the hero thought about what was happening with Chairman Henry's case. Opening the news on his phone, the hero noticed that there was no mention of knights or the chaos that had been caused. Chris soon came across material about the families of the victims found in the basement of Henry's house, who were promised transfer to medical facilities. After reading this, Chris thought that the world had not changed at all. Then the hero remembered how he had once helped care for the sick. A memory of a man lying on a bed asking for water came to his mind. He groaned, complaining of pain in his arms and legs, but no one helped him. Then a nurse put her hand on little Chris's shoulder. She told the boy not to worry about the patient and just do his job. While handing out the medicine, the young hero thought about how hard it was for that man. He hadn't eaten or drunk for 2 days, and he was probably feeling ill. At this time, the nurses were discussing how the patient's wife and children had abandoned him, and he didn't even know about it. The man was constantly crying and asking to go home. In addition, 4 more patients are supposed to be brought in tomorrow, but they no longer understand where to find a place for them. Then someone called the hero and asked him to pick up something and take it to the warehouse. Remembering that terrible moment, the hero wondered what he should do now. The image of the man from the cell flashed before his eyes. Chris remembered him eating spoiled food, and he realized that he couldn't leave things as they were. Clenching his fists, the hero decided that there was nothing more to think about. He needed to act. Then he firmly decided that the Golden Knight must appear again. At that moment, Shelley returned with a heavy bag. The girl said that she had brought a whole mountain of purchases. Taking the package from her, the hero asked if she knew who took over the chairman's position after Henry's death. She replied that the chairman's younger brother, Santiago, had become the acting director, and that he was now most likely in the funeral home. Shelley then asked why he needed this information, and Chris replied that he was going to intervene a little. Meanwhile, a farewell ceremony for Chairman Henry was taking place in the funeral parlor. His younger brother Santiago stood next to the portrait of the deceased and reflected on what a great grief this was. The man thought he still didn't understand what exactly went wrong, but now the chairman's son was also gone. If the funeral goes smoothly, He will easily become the next leader. Santiago grinned contentedly at this thought. However, the next moment, the subordinates in the funeral hall began to scatter in different directions. The Golden Knight suddenly appeared and scattered the guards, who were calling for help in panic. Santiago couldn't understand where the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper, came from. Chris looked at him and noticed that he appeared to be Chairman Henry's younger brother. A shocked Santiago asked in horror what the Golden Knight was doing here. The hero then replied that after Santiago took office, he would have to pay for his brother's disgusting hobby. After this, the Golden Knight tightly gripped the Titan stake in his hands and swung it in front of Santiago. Then he slammed the weapon hard onto the floor. Santiago watched in horror as rocks flew and walls collapsed. In the end, the man fell to his knees and admitted that he was wrong. He promised to take responsibility and take care of the victims. Chris thought it was all too easy and said he hoped Santiago didn't have any of his brother's disgusting hobbies. Meanwhile, negotiations were taking place in the association's interrogation room. Iris stated that 1 billion was not that much for information about the Golden Knight, an SS-rank demon worshipper. With a grin, the woman added that if they didn't like the price, they could refuse, and then she would simply sell the information to the largest guilds. She also reminded that the association collects a huge amount of contributions, and they are certainly able to afford such an amount. Iris thought that if she continued to speak so sarcastically, then there was no need to worry about Chris anymore. The association would buy the information. The woman then stated that people who couldn't even say a word to Chairman Henry were now trying to talk back to the hunter. After this, Iris added that all officials think only about how to keep quiet and retire peacefully. She said that they should try harder if they really wanted to find out the Golden Knight's goals. Looking at them, Iris thought that these people were discussing everything right under her nose. In the end, the association's representatives offered her 500 million, but Iris said that having the amount was too difficult. In the end, the parties agreed on 800 million. Frowning, the head of the Hunters Association placed a suitcase filled to the brim with money on the table in front of her. While taking the money, Iris warned that Chris had a strong dislike for the association and was also emotionally unstable. Therefore, the recording will contain many unpleasant words addressed to the association, and it would be better for them to calmly watch it all to the end. In the video, Chris said that the Golden Knight appeared in the secret room, saved him, and then killed everyone else. The hunters were surprised that the knight was supposedly seeking glory and claiming to fight evil. Some even compared him to Don Quixote. In the next shot, Chris was already screaming for them to let him go, claiming that he was being set up, and Shelley sharply told him to shut up. The guild leader said that her daughter was now looking after him for safety. Moreover, the woman swore to the constellation that she would never reveal this information to anyone. Having thanked everyone present, Iris was about to leave. However, at that moment a subordinate burst into the room and shouted that something bad had happened. It turned out that the Golden Knight had appeared at Chairman Henry's funeral, and the leader was surprised to ask how such a thing could even happen. Iris, hearing this, was perplexed as to the boy's purpose in going there. Then the assistant explained that the information was absolutely accurate, since it was the hero who saved the people who were in the basement. The girl smiled and thought that nothing else could be expected from Chris. What was happening was becoming more and more interesting to her. Several days later, workers were clearing away the rubble near the destroyed protective wall. The military warned people to be careful because a monster had been seen there recently. However, at that very moment, a bloodthirsty monster secretly crept through a hole in the wall and headed towards the people. Landing on the other side of the wall, the monster looked at the people with its sharp fangs, clutching a deadly weapon in its hands. The creature then moved towards the military equipment. Approaching the tank, the monster grabbed the track and effortlessly lifted the heavy machine into the air. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes when they saw how the monster easily held a tank. The commander screamed in horror that it was Gurmak and immediately ordered an attack. The officer then ordered an urgent request for reinforcements, but at that very moment, the monster pinned him to the ground with its paw. When the workers heard the noise, they stopped working and turned to see what was happening. One of them shouted that there was a monster nearby. However, almost immediately people noticed a man standing behind them, and the workers asked who he was. The stranger in the helmet and dark glasses only smirked and said that they should come with him, after which he showed them a sword. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Sol was in his office. Oliver had already received a request for reinforcements. The A-rank monster Gurmak was moving towards the city center. News reports indicated that a mysterious group of marauders had kidnapped workers from a construction site in Shinganum. A subordinate entered the leader's office and announced that a support team needed to be sent immediately. The leader asked if there had been any response from the association or other guilds, but the assistant replied that there was no news. Oliver then asked if there was even one guild that could deal with this monster, but his subordinate replied that there were none. Oliver slammed his fist down on the table and screamed in rage, wondering where this Golden Knight was now when he was needed so much. The leader then ordered the A-rank fighters to be gathered, as Gurmak must be stopped immediately. Meanwhile, Chris was on the beach on the East Coast. The main character was relaxing peacefully on a sun lounger under a beach umbrella and felt absolutely wonderful. A float was bobbing nearby on the water, and at some point it jerked. The joyful hero instantly jumped up from his seat and pulled out a huge fish. Seeing Shelley's catch, the girl was surprised to notice that the hero had caught an incredible amount of fish. Then she admitted that she liked the sea much more than the mountains, and added that it was good that they came here. The boy reflected on the fact that after appearing at Henry's funeral, they planned to live in the mountains, but they were constantly being watched. That's why they decided to move to a deserted beach on the East Coast, and now the young man led a quiet life. At that moment, Crockbane appeared and informed Shelley that training would begin today. The girl immediately attacked him and shouted that he should accept the fist of justice. But the dragonoid easily intercepted her blow and declared that her fist was too weak. An enraged Shelley began to attack Crockbane with powerful blows from all sides. However, he grinned and easily repelled all attacks and counterattacked. Watching this, Chris thought that the girl had already lost 30 times in a row, but she was not even going to give up. Finally, Shelley screamed for surrender, and Crockbane declared that she had grown a lot and was good enough to become his soldier. At that moment, the hero shouted that it would be nice to have a snack. The girl replied that she would come right after she washed up. Approaching the guy, Crockbane noticed that the master could also use a little training. However, the hero, throwing up his hands, declared that fishing is also a serious training, namely, a training in patience. The young man then asked Crockbane what he thought of Shelley, and the dragonoid replied that the girl was capable of realizing her potential. Chris wondered if Shelley needed to level up to become stronger, or if her constellation needed to do something else. Crockbane also noted that the girl never turns a blind eye to dishonor. He felt sorry that with such qualities she lacks strength. Looking at Shelley, the guy completely agreed with his words. By this time, the girl had already changed her clothes after training and was drinking water. Then Chris handed her the book and told her that it was a gift for her. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what exactly the hero was conveying to her. When she read the title Phoenix Dance on the cover, she was shocked and asked why he needed to give such a book to her. Chris smiled and explained that it was a legendary rank skill, Phoenix Dance, dropped by the S-rank monster Leghorn. Shelley asked incredulously if he was really going to give this book to her. The girl screamed that it was incredibly cool, but she still didn't understand why he was giving the skill to her. Then the young man explained that she was different from all the awakened ones he had met. There was no senseless envy in her. Shelley sheepishly replied that she had never thought of herself that way, but admitted that she felt envious when she saw his strength. Chris said that even his knights spoke well of her, so he decided to give her this book so that the girl could become stronger. Shelley then asked if this meant some sort of alliance, and the hero told her to stop talking and learn the skill quickly. The happy girl said that she was simply very happy. She promised not to ask unnecessary questions and asked not to worry about her. Shelley then thought that if he was giving her the legendary skill so easily, it meant that his own abilities were even stronger. Frowning, Chris just looked at her silently, without answering. Opening the book, Shelley immediately decided to use the skill. The hero realized that the girl had already opened the characteristics window. Since he could not see the characteristics of other people, everything that happened from the outside looked like a pantomime to him. Overjoyed, Shelley shouted that her A+ rank performance had increased even further, and her agility had also increased significantly. The girl said that she had already reached level 45 of A rank, despite the fact that she had never even visited a C rank dungeon. Suddenly, Shelley joyfully shouted out that she wanted to try out the new skill immediately, and then ran away. Then Kalf noticed that the girl just wanted to make sure that she had become stronger and asked not to disturb her. After this, Chris returned alone to the beach house where they now lived. Without waiting for Shelley, the protagonist prepared a large plate of delicious food. However, he had to dine alone again because the girl still had not returned. Chris thought with a smile about how Shelley would usually burst into the house and start screaming that she was dying of hunger. At that moment, the phone rang, and Iris's name appeared on the screen. She received information that Shelley had become an A-rank hunter. Chris confirmed that this was true, and the woman then noted that such a sharp increase was not a very good sign. In response, the hero explained that he himself was planning to go to a C-rank dungeon and decided to make the White Knight Guild stronger. So he handed the skill book to the girl, and she immediately used it. Smiling, Iris said that her daughter already had great potential, then added that now they could leave in peace. Chris replied that in that case they could now look for a house on the outskirts, but Iris warned that a new problem had arisen. She asked him if he had heard about the attack on the Soul Guild, and told him that the situation was much more serious than she thought. Monsters have invaded the area, but due to the chaos the hero has caused in Shinganum, the authorities are unable to respond properly. In addition, the construction site in the south had turned into an A-rank dungeon, and this had become a huge problem. The woman explained that despite the total corruption in Shinganum, the place is still considered a symbol of Korea. In response, Chris indifferently noted that they would manage somehow, and he didn't care, but at that moment, a message came on his phone. The notice said Chris should arrive at the Korean American Hunter Academy by 7 a.m. Frowning, Chris cursed and thought that he would have to return to Seoul after all. Sometime later, a training camp was held in the gymnasium of the Seoul Academy. The commander loudly ordered everyone to come forward for an ID check. Dressed in uniform, Chris thought with irritation that the idiots from the Seoul Guild had only declared mobilization because they couldn't cope on their own. The hero understood that he was also a hunter, but now he was being used as an ordinary soldier. Because hunters below D rank are only slightly superior to athletes, they are subject to conscription as regular military personnel. Chris thought that if he had managed to get a D rank, he wouldn't have to participate in all of this, but now nothing could be changed. Chris then approached a soldier who gave him a standard issue rifle. The officer explained that this was a KR-5 rifle for highly trained conscripted soldiers. Chris frowned and noticed that the weapon used regular ammo, not magic stones. After this, the military man announced that their main task was to deliver equipment to Shinganam and build a defensive line. In addition, missions for each platoon will be communicated separately through commanders, and all orders must be followed without question. After some time, the soldiers were already actively building defensive fortifications. The commander reported that the battle with Gurmak was still ongoing. In addition, the hunters were forced to fight hordes of marauders. It also became known that movements of monsters from the constellation King of Carnage and Vultures were noticed. The soldiers began to discuss among themselves that if all these forces united, they would be finished. After some time, the commander announced a 10-minute break. The exhausted soldiers began to moan that they were forced to toil because of some idiotic chaos, and their backs were already falling off from fatigue. While on vacation, Chris decided to write to Shelley, and she replied that there was chaos all around. Everyone was in a panic because of the Carnage King. After this, Shelley asked what the hero himself was doing. In response, Chris sent her a photo in which he was standing with a shovel. The hero thought that the situation was becoming more and more complicated, but now he still couldn't do anything. He decided that when everything here was over, he would get a D rank and go somewhere to the provinces. Meanwhile, a meeting was being held at the special headquarters for the second incident in Shinganam. The commander asked those present if they understood why Shinganam was completely paralyzed. He then explained that the reason was the appearance of the constellations of Sawyer and the Carnage King, and that the current attack was different from the previous ones. The ground forces had already suffered serious losses, and vultures had appeared among the attackers. It all looks much more organized than before, so it's important to figure out how they came together. However, one of the hunters sharply objected and asked what the management was doing now. She stated that the situation needed to be calmed first, and only then could the reasons for the monster's unification be determined. This is far from the most important thing now. Even though Shinganam has many enemies, if the city falls, then Seoul will collapse too. After some deliberation, the commander agreed and stated that in that case, the defense strategy would have to be revised. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster, watching the woman, thought that this damn hag was back at her best. Then, Olympus Guild S-Rank Hunter Arcades stated that they didn't mind, but they weren't satisfied with the current state of affairs. Joshua then asked what Olympus's position was, and Arcades calmly replied that for now, they were simply observing the situation. The leader of the Blue Dragon noted that he himself did not want the Soul Guild to disband, but everything had been heading that way for a long time. Arcades agreed with his words, after which Joshua asked if they knew anything about the Golden Knight. He reminded them that he had used a Titan stake, meaning it was either Hephaestus's work or everyone around them was just an idiot. Arcades replied that he understood what he was getting at, but that titanium stakes were produced in huge quantities and scattered all over the world. The guild leader then asked if Olympus had conducted an investigation into the recent transactions, after which he pulled out a check. Joshua smiled and offered to share information with him so that they could find the target. He was willing to pay any amount. Arcades noted that guilds should help each other, and the Blue Dragon leader stated that the greater the loot, the higher the reward. After this, the man wrote out a check for the amount offered by Arcades. Meanwhile, Shelley was at the White Knight Guild, helping sort through paperwork. The girl sat among huge stacks of papers and then, in irritation, threw down the next sheets and shouted that there were too many reports. Iris told her daughter that, no matter how much she wanted to, she could not go after Chris. Then Shelley asked how things were going in Shinganam. Iris replied that they were trying to close all the vulnerabilities. The girl noticed that Chris was literally drawn into the local self-defense forces, just for the sake of digging. Iris frowned and declared that the hero would not be harmed, and Shelley wondered why her mother was so worried about him. She asked her daughter if she knew about the circus elephant, and she replied that if a baby elephant is put on a chain, even when he grows up, he won't be able to break it. Iris explained that Chris was so strong that he could be called an SS rank devil worshipper, but he had no interest in the world. The girl asked why he didn't care about anything, and Iris replied that the hero lost his family as a child when he was running away from monsters. The head replied that in her life she had seen many abandoned people whose fates no one cared about. However, he did not become embittered against the world, or even against them, because otherwise they would have had to face an enemy of unprecedented strength. A shocked Shelley said that it was all really terrible, but she still didn't think it was right to leave things as they were. Then the woman replied that Chris is a modest person, so everything will be fine. The more you think about him, the more you understand this. Laughing, Shelley declared that it seemed like her mother had fallen in love with this uncle. Iris was quick to object, explaining that this was not true, and that she simply felt obligated to him because of her daughter. After some time, the bus with the soldiers returned to the assembly point, and the car stopped to let the soldiers off. The commander shouted for everyone to come out and show up here tomorrow at the same time. He warned that there should be no latecomers. One of the soldiers noted that everything remained exactly the same as during his service. Another asked where the conscripts were now. Chris got off the bus with the rest of the soldiers and took out his phone. He saw a news headline that the National Guard had finally managed to separate the monsters in Shinganam from the new arrivals. After reading this, Chris thought that they were probably cornered and decided that was a good thing. Then news broke that the director of the Eleanor Academy was in charge of the front in Shinganam. After reading this, Chris was very surprised. The hero did not understand why the director of the academy was here. Looking at the photograph, the young man thought that he did not know the reasons for its appearance, but it was still better for him not to interfere in her affairs. Frowning, he put the phone in his pocket and continued going about his business. Along the way, the boy recalled events from 5 years ago, when he was a team commander at the academy. Then Eleanor came to their office and asked everyone to be more attentive. She reported that a report had been received about violations of employee rights. The woman wanted to create a legal system, so she insisted that all employees undergo medical examination. In addition, the director ordered those responsible to collect proposals for improving the system. The boys were impressed with the new director. After some time, Chris was walking down the corridor and suddenly heard a loud argument. Someone shouted that this was an educational institution and that usury was not allowed here. The man was outraged by the idiot who would accumulate trillions in an educational institution instead of investing in research. However, Eleanor sharply responded that this was negligence and corruption, and that with good staff, the guild would be better. Moreover, the director emphasized that in battles, supplies, and defense are much more important than the individual abilities of the army. The guy then thought that thanks to Eleanor, some of the managers quit, and the work itself became much easier. At the same time, the hero admitted that the woman was very smart, although too straightforward, and many people here hated such people. Having made his decision, Chris went out onto the road to hail a taxi. He told the driver that he needed to go to Shinganam, but the taxi driver replied that it was too dangerous there at the moment. Then, to prevent the driver from changing his mind, the hero offered him double the fare. He agreed, but warned that he would not go inside the district. As they drove, Chris thought about how he wanted to close his eyes to everything that was happening, but he couldn't do it. Moreover, the director must survive until his arrival. Meanwhile, fierce fighting continued on the southern front line in Shinganam. Armed monsters attacked the soldiers, who tried to shoot them. One of the fighters didn't understand why the number of monsters wasn't decreasing, while the other replied that bullets weren't capable of stopping creatures of rank D and above. Bloodthirsty monsters attacked the soldiers and easily destroyed them. The commander was informed that the 3rd platoon's front line had been broken through. There was no communication with the 2nd platoon, and the 1st had been forced to retreat. There were currently around 1,000 D rank and above monsters on the battlefield, including the A rank Gurmark, all of whom reported directly to Sawyer. The commander stated that Sawyer's constellation was determined, but they still had no intention of retreating. The officer then ordered to shoot at the weak monsters first. After this, the fighters raised their rifles again and continued shooting at the advancing monsters. The remaining tanks held the defense as long as possible. Powerful, destructive explosions thundered everywhere, sweeping away everything in their path. Deadly shock waves scattered the terrifying monsters in all directions. Meanwhile, Gurmark watched what was happening from the sidelines. One of his subordinates noticed that the people were resisting fiercely. Grinning, Gurmark replied that the others shouldn't worry. This time he was the one leading the raid. The monster laughed and declared that people were incredibly stupid and that everything was going strictly according to plan. At that moment, other monsters climbed onto the roof, and Gurmark ordered them to move out. Meanwhile, the commander reported that 4 large groups of monsters had separated from the mountain slope where the Sawyer constellation base was located. The soldier was stunned and did not understand why they were not going to defend their base. When cleansing, the constellation is simply expelled from Earth, meaning they literally risk their lives. Suddenly, the system reported the detection of the S-rank monster Bahaku, and it was also indicated that it was heading to Suwon. The commander asked again whether they were really talking about the battalion commander. He then shouted into the radio that the S-rank monster Bohaku was heading towards Suwon and declared a code red alert. The man thought that even the apostle who was guarding the main temple was sent into battle. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. At this time, the camp received an urgent message and began to discuss further actions. Looking into the tent, Oliver asked what had happened and what the meeting was about. Eleanor replied that an S-rank opponent would be difficult to deal with and asked if they could spare at least one A-rank hunter. Oliver replied that they had suffered heavy losses after the last incident, so it wasn't that simple. Eleanor frowned and thought that it wouldn't change anything anyway, since the Olympus Guild needed help. The frightened soldiers discussed how the Soul Guild was not responding, and they did not know who would come to their aid. Then the director said that she was going to Suwon and let them sort things out here themselves. As she was leaving, she called Oliver an arrogant brat and thought that this was how they would win. The woman then ordered her subordinate to prepare for departure to Suwon, arm himself, and immediately activate the trailer's security. After some time, everything was ready, and they went to the site of the violent clash. At that moment, Chris arrived and asked where the director was. He was told that she had just left. Then Chris said that the matter was urgent, but the director was not answering, and he urgently needed to tell her something. The subordinate explained that she went to Suwon because an S-rank monster from the Sawyer constellation had appeared there. Meanwhile, Eleanor moved towards Suwon and remembered everything she knew about this monster. She said that the apostle of the constellation Sawyer usually uses a dagger, so she needs information about his basic skills. The subordinate replied that this apostle was responsible for the protection of the sanctuary, so very little is known about him. Then the director noticed that this was an extremely dangerous enemy that appeared literally out of nowhere. The driver cautiously asked if everything would be okay. Despite the official S rank, the academy director refused to train. Eleanor replied that she understood her situation better than anyone else, and that she still had a better chance of winning than the beast-like servant of the constellation. She also noticed that such creatures usually retreat when they realize there is no gain in fighting. However, this time everything looked strange, because this had never happened before, and then, approaching the door, Eleanor ordered it to be opened. Frowning, the subordinate replied that he would carry out the director's order. Then he shouted at her to be careful. The academy director stood in the doorway of the trailer, ready to engage the monster. A moment later, the woman left the transport and quickly rushed to the scene of the battle. After some time, she reached the area where the monsters were. Eleanor noticed them and prepared for battle. However, the moment she landed, a powerful explosion occurred. Climbing onto a tree branch, the headmistress watched what was happening below. She didn't understand where this explosion came from and wondered if the battle had already begun. Soon the director saw the terrifying monster Bohaku below, which was thrown aside. The monster prepared to fight its opponent. It turned out to be the Golden Knight, who declared that before him were robbers blinded by wealth and attacking only the weak. The hero then ordered his comrades to show the sword of justice to the enemies, and his loyal team shouted that they were ready to fight the monsters. Surprised, Eleanor realized that in front of her was the very same demon worshipper, the Golden Knight. Meanwhile, the monster declared that the opponents were really good. He was going to take them all prisoner and take that beauty for himself. Hearing this, the hero replied that Bohaku was no different from an ordinary criminal. Grinning, the monster declared that the right to desire gold and take it away always belongs to the strong. Then the Golden Knight struck back and said that it was precisely because of such thoughts that innocent people found themselves immersed in grief. Swinging his sword, the hero dealt a powerful blow to the monster. Instead of a hand, the monster Bohaku had a sharp blade, which he used to fight back furiously. The creature waved its weapon furiously at the Golden Knight, intending to destroy him. Then Chris pulled out the titanium stake and directed a stream of destructive energy at the monster. To repel the attack, Bohaku extended his blade arm in front of him and managed to block the blow. Frowning, the monster admitted that the Golden Knight was indeed good, but then he asked about his subordinates. At this moment, the rest of the huge monsters raised their weapons to attack. Then the Golden Knight called out to Eldrin and asked if she would take care of them. The next moment, a golden dragon appeared above the heads of the monsters. She joyfully shouted that these monsters were quite large, which meant she was counting on good dividends. The hideous monsters unleashed destructive streams of energy from their weapons. In response, Eldrin opened her maw and prepared to unleash her devastating dragon breath. A deadly flame erupted from her mouth, and a giant wave of fire engulfed the terrible monsters. Armed with the Titan stake, the Golden Knight continued his battle with the S-rank monster. Chris then turned to his knights and announced that it was time to begin. His entire team rushed into battle against the monsters, destroying them with their weapons. Bohaku shouted at the Golden Knight who was attacking him that it was not over yet. Dodging his blows, the hero thought that the enemy's attacks were getting stronger. Glaring furiously at the hero, the monster screamed so that the Golden Knight would remember that he was his true enemy. While delivering powerful blows, the hero replied that Bohaku really thought he was capable of forgetting about it. The director of the academy, who was watching what was happening, suddenly thought she heard a familiar voice. Meanwhile, Chris soared high into the air, swung the titanium stake, and said goodbye to Bohaku. The very next moment, the Golden Knight delivered a powerful blow, and a devastating explosion thundered around. The terrible monster tried with all its might to repel the hero's deadly attacks, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to do so. The protagonist noticed that with each passing second, his blows were becoming stronger and stronger. Clutching his head, the monster screamed in despair, calling on the sea golems to come to his aid. However, this did not save him, because the hero continued to rain down new crushing blows on the enemy. The Golden Knight thought that this monster was too strong. He assumed that it was all because of the squid's body. At that moment, Chris remembered what a fisherman he knew had once told him. The man said that when cooking squid, you need to hit the vital point where all the nerves are concentrated. Then Chris took aim and delivered a powerful blow right between the monster's eyes. The deadly attack sent the monster flying to the ground with tremendous force. The creature screamed wildly, falling to its knees, looking at the Golden Knight with hatred. Bohaku declared that he did not dare to do such a thing. The hero thought that he had doubts at first, but this method worked. Then Chris said that this was already his second hunt for an S-rank monster. After this, the monster began to beg for mercy, and Chris calmly asked what the point of letting the prey go was. Then the monster hastily promised to compensate for everything with gold and declared that if the knight killed him now, he would only get what he already had. The academy director thought that the demon worshipper in the guise of the Golden Knight would not accept such a paltry bribe. However, he suddenly declared that he would agree if Bohaku paid him twice as much. Only in that case would he allow him to leave alive. Chris decided that this was a fair price for the monster's life, but added that he would only release it after the deal was completed. The monster was stunned by such a proposal and thought for a few seconds about what to answer. At the same time, Eleanor was surprised to think that he would actually agree to such a paltry ransom. Finally, Bohaku stood up and announced that he accepted the Golden Knight's terms. Moreover, he swore by the name of his constellation, Sawyer. After this, the monster waved his hand and ordered the golems to stop fighting, and the creatures immediately obediently dropped to one knee. Then the Golden Knight said that they should make a deal in such a way that the monster would not even try to deceive him. In response, Bohaku assured them that there was nothing to worry about, since they never break the oaths they take in the name of their constellation. Having poured out a huge mountain of gold, Bohaku added that he even emptied the secret reserves of his subordinates. After that, he asked if this was enough for the knight, and Chris replied that it was not so bad. The monster still couldn't believe his luck, and hastened to declare that they had better leave here immediately. Chris, looking at the mountains of gold, thought that he didn't expect to see the monster with so much cash. He decided that there was no point in counting it. However, he then noticed a strange silence, and wondered why no one was saying anything. Then Calf asked if everything was okay. Chris noted that everyone suddenly went silent, as if they had either gone blind with greed or were going crazy. In response, the Abyss Knight stated that this was a reward received after a fair fight, which meant everything was fine. At that moment, Chris heard a strange noise and sharply demanded that whoever was hiding come out immediately. Then the director of the academy appeared from hiding and declared that it was she who was supposed to fight the bandits. She was about to formally introduce herself to the Golden Knight, but the hero interrupted her and said that she was the director of Eleanor Academy. The woman was surprised that he knew her, and the knight responded by saying that the director of the academy was quite famous. Eleanor explained that the money he received could not be used. The stolen funds were protected by anti-theft mechanisms. In other words, all of this is considered stolen, so you won't be able to take the money back. Hearing this, the Golden Knight cursed furiously and declared that he had been deceived and that all this gold was trash. After this, the hero decided that he would have to limit himself to magic stones and ordered Eldraine to burn everything to hell. The dragoness immediately used her dragon's breath and released a powerful flame onto the mountain of gold. Eleanor watched in amazement as millions of one disappeared into the flames. The director then noticed that the Golden Knight was extremely interested in money and offered to listen to her request. However, Chris waved his hands sharply and replied that he was not working for hire, after which he ordered his knights to leave. Eleanor frowned and said regretfully that she was sorry that Mr. Chris did not agree. Hearing his name, the hero asked in surprise how she knew who he was, and did everyone really know his identity now? The director then explained that his armor was protected by magic, so she tried to put a boost on it. However, the system returned a message stating that no magical buffs had been activated, and Chris asked if it had worked. The woman explained that she had only tried to use the Hunter's Offering support skill once on an academy employee named Chris. Chris stated that this was crazy, because if someone tried to buff him, his identity would be revealed immediately. However, Eleanor reassured him and reminded him that he should remember how, immediately after her appointment, employees were required to undergo examinations. It was because of this that she immediately realized who was hiding under the armor when she tried to use the buff. Then the hero asked what she was going to do now. Eleanor replied that she would keep everything a secret for now. In response, the knight stated that he simply did not want any extra problems. The director of the academy noted that he already had more than enough troubles, but she understood him perfectly. Afterwards, Chris admitted with relief that he was glad to hear this. However, at that very moment, a message arrived that the squid monster and its flock were heading to New Gangnam. Then the director asked what he was going to do, and Chris replied that he would first pick up all the magic stones and other items. Eleanor frowned and looked closely at the Golden Knight. He then told her not to look at him like that because the rich people from Gangnam would sort out their own problems. After this, he advised the director of the academy not to interfere in the battles and not to travel too often between the outpost and the battlefield. Eleanor was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't believe that Chris knew about her participation in the defense and where she came from. The woman thought that he might have known about her upcoming encounter with Bokahu and had come there just in case. After these events, Chris returned home and rested until his alarm clock woke him up. Stretching, the protagonist reluctantly thought about the fact that he had to go to the defense forces again. A moment later, Accolon appeared in a red apron, holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hands, and handed it to his master. The golem announced that he had a guest, and a surprised Chris asked if it was Shelley or her mother. Accolon replied that it was Miss Eleanor, the principal of Eleanor Academy. Looking out the door, Chris confirmed that it was indeed she, and asked why Accolon hadn't warned him about her arrival. The golem replied that Lady Eleanor was not an enemy and had arrived about 2 hours ago, so he did not interrupt his master's sleep. At this point, the director asked if he was awake and added that Accolon made excellent coffee. The golem politely thanked her for the praise, and Eleanor remarked that, judging by its behavior, it must have possessed a very advanced AI. Chris asked her why she had come to his house. He reminded her that he had to join the defense forces and suggested that they get straight to the point. However, the director said that there was no need to worry about it anymore and asked him to look at the phone. The report stated that due to the situation in New Gangnam, recruitment into the defense forces had been cancelled. The hero sighed heavily and asked if this was really true. Eleanor replied that the battle continued all night. Although they managed to achieve victory, the losses were enormous. Chris reminded her that he had warned her and advised her not to interfere in this battle, but the woman replied that it was necessary. She then admitted that she had come to ask him for a fair deal, but the protagonist did not understand what they could be talking about if the battle had already ended. Eleanor explained that she was talking about an SS-rank demon worshipper named Pastor Lee. Without listening to her to the end, the hero immediately stated that he refused. She was probably going to ask him to save the captured people. However, Eleanor asked him to take his time and listen to her first. Chris replied that there were too many things in the world that could no longer be brought back. Trying to convince him, the woman offered a decent monetary reward, but he again refused. Chris asked why she was the only one trying to save everyone. The academy's director shouldn't have to take on such responsibility. He added that even if she succeeds in saving people, the cost of treatment will make things even harder for the families of the victims. The protagonist noticed that good intentions did not always lead to good consequences for those around him. Chris then advised her not to waste time on such a useless matter and suggested that they have breakfast before she left. Frowning, Eleanor nevertheless agreed to have breakfast with him. During breakfast, she told the latest news. Bokahu returned to New Gangnam. Then the siege of the rear lines began. Monsters looted warehouses, buildings were set on fire, and no one could say whether New Gangnam would ever recover. Eleanor then added that even shelters were attacked and around 1,500 people were kidnapped. This happened because of the connection between what was happening and the King of Slaughter, something that had never happened even in the times when only the Awakened existed. Chris replied that the constellations at least paid fairly for their services, while the humans only talked a lot. Eleanor asked if it mattered if the constellations were destroying the world. Chris replied that people were primarily interested in money, even if the world collapsed. For most people, it was more important how they felt. He then asked her if she had ever been hungry and rummaging through trash cans, and if not, she shouldn't have been talking about saving the world. Immediately after these words, Chris thought that perhaps he had been too harsh. Eleanor remarked that his constellation had rather strange tastes to have chosen such a gloomy man. Chris replied that he didn't have a constellation at all. The director was amazed by this admission and asked what his power was then. Chris admitted that he himself had no idea, but he was sure that whoever had given him this power had made a serious mistake. Eleanor asked if he wanted to become a symbol of justice and fight evil, but Chris said no. He was just going to get to a point where no one could bother him and then go back to the quiet life of a farmer. He added that if he had his own constellation, the best option would be to simply swear by its name and live in peace. The director admitted that this was also a good option and noted that then at least people would not know about the coward who only knows how to run away. Chris asked if she had finished breakfast. Then Eleanor asked if she could make one more request of him and at least state it. Chris replied that why not, after all, the coward hadn't had time to leave yet anyway. After that, the director of the academy asked if he could receive the Grandmaster's legacy in her place. She added that if he really only thought about his own benefit, it would be beneficial for him as well. Meanwhile, rumors were circulating at the academy that the student council chairman had voluntarily decided to leave his post. One student remarked that this stubborn guy had finally left on his own, while another replied that it was high time he realized his place. Then one of the students asked Chris if he was going to go to New Gangnam. Chris replied that of course he had cancelled the contract. When the students noticed Shelley, they began discussing how this B-rank hunter managed to maintain an A+ level for several years. One of them suggested that she had obtained a legendary skill book. Another added that everyone was now nervous since she was considered the 11th candidate to achieve S rank. He approached Shelley and said that he had thought about his earlier proposal. However, the girl once again replied that she had already repeated 100 times that she was going to stay in Korea and work with her mother. The man then advised her to give him time to think things over, adding that an S-rank hunter shouldn't rot in that shallow puddle. In response, Shelley stated that she would only join the Olympus Guild if they could convince the two SS rankers. Afterwards, her friend told Shelley that she should agree, but she objected that all three of these guilds were acting too arrogant. There was no one among them who could compare with her uncle, and then the surprised student immediately asked which uncle they were talking about. Realizing she had said too much, Shelley quickly explained that she was only talking about a C-rank tank from their guild. Meanwhile, her interlocutor again noted that Shelley should still reconsider Olympus's offer, since it seemed worthy. To change the subject, the girl asked about the concert, and Shelley, covering her mouth with her hand, reproached herself for almost letting it slip. Meanwhile, Chris was in the White Knight Guild and talking with Iris. The amazed guild leader couldn't believe that he had become Eleanor's apprentice. Then Chris explained in detail what exactly had happened. Chris asked the academy director if he just needed to take care of it. The woman replied that it was about the key to the chest in which the master's legacy was kept, and she told him to dispose of this key himself. The hero asked what would happen if he gave the key to the wrong person. The director replied that he would have to pay the corresponding price. However, she added that if he fulfilled her request, she would officially include him in the list of her students. Iris said that since he became a disciple, Eleanor would be able to control any information about him, and he would be able to level up safely. Frowning, Chris admitted that he was afraid of attracting unnecessary attention to himself. In response, the director assured him that, as a student of the head of the academy, he would not be drawn into anything dangerous. After this, Chris agreed and said that the group would consist of 4 people: the guild leader, Shelley, Dan, and himself. Iris explained that she had allocated the remaining points to improving medical equipment and first aid skills. A pleased Chris noted that she had even made provision in advance for the possibility of assembling a full set of equipment. Iris winked and replied that there was nothing surprising about that, since anyone could have foreseen such a development. Meanwhile, in the underground city of Kaesong, demon worshippers led a column of captives. The men, their hands tied, walked under the guard of vultures. At that moment, a huge black limousine stopped next to them. The sectarians immediately recognized the car in which Pastor Lee was located. Looking out the window, the pastor asked why so many captives had suddenly appeared. The driver explained that it was related to the recent incident in Gangnam, and the pastor clarified what exactly it was about. Then the driver said that the Golden Knight, who worshipped demons and destroyed Leghorn, had caused quite a commotion there. Pastor Lee chuckled and asked if that meant those bastards had come here to sell the captives. The driver confirmed that this was indeed the case, and the pastor remarked that it was not so bad and asked what had happened to the Chinese client. In response, the driver reported that the negotiations had failed, and Emperor Qin and King Peiyang had rejected the proposal on moral grounds. As for the party, it is interested exclusively in mercenary support. The pastor stated with dissatisfaction that it was highly doubtful that the Chinese would actually give them money in exchange for support. The driver then added that the failure of negotiations with the Chinese party had led to serious problems with food supplies. Lee replied that it was necessary to survive this period. When the situation became especially tense, they would fight and take everything by force. After this, the driver cautiously asked what they would do if the Golden Knight intervened, since he even had a dragon. Pastor Lee cut him off abruptly, saying he was talking too much, and the driver immediately apologized. The pastor then angrily ordered him to shut up and just drive. The man replied that he understood everything, and again asked for forgiveness. Pastor Lee gave him a glare and said that the adults would handle the problem themselves. Trembling with fear, the driver replied that he understood and would definitely remember it. Meanwhile, a meeting was held in the White Knight Guild to discuss further actions. Iris sat with her daughter opposite Chris and the academy director. Chris suggested introducing themselves first, even though the director already knew Shelley well, but he asked if Iris and the director knew each other personally. The director replied that she didn't know her personally, but she had heard a lot about her, and Iris, in turn, said that she was very glad to meet her. After that, the director stated that since they shared a common goal of clearing a C-rank dungeon, it was necessary to come up with a clear plan. However, then it was suggested to go directly to the B-rank dungeon, and Chris was stunned. Going directly to the B-rank dungeon is dangerous. To this, the director objected that there was no point in wasting time on a C-rank dungeon. She asked Iris what experience she had with B-rank dungeons. The guild leader replied that she had only been in such a dungeon once, and only during the exam to promote to rank A-. Eleanor then explained that if you only count B-rank dungeons, she had over 300 of them under her belt. She also noted that if the White Knight Guild cleared a B-rank dungeon too quickly, it might raise suspicions. Chris thought that participating in such a dungeon with an S-rank hunter would really make a huge difference. Meanwhile, Eleanor announced that she was leaving her position to educate her student, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chris then asked when exactly they would leave. The director replied that if he was ready, they could leave right now. Clenching his fist, the protagonist realized that Eleanor was truly ready to take such a serious step. Then he said that they could go now, and Eleanor remarked that she knew he would say this, and added that she was glad of his curiosity. Shelley, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed that of course they had to go, and Iris also declared that she would go with them. Smiling, Eleanor said that since everyone was ready, they would leave right now. After some time, the group arrived at the control zone of a B-rank dungeon. As they pulled up to the trailer, Eleanor said they were almost there and told everyone to check their potions and gear again. The subordinate accompanying the trailer made sure that everything was in order with the equipment. Then he approached the driver and asked if everything was ready. Once it became clear that everyone was ready, the director and her group moved on, and soon they reached the desired location. Eleanor told everyone to get out of the car and explained that the entrance to the dungeon was further down, so they should prepare here. Pointing to the tracks on the ground, the hero asked if there were any monsters nearby. The woman replied that these were just traces left after the loss of the constellation. They would not interfere in any way, so there was nothing to worry about. Eleanor then patted Chris on the shoulder and said she was sure he could handle it, and Chris replied that he would try his best. After this, the group passed through the forest and soon reached the dungeon, the Golden Knight going first. After some time, he parted the leaves and saw a portal in front of him. The hero immediately shouted to the others that they had found the right entrance to the dungeon. At the same time, he thought that since this was a B-rank dungeon, it would probably be a little creepy inside. Then the Golden Knight warned that this was only the beginning and told everyone to get ready. Suddenly, Chris noticed strange shadows around him and was confused as to what was happening. The next moment, Iris and Shelley found themselves tied up inside the portal, and Eleanor declared that he would have to go on alone. An enraged Chris screamed, asking what the hell was going on. However, the very next second, the portal disappeared, and soon all that remained of the rest was a small dot in the distance. Chris cursed furiously and tried to grab them, but he didn't succeed, and he was left completely alone. Chris was furious. He didn't understand why this old woman did this to him and what he should do now. Meanwhile, the guild leader freed herself from the ropes and asked the director if she was sure that everything would be okay. In response, Eleanor said that being a hunter meant that sooner or later you had to put your life on the line. Iris added that she had heard that in the B-rank dungeons, not only combat skills were important, but also experience and mind control skills. So he'll have to go through all of this mostly on his own. Thinking that he could use the help of his subordinates, the protagonist decided to call his squad. However, the system returned an error message. Due to the size of this place, he could not summon his subordinates. Having finally calmed down a little, the hero decided to look around. He wondered what this place was where he had been dumped and left to survive alone. Then he remembered the director's words that in this dungeon there was an apostle of the Great White Swan, an extremely cunning monster. Opening the book to learn more about the creature, the hero groaned pitifully when he realized that the book contained absolutely no information. Then Chris slammed it shut in irritation and decided that there was no point in panicking, at least he would still learn something. Chris thought that even allies couldn't be completely trusted and allowed to relax. He decided that if he had to stay here for a while, he should settle down. He was planning to move to the village anyway, so it was even for the best. Deciding that he needed a place to live, the hero drove the Titan's stake into the tree with all his might. Then he chopped again and again until he felled the tree and had prepared the required number of branches. After some time, Chris built a small hut with a roof made of leaves. Smiling, the protagonist thought that building a house turned out to be easier than he expected. However, he noted that the structure appeared quite fragile as the wood had not been dried. The hero also didn't know how effective all this would be, because he couldn't summon his knights. Using the hero's ring, he went to the King of Carnage's shop. This time Chris confidently walked inside, where he was met by a fox saleswoman. She greeted the client and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which she asked how she could help him. Chris asked if they had a blanket or any camping gear. In response, the saleswoman said that he could choose whatever he wanted, since they had a very large selection. Lost in thought, the hero also asked if they had more suitable traps. After he had acquired everything he needed, the hero spent some time in his new home. However, he was soon noticed by a huge three-headed bird. the creature wondering in surprise what this man was doing here. Talking among themselves, the heads decided that he didn't smell of pain, and then decided that he needed to experience the nightmare. Only then, in their opinion, will he be able to feel pain. At this time, the hero himself was fast asleep after a hearty dinner and did not even suspect what was happening around him. The bird noticed that he was wearing golden armor and thought he was strange. A person shouldn't act so calmly when he was alone in a dungeon. Hearing some voices in his sleep, the hero sleepily told them to shut up. The three-headed bird cried out indignantly that it was obliged to give him a nightmare, since it could not stand his relaxed face. The creatures then decided to make him writhe in agony with the help of the nightmare pier and continued circling above the hero's house. After this, the three-headed bird directed magical energy at the dwelling, and this energy penetrated his dream. The magical power quickly enveloped the house and seeped inside, and the bird screamed piercingly, ordering the man to writhe in pain. The hero's sleep became restless. He began to toss and turn and felt an inexplicable horror. With his eyes wide open in fear, the hero tried to understand what had happened. Looking around in confusion, he couldn't understand how he ended up in this place. Soon Chris saw his parents walking ahead, leading the little boy by the hand. Shocked, Chris immediately recognized the scene from his own past and watched in horror as it unfolded. Pointing to the trailer, the boy asked his father to buy him cotton candy. His father stroked his head affectionately and said that he would bring it now and that he should stay with his mother. Chris shouted at him to stop because he couldn't go there. But at that moment, people started running away from the cotton candy stand in panic, and Chris desperately screamed at the man to run away. However, the father just waved his hand and shouted to his son that he had already bought cotton candy for him. The next moment, a speeding car hit the man and he was thrown to the side. Little Chris watched this in horror and screamed desperately. Immediately after this, a huge, creepy monster with tentacles appeared near the carousel and began to grab everyone who was in its path. Little Chris's mother tried to pull her son away and pulled him hard by the hand. At that moment, the bloodthirsty monster noticed a loudly screaming child. It stretched out its tentacles towards them, intending to grab them. The mother tried to drag the boy away, but he refused to leave. Watching from the sidelines, Chris screamed in desperation for them to stop. However, the very next moment, the bloodthirsty monster grabbed his mother with a powerful tentacle. Little Chris's eyes widened in horror, not believing what was happening. Despite the serious injuries, the mother tried to calm the frightened boy. Then, holding her son tightly to her, the woman shielded Chris from the terrible monster with her body. After some time, the monster, having stopped paying attention to the woman lying on the ground, moved on. Looking at her son, the mother said that Chris must definitely promise her that he will survive. The boy whispered in horror for her to speak more quietly because he was afraid that the monster might return. Watching this scene, Chris thought that this is how his mother and father died. Clenching his fists, the hero realized that he had survived in this pit only thanks to them. Moreover, it was his parents who made him who he is today. Suddenly, Chris saw some strange energy around him and was amazed to think what the hell was going on. Then he clearly heard a voice telling him to wake up, and Chris opened his eyes in horror. Looking out the window, the hero saw a huge three-headed bird monster with gigantic claws. The hero asked in surprise what kind of monster it was. He then realized that the creature was able to leave the ruins because it could fly, and the bird, in turn, thought that he was talking too much. Then the Golden Knight declared that, following the knightly spirit, he was ready to fight the creature of the underworld. However, the bird immediately screamed for the man to stop because she did not want to fight. She did not want to die in a battle with the strongest. It explained that it had only come to wish him the best and ask him to leave this place. According to the monster, this place turns hope and happiness into despair, but he does not seek happiness with a pure heart. Frowning, Chris asked why he had to leave at all, adding that if the bird didn't attack, he wouldn't fight either. The bird replied that life is full of pain, but there is also good in it, that beauty is replaced by suffering, and hope is followed by despair. To this, Chris remarked that there were too many heads, and it would be better if only one spoke. The bird asked him to forgive them, but emphasized that his presence here was of no benefit to anyone. In response, the hero said that the place where he lived before was also not a refuge. That world was filled with selfish people. Chris noticed that he felt comfortable here, and besides, this was the only creature wandering around the area, which meant there were no monsters nearby. The three-headed creature admitted that this was indeed the case, and explained that the other monsters were quiet during the day and returned at night. However, inside himself he was already on the verge of despair, so they could not harm him, and Chris replied that this is how this world works. Then the bird said that if the world was really like this, then, in the opinion of a hunter of his level, they had no need to defend this dungeon at all. If there was already too much pain in the world, then there was no point in their existence, so if he left here, they would all feel better. Then the bird screamed loudly and flapped its wings, releasing powerful energy. Then the three-headed bird cried out that he had come here alone in search of paradise. She told him to cherish his world and take care of it, and when this world is filled with happiness and hope, they will meet here again. The creature cried out one last time for him to return when his heart was filled with happiness. Shocked, Chris thought the bird was going to blow itself up. The next moment, an explosion thundered, and gold coins, precious stones, and treasures rained down on the hero. Thoughtfully watching the rain of gold and gems, the hero said that he could not change anything. Therefore, he will have to return. Meanwhile, the trailer has been waiting all this time for Chris to emerge from the dungeon. Approaching the trailer, the hero extended his hand and admitted that everything had turned out to be too easy. Eleanor immediately asked how he managed to get through the dungeon, because it was not easy, since the King of Pain himself was there. The hero grinned, scratched the back of his head, and replied that it was his little secret. Eleanor frowned and remarked that he was being too bold to keep secrets from his commander. She clarified that the report would indicate that they cleared the dungeon together, and she told Chris to remember everything that caused him difficulty. At that moment, Shelley raised her hand and asked the commander if it was possible to change the report slightly. The girl suggested not to mention her participation at all. She didn't want everyone to know that she had completed a B-rank dungeon without any problems. After thinking for a moment, the director replied that she could fulfill Shelley's request. She then said that the report would be left exactly as it was, and she also promised to find the next dungeon within a week. The woman explained that she didn't want others to know how quickly he cleared the dungeons, otherwise it would arouse suspicion. As Shelley chewed her sandwich, she wondered what Chris was going to do next. The hero grinned and replied that he would buy the mountain and build a house on it, and the girl remarked admiringly that it sounded amazing. Eleanor said it was never a bad idea to have a place to call home, and added that she would consider various options. The hero thanked her, but the director warned him that he should not show signs of developing too quickly. After that, the guild leader said that she was returning to the guild because she had urgent matters to attend to. After some time, they said goodbye near the trailer and went their separate ways. The director then asked Chris if he had chosen a place to live. Chris replied that he was still thinking about it. Eleanor said she needed to predict what damage could be caused by those following the Knight's trail or the White Knight Guild. The hero asked her what conclusion she had ultimately come to, and she replied that, overall, the situation was not turning out well. Wealth is good, but the problems it creates still need to be solved. Frowning, Chris considered her words, not knowing what to say. Then the woman recalled the events, starting with the new incident in Gangnam. The scale of the damage caused was too great. The woman added that, among other things, the Olympus Guild would quickly be on his trail because of this Titan spear. At that moment, the protagonist realized that they would certainly find out about his visit to the gun store. Eleanor then noted that they might even guess that he was the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper. Hearing this, the hero slapped his forehead with his palm and admitted with annoyance that he had been too careless. Taking out his phone, Chris saw a message from the guild leader, Iris. The hero immediately wondered why representatives of the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds had arrived at the White Knight Guild. Meanwhile, representatives of other guilds actually arrived at the White Knight Guild headquarters. The employee met the head of the guild and said that she was very glad to see her. Iris then asked who exactly came from the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds. The girl replied that it was Chief Joshua and an A-rank hunter, and added that they wanted to talk to her in person. After some thought, Iris decided that since hunters of such a level had arrived, the conversation would most likely be about the Golden Knight. After this, she asked to tell them to wait, but at that moment a voice was heard stating that this was not necessary. Joshua said that they were both in a hurry and didn't want to waste time, so it was better to talk right away. The head of the White Knight calmly asked what brought them to such an unremarkable guild. Then the Blue Dragon chief directly asked where their E+ rank hunter Chris was. Iris replied that he was the academy director's student and asked if the Blue Dragon leader was not aware of this. He replied that he had already seen the association's report on clearing the dungeon. Then Iris stated that she had told everything she knew. Moreover, she even recorded a video of the interrogation and provided it for review. Joshua said that based on the information received from Olympus, they believe that the White Knight Guild is collaborating with the Golden Knight. With these words, he grabbed Iris by the shoulder and furiously asked if Chris was the Golden Knight. The woman replied that she didn't know anything, and Joshua, looking at her intently, said that he didn't expect her to confess everything right away. Removing her hand from her shoulder, Iris replied coldly that it didn't really matter anymore whether she confessed or not. Frowning, Joshua stated that he would then rephrase the question and ask what the relationship was like between her and Chris. Iris replied that he is an employee of their guild. When he needs help, the guild provides it, and he accepts this support. These words only angered Joshua, who shouted that it was the Golden Knight who was responsible for the first incident in New Gangnam. He then explained that the oil magnates are now more focused on finding the culprit of the incident than on rebuilding the city. Despite the colossal damage, their money is at risk. They have been fighting each other ever since the wall was built. However, if someone manages to catch the culprit of all the events, his influence and rating will increase many times over. He added that it was no longer enough to simply call those who fought in the first battle heroes. Now everyone needed a villain. Iris replied that the hunters and the association would eventually just bury them here if they didn't cooperate. Frowning, Joshua stated that he was only letting her know it was time to choose the right side. Flashing an ominous aura, the Blue Dragon's leader added that he had not promised to be gentle at all. An angry Iris clenched her fists. She never expected the situation to go this far. Joshua said that she had to make decisions quickly. The A-rank hunter stated that it looked like they would have to take action. In response, the head of the White Knight Guild prepared to reflect the hunter's energy. At that moment, the woman decided that she had to make them stay away at all costs. Joshua glared at Iris and noticed that she was stronger than he had expected. Meanwhile, holding back the enemy's pressure, Iris wondered if she was doing the right thing. It was at that moment that a loud roar was heard, and pieces of plaster and stones began to fall from the ceiling. Through the resulting hole, the Golden Knight entered the hunters with clenched fists. An enraged Chris cursed under his breath and thought that this was no longer like him at all. The Blue Dragon Chief and the Olympian hunter opened their eyes in amazement, shocked by the sudden appearance of the Golden Knight. Chris picked up Iris and decided that there was no need to engage in battle now. Carefully holding the head of the White Knight, the hero was going to leave this place as quickly as possible. At the same time, the head of the Blue Dragon shouted that he must be caught. Realizing that they would not leave him alone, the hero cursed and ordered his squad to destroy anyone who stood in their way. The knights replied that they understood the order and would carry it out. The protagonist then handed Iris over to Accolon and ordered him to deliver her to safety at any cost. Meanwhile, the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds summoned all their fighters and gave the order to pursue him. Soon, hunters appeared on the roofs of all the buildings and even on the sidewalks, ready to capture the Golden Knight. Seeing this, the hero remarked that even a serial destroyer would not be pursued with such zeal. At this point, Joshua asked if the Golden Knight was less guilty than the serial destroyer. Frowning, the Blue Dragon's leader declared that he now knew for sure that Chris was the Golden Knight. Chris thought with irritation that now he himself understood this perfectly well, and all this happened because of the damned Titan Spear. The hero then said that he only wanted to keep everything a secret so that he and the White Knight Guild would be left alone. He reminded that he did not start this conflict. Moreover, he does not intend to calmly watch these freaks think that everything is going according to their plan. Then the leader of the Blue Dragon said that they came with an offer, but the Golden Knight replied that he would refuse in any case. He then declared that a wolf would not bow to a dog, and the hunters were stunned by his calling them dogs. To this, Chris said that he did not seek a quiet life out of fear of them, he simply did not want problems from people like them. The enraged leader of the Blue Dragon shouted that this Chris was an impudent bastard. At that moment, the system notified him that the Golden Knight had insulted him, and therefore the reward for capturing the hero was now significantly higher. With a smirk, Joshua thought that the stakes had been raised. It looked like he would finally have the opportunity to reach SS rank. At this moment, the guild leader was informed that all the troops he had gathered were already ready for battle. The Blue Dragon's leader immediately ordered all forces to arrest the Golden Knight, who was considered a demon worshipper. The hunter from the Olympus Guild also ordered his warriors to capture the Golden Knight. A moment later, a deadly stream of arrows rushed towards Chris. However, the protagonist, swinging his titanium stake, deflected the crushing projectiles flying straight at him. Then suddenly a powerful blow hit him in the back. Turning around, the hero saw the attacker and thought irritably that he was getting on his nerves. The Blue Dragon's leader, smiling and pleased, ordered his subordinates to continue the attack. Brandishing deadly weapons, hunters from two guilds rushed towards Chris from all sides. Then the Golden Knight, describing a wide circle with his titan stake, repelled the attack and drove the attackers away. At that moment, new streams of crushing energy flew at the hero. They fell on the golden armor, but did not cause any damage to the knight. Meanwhile, heavily armed soldiers rushed at Chris, trying to grab him. Throwing back the enemies one after another, the hero realized that he was not yet wounded, but there were too many opponents. The hunters continued to rain down powerful blows on Chris. Chris then decided that he needed to buy himself some time to retreat. Taking advantage of the moment, Chris jumped high and, breaking the glass, flew into the window. The system immediately informed him that his armor had been damaged and was currently being repaired, with its durability level at 92%. The hero realized that he could still hold on, but over time his energy would run out, and then his enemies would be able to destroy him. Then he called Calf and Crocbane. The Dragonoid said that he was excited and wanted to destroy everything today, and Calf said that he was waiting for orders. After this, the hero ordered to build a line of defense and begin an attack. As soon as the battle begins, he will try to break through the defense. When all eyes are on him, his allies will attack from the flank. At that moment, a powerful crushing attack began on the building where the hero was located. The Blue Dragon's leader watched the proceedings with a satisfied smile, confident in his victory. The The building began to crack, huge cracks spread across the walls, and massive pieces of masonry fell down with a roar. Standing in the window frame and clutching the Titan's stake tightly, the Golden Knight shouted out the command to break through. One of the hunters screamed in horror that the Golden Knight was coming straight at them, and he had to be stopped. At that very moment, Chris delivered a powerful blow, causing the enemy to cry out in horror. An enraged Joshua furiously ordered him to be stopped immediately, realizing that he was trying to break out of the encirclement. The Golden Knight found himself surrounded by a huge army of soldiers, with hunters even standing on the roof. The Dragonoid, grinning, shouted that everything was happening exactly as the Master had foreseen, and the enemies were already approaching. Chris thought that everything was going as it should. Everything was happening strictly according to plan, and all that was left was to wait for Eldrin. A moment later, a powerful bolt of lightning cut through the space around them. Then a golden dragon appeared in the air with blazing eyes and a wide grin. The Olympus Guild hunter immediately ordered his subordinates to take aim at the dragon. They pulled back their bowstrings, preparing to release a stream of arrows. Then Chris shouted to Eldrin to use defensive magic as brightly as possible. The dragoness smiled with a sparkle in her eyes and replied that she also wanted a lot. After that, she cast a protective spell, and her body was enveloped in a blindingly bright glow. The enraged Olympus hunter furiously ordered that both of them be shot immediately. At that moment, the hero thought that everything was going great. Now it was time to start. One of the hunters stated that the dragon was about S rank, but they were quite capable of dealing with it. Meanwhile, looking at the map, Chris noted to himself that everything was developing exactly according to plan. All the enemies had gathered in one place. Chris gripped his sword tightly, preparing for a crushing clash. He declared that if a mountain stood in his way, he would cut it down. If a river blocks his path, he will cut it too. This is his path to unification. However, he was unable to finish his speech. At that very moment, Chris realized that panic was beginning to grow among the enemies. Suddenly, an airplane appeared above them, calling out a demand to immediately stop the battle. The voice insistently demanded that the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds immediately stop their attack and retreat. Disgruntled, Joshua and the Olympus hunter said irritably that they had been interrupted at the most inopportune moment. After some time, the guild warriors were surrounded on both sides by military tanks. The voice grew louder, insistently repeating over and over again that all fighting must cease immediately. Then the Golden Knight shouted to his team that they were leaving. It was decided to retreat. The Olympus hunter asked in confusion why the authorities were protecting the Golden Knight, who was considered a demon worshipper. At that moment, a tank drove up to them, and the Olympus hunter noted with annoyance that all this had turned out to be a waste of effort. Meanwhile, Chris, having pushed the tank away, rushed down the street, hoping to escape. The hunter pointed in his direction and shouted that the Golden Knight was leaving, then asked if their guild was going to pursue him. Joshua replied that Olympus could give chase first, but at that moment someone said that there was no need for that. Eleanor came out to them and told them that in a fruitless pursuit they would only lose valuable people. The surprised men wondered if Eleanor had reported everything, and she replied that, of course, it was she who had done it. After the events that took place, everyone went to the Hunters Association. Guildmaster Sol remarked that too many things had been happening lately, but the military responded that they already knew everything. The commander stated that he needed their full attention, as this meeting had to be completed as quickly as possible. Guildmaster Sol inquired as to who exactly this Golden Knight was, who was accused of worshipping demons. Eleanor sighed heavily, wondering exactly what information she should reveal. The woman's memory flashed back to the moment when Chris had exclaimed that he needed to get to the White Knight Guild immediately. Then she asked him to wait a little, because she needed to think carefully about what to say when they started asking about him. Chris replied that if they already knew everything, then he had nothing to hide. He planned to leave Korea as soon as his identity became known. The guild representatives and Eleanor exchanged thoughtful glances, frowning. The hunter from the Olympus Guild also glanced around at those present, waiting to see who would dare to start a conversation. He was the first to speak and reported that they had managed to track the route of the sale of the Titan Spear, but they had been interrupted by the White Knight Guild. The commander noted that the guilds were given too much autonomy and that a law would probably have to be passed to strengthen control. However, Oliver replied that they had not gathered there to discuss autonomy, so this issue could be left until the next meeting. The hunter then continued and stated that the Golden Knight, who is believed to be a demon worshipper, is Chris, 32 years old, unmarried. Joshua noted that they didn't know when he woke up, and therefore didn't have the whole picture, adding that Eleanor could fill in the gaps. With a slight grin, Eleanor replied that that remained to be seen, and then asked where she should even begin. Rising from her seat, the woman announced that he was a level 45 knight class. All 4 of his stats are SS rank, his armor is legendary class, and he is able to summon 4 knights and a dragon. The surprised commander asked if such characteristics exceeded even the parameters of the half-apostle of the throne. Eleanor noted that what was even more surprising was the fact that it did not belong to any constellation system. The commander thoughtfully asked how it was even possible to be a knight without a constellation, and asked if she was sure of her words. In response, the woman emphasized that what is far more important is not how such a person exists, but why he takes on major projects, operating from the shadows. She admitted that she herself would never have known about his existence if it had not been for the events he found himself involved in. The director noted that joining the guild seemed like a glamorous life, but behind it lay battles and political intrigue. The Olympian hunter noted that he could avoid battles while still diligently leveling up and preparing for future challenges. The woman replied that the incident with Chairman Henry was what worried her most, while for Chris, it was an accident. Then, turning to the head of the Blue Dragon, she asked if he agreed with her words. The enraged guild leader Sol shouted that he didn't understand what they were talking about at all. Eleanor said that Chairman Henry himself had awakened the sleeping lion by entering the fray, becoming involved in his illicit passion. She also asked whether legal action had been taken against his private prison. After this, the woman stated that Chris does not want to become a hunter at all. He wants to have enough strength to protect himself. However, in front of them is an ordinary man without a constellation, who suddenly turned into a being capable of ruling the world. Oh. Liver asked what exactly that meant, and she explained what would happen if he simply didn't reveal himself and went to another country. Everyone present at the table thought about the words of the academy director. The soldier inquired about what the White Knight Guild was doing then, and suggested that they were illegally hiding him. Oliver frowned and confirmed that it was true. If the guild leader was involved, then the problem affected the entire organization. Joshua thought that the ministry or association would probably try to make this guy a hunter for some guild. However, he believed that it was better to get rid of him than to allow someone else to gain such power. Meanwhile, Chris walked through the underground city of Kumgangseong. The hero moved along a narrow alley, with merchants on both sides. Looking around, he thought that everything here was not as bad as he had imagined. Iris noted that there were indeed a lot of marauders here, but the city was still much better guarded than Kaesong. The hero was surprised and asked what was wrong with Kaesong, and Iris looked at him and asked if he knew that Pastor Lee was running this city. Frowning, Chris realized that this was exactly why she had brought him here. At that moment, 3 guys approached them, looked at them and asked who they were. One of them shouted that this was their territory. Chris clutched his head and said in annoyance that these idiots were too loud. The guy with the axe shouted indignantly what was going on. Then the other one said that in front of them was an SS-ranked Golden Knight. When the others looked at the phone screen with his photo, they were surprised to realize that it was indeed him. Almost immediately after this, they bowed low and declared that he had misunderstood them, after which they asked him to forgive them. Watching them run away, Chris chuckled and remarked that he seemed to have become a real celebrity. Then, turning to Iris, the hero asked what to do now, since everyone thought that the White Knight Guild was acting in concert with him. With a smile, the woman replied that he should take responsibility. Chris looked at her thoughtfully, not knowing what to say to such words. Then Iris asked if he considered her a burden. Chris quickly replied that that was certainly not true, thinking to himself that he was now beginning to understand what Shelley was like. The woman noted that she believed that he would come to her aid, but she never imagined that he would do it so recklessly. Chris replied that since she trusted him, he simply reciprocated. Chris asked what they were going to do next. He admitted that he hated even thinking about it, but they had to have some kind of plan. The guild leader replied that each side would act solely in its own interests. The Gangnam authorities will try to demand compensation for the damages, and Henry's case will sooner or later go to court. In response, the hero noted that everything would be limited to just the appearance of punishment, and the real blame would simply be shifted onto someone else. The guild leader stated that Chris would have to make a choice sooner or later. He specified between whom exactly he would have to choose, between the association and some guild. Looking at the woman, the hero asked if he could continue to be the one everyone considered a demon worshipper. Then the hero calmly added that, no matter how the circumstances turned out, his goal remained the same. He intended to continue living his life. However, after a clash with the Blue Dragon Guild, the protagonist realized that it was extremely difficult to resist the power of several people. Surprised, Iris immediately asked if he was planning to create his own guild. In response, Chris explained that he was simply going to use all the remaining reward points to begin summoning new knights. The surprised woman asked again if he was really talking about calling knights. Chris confirmed this and began to list the ones he already had: Accolon, Crocbane, Kolf, and Lucy. Iris remarked thoughtfully that she had previously thought of it as merely a matter of taste, but now she realized that this was more than just an increase. Chris replied that he didn't want to become part of any guild, but he didn't want to work for the government either. Then the guild leader remarked that this was precisely why they should cooperate with the association. Chris smiled and said he already had an idea, and that he was going to contact the director. After some time, Eleanor voiced his conditions to the Hunters Association. Hearing them, those present indignantly exclaimed that the old woman had gone mad if she seriously wanted to achieve such conditions. Calmly finishing her cup of tea, Eleanor replied that she was merely relaying someone else's words. One of the hunters noted that membership in the association implies participation in expeditions, not the ability to ignore summonses. To this, the director calmly remarked that she understood this perfectly well, but that was the price at which the Golden Knight would agree to work for them. She asked if a trillion was really such a huge amount for them, considering they were talking about 4 S-class knights and a dragon. One of the men shouted out that the Golden Knight was taking on too much, and that one service simply could not be worth that much money. Eleanor glanced at him and asked if these weren't government people. He confirmed this, and the other man stated that the government could not allocate such an exorbitant amount. Eleanor said that if any other country offered him $1 trillion, they would hardly be able to match it. The surprised officials looked at each other, not knowing what to answer. The director then continued, stating that maintaining such a force within the country was in the national interest. She added that, if desired, funds could be allocated from the defense budget or the police budget. One of the officials asked what he was going to spend that kind of money on, and he suggested that it was something illegal. But Eleanor assured them that she would ensure that the funds were used wisely, and if the agreement was accepted, Chris would join them. Meanwhile, Chris himself was in the company of the head of the White Knight Guild. Sitting opposite each other, Chris and Iris ate dinner and had a pleasant conversation. Having tasted the wine, the hero noticed that it had a very pleasant and soft aroma. The woman asked if it was different from the wine he had tried before, but the hero admitted that this was his first experience tasting wine. Smiling, Iris asked if he hadn't even been here with his woman. An embarrassed Chris replied that he was too busy with work to even think about any kind of relationship. Looking at the hero with a smile, Iris noted that it was good that she was the first one. Hearing this, the hero blushed even more and was completely confused. The hero thought to himself that he was acting like a complete idiot. At that moment, the phone lying on the table vibrated, and the name of Director Eleanor appeared on the screen. Taking the phone in his hands, Chris looked at the display and announced that the director was calling. Then he answered the call. Chris immediately asked Eleanor if there were any problems. At this time, Eleanor, walking slowly down the street, answered his question with a question. Did he really think that everything would turn out differently? She then announced that his proposal had been accepted and added that it would in any case have a positive effect on his reputation. After this, the director asked if he wanted to meet her in person, but Chris replied that not before tomorrow. When the conversation ended, Iris asked what exactly the director had said, and Chris replied that they had agreed to meet tomorrow. Rising from the table, Chris declared that as soon as she finished, they should leave. He explained that he needed to prepare properly and replenish his strength before tomorrow's trip. The protagonist explained that he had accumulated 2 skill points and that 2 reward options were available for saving the head of her guild. Opening the status window, he read that he was being asked to choose between a special knight summoning skill and an item. After some thought, the hero decided to choose the knight summoning. In the confrontation with the blue dragon, he needed a team. Having summoned his knights, the hero asked them for recommendations. Golem stated that the best choice for the owner would be Galactic Knights, with a production swordsman and drones. Lucy noted that the same could be said about the Heavenly Knights. The heavenly power was far preferable to the sinister power of the Abyss. Clutching his head, Chris wearily asked if there was any organization with more diversity. Crockbane and Koff replied that they were fighting. Accolon and Lucy noted that they were knights first and foremost. After listening to everyone, the hero declared that he understood and noted that for some reason, he was constantly getting all sorts of SS-ranked options. Kalf explained that the reason lay in the skill of a contractor called Wanje, and then Chris suddenly realized something important. Opening the information window, the hero read the description of the legendary essence of the fallen phoenix. It was then that he finally understood why the SS Royal Guard and other similar organizations were appearing on the streets in droves. After some thought, the hero came to the conclusion that he needed powers capable of more. After this, the hero stated that he had a suitable skill. Iris asked in surprise if he really had such a skill. The protagonist explained that both of these powers required mastery of the art of leadership, and ultimately decided to choose the Heavenly Swordsman. The Heavenly Sword Army's command skill appeared on the screen in front of him. It was a legendary leadership art. Having learned the leadership skill, the hero decided to immediately test the possibility of summoning the Heavenly Army, but nothing happened. Lucy then suggested that it was probably due to the expenditure of magical energy. The protagonist quickly realized that if we were talking about such troops, the cost of recruitment would likely be enormous. Opening the information window, the hero read a description of the power required to summon the Heavenly Army. After that, he slapped himself on the forehead, realizing how expensive it was, and Iris noted that she didn't understand what the problem was. Opening the stats window again, Chris carefully read the information about the factors that increase the required strength. At first, the hero thought there was some kind of mistake, but soon realized that the knights themselves were considered a separate purchase. He then decided to examine the reward in more detail, but first he wanted to summon at least one fighter from the heavenly army for support. A moment later, the entire space around him began to spin, and then was illuminated by flashes of lightning. A knight of the heavenly army appeared before him in shining armor. The warrior turned to Chris and informed him that he had responded to his call, after which he respectfully asked what order His Majesty would give him. The hero asked the knight's name, but he replied that he had no name, as he was called as a soldier of his king. The knight declared that his life belonged to the king, and therefore there was no point in asking him for such a thing. Instead, it was better to send him into battle. Chris realized that he either didn't want to reveal his name, or that he believed that personal attachment could lead him astray. Bowing, the knight replied that they were always ready to serve him, and would appear whenever needed. A moment later, the heavenly warrior disappeared, returning through the opened portal. Chris watched him go thoughtfully, realizing that with such an army, the rules of the game would completely change. After some time, Chris noticed that even observing one such soldier required a lot of effort. Iris asked if he had time to look up the fighter's stats, but the hero admitted that he hadn't even thought to do so. Then the girl showed him the soldier's data. It was a warrior of the C-class hunter level, with a set of characteristics and 4 skills. Having opened the status window, the guild leader decided to check if she remembered everything correctly. After that, Iris demonstrated the characteristics of the heavenly warrior to Chris. She noticed that even her own knights were amazed when they first saw it. Chris then admitted that he didn't have the status analysis skills, so he could only use them like this. Surprised, Iris asked if he had been fighting all this time without even checking his status. Deciding to continue his experiments, Chris said that he would now try double summoning. He hoped that by challenging 2 fighters at the same time, he would be able to obtain truly outstanding knights. The golem remarked that he would like to see the Exals, or the Barisads. After a while, 2 warriors appeared in front of Chris and simultaneously dropped to one knee. The first introduced himself as an elite fighter of the Heavenly Sword Army and said that he was Chief of Staff Chandler. The second also identified himself as an elite member of the army and introduced himself as First Deputy Lucas. Looking at their characteristics, Chris thought that even their appearance alone made a devastating impression. He then asked if they really belonged to the Heavenly Sword Army, and the knights bowed and confirmed it. Then Chris honestly said that they were not obliged to obey him at all. If they did not like serving him, they could leave without fear. The knights sitting on the ground looked at each other, pondering his words. Kalf asked the contractor why he wanted to send them back in the first place. The hero explained that these warriors were different from his current companions. He does not consider himself their great monarch and does not want to disappoint them. They must be able to interact with him as equals. He also noted that although he possessed the destructive sword skill, he himself was not that outstanding. Hearing these words, the summoned knights suddenly burst into loud laughter. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the hero thought that they were quite strange. Lucas stated that only a madman or a fool could raise the banner of the Heavenly Sword Army, and he was curious to see it. Chandler then added that a true monarch is aware of his own weaknesses and possesses the qualities of a true ruler. After this, both knights declared that they recognized His Highness as their master and were ready to serve him until the end of their days. Confused, Chris hastened to reply that he was only a man and did not possess the great ambitions worthy of such mighty knights. They calmly noted that this was not a problem. Ambitions could always be developed over time, and one day the whole world would be at his feet. At that moment, Iris nudged him with her elbow and noted with a smirk that he had become king on a very modest budget. Then one of the knights remarked that the Empress was absolutely right, and then added that they looked very beautiful together. Deeply embarrassed, Chris and Iris immediately began to justify themselves, insisting that they had understood everything completely wrong. Chandler, a knight of the Heavenly Sword Army, announced that he would now be taking charge of finances and scheduling. After thinking for a moment, Chris replied that he was completely happy with this, as it meant he was getting rid of unnecessary work. Chris then explained that he wanted him to spread the money between stocks, funds, and a small portion of bonds. In response, Chandler noted that he would need to learn a lot first, but he assured that he would get all the necessary knowledge. Chris then admitted that he had no subjects he wanted to rule, which is why the hero would prefer to see them as partners. After this, Chandler stated that he now needed to put the army in order. Meanwhile, Lucy was appointed head of personal security, and the girl calmly replied that this role suited her perfectly. The hero then appointed Lord Accolon as quartermaster, and the golem assured him that supply issues did not bother him at all. Chandler soon announced that His Majesty would be attending a ceremony to sign an agreement with the organization the following day. Chris asked in surprise what protocol exactly they were talking about. The knight replied that he had been in charge of the Heavenly Army for a long time and would ensure that the entire planet knew about His Majesty. Chris, pale with horror, immediately exclaimed that he should under no circumstances do this, since it was only a matter of signing a report. Chandler merely bowed and remarked that if such was the king's will, then all he could do was obey. After this, Chris told the knights to remain in the knight's sanctuary for now, They respectfully said goodbye to Chris and left. Then, with a heavy sigh, Chris sat down on the ground right there and admitted that he didn't understand why there was so much fuss about it. Iris reminded him that these weren't just two people, but two S-rank knights, so he would have to get used to this. The girl added that he now had 6 S-class knights at his disposal, which meant that if he wanted, he could take over an entire country. Chris estimated that 6 S-rank knights and 1 SS-rank force would provide enough power to take control of a country. The head of the guild noted that she was almost certain that tomorrow they would invite him to a meeting and try to somehow persuade him to cooperate. Meanwhile, a press conference with the chairman was held at the Hunters Association. He was asked what administrative and legal measures would be taken against the Golden Knight. The chairman responded that it was already known that the Golden Knight would be subject to legal sanctions at the state level. He also emphasized that the hero and his knights are S-ranked, which means they will be able to make a huge contribution to the country's defense. Vincent explained that a national contract was in place for control, under which they would continue to cooperate with him. One reporter asked how future disputes between victims of the Gangnam incident would be resolved. The chairman responded that this issue would be resolved through mutual economic compensation. The reporters then asked if the authorities were going to ignore the opinions of ordinary citizens for the sake of an S-rank hunter. The commander assured that public opinion was being actively taken into account, and Vincent also promised that the people would not be treated unfairly. At that moment, someone shouted that the Golden Knight had appeared outside, and all the journalists instantly jumped up from their seats. Upon seeing the Golden Dragon, they began to exclaim in amazement that it was incredibly huge and looked much stronger than on the screens. Sitting astride Eldraine, Chris couldn't believe he was attracting so much attention. As the dragon descended, journalists had to cover their faces with their hands due to powerful air currents. Eldraine landed smoothly on the roof right in front of them, the Golden Knight sitting on her back. A moment later, Chris came down and headed towards the Hunters Association building. Eldraine told Chris that she would stay here and wait, and the hero promised that he would return soon. Meanwhile, security was struggling to contain the crowd that was rushing towards him, wanting to talk to him in person. Looking at all this fuss, Chris thought that he couldn't stand this kind of attention. He was bombarded with questions from all sides about his health, as well as about why he had not yet become a member of the Hunters Association. Journalists began asking what constellation he belonged to and what relationship he had with the head of the White Knight Guild. Some loudly demanded that the Golden Knight be held accountable for the new Gangnam incident. At that moment, Eleanor noticed that even despite the helmet, she could clearly see Chris's expression, and then invited him inside. And although public opinion of him turned out to be bad, the director said that many more people support him than hate him. Inside the building, the Golden Knight was met and asked to proceed further. On the way, Chris noticed that the elevator continued to descend, after which he asked why they were going so deep underground. The security guard replied that this was being done for security reasons, since the main premises were located underground. Chris thought that if information about trillions of dollars in bounty hunters became public, it would cause a real scandal. Finally, they reached the right place and went outside. The guard announced that they had arrived. Seeing the people waiting for him, Chris thought that there were too many people gathered here for one signature. The chairman of the Hunters Association invited Chris Wang to take a seat at the table. There were already 5 men sitting there, and Chris walked over to the empty chair opposite them. Looking at one of those present, the hero immediately thought that this was exactly what he hated more than the others. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero declared that he only intended to sign the documents and leave immediately. He had no intention of staying there. Vincent replied that it wasn't that simple. They had a lot of details to discuss, so Chris had better sit down. Coming closer, Chris placed his titanium stake on the table. Everyone present frowned and looked at each other. Thinking that a little patience wouldn't hurt, the protagonist calmly declared that they could continue. The chairman began by stating that they needed to discuss several important points before signing the contract. Chris asked what exactly they were going to discuss. It was very simple. He gets paid for the work, does it, and leaves. However, at that moment, another man shouted out that he was lucky to have awakened, and therefore he was obliged to use his power for the good of the country. Chris looked at him and calmly asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Parker, the director of operations for the Hunters Association. He then asked with irritation how Chris could be so selfish. In response, Chris immediately asked if they checked the Blue Dragon Guild and the Soul Guild with the same thoroughness. At this moment, the chairman suddenly rose from his seat and demanded that everyone immediately calm down. However, Chris was not going to stop. He asked if these guilds really followed the rules of the association. He stated that everyone was just pretending not to notice, and that the big guilds were doing dirty things to monopolize the hunters. Not wanting to listen to this, Parker demonstratively turned away. Then Chris added that he didn't want to become part of this society at all. All he needed was a job. Eleanor informed him that he should avoid participating in battles, and the payment for elimination would be fixed, regardless of the quantity. The protagonist noted that this suited him, but he immediately added that he should also have the right to refuse the task. The chairman asked in surprise what exactly he meant. Chris explained that if they had the right to refuse his requests, then he should have the right to choose too. The representatives at the table frowned, looking at each other and deciding what to do next. After a short meeting, the chairman ordered his subordinates to bring the contract. A few minutes later, a man entered the room carrying a heavy stone slab covered with ancient writing. It was an adamantium version of the contract, used exclusively for high-level agreements. Examining the pen, the hero noted that there were no signs of tampering, and the contents of the agreement appeared to be complete. After that, he took pen in hand and signed a contract with the Hunters Association. Then he and the Academy director set off in a trailer, with Chris reading the news on the way. The hero noted with a smile that there was too much news around, and almost all of it was dedicated exclusively to Eldrin. The director asked if he had come up with a name for her, and if he could offer any advice if necessary, and Chris replied that it was a good idea. Eleanor then asked about the status of the White Knight Guild, and Shelley replied that everyone thought they were cooperating with the knight. Chris noted with some regret that he was sorry to cause so much trouble, but the situation was developing even worse than he had expected. Then Shelley leaned over to Chris and asked how he was doing with his mother and if he had confessed everything to her. Chris asked her, puzzled, what she meant, and then clarified that he was trying to convince her that everything was not as it seemed to her. The girl asked in surprise if the captain had really done anything, but Eleanor just shrugged. At that moment, Chandler suddenly appeared. Everyone present stared at him in surprise and asked in fear who he was. The knight calmly replied that he was a soldier of His Majesty, and explained that while he was waiting in the sanctuary, he overheard an important conversation. Eleanor asked in surprise when Chris had managed to ascend the throne, and Shelley suggested that he was the new knight. Chris clutched his head and asked irritably why he had appeared now. In response, Chandler explained that he was checking his inventory and showed up because he heard something extremely important. He said that producing an heir was extremely important and therefore needed to be addressed urgently. Listening to Chandler's endless speech, the hero came to the conclusion that the summoned knights were completely unsuitable for him. Shelley suddenly asked what he was going to do now that his identity had been revealed. The protagonist replied that he would try to look for cheap housing somewhere in the local areas. After thinking for a moment, Eleanor noticed that he seemed to be looking for a real foothold. Chris agreed and admitted that he couldn't live in the mountains forever, adding that if nothing worked out, he would just buy a trailer. After that, she suddenly announced that they were just heading to the place where they were going to build a house for him. Chris asked again if they were really going to build a house for him. The woman clarified that they were talking more about the base, and asked if he had forgotten how she had offered him to take the estate of the head of the order. Chris replied that, as far as he remembered, she was going to give it to Shelley, to which the director replied that she was too young. After some time, they arrived at the place. When the trailer stopped and the passengers got out, Shelley and Chris froze in surprise. Before them loomed a gigantic iron fortress, the legacy of the former head of the order. Shelley asked in amazement if this was really their base, adding that it was simply enormous. The director explained that despite its location in Seoul, it is a spacious venue that can accommodate up to 2,000 people. She said she was literally inundated with offers from companies and guilds wanting to buy the property. The woman then ordered her subordinate to prepare to launch the security system. He pressed the red sync button. After this, the heavy doors began to slowly open, and the group entered the iron base. Eleanor told Chris to follow her, explaining that he needed to be registered. The inner doors opened before them, and they entered a huge hall. Shelley marveled at the sheer size of the room, and Chris replied that something this big would probably be extremely difficult to clean. The director smiled and noted that this was a full-fledged base, so most of its maintenance was completely automated. Hearing this, the hero froze. He realized with surprise that literally everything here worked automatically. It was at that moment that all the devices around suddenly flashed, and a bright light spread throughout the entire complex. Immediately after this, the system issued a message about the start of a complete cleaning of the environment. Then a whole group of cleaning machines moved into the hall, followed by dozens of drones. Watching the robots come to life, a surprised Chris asked if this base hadn't burned down several decades ago. The director calmly replied that this had once been the largest support complex in all of East Asia, housing 3 guilds at once. After the Age of Thrones, many demanded that the fortress be destroyed, but Eleanor took it under her wing and did everything to preserve it. Chris admitted that he was surprised that neither the government nor the association had ever tried to take over the place. At that moment, the telephone suddenly rang. Shelley glanced at the screen and then announced that her mother was urgently calling her to the guild office, so she needed to leave immediately. Chris turned around and asked why everything happened so suddenly. However, the girl only waved her hand goodbye and shouted that she would be back soon. Eleanor calmly replied that he shouldn't worry. If help was really needed, they would definitely receive a call. Meanwhile, a closed meeting was taking place at the main base of the Blue Dragon Guild. Guildmaster Soul looked intently at the Blue Dragon's leader and asked if he really intended to leave everything as is. Joshua replied that it was impossible to oppose anything to a person of SS rank, only an SS-class hunter from Olympus could defeat him. Afterwards, he turned to Arcades and asked if there had been a response from headquarters. The hunter reported that the leadership unconditionally demanded an alliance. An enraged Oliver jumped up and called on everyone to remember how much damage the Golden Knight had already caused them. But Joshua merely shook his head and remarked that such emotions were meaningless, that in this world, it was strength that determined power. The Olympian hunter added that Oliver had risen so high thanks to his strength, and was now complaining because someone stronger had appeared. Joshua continued that it was wiser to acknowledge that their positions were changing, that the three great guilds had long been the absolute power. However, the emergence of a new force that challenges them has been a natural historical process since the time of the ancient Greeks. Established elites have always tried to suppress new forces, but if they fail, history ends up on the side of the new government. In other words, they are all on the threshold of a global shift in power. Oliver crossed his arms over his chest and asked irritably what all this philosophy was about. Arcades replied that if the flow of history really moves on the side of the strongest, then it is wiser to be close to him. Furious, Oliver knew he had to do something immediately before everything collapsed completely. Meanwhile, Chris was in the Iron Fortress. The system welcomed him as a temporary administrator and informed him that it was ready to conduct an introductory briefing on how to manage the base. The screen flashed with a text. The code was green, and Chris thought that it all looked too complicated. It was at that moment that a green beam of light enveloped Accolon, who was standing nearby. The system immediately raised an alarm, reporting that it was impossible to register Lord Accolon's identity. The golem indignantly demanded to be included in the system. He declared that he served the justice of his master. Clutching his head, Chris wearily asked what was going on. He explained to the system that he had logged in as an administrator. The system responded that it could add him to the registry as a summoned temporary administrator golem. Hearing this, Accolon sharply objected, declaring that he was not a golem at all. Interrupting the nascent argument, Chris explained that Accolon was a more advanced species of being, but asked him to be patient. Turning away, Chris thought with relief how good it was that he turned out to be easy enough to talk to. At that moment, Iris and Shelley entered, and the guild leader was immediately surprised by the striking cleanliness of the room. Chris immediately sensed that something was wrong with them, but he couldn't figure out what exactly the problem was. Then the hero directly asked the girl what had happened, noticing that something had clearly happened. The guild leader calmly replied that she had been rejected by her constellation, and Shelley added that her contract had been completely annulled. Iris explained that it was part of the agreement that kept her from being cursed. Hanging her head sadly, Shelley added that both she and her mother had lost a huge number of levels and skills. Iris admitted that this was the price she paid for failing to protect her organization, and that she had also lost a significant amount of her authority. Shelley said she didn't have to leave at all, and explained that her mother couldn't stay there after she moved. Looking at them sympathetically, Chris quietly said that he was very sorry. Clenching her fist, Iris replied that she had no regrets, as it was her own choice. Then Chris gently took her hand and said that if she had plans for the future, he would do everything he could to help. He explained that if she stayed by his side, her level would gradually recover, and perhaps he could even give her new skills. He said that her rank was the only problem, and then the hero suggested simply finding her a new constellation. She replied sadly that the constellations were extremely reluctant to accept those whose appointments had already been cancelled once. Chris noted that most advanced skills are only unlocked at high ranks or through skill books. Usually this requires either a new constellation or an external conductor of power, but here the director declared that this was not a problem. With a slight smile, Eleanor asked if they had forgotten where they were. This was the Grandmaster's Iron Fortress. Chris looked at the huge screen, covered in flickering dots, and asked what it was. The principal replied that they were looking at a skill tree, and Shelley asked her mother in surprise if it was a dream. The list of available abilities here is so vast that it seems absurd, but Chris immediately warned that no one should lose their heads. Then the director admitted that she had hidden this place for many years, fearing that the knowledge would fall into the wrong hands. Surprised, Iris asked if the captain was talking about him specifically, but Eleanor immediately interrupted her, noting that he had plenty of shortcomings too. After that, Chris came closer and started helping Shelley choose the appropriate skill. While carefully studying the skill tree, he noticed the blacksmithing skill and said that it looked like a pretty good option. Meanwhile, giant lightning bolts flashed over the Gyeongsangnam-do Hotel, cutting through the space with blinding flashes. In one of the hotel's halls, 6 archdemon beasts sat at a round table. The 2 hunters were discussing in low voices where the Golden Knight was hiding, since no one had seen him yet. One of them noted that they had already managed to capture his face, which meant they could safely get out of there. After this, both of them stood up and headed towards the massive door, getting ready to leave the room. However, as soon as they stepped out into the corridor, Pastor Lee suddenly appeared and asked where they were going. The hunters hastened to justify themselves, explaining that they were just going to the toilet. But the pastor sharply ordered them to stop fooling around and return to their seats immediately. The men lowered their eyes and complied, returning to the hall without further ado, not daring to argue. Looking around at those present, the pastor noted that, apparently, everyone had already eaten, which meant the ceremony could begin. However, first, he said, they needed to meet the person who would help them draw up a further plan. At that moment, a man standing nearby raised his hand in greeting and smiled. Frowning, the men asked how he got there and what was going on. Then the head of the Soul Guild, Oliver, stood up next to the pastor, smiling. Upon seeing him, the assembled crowd angrily shouted that this bastard was trying to sell them out, considering them easy prey. However, Pastor Lee told them to calm down, reminding them that it was they who first approached him with an offer of cooperation. Then one of the men asked irritably what the point of all this was, if Oliver himself from the Soul Guild was standing in front of them. The leader calmly replied that he understood their doubts, but that his enemy's enemy could very well become a temporary ally. He explained that he was asking for only one thing, to join forces for a while to deal with the cursed Golden Knight. If they let him go now, they risk not only this place, but their own existence. Oliver added that if the beasts were to act against the Golden Knight, he would personally follow them and provide the necessary support. He said that for now they should focus on destroying the Golden Knight. The reward for doing so would be more than worthy. Then the pastor raised his palms and solemnly swore allegiance in the name of the Butcher King. As he was about to leave, Oliver informed them that he was leaving them there for now, but would keep them informed of all the details of the operation. After he left, the pastor addressed the people and explained that the guild leader would become their trump card against the Golden Knight, and also a spy. One of those present noted that the Soul Guild had now effectively become a gathering of criminals, simply thirsting for revenge. Another suggested first dealing with the Golden Knight, and then, if desired, subjugating the Soul Guild itself. However, the pastor calmly stated that Oliver would not betray them. He explained that his main goal was to destroy Korea after eliminating Chris. That is why the leader of Seoul will not risk betraying them until this goal is achieved. Meanwhile, Chris was in the Iron Fortress with the director of the academy. Inside were veritable mountains of boxes with gift ribbons, and Chris asked why people sent such things. Eleanor explained that he was now an SS rank hunter. So many people were eager to establish relationships with him. Chris was surprised to note that Olympus was acting surprisingly quickly. Just recently they were threatening him, and now they were already sending gifts. He reluctantly admitted that part of his soul was yearning to take it all back, and Eleanor advised him to keep the gifts just in case. It was at this moment that Chandler appeared and declared that this was the right decision, and that it was unwise to refuse such gestures of attention. Then a subordinate approached them and announced that another document had been handed over for Chris, handing over a sheet of paper. But Chandler instantly snatched it up and declared that any letters to the king were to be sent exclusively through him. After this, bowing ceremoniously, the knight announced that His Majesty had received the letter and handed over the envelope. Looking at the two completely identical envelopes, Chris tried to understand what was going on. One said that the Blue Dragon had no choice then, and Olympus offers Chris a special weapon. Lucy noted that fighting great evil is the highest manifestation of chivalry. She then said that she had collected all the accumulated letters and notices at the entrance. Taking out one of them, Chris read that he needed to report to the association to register his status in the SS rank hunter registry. The director explained that this was just a standard procedure and that it would still have to be completed. After throwing away the letter, Chris declared that they were too arrogant and that he had no intention of building a relationship with the association. Eleanor then pointed out that the letter could easily be ignored. However, upon opening the next envelope, the hero was surprised to find an official complaint from the Southern Reconstruction Organization. The woman immediately said that she knew a good law firm, but the hero replied that he would figure it out himself. Chris explained that they would continue to treat these bastards the same way as before. In the end, the only problem they really should be concerned about is the lack of requests to clear B-rank dungeons. Eleanor replied that she was far more concerned about the consequences of the damage done than about the dungeons. And then Chris suddenly jumped up and exclaimed that he had a great idea. After some thought, he decided to start with the dungeon. Waving his hand, the hero assured everyone that there was no need to worry so much. Although the director admitted that she did not understand what he was going to do, she simultaneously realized that she herself did not know what was best to do. After some time, Chris loaded into the trailer and headed towards the dungeon. Looking at his companions sitting behind him, the hero asked why he was the one driving. He wondered if none of them knew how to drive. They replied that they would definitely learn this skill. Crockbane noted that he was the only one who knew how to handle an iron horse at least a little. Then Chris turned to Accolon and asked if he knew how to drive. The golem calmly replied that he did not have a driver's license. With a smile, the protagonist noted that he now understood everything. Accolon turned out to be just a law-abiding tin can. At that moment, the trailer passed under a bridge with a sign that said there were 5 kilometers left to Gyeongsan-buk. Soon they arrived at the Goblin Dungeon. Inside the huge cave there was a real settlement. Looking around the area, Kalf noted that everything here was completely different. He noticed the presence of magicians and even steam cars. After getting out of the trailer, Chris told everyone to gather and announced that he would now give a detailed briefing. He then explained that B-rank goblins were no joke. They had a whole army of mages and a fully developed civilization. Chris explained that he was not talking about the goblins that are found outside the dungeons. The creatures inside were different. They are protected by a magic circle and have a huge army, with about 400,000 goblins in the cities. Chris explained that the presence of even one such goblin automatically makes the difficulty level a basic B rank. Furthermore, if they manage to eliminate the Goblin Emperor in the main city, the entire dungeon will be considered cleared. Lucy stated that everything could be solved much more simply. It was enough to destroy the shields, split up, and quickly deal with the Emperor. Ari. Chandler supported her, noting that no matter how you look at it, this whole operation looked like a real massacre of the entire Goblin heritage. The Golden Knight thought for a moment and realized that if his comrade was right, then they would indeed have to change their original plan. Chandler then noted that even if they eliminated the current Emperor, another Goblin King would immediately take his place. To this, Chris replied that the individual soldiers here were only B rank and should not pose a serious threat. He decided that he would break through the defenses on Eldrin's back, and then the entire squad would immediately enter the dungeon. Hearing this, the entire team of knights lined up in front of him shouted out in unison that they completely agreed. The 2 newly summoned Heavenly Sword Knights immediately mounted their horses. At that moment, Chris climbed onto the dragon's back and asked if everyone was ready to attack. The other knights also used their means of transportation. At the same time, the Golden Knight thought that even B-rank goblins could be extremely dangerous if he allowed himself to be surrounded by them. At this point, Crockbane shouted that the goblins seemed to have already noticed their presence. There were indeed sounds coming from the forest nearby. Then Chris pulled out the titanium stake and noted with a grin that it seemed like it was time for another pompous speech. He then loudly announced that enraged demons had invaded their world. B demanded that the enemy immediately drop their weapons and flee. The hero also warned that if they did not fulfill his demands, they would not see the sun tomorrow. Immediately after this, the Golden Knight ordered all troops to begin an offensive and advance deeper into the dungeon. The entire detachment rushed into the attack, shouting words about the honor of the king and rushing forward rapidly. Meanwhile, the Korean Hunters Association was holding its next meeting. Several hunters asked the director with irritation if she was really suggesting that everything be left unsupervised. The woman replied that he was already willing to cooperate, even if he didn't advertise it, so there was no need to put too much pressure on him. After this, she inquired about the status of the lawsuit and was told that the Soul Guild had initiated it. The director then suggested that if there was an investigation, they would simply report Chris's supposedly questionable past. The hunters admitted that this is the maximum they can do right now. There is simply no better solution at the moment. Eleanor said she would handle it herself, and as for the test they asked for, she said he agreed to cooperate. Already heading for the exit, the director turned around and asked them to trust her. Everyone present stood up and assured her that they agreed. They decided to see how things would develop. The woman thought to herself that at moments like these, it seemed to her, it became clear why the Grandmaster had once left all of this. Meanwhile, Chris and his squad were already fighting inside the dungeon. The system gave the hero a message stating that the dungeon's goal was to destroy the capital's defensive spires. The Golden Knight noted that the scale of the operation was truly enormous, and that a colossal amount of work had to be done. The system also explained that due to the high level of organization of their army, the goblins are classified as B rank. They are well armed and pose an extremely dangerous opponent. Soon a huge horde of armed creatures rushed towards the knights. One of the summoned knights noted with surprise that there really was an incredible amount of things here that could be destroyed. At that moment, Lucy stepped forward and shouted that she would show them the way. Swinging her sword, the girl was the first to rush into attack, cutting down the bloodthirsty monsters one after another. Following her, the entire squad of knights burst into the ranks of the goblin army, destroying everything that stood in their way. From all sides came furious battle cries, the clash of weapons and crushing blows. Observing the scale of the clash, Chris noted that there were indeed too many enemies here. It was at that moment that one of the goblins rushed at him from behind with a furious cry. However, the hero instantly turned around and swinging his titan stake, destroyed all the approaching monsters. After that, he glanced at the status window and thought that this was a great combat experience for his subordinates. Meanwhile, the goblin army continued to rush towards the Golden Knight with mad fury, seeking to destroy him. Looking at them, the hero grinned and allowed them to become his new experience points. Gripping the titan stake tightly, he released the accumulated energy and prepared for the killing blow. Then the Golden Knight unleashed an attack. The ground of the dungeon cracked and stone fragments flew in all directions. The shocked monsters looked in horror at the destructive power of the enemy. The shockwave scattered the advancing goblins in different directions. Surveying the aftermath of his own attack and the mountains of destroyed monsters, the hero noted the result with satisfaction. A whole month passed after these events, and in the Iron Fortress, Eleanor and Iris awaited the return of the team. The guild leader noted with alarm that all this was taking too long. If it was taking so long, then something had clearly gone wrong. The director replied that the reason could simply be the enormous scale of the Goblin Empire dungeon, something that was not at all uncommon. She explained that completing large dungeons takes months, so there's no need to worry ahead of time. After this, handing over a piece of paper, the woman added that there are things that really deserve concern. It turned out that the trial had been postponed, something that often happens when the hunter is inside a dungeon at the time. Eleanor added that most guilds have entire teams of lawyers and legal protection. Chris has nothing like that. Now everything depends on public opinion, and in this case, it is practically useless. If the complaint was directed at the Soul Guild, they could use it against them. It was at this moment that they received an emergency notification from the association. The message stated that everyone needed to immediately gather at the association building once it was received. A shocked Iris, along with Eleanor, saw the double code red level and immediately realized that a crisis of epic proportions had occurred. Eleanor then sharply shouted at the girl to go to the association immediately and also asked her to contact Chris. The guild leader, thinking about what had happened, watched Eleanor quickly walk away. Then Iris decided to check the news and turned on the TV. The announcer reported that north of Seoul, Pastor Lee was moving south again with his horde of monsters. Moreover, at the same time, groups of intriguing scavengers began to leave their territories throughout the country. Hearing this, Iris was shocked that the scavengers and monsters had united. However, the presenter continued to explain that experts believe this was a secret alliance created for the sake of a large-scale offensive. This has never happened in history, as the powers of the constellations rarely united due to conflicting interests and struggle for merit. Meanwhile, in Gangnam, at the Seoul Guild base, Oliver received an urgent notice from the association ordering him to report immediately. Smiling contentedly, he thought that his time had finally come, since he had made an unbreakable agreement with that same damned pastor. The man reasoned that Gangnam was completely safe, and besides, the Golden Knight was not nearby. The news reported that all of Korea was under attack by monsters, and the guild leader quickly assessed the situation. 2 S-rank hunters were busy in the provinces, 3 were in the Blue Dragon, and 1 was in Olympus. At this time, an S-rank monster, Bohaku, was rising beneath the territory of Seoul, which was supposed to threaten the city. Oliver decided that he would hand over the smaller monsters to others, and join forces with Pastor Lee as they had agreed. Then Gangnam will only encounter weak monsters, and the residents of other areas will flock here as the safest place. Meanwhile, Chris and his knights continued to destroy goblins in the dungeon. Swinging a titanic stake, the protagonist dealt crushing blows to the bloodthirsty monsters. However, despite this, the goblin hordes did not thin out. Before the hero stood a truly endless army. Having thrust his weapon into the ground, the hero looked around at the hordes and noted that their approximate number was 400,000. He couldn't understand why there were so many of them. One of the knights reported that Akalon had already conducted a scan, and according to his calculations, the total population exceeded 1 million. Chris clutched his head and exclaimed that he finally understood why no one wanted to come here. The knight explained that this was a combat dungeon, which was extremely difficult to complete even for an entire guild. At that moment, Crockbane claimed to hear something coming from the underground tunnels, and Lucy assumed that reinforcements were approaching. The hero asked again what other reinforcements were possible after all this. And at that very moment, there was a deafening explosion, and the shockwave threw the hero aside. A huge metal soldier with glowing eyes emerged from the tunnel. The Golden Knight gloomily noted that it was time to stop gaining experience and start breaking into the very heart of enemy territory. Chandler asked if this meant they would not touch the tunnel, but would simply block it and move on. The protagonist confirmed that this was exactly the plan. They would fight their way to the main building, trying to stay close to the walls. Golem immediately supported this strategy, and Calf added that he liked this approach. Pointing at the metal soldiers, the hero ordered to deal with them first. Several massive metal monsters lined up in front of the team. Chris swung and delivered a powerful blow, cracking the body of one of them along the seam. Akalon immediately rushed at the second one. Meanwhile, the goblins peered out from their hiding places, watching the battle closely. They were excitedly discussing something among themselves. When new figures soon began to emerge from the cave, a puzzled Chris asked what kind of group it was. Lucy pointed to the exit and shouted that enemy soldiers were moving from there. Clutching the titanic stake in irritation, the hero thought that he was already mortally tired of all this. But suddenly the girl screamed that the enemies were carrying a white flag. To everyone's amazement, the goblins began to throw their weapons on the ground. Shocked, Chris couldn't understand what they were doing. Raising their hands, the monsters came out to the knights in an organized manner and began to surrender. Their weapons fell from their hands to the ground. At the head of the procession rode a carriage from which the Goblin Emperor waved a white banner. The knights immediately warned that this could be a trap, so caution was needed. The carriage quickly approached, and finally the Emperor stepped out, and all his subjects fell on their knees. Approaching Chris, the ruler declared that the stars had prophesied the coming of great beings from outside, and now they were sure that it was they. He announced that the goblins would no longer fight. Their king Bigwald had disappeared, and he could not watch his people die in vain. So he decided to surrender to the High Golden King. Moreover, the Emperor announced that he was handing over the entire empire to him, along with its fate. Chandler smiled and explained to his master that the goblins were actually presenting the kingdom to his majesty. Chris couldn't believe that they were actually going to make him king. The protagonist looked at the Emperor in confusion, not understanding how things had come to this. He asked the knights what he should do, and Chandler replied that the decision belonged only to the king. The Goblin Emperor looked at the Golden Knights silently, awaiting the verdict. Chris wondered what would happen if he received such power. Usually, at such moments, the system should have given advice, but now it was silent. Everyone around, knights, goblins, and even the Emperor himself, were waiting for his decision. Finally, after much deliberation, the hero declared that further battle was pointless, and so he accepted the surrender of the Goblin Empire. The system informed the hero that he had officially accepted the surrender of his enemy, and the Goblin Empire was now under his control. At that moment, the Emperor, along with all the other goblins, knelt down and saluted the Great Golden King. The ruler of the monsters solemnly declared that he worshipped the Great Golden Ruler and would follow him from now on. Chris asked in confusion why the knights were just standing there and watching what was happening. The hero wondered in confusion whether he had really become a king now. A whole horde of goblins lined up in front of him, awaiting his command. One of the monsters respectfully announced that they would now call the Golden King their majesty and would fulfill his every will. Then Chandler quietly whispered to Chris that the goblin had actually admitted to being his servant, but he shouldn't be trusted completely. The Golden Knight ordered for now only to ensure that none of them were allowed outside the dungeon. Chris thought that their human speech was still poor, but he was surprised that they could speak their language at all. After leaving the dungeon, the first thing Chris did was take a shower to wash off all the dirt. While lathering his hair with shampoo, he thought about what had happened and realized with relief that he had survived after all. Soon after, he returned to the room. Then, collapsing onto the sofa, the young man stretched out blissfully and decided that now he needed only one thing: sleep, preferably for a month. A moment later, Chris was already fast asleep and snoring softly. However, just at that moment the phone rang and Iris's name appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, military forces were concentrated on the outer front of the Seoul territory. At the Blue Dragon faction headquarters, they were discussing that Pastor Lee's current attack was very different from the previous ones. Joshua noted that the defensive systems and unmanned turrets on the city walls were clearly malfunctioning. The military reported that the strikes were carried out on generators. The problem was that the location of the generators was considered secret. Even if the attack is repelled, the situation will remain critical until the traitor is found. One of the masters remarked that if A-rank monsters were so difficult to destroy, then the elite specimens needed to be eliminated first. Joshua responded that strike teams had already been formed to eliminate targets and were trying to act as quickly as possible. The military reminded that Korea has always declared its readiness for any crisis, and they are obliged to live up to the title of the three great guilds. To this, the head responded that it was more important now to join forces with the army, and that discussion of other issues should be postponed until later. The military man agreed and asked about Olympus's situation. He thought they were still negotiating with the government. He was informed that Olympus was discussing sending troops to hold the northeastern front, as well as the arrival of SS-ranked hunters. A decision must be made urgently. If the archdemon beasts enter the battle, many strongholds will be lost. The problem was made worse by the fact that all the S-rank hunters were concentrated in the capital. Because of this, the provincial defenses weakened. However, Joshua abruptly ended the conversation, declaring that there was no more time for discussion. It was time to go out onto the battlefield. The soldier simply sighed heavily and admitted that he couldn't even imagine how he would report everything to his superiors. At this time, fierce battles were already raging at the front. Crushing blows scattered enemy warriors in all directions. The Iberico archdemon beast roared furiously, ordering the walls to be destroyed. The soldiers unleashed powerful weapons on the enemy, destroying the monsters. Huge combat shells were flying at them. Meanwhile, Commander Dwayne, swinging his sword, boldly struck down the attackers. Looking around, he saw that the entire battlefield was hidden by thick smoke from the explosions. The man then began to shout furiously, demanding that the defense be held at all costs and that additional air support be urgently requested. One of the soldiers reported that there were already casualties at the airbase, and the hangars had been attacked with almost no time left. Gritting his teeth, the commander cursed and angrily asked what those damned hunters were doing now. Soon a new report arrived at the base. A supply column with ammunition had been attacked. Joshua noted that if things went this way, he might have to leave Korea. After greeting Commander Duane, he asked about the current situation, and he answered heavily that everything was very bad. The worst thing was that the enemy took the bodies of the captured and fallen, feeding them to the archdemon beasts. The commander explained that destroying such a creature required the strength of an S-rank hunter, and his own capabilities were insufficient. Then Joshua told him to calm down, and at least rest a little, and the commander reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Chandler was teaching one of the goblins the language, declaring that he was obliged to learn the speech as soon as possible for the sake of the king's name. Frowning, the goblin diligently wrote down everything the knight taught him. Nearby, Crockbane was competing in a tug-of-war with Lucas. The dragonoid noticed that the man was quite strong and tried to pull with all his might. Suddenly they both noticed an approaching guest. Iris was walking towards them. The dragonoid quickly shouted that he had almost defeated the man. But as soon as the girl came closer, the knight immediately released the rope and knelt down in front of her in greeting. This caused Crockbane to lose his balance, fly back, and fall to the ground with a crash. With a smile, the girl asked how they managed to get out of the dungeon. She had not received any news from them, and so she came to check if they were injured. Chandler assured her that the king was unharmed, and then Iris said she was glad and asked permission to see him. The knight asked how urgent it was. If the question could wait, it would be better to let him get some sleep. Looking down, the girl sadly admitted that, unfortunately, the matter was indeed very urgent. The entire team of knights looked at her carefully, trying to understand what had happened. After a moment's thought, Chandler stated that they would bring His Majesty, and Iris replied that she would wait. While she waited, she told Eleanor that Chris was safe. He had fought for a month and had fallen asleep immediately after he got out. Eleanor said the government wanted to hire him and asked him to contact her as soon as possible to discuss the order. Hearing this, a surprised Iris asked if they were really talking about a $1 trillion commission. At this time, the hero, having slept well, stretched and felt that all his muscles were aching unpleasantly. The hero then headed to the refrigerator, feeling thirsty, but a moment later decided to go back to bed. Having taken out a can of drink, the protagonist suddenly noticed Iris sitting at the table in its reflection. It was then that Chandler reported to his king that Iris had come to visit him. The hero sharply asked how the girl got there in the first place. She, noticing that he had already woken up, explained that the situation was extremely serious and urgent, so they needed to leave immediately. The hero asked where they were going. Iris replied that they were going to the Iron Fortress, since he had received a $1 trillion order. Hearing this, the hero indignantly declared that such a request could in no way be called normal. However, Iris replied that she would tell all the details on the spot, since the situation had already become too large-scale. Having reached the Iron Fortress and passed the inspection, Chris remarked that he never even thought of receiving such an order again. After the girl explained the whole situation to him, she admitted that the matter was extremely dangerous and extremely complicated. Iris acknowledged that she knew how much he disliked such things, but reminded him that the lives of many people were at stake right now. At this moment, government representatives arrived at the fortress. Eleanor asked what exactly had happened. Looking at the new arrivals, the young man was puzzled as to who all these people were. The director explained that they had come from the government to discuss the order. One of the representatives stated that the country was facing a joint attack by constellations of evil orientation and scavengers. The center of the crisis is the Butcher's Apostle, Pastor Lee, accompanied by an SS-rank archdemon. They threaten the entire country. The Golden Knight directly asked what exactly they were going to pay him $1 trillion for. The representative replied that he was being hired to eliminate Pastor Lee, a worshipper of an SS-rank archdemon. Looking at the photograph of the target, the hero remembered that this was the very pastor who lived next to the archdemons. The hero understood that he would most likely not lose, but he feared that after victory, the authorities would use it for political purposes. Representatives asked what he thought of the proposal, reminding him that everything was connected with a government contract. However, Chris replied that he couldn't simply agree, he needed guarantees. One of the officials clarified whether they were talking about an advance payment. Eleanor pointed out that they had a fund for strategic military operations, so it would be wiser to resolve this issue in advance. However, representatives responded that the country was already under attack, making it extremely difficult to quickly allocate such a sum. Then Chris pointed out that, given the losses, it would still have been more profitable for them to pay at least a 50% advance. Iris added that if the first-tier emergency fund is used, payment can be made immediately after approval. The hero, crossing his arms, declared that he didn't understand what the problem was at all. The issue simply came down to coordination between ministries. The official countered that the amount was too high and that people were dying right now. He promised that the advance would be transferred as quickly as possible, and the hero replied that then they should hurry. When the official tried to reproach him for his indifference to human lives, the hero remarked that he did not wish harm to people. He stressed that there was no point in pressuring him with guilt, as this would only make the situation worse. After this, the representatives asked for some time to compile a report. When they left, Chris said that if the authorities were given free rein, they would later try to use him for their own purposes. Observing the officials, the hero noticed that the least they could do was admit that he was not their toy. The director objected that now was not the time for such showdowns, but Chris admitted that he was already mortally tired of this world. He added that if these people were really in a hurry, they would have started the conversation with transferring the advance payment. Chris then remarked that it looked like there was a really tough battle ahead. Opening the status window, he saw that all indicators were at SS+ level, and the enemy's rank was confirmed as SSS. Afterwards, Iris asked if he had made progress in the B-tier dungeon. Chris replied that, despite all the difficulties, he had managed to make some progress. Then he asked how Shelley was doing. Iris said that she went to the dungeon to restore her status, and the hero asked how long she had been gone. Iris replied that 3 days had already passed, so she should be back soon. Besides, Shelley had almost reached level 45. He then asked if she had been on any hikes before. Iris replied in the negative, and explained that she had rebuilt her skill tree. She suggested that next time they could go into a dungeon together, and Chris asked if she was the same class as before. With a smile, Iris replied that everything was different now, that she had a completely different class now. Noticing the rifle in the girl's hands, the hero noted that such a weapon would provide excellent support to the team. She explained that she chose the rifle because of its high base target detection capabilities, which would be great for attacking. Chris nodded approvingly and noted that the choice was indeed good, adding that now their team only had to find a healer. Iris countered that with the medical complex in place, there was no need for a separate doctor. At this point, the director announced that the government had approved the advance payment, which meant that negotiations were definitely worth continuing. Then the hero asked again if they were really ready to pay him 500 billion right now. Looking at the authorities, he noted to himself that they had acted even faster than he had expected. This only confirmed how serious the situation was. Officials said the request had been approved by management, but if it failed, he would be required to return the amount tripled. Realizing this, the hero quickly calculated that if he couldn't destroy the pastor, he would have to pay 1.5 trillion. He then recalled that his accounts are currently frozen as a legal sanction due to a lawsuit filed by residents of Xinjiang. Another official confirmed that this was a temporary measure pending legal proceedings. Chris then stated that they had only two options, either unfreeze his account or pay in cash. The representative replied that if this was indeed the case, then they really had no other choice. Then the second official, sighing resignedly, admitted that the situation was hopeless and added that they had cash. But their management is connected to Gangnam's sponsors, which means they won't be able to pay the money directly right now. However, the director noted that it was better to leave everything as is, and the hero supported her decision. Chris then declared that he had had enough, and Eleanor responded that they had indeed gone too far. After this, Chris noticed that such people work exclusively for themselves, without caring at all about those below. He added that ordinary people cannot rise up no matter how hard they try, and he himself lived exactly like that until he woke up. The hero admitted that when he saw how quickly his demands were approved, he finally understood that great power is no joke. However, since human life is much more valuable, it is still necessary to act quickly. Chris then approached Chandler and asked if they had a better option, and if they could put forward their own terms. The knight replied that it would be a good idea to find another force that could act as a deterrent for both sides. The smartest thing to do is to win over the enemy of their enemies to your side, and show the authorities a kind of letter of support. The hero thought that if he attacked Busan and Gwangju, he could catch the enemy off guard, since all attacks were currently concentrated on the capital. If the S-class appears in the provinces, the enemy will automatically redirect the main forces there, since they will not expect such a move. Eleanor admitted that the idea wasn't bad. The opponents were confident that Seoul would be defended by the strongest hunters, which is why they were concentrating their armies there. Chris added that if they managed to quickly destroy the provincial armies, then the main forces would be effectively taken out of the game. The men agreed that action was needed immediately. The enemy was currently throwing feasts to maintain morale. Hearing this, Eleanor asked with disgust whether they were really talking about cannibal feasts with the sacrifice of prisoners and fallen soldiers. To this, the Golden Knight briefly stated that it was time to get down to business. First they would strike the provinces, then join up with their allies. After this, he ordered Iris to take the knights with her, adding that she and Shelley would join them later. Meanwhile, on the city wall of Quan, the warriors were holding back the onslaught of the monsters with their last strength. The monsters climbed the walls, trying to break inside. The knight screamed that he was out of silver bullets. At the same time, the leader of the A-class scavengers, Death Sting Leo, was watching from the sidelines. He chuckled as he noted that swallowing up one small city was not so easy, and even attracted Chinese and Japanese mercenaries. At this moment, S-Class Hunter Morgan, while destroying monsters, shouted for the scavenger to finally come face to face with him. One of the soldiers asked his comrade how much longer this could go on, and he replied that it all came down to these insects. Then Leo waved his staff and called upon the dead to rise. A second later, bony hands with long claws appeared from the ground. Morgan shouted furiously at his opponent not to even dare to anger him. Meanwhile, the leader of the scavengers drank the elixir, and mockingly offered the hunter a fight if he still had strength left. Looking at him with hatred, the hunter replied that he would gladly cross swords with him. The fighter said he would give him as much fight as he wanted. Then he rushed into the attack, intending to deliver a powerful blow. But suddenly a powerful wave of energy threw him aside, and the enemy noted in surprise that Morgan had an extremely durable exoskeleton. The mage then ordered Nakamura to do something, and he replied that he was already trying to cast weakening effects on the hunter. After this, the enemies, swinging their swords, rushed forward at the same time, intending to crush him. Scattering the attackers in different directions, Morgan furiously shouted at them to get away. The opponents merely watched his fight, patiently waiting for him to finally run out of energy. And soon the hunter realized that the enemy's forces significantly exceeded his own. The magician cried out with satisfaction that Morgan was finally starting to get tired, and the knight rubbed his hands contentedly and ordered him to be tied up. The enemies attacked from all sides and entangled the hunter with magical ropes. Soon the fighter was completely immobilized. It was at that moment that one of the scavengers flew up to him and furiously struck him with a powerful spear. Pleased with himself, the magician declared that the job was done, and everything went exactly as he had planned. The powerful attack sent Morgan flying backwards, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Relieved that the S-rank hunter had been neutralized, the enemies rushed to finish him off. However, having gathered the last of his strength, the wounded warrior managed to break the shackles. Not intending to give up, he struck the enemy again. But one of the opponents still managed to damage his shell, and a deep crack appeared in the armor. Then the hunter caught his foot on a pile of stones among the ruins, lost his balance, and began to fall rapidly. When he fell, there was a powerful explosion. A crowd of enemies with drawn swords watched the hunter fall. Grinning, the scavenger ordered his men to be quiet. Wounded and stripped of his armor, Morgan lay on the ground, and even in that state he made a contemptuous remark to the enemy. Coming closer to the fallen enemy, the scavenger declared that it was time to gain experience. Lying on the ground, the hunter thought that now he would even accept a call for help from that associative bastard. And suddenly he saw a huge dragon flying over the city, and for a moment it seemed to him as if the city itself was about to burst into flames. All the inhabitants raised their heads to the sky and saw a golden dragon. Chris sat on Eldrin's back, watching intently what was happening below. Armed with spears and swords, the scavengers surrounded the defenseless hunter. Sitting astride the dragon, the Golden Knight commanded Eldrin to fly on. Hearing this, the dragoness obediently flew forward. Meanwhile, the enemies mockingly asked the wounded man why he did not try to escape. The scavenger raised his sword, and with a wry smile declared that it was time for the hunter to depart for the next world. But the next second, he was surprised to notice a huge, frightening shadow looming over him. Leaving his victim, he turned around abruptly. As it turned out, a giant golden dragon was standing right in front of him. And then Eldraine released dragon fire, destroying everyone who stood in her path. The crushing heat instantly engulfed the entire area in clouds of smoke. Looking at the wounded hunter, Chris only hoped that he was not too late. At this time, a shocked Nakamura asked in complete shock who the hell this knight was. The enraged opponent furiously asked how long ago he had arrived here. At this time, Morgan muttered that in front of him was a golden maiden, but then immediately corrected himself and said that it was a golden dragon. Nakamura frowned and asked if they were talking about him, adding that the golden knight had not warned of his appearance. Then Chris pulled out the titanium stake and calmly stated that he had come here to destroy this minister's gang. The hero then ordered the enemies to prepare to greet him and the swords of his knights. Raising his weapon above his head, the young man gave his team the order to begin the attack. With battle cries, a squad of knights rushed towards their opponents. The vulture leader thought that these knights looked much stronger than he had been told. Then he decided that it was time to leave, but at that very moment Calf appeared behind him and asked where he was going. A stunned Leo couldn't understand how the enemy had gotten there so quickly. Looking at him carefully, Calf assumed that the leader was probably standing in front of him. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered right in front of the vulture leader. The frightened man shouted to his subordinates to stop the knight and protect him. Then the Abyss Knight threateningly stated that the necromancer could try to stop him if he was capable of it. Immediately after this, he dealt the fatal blow, crushing the leader of the vultures. A clot of blood flew out of Leo's mouth. The warrior noted that one precise destructive blow was enough to eliminate the commander. Having received monstrous blows, Leo turned into a lifeless skeleton. At that very moment, his entire army of undead collapsed to the ground, ceasing to show any signs of life. The surviving fighters watched this in horror and decided that they had to flee. The Golden Knight said that he was counting on Crocbane and ordered Accolon to deal with the rest. The hero declared that he would take everything upon himself. Looking at the enemy's clothing and fighting techniques, he realized that the person in front of him was a Chinese hunter. Two powerful opponents clashed in a crushing confrontation. With a fire strike, the main character was able to break the enemy's weapon. At that moment, another warrior shouted at Nakamura to retreat immediately. Then the Golden Knight noted that a Japanese hunter was also present, adding that a very good collection had been assembled. The wounded Morgan soon realized that it was indeed the Golden Knight and his team in front of him. He realized that they were all S rank. At that moment, Crocbane approached him and asked how the big scarab man was feeling. He replied that everything was fine with him. Rising to his feet with difficulty, the man asked the Dragonoid who he was. He introduced himself as Lord Crocbane and said that his master had ordered him to protect the hunter. He then handed over the elixir and stated that Morgan needed to be healed as soon as possible. The hunter himself thought that there really were a lot of them, and the situation gradually began to clear up. Meanwhile, Eldrin flew over the enemies and unleashed his dragon breath on them. Watching the battle, Chris noted that the Lord of Soul was definitely weaker than expected. Cowolf then held out the skull and declared that the magician was not as good as he thought, and that in his opinion, he should have remained in the city. Supported by the Dragonoid, the still weakened Morgan came closer. Then Chris asked how he felt. The hunter replied that he was fine, but he still needed to protect the city, but Chris stated that there were others to protect the city. After this, the protagonist asked if the hunter could direct the vultures to clear out the underground city. The man replied that he could and promised to keep the Golden Knight informed of the developments. He then explained that the suburb of Neo-Sinan was the largest vulture den on the entire coast of the country. Due to its coastal location, this place has escaped government control and has been developing since the time of the Awakened. Now it has become a hub for illegal trade between China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. The hunter explained that sea salt production was a thing of the past. Now the main industries there were drug and slave trade. The flow of shell companies and foreign capital suggests that hunters with ties to the Triads and Yakuza were involved. Morgan then asked what to do with the slaves who would be freed after the purge. The hero replied that they were people and needed to be saved. There are problems that the government could not prevent, resulting in increased crime and social spending. Chris noted that the problem and solutions seemed to exist, but it wasn't that simple. He thought that things that had previously seemed absurd to him were in fact too desperate. Then the hunter explained that this was exactly how society worked. If one door closed, another one opened. Therefore, they had to try to cause as little damage as possible, which is why they could not yet completely solve the problem. The hero asked if there was a way to save the people there. Morgan replied that for now they could only continue to watch. Chris said that action needed to be taken at the state level. He didn't want to get involved in something like this, but he couldn't just turn a blind eye to everything. Returning to his band of knights, he announced that they were leaving. However, at that moment Morgan called out to him and asked him to wait a little. He said he understood the gravity of the national crisis but still wanted to help. The man admitted that he wanted to serve the country. Chris replied that he shouldn't have been so loyal to his country. There were plenty of people here who needed a hunter. Cowolf asked why they weren't planning to team up with the S-rank hunters. Chris explained that some of their forces needed to be left here. They didn't know when Neo-Shinan would strike the interior again. The provinces were too important. After some time, the entire squad of knights arrived in the city, and people began to shout that the Knight of the Golden Dragon had arrived. The amazed residents realized that he really existed and decided to come closer to greet him. The mayor of Gwangju thanked Chris for saving him and expressed his respect for him. Then a journalist approached the young man and asked him to tell him what brought him here to help them. Chris apologized and said that he had a very busy schedule and shouted loudly to Eldrin and Lucy that they should move on immediately. The entire squad of knights loaded into the trailer, and the dragon soared into the air above it. The disappointed mayor noted that people had only just managed to gather, and the Golden Knight was already leaving. The journalist asked if he was nervous about appearing on television. However, at that very moment, Morgan suddenly appeared in front of the trailer and blocked his path. Chris was surprised to see that he had actually come all this way just to talk. The hunter explained that he was an S-rank hunter only because he had once worked in the forestry service and then awakened. The man added that when he returned, he would focus on defense, as Chris had advised, but the hero noted that he could not give him orders. Interrupting this pointless conversation, Chris ordered Accolon to prepare for departure. A frustrated Morgan soon found himself watching the trailer quickly disappear. At that moment, Lucy noticed that she had thought so, and then asked if she should take to the air. Chris added that he was more interested in the current situation, after which he ordered the situation in Seoul in Gyeongsang province to be checked. A message appeared on the screen. Seoul is fighting the minions of the King of Destruction, an SS-ranked demon, the archdemon Pastor Lee. Then the screen showed information about Busan, and a crowd of mermaids and sea monsters had gathered in front of the hotel. It was reported that local guilds and military forces had already entered the fray, but the enemy commander continued to dispatch more monsters. The hero noted that Busan was holding up well so far. The battle was dragging on only because the defensive commander was competent. Suddenly Morgan appeared next to Chris. The hero exclaimed in surprise and asked how he managed to get inside. The hunter explained that he had transformed into a flying fish and had crawled through the gap above. Chris noted that this was precisely why he had managed to escape before everything had completely devolved into chaos. He looked down and noticed that by staying next to him, he would achieve nothing but endless battles. Morgan then dropped to one knee and replied that if he was unable to train subordinates, he would prefer to at least become an ally. Looking at him, the hero noticed that the difference was small. He was just a mercenary who destroyed enemies for a reward. But the man replied that he didn't understand what exactly the Golden Knight felt. The main thing for him was saving people. The hunter admitted that he could no longer bear the feeling of guilt over the fact that he was unable to save someone, not due to a lack of strength. No matter how often he asked the government and the association for help, they were indifferent. He didn't want to see people die anymore. That was why he wanted more and more to be close to Chris, and not blindly follow orders. To this, the hero replied that he himself did not want to do everything as the association and the government demanded. He noticed that the situation was the same with Neo Shinan. Then the hunter reminded that the enemies feared his majesty and fell on their knees before him. At that moment, Chandler appeared and remarked that from everything he had heard, there were more than enough reasons to accept this man. He was supported by Lucas, who stated that there was a mixture of compassionate revenge and respect for the king. Even Lucy chimed in, noting that the desire to save others was a powerful force that would benefit them. Crockbane shouted loudly that the insect man was now their friend. Cowolf added that he would immediately prepare a contract for him. Even the goblin who suddenly appeared said that he also fully supported this decision, after which Chris declared that he understood everything. He told Morgan that there might be no reward for his work, but if the hunter didn't mind, he could help. In response, Morgan smiled and thanked the hero. They then shook hands, sealing their alliance, and Chris wished the hunter good luck. Old Busan Hyundai was once a beautiful place, a calm, sunny and modern city. Now modern Busan Hyundai has become a dark and dangerous place. S-rank hunter and elementalist Alice created a giant of lightning and commanded it to destroy all enemies. The huge thunder giant unleashed deadly bolts on his opponents. They destroyed sea monsters and mermaids with crushing blows. The girl herself, using a lightning bomb, prepared to blow up the monsters. The monsters fell dead under her blows, and it was at that moment that Chris and his knight's trailer rolled into Busan. Looking out the window, the hero asked if this woman was an elementalist. Morgan confirmed this and explained that she specialized in thunder and lightning spirits and posed such a serious threat to the mermaids. Chris asked if she needed help, as he felt their strength was clearly beginning to wane. The hunter explained that this was an A-rank mermaid dungeon, and that its boss was the A-rank mermaid warlord. If the enemies were to break in with weapons, even Hyundai would collapse in an instant. The dungeon itself looked smaller than the Goblin Empire. Then the hero approached Accolon and ordered him to speed up. After this, our hero's car drove at full speed to the battle site. At this moment, a new monster warlord entered the battle. Fighting furiously, the girl shouted at her enemies to go back to where they came from. Watching the creepy creature, the warlord of the Newts, Alice couldn't understand what it was even thinking about. It seemed impossible to her that the new military leader would act in such a way. Then one of the soldiers shouted to Mrs. Alice to be careful. The bloodthirsty monsters had already surrounded the girl and were about to attack her from behind. Using deadly lightning, she delivered a powerful blow and sent the enemies flying. However, the fighters understood that her strength was quickly depleted and that something needed to be done urgently. Meanwhile, the sea monsters discovered a way to protect themselves from her lightning. A strange green aura began to spread everywhere. The soldier noticed that the monsters were secreting some strange substance. Powerful green streams of mucus flowed directly onto their bodies. Then the warriors realized that it was plastic and rubber waste from which the Newts created armor that protected them from electricity. The leader of the Newts continued to cover his subordinates with this rubber protection with a grin. Very soon the entire army of monsters was protected from electrical discharges. Raising their weapons, the terrifying creatures prepared for a new attack. The soldier watched what was happening in horror, completely at a loss as to what to do next. It was then that Alice furiously shouted the order to open fire. The soldiers immediately prepared their weapons and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the sea monsters. However, the shells only bounced powerlessly off their armor, causing no harm. The shocked soldiers screamed, not understanding why the bullets weren't doing any damage to them and what the hell was going on here. Alice frowned at the hunter's explanation and realized that the enemy's plastic armor seemed to be enchanted. However, at that moment she was informed that the enemy's honor guard was already approaching the battlefield. Then the sea monsters, covering themselves with massive shields, rushed into the attack, mercilessly destroying people. The lightning bolts that the girl used to try to stop the onslaught bounced off their defenses, not reaching their target and causing no harm. Meanwhile, the monsters were furiously crushing the human army. They encountered virtually no worthy resistance. Military equipment was scattered in all directions under their devastating attacks. The cries of wounded soldiers were heard from all sides. Alice realized that this was a deliberate battle of attrition, the purpose of which was to see if reinforcements would arrive. Gathering all his strength, the Thunder Giant released a colossal bolt of lightning. He aimed straight at the crowd of enemies who were already preparing for a new attack. Realizing what he was about to do, Alice screamed in horror for him to stop immediately. But just a moment later, a monstrous explosion thundered, illuminating everything around with a devastating stream of electricity. The girl watched the destruction in horror, and then ordered all forces to immediately retreat to the city. The surviving soldiers stood knee-deep in water under the pouring rain. Just then, the leader of the Tritons rode forward on the back of a huge sea monster. As he moved, the water parted to the sides, raising powerful waves. Meanwhile, bloodthirsty monsters continued to mercilessly exterminate the surviving people. Watching this bloody carnage, Alice realized that they didn't have a single chance. She screamed that the new warlord was already approaching. The soldiers, in a panic, demanded that she offer at least some reasonable solution, since the bullets were blocked by the shields. At that moment, one of the monsters dealt a fatal blow, destroying 3 soldiers at once. Grinning contentedly, the monster continued its advance, intending to wipe out all those remaining from the face of the earth. The commander desperately shouted to the soldiers to retreat immediately if they did not want to stay there forever. One of the soldiers informed Alice that the defense was collapsing and they needed to retreat immediately to the second line of defense. However, the girl replied that if they reached her, they would not be able to wait for reinforcements, and after the first line was broken through, the second would fall as well. The soldier then reported to the guild leader that Dashiell could fall in just a few minutes. The girl, clenching her teeth furiously, cursed, not knowing what to do next. She understood that only reinforcements could save them now. Meanwhile, the soldiers tried to take cover behind the second line of defense. Firing back, they ran inside the fortification and pressed the door lock button. However, the shocked fighters only watched helplessly as the doors literally flew apart. Bloodthirsty monsters burst inside and mercilessly destroyed everyone who tried to take refuge there. One of the hunters told the girl that the city would fall in just a few minutes. He said they needed to begin a rescue operation immediately, retreat, and then decide what to do next. However, Alice noted that all of their reserve troops had already been committed to the battle, and if they lost here, it would be the end of Busan. It was then that a subordinate ran into the room and shouted that the defense of the 20th level had been breached. The general immediately ordered not to stay there, but to urgently evacuate Alice, ordering that a helicopter be prepared. But the girl firmly declared that she would remain and defend this place until the very end. She demanded that the general retreat and call for reinforcements. Nevertheless, he gave the order to the soldiers to prepare for evacuation. Soon the helicopter was ready, and the military began loading. As Alice said, she stayed put to protect the city. As she watched the car take off, she only hoped that they would actually be able to call for help. One of the guild members approached her and informed her that everyone was retreating and asked if she believed that the government would send reinforcements. The girl replied that she hoped the general would turn out to be different from other high-ranking officials. She then ordered the guild to retreat and regroup, but the hunter objected that he could not leave her alone. It was too dangerous. Then Alice declared that she and the Thunder Giant would circle around the enemy, distracting the mermaids. But at that moment, a powerful explosion thundered very close by, and the shockwave rolled towards them. The girl screamed that the enemies were already very close and ordered the guild to retreat as quickly as possible. The hunter complied, but before leaving, he said that she would definitely cope and should return alive. As the fighters began to retreat, trying to avoid the attacks, Alice couldn't help but think about everything that had happened. The girl painfully asked herself how she had allowed this to happen. Too many people had died. And suddenly, to her amazement, she saw Morgan arriving. The man said that he had just finished cleaning and had immediately arrived here. The surprised girl asked how he even got there, since she had heard that there was real chaos there too. In response, the hunter explained that help had come with him. Perplexed, she asked who could have come in such a situation. And then a huge dragon flew over their heads. Alice's mouth dropped open in amazement as she watched the golden dragon Eldrin unleash deadly flames upon the bloodthirsty monsters. On his back stood Chris, who, drawing his sword, furiously shouted that no one dared to invade human territory. The Golden Knight declared that from now on, since they had arrived in Busan, the enemies had already lost, and if the monsters do not want to die, they should go to their palace of newts. Alice frowned, thinking that the hero's words sounded too loud. The girl then asked how they ended up there, but Chris replied that explanations could wait, as they needed to fight now. At that moment, the slabs underfoot suddenly crumbled. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty monster burst out of the breach. The girl immediately recognized him as the new military leader. Then Morgan finally announced that he was taking over the boss. She replied that she would deal with the rest. With a wave of her staff, the huntress called her assistants and ordered them to gather around her. A moment later, the girl was surrounded by powerful warriors, ready for battle. Together with Morgan, they rushed to attack the monster. Meanwhile, Chris, swinging his sword, also mercilessly destroyed the sea monsters. Eldrin remarked with disgust that she hadn't thought the fishy smell would be so difficult to wash off and demanded additional payment. To this, the hero replied that he would pay for her bath and everything else, and then they could discuss the details. The dragoness chuckled and reminded him that if he hadn't spoken about it himself, she would have simply forgotten, since several thousand years had already passed. The Golden Knight proclaimed that let heaven itself test his sword, which had reached its zenith. That blow should prove that he was the star of this earth. Then he unleashed a powerful blow of incredible force on the enemy. In just a moment, the mermaid's dungeon burst into a deadly flame. Seeing this, the Triton commander was surprised to realize that everything happened from just one blow. The monster realized that they couldn't handle the Golden Knight, and so he immediately shouted to his subordinates to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, Hunter Morgan swore furiously and shouted that the monsters were running, which meant they couldn't let their boss escape. Realizing the danger, the newt quickly rushed away, trying to escape from there as quickly as possible. Grinning evilly, he promised that next time he would give them a painful death. A second later, the monster threw itself into the water, hoping to escape pursuit. However, at that very moment, Crocbane's powerful hand grabbed his leg, and the dragonoid declared that it was impossible to escape from him. The leader of the newts desperately tried to break free from the enemy's iron grip. But suddenly the monster found itself high in the air, literally pulled out of the water. Then he was thrown to the side with great force and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Stunned by the fall, the new commander lay on the ground, breathing heavily. It was then that Chris and his team of knights approached him. The hero noted with surprise that he had no idea how good a swimmer Crocbane was. Accolon then calmly suggested simply chopping the bastard into pieces, adding that newts were quite nutritious. And then the newt finally realized that these were not ordinary madmen in front of him. In desperation, he grabbed Chris's hand. He hastily announced that, as the warlord of the Tritons, he was officially surrendering to the Golden Knight. At that very moment, the young man received a system message that the keeper of the Triton Palace had capitulated. In a pleading voice, the monster promised to give up all the trophies stored in his palace, just to save his life. However, the hero, having dealt him a humiliating blow, noticed that he had been watching him closely from afar. His attacks were too vile and cruel. Moreover, he attacked stealthily and fled from a fair fight. Therefore, he could not accept the capitulation of one in whom there was not a drop of knightly honor. The monster tried to justify itself, but Chris had already pressed the reject button. A moment later, Lucas dealt the newt a fatal blow, destroying it completely. Soon he was finished. Meanwhile, Alice continued to furiously finish off the remaining monsters. Approaching her, Morgan asked if everything here was already finished. The girl confirmed that the battle on land was also over. Having removed some of the armor, he suggested going down below, since there was still a lot of work to do. Soon, the hunter reported to Chris that an S-class hunter from Busan, Alice, had arrived. The protagonist ordered to let her through. Coming closer, the girl thanked Mr. Golden Knight for saving her, admitting that she remained alive only thanks to his intervention. In response, the hero noted that he had heard on the news that they had everything under control, but it seemed that was far from the case. Alice admitted that they had committed absolutely all their forces to the battle. If help had arrived even 10 minutes later, the city would have been destroyed. The protagonist thought that in our time, it is extremely rare to meet such modest people. The girl admitted that she should have acted more strategically, but failed, and therefore was infinitely grateful to him. Chris asked not to thank him, because he was just a mercenary. Moreover, the reward for the A-class boss turned out to be quite generous. However, the strange thing was that the dungeon did not disappear, but only transformed into a B-class Triton palace. Chris decided that the monsters were unlikely to attack for a while, and it was time for him to move on. He handed Alice a business card and added that if she needed help, she just needed to contact him. Alice carefully pressed the card to her chest and once again thanked the hero from the bottom of her heart. Morgan asked if it would be better if Alice joined them, but Chris replied that she had some connection with that man. The hero then asked Chandler if he was finished with the trophies. The knight replied that the work was completed. He was amazed at their quantity. Upon seeing Morgan, the protagonist noted that he knew about his desire to unite with them. However, there are many wounded and destroyed guilds around now that need to be taken care of, and he cannot thoughtlessly invite him into the alliance. As soon as the situation stabilizes, they will definitely contact each other, and hearing this, Morgan breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the northern front of Seoul, the hunters were literally dying of idleness. One remarked irritably that he was annoyed at having to simply wait for several days in a row. At this time, the archdemon beasts were feasting carefree in the fresh air. Everything seemed ideal to them, especially the meat pudding. Leaving only gnawed bones on their plates, they asked Pastor Lee for more. Smiling, the pastor assured them that there was plenty of food and they could eat as much as they wanted. Soon the subordinates rolled out a huge tray filled to the brim with a variety of dishes. The Tosa Inu archdemon also demanded another portion, but the pastor was thinking that the Golden Knight had not yet appeared. Just then, one of his subordinates approached him and quietly whispered something in his ear. Hearing this, the pastor exclaimed that the Golden Knight had already appeared and cleared out Gwangju and Busan. After these words, the archdemons immediately stopped eating and stared at him intently. The pastor remarked that this was even good, because now it became clear why he had not shown up before. Growling furiously, Tosa Inu asked if there was a problem. Then the pastor turned to the apostles of the Great Butcher, with a request to listen to him. He admitted that a small difficulty had arisen. The ram replied that they could use a little exercise, and the goat remarked that he would help if he received a level-up potion in return. Pastor Lee then unfolded the map and asked them to simply destroy a few power generators at the indicated points. The goat said that if they had to deal with Pastor Lee's requests again, they would need to settle the condition with the enhancement potion. However, Ramram replied that even if Goatman was faster, he himself had much more destructive power, so he would go first. Meanwhile, the pastor wondered if his opponents were trying to distract his attention by attacking the provinces. However, the man decided that he would not be fooled by cheap tricks and declared that he would show them the true power of the Great Butcher. At the same time, on the northern wall of Seoul, the soldiers guarding the posts received an urgent message. It spoke of the approach of S-class monsters, the archdemon beasts Ramram and Goatman. After the alarm was confirmed, all troops were ordered to immediately prepare for battle. The sirens sounded throughout the wall. Hearing the warning, the Blue Dragon Guildmaster declared that the enemies had finally arrived. Joshua ordered all units to take up combat positions, contact the association, and find out when support from Olympus could arrive. He ordered that the attack route be checked, that hunters be sent there, and that no weak spot be left on the front line. The armed soldiers immediately rushed to carry out their leader's orders. One of the soldiers reported on the radio that units Blue Dragon 1 and Blue Dragon 2 were already on site. Joshua then received a message from the Blue Dragon constellation, welcoming him and promising him a huge reward if he won. Hearing this, the man became furious and decided that he would fight even if he died. Meanwhile, the soldiers were hastily distributed among their positions. The commander demanded a report on the supply stocks and clarified whether the patrols located behind the wall had returned. The angry guild leader stood on the wall, waiting for the monsters to appear. Soon the archdemon beasts almost reached their goal. Goatman, with a predatory grin, promised to completely destroy all people. At this moment, the soldiers behind the wall received an order to immediately load up and return back. However, it was then that the stunned commander noticed the archdemon beast. It was Ramram who attacked swiftly, overturning the van with the people inside. He glared at the soldiers, preparing for another attack. On the wall, the knights shouted that the monsters were already advancing, and the armies of Ramram and Goatman were moving forward. The guild leader ordered them to hold out until the end, reminding them that if they succeeded in winning, the constellation would generously reward them. Drawing their swords, the fighters loudly praised the Blue Dragon. As Joshua prepared for battle, he wondered if the enemy really thought they could swallow Seoul up so easily. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was taking place at the Hunters Association, and Eleanor reported that the president had already left for the North Wall. At the site, the battle between the Blue Dragon Guild and the forces of the archdemons has already begun. One of the hunters noted that they had indeed brought out archdemons against them, and asked when help from Olympus would finally arrive. He was informed that the Apostle of Athena would only be able to arrive in 3 hours, and that they intended to resolve the problems in the province first. Then he was promised the arrival of the S-class hunter Tritonus from the Pacific Front, but only in 5 hours. Eleanor thought gloomily that there would likely be no support other than 2 S-class fighters, and even they would arrive too late. Then one of those present suggested bringing in hunters from Busan and Gwangju. In response, they explained to him that there were already 3 Blue Dragon fighters at their disposal, 2 from Olympus and 1 representative from Seoul. However, a new message soon came in. Hunter Morgan from Gwangju refused to come. Someone noticed that there are rumors that he is collaborating with the Golden Knight. Another participant in the meeting asked in surprise what the point was, since then it would be impossible to hold the territory. He was told that due to the lack of troops in the provinces, Morgan decided to hold the region with the help of Chris. Hearing this, the general remarked that the Golden Knight was indeed capable of uniting even disparate local forces. Eleanor thought with a slight smile that Chris certainly had a special charisma that attracted people. At this point, one of the officials shouted angrily, asking what the association had been doing all this time. The hunter responded sharply that the Ministry of Defense and the government had turned a blind eye to Neo-Sinan's illegal activities for years. They tried to cut him off, saying that this information was confidential. However, Eleanor noted that since it was their choice, they should accept the consequences themselves. The general then reported that the Soul Guild had refused, explaining that their own difficult battle was already underway in the south. It was then that a subordinate reported that one of the generators on the northern wall had been destroyed. Moreover, scouts reported a breakthrough in the evacuation line and the death of the guildmaster responsible for supplies. The minister said that now was not the time to shift responsibility and offered to sign an additional contract with Chris. Government officials, having assessed the situation, acknowledged that it was time to act. They ordered an immediate request for an additional 500 billion won, an amount equal to the advance already paid. The director passed this information on to Chris. After listening to her, the main character replied that he understood everything and was already heading to Seoul. The hero then ordered Akalon to immediately go to the northern wall of the capital. The golem confirmed that he accepted the order. After this, Chris announced to his knights that upon arrival in Seoul, they would face a battle against the archdemon beasts. He added that if anyone needs to prepare anything, it is better to do it right now. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was already underway on the northern wall of the capital. A grinning Ramrem looked at the frightened people. The soldiers screamed in horror that the monsters had broken through and desperately asked who could stop them now. The monster himself thought contemptuously that if he simply destroyed the defense, that would be enough for victory. He then swung his massive chain, and the knights shouted, demanding that the generator be protected at all costs. However, the monster struck a powerful blow and angrily declared that people did not dare to get under its feet. The knights drew their swords and rushed to the attack, shouting furiously that it was time for the monster to go to hell. However, the enraged Ramrem dealt a powerful blow to the advancing warriors, instantly throwing them to the ground. One of the knights stared in horror at the bloody club in the monster's hands. In response, the archdemon mockingly asked why he had suddenly stopped and whether he had suddenly decided to live. The enraged fighter immediately shouted furiously for the damned monster to shut up immediately. Then Remrem, completely enraged, dealt another deadly blow. The monstrous force of the blow left a huge dent on the ground, covered in blood. Having reached the generator, the monster immediately began to destroy it, striving to complete the task as quickly as possible. All along the wall lay wounded and fallen soldiers, desperately trying to defend the line. Pleased with himself, the archdemon declared that this time he was betting only on his own victory. It was at this moment that his attention was drawn to the appearance of a new huntress. The girl solemnly announced that, under the protection of the constellation Lady Athena, she had arrived to punish the demons of the evil god. Dropping to the ground, she prepared to engage in battle. It was the S-class hunter Diomedia, fully prepared to engage in battle. Seeing her, the knights joyfully shouted that this was the apostle of the constellation Athena, the huntress Diomedia. They decided that they were now saved. With a wave of her spear, the girl declared that she would place the monster's head on the altar of Lady Athena. In response, the enraged Ramrem furiously shouted that it was their heads that he would present to the great Butcher King. With these words, he rushed forward, intending to crush his opponent. The two opponents clashed in a furious collision, and the impact sent the shattered stones of the wall flying in all directions. The knights quickly covered their heads with shields. The commander noted that Diomedia had arrived after all, and Joshua agreed and ordered everyone to concentrate. Meanwhile, watching what was happening, Goatman ordered Baphomet's minions to go on the offensive. The Blue Dragon's leader declared that it was time to gather and concentrate the attack on Goatman. The three guild hunters immediately rushed forward, attacking the monster. The surprised archdemon only watched mockingly as they attempted to gain victory. An enraged Joshua shouted furiously at the fighters in front not to give up under any circumstances. Goatman looked up and saw three shadows rapidly approaching him. However, it seemed that he didn't care at all. He smirked and noted that the people had fallen into his trap. At that very moment, the archdemon's subordinates prepared for battle. The guild leader was the first to deliver a powerful blow to the monster standing in his way. The stunned huntress screamed in horror that there were too many of these bastards. Dwayne shouted that these monsters were bent on their own death, but at the same time they were extremely difficult to deal with. Continuing to fight, Joshua yelled at Chelsea to back away. The frightened girl replied that she would try to do it. The guild leader then dealt the monster a powerful blow, causing it to loosen its grip and let go of Chelsea. Soaring upward, the girl saw how the commander continued the battle. Using the Blue Dragon Flame technique, the man delivered a powerful blow. He incinerated the monster, after which he managed to suddenly rise high into the air. Pointing forward, the girl shouted that the guild leader was there. However, the grinning Goatman mockingly asked if they really thought they could finish him off so easily. Joshua immediately ordered the hunters to fight with all their might. He declared that today they had to destroy this bastard. Meanwhile, Diomedia was engaged in a fierce battle against Ramrem. The huntress deftly dodged the blow of the monstrous club, which further angered the archdemon. In a rage, the monster shouted that what was happening was starting to irritate him. The exhausted girl realized that her strength was running out and anxiously awaited Tritonius's arrival. She understood that everyone had already reached their limit. It was then that another archdemon appeared and asked if Rem was really helpless against one girl. Przewalski noticed that he had already reached a state where he no longer received pleasure, which meant it was high time to stop. Clenching his fists, Rem shouted angrily that the time had not yet come and there was no need to rush it. At that moment, the soldiers desperately screamed that they had run out of magic bullets. Goatman immediately grabbed the helpless fighters and destroyed them. Cries for help reached Diomedia from all sides, and the girl realized that the situation was rapidly deteriorating. If this continues, everyone will simply be destroyed. Help was needed immediately. Brandishing his deadly staff, Rem angrily declared that it was time to end the people. With a powerful blow, the huntress replied that he was expecting an easy victory too soon. She then used the deadly technique Ram's Cry. The huntress unleashed a powerful blow on her enemy. However, the archdemon laughed loudly and announced that the huntress had been caught. The surprised girl stared at the monster in amazement, not understanding where she had gone wrong. The next second, a powerful explosion thundered, sweeping away everything around. The hunters realized with horror that Diomedia had used her signature ability too early. The archdemon activated the repulsion skill. It worked in such a way that the harder you hit it, the more powerful the return blow would be. Grabbing the wounded girl by the head, Ram noted with a sneer that this was precisely the main drawback of her technique. It had been a worthy attempt, but now he would take advantage of her mistake, and after that, the monster threw the huntress to the ground. Releasing colossal energy, the monster grinned and declared that now they would really have fun. With wild fury, he began to rain crushing blows on the girl with his staff, shouting that he was not finished yet. The monstrous force of the blows threw Diomedia far to the side. Przewalski reminded the archdemon that Pastor Lee had ordered that the high-ranking hunters be left alive. Then Ram grabbed the girl by the leg and lifted her into the air. The wounded huntress hung helplessly upside down, barely remaining conscious. Then the monster threw her aside with force. The barely alive girl collapsed with a crash onto a pile of stones. Rem declared that he would have to profit from these pathetic people, and Przewalski replied that he would then join Goatman. Seeing Diomedia lying on the ground, one of the hunters desperately cried out to the general, begging him to save his mistress. But it was at that moment that the archdemon turned his attention to them, and Ram ordered everyone to attack. The hunters were frozen in horror as they looked at the monster. One of them noticed that the monster looked incredibly strong. A moment later, the archdemon was surrounded by bloodthirsty subordinates with sharp fangs. They immediately rushed at the people, destroying everyone who stood in their way. One of the hunters blew his horn, trying to attract the attention of the others. Then he loudly ordered everyone to retreat immediately. After this, the fighters quickly rushed away, trying to save themselves by running away. Ram said with a grin that the opponents seemed to have decided that they could retreat at any moment. Then the archdemon raised its head and let out a victorious roar. However, suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as something dangerous was rapidly approaching him from above. The next moment, a powerful stream of crushing energy fell upon the monster. The archdemon barely managed to dodge before a deafening explosion thundered. A second later, the Golden Knight landed on the wall. The hero clenched his fists angrily and looked at the monster. One of the hunters cried out in joy, realizing that the Golden Dragon Knight had arrived, meaning they were now saved. As Chris approached the wounded Diomedia, he noted that her pulse was very weak. Then the protagonist picked up the girl in his arms and asked Eldraine to take care of her. Meanwhile, an angry Ram shouted furiously at the Golden Knight. Taking out his weapon, Chris declared that if the monster wanted to play so much, then let it play with him. The archdemon shouted in a rage that the hero had taken his horn, and now he would not let it go so easily. The enraged monster swung his crushing weapon and furiously swore that he would never forgive the Golden Knight. The hero then asked if Lucas had arrived, and he replied that due to the urgent call, it was difficult for him to get here on time. Hearing this, the hero decided that since Aang had already arrived, he could deal with the others later, but for now, he would personally deal with the archdemon. Soon the Golden Knight and Ram clashed. The force of their blows caused the building to shake and cracks to appear in the walls. The vultures screamed in terror due to the earthquake. One of them guessed that the battle had already reached the S-class level. After that, they decided to act according to the situation and began collecting magic stones. Meanwhile, Shelley watched them from around the corner. The girl thought with irritation that these scum had already made it here. The vultures then picked up the lifeless body of the guild hunter and decided to sell it. They were going to take the corpse to Neo Sinan. One of them said that everything was going too quietly, and the other said that he was on Pastor Lee's side because he had the advantage. However, the next moment, one of them received a powerful blow to the jaw. Emerging from her ambush, Shelley delivered a powerful blow, sending her opponent flying. The other vulture looked in horror at the suddenly appearing huntress. The girl thought that these scum were still people, but only through theft, and selling lifeless bodies was unforgivable. Dropping the body bag, the man screamed in horror, realizing that the woman in front of him was a C-class hunter, and decided to run. However, the girl was not going to let them go. Clenching her fists and closing her eyes, Shelley released powerful energy. A crushing stream of force fell on the enemy's head and literally slammed him into the ceiling. A moment later, he fell with a crash at the girl's feet. Shelley decided to let them live so they could tell their accomplices what had happened. She added that because of their own greed, they endangered not only other people's lives, but their own as well. Meanwhile, the knights moved around the battlefield, helping wounded soldiers. Lucas reported that there were still local clashes on the front lines, so Shelley asked where Uncle Chris was. The knight replied that Chris was in a tough fight with the archdemon, and she asked to clear the rest of the front as quickly as possible. The knight assured that everything would be done, and added that he could not wait for this battle to end. He promised to run faster than the wind and become a shield against any danger. The girl asked in surprise what kind of pompous speeches these were, and the knight then declared that the more colorful the expressions, the more sincere they sound. Thinking about it, Shelley decided that of all the knights Chris had summoned, Chandler and Lucas were the strangest. Pointing to Crocbane and Accolon, the man asked if that wasn't a bit much. He stated that it was at least as good as them. Shouting out that their uncle was a strange man, Shelley ran far ahead. The knight noted with displeasure that he had only told the truth, and she had already left. Meanwhile, the crushing confrontation between Chris and Ram continued. The Golden Knight stated that the monster rushed into battle with such bravery, as if he had already decided to die here. The enraged archdemon screamed at him to shut up and promised to tear him to pieces. Looking at the monster, the main character thought that everything turned out to be much simpler than he expected. It seemed he had become too strong. Ram screamed in rage, not understanding how such a thing was even possible, since there was only a human in front of him. Then the Golden Knight declared that it was time to finish, because he still had much to do. However, suddenly someone ordered him to slow down. Chris asked Przewalski if he really wanted to intervene too. In response, the demon declared that the idiot was just a decoy, and now it was time for him to act. Chris asked in surprise if Ram was really a decoy. The next moment, Przewalski rushed into the attack with a furious cry. Chris just asked him with a grin what kind of bleeding was that. Then 3 more powerful archdemons joined the demon. The Golden Knight chuckled and noted that the enemy had brought too many allies with him. Pastor Lee then replied that there was no other way to catch the Golden Dragon Knight. The man then bowed politely and introduced himself as Pastor Lee, who served the Butcher King. Chris noticed that in front of him was a soulless man who kidnapped and ate people. However, the pastor replied that all of these were only sacrifices for the constellation and therefore could not be considered a sin. He added that if it was his duty to serve the constellation, then it was his responsibility to give it what it desired. Then the hero said that after such words it was obvious that he was not going to stop, and then Pastor Lee suddenly offered him a deal. He explained that the essence of his service was simple. The man had heard that Chris did not serve any constellation and worked as a mercenary. He only needs a few lives for the rituals, and if the Golden Knight doesn't interfere, all the spoils will go to him. Then both the knight who wants to earn money and the pastor himself will be able to get what they want. All trophies, money, weapons, and magic stones will go to Chris. The hero replied that the offer sounded tempting, but money was useless if there was nothing left in the world to spend it on. The hero admitted that before he didn't care what would happen to this world, but now there were people he was obliged to protect. Moreover, he has already made a deal with the government. And most importantly, he doesn't like the world that Pastor Lee wants to create at all. Pastor Lee then asked with a grin what kind of world the Golden Knight envisioned he was going to create. Pointing the titanic stake behind him, Chris replied that everything the pastor had spoken of was right behind him. Behind him lie the lifeless bodies of dead people. The pastor laughed and remarked that it was the first time he had seen a man behave like that in the face of such enormous wealth. Then the Golden Knight suggested that he simply disappear quietly, promising to spare his life in that case. With a malicious grin, the pastor replied that he had heard a lot about the hero's mission given to him by God, but never before had he been insulted so much. Chris said that if he didn't want to lose all his minions and end up ingloriously somewhere at the very bottom, then it was time for him to run. The pastor asked if the knight was using tricks only because he was afraid that if they started fighting here, people would get hurt. However, the protagonist replied that if the fight did start, then in any case it would be the pastor who would end up lying on the floor. Glaring angrily at his opponent, Pastor Lee declared that Chris had ruined the negotiations. At that moment, all the archdemon beasts that had arrived with him approached him. Przewalski grumbled with displeasure and noted that there were only 5 of them and asked where Chris got such self-confidence from. At that moment, Accolon arrived and reported that the collection was complete, and Lucy reported that they had dealt with the pathetic sheep. Przewalski realized that Goatman was wounded. At some point he stopped feeling his energy. Then the Golden Knight told Przewalski that it was now his turn. The enraged archdemon furiously vowed to destroy them all. Then Chris shouted that there was enough talk and suggested that the opponents go into battle without restrictions. After this, the archdemon beasts furiously moved towards the team of knights. Having drawn their weapons, Chris, along with Accolon, Calf, Crocbane, and Lucy, rushed to attack. Thus began the battle between Chris's knights and Pastor Lee's archdemons. One of the hunters shouted that he never thought he would see a battle between S and SS class creatures. At that moment, television crews with cameras arrived at the scene of the battle. The reporter shouted that he had managed to film the appearance of the Golden Knight and ordered the microphone to be prepared because something was wrong with the sound. However, the journalists were stopped by security guards, who said that it was too dangerous to go further, so everyone would have to stay there. Meanwhile, the crowd below watched what was happening above. One man decided to see what was happening for himself. He launched the drone, which quickly rose into the air. Quite quickly, he found himself right above the battlefield. The drone's camera transmitted footage of the confrontation between people and demons. Soon, several more drones joined the first one to film everything that was happening. People in the crowd began to shout that the Dragon Knight had arrived and that they were now saved. Some thanked him, while others admitted that they had always wanted to see him with their own eyes at least once. Among the observers was a man whose face was hidden under a low-hanging hood. It was the head of the Soul Guild, Oliver, who decided it was time for revenge. Pushing people in front of him, the man moved forward. Pulling his hood down even further, he made his way through the crowd, roughly pushing aside onlookers. Everyone was so absorbed in the spectacle that no one paid any attention to the suspicious man. Meanwhile, the correspondent was reporting on what was happening near the northern wall of Seoul, where the battle was unfolding. He stated that, judging by the situation, the number of human casualties would be enormous. At this moment, Guildmaster Soul had already made his way up, closer to the battlefield. Having decided that it was time to begin, the man even moved. Soon Oliver headed down the corridor. However, armed guards stopped him and informed him that further passage was prohibited. Then Oliver delivered a powerful blow, throwing the guard aside. Stepping over the lying man, he headed towards his goal. As he got closer, the guild leader happily thought that Chris was finally cornered. He was going to enjoy the spectacle of his death. Having pressed the button that opened the passage, the man smugly promised that Chris would die by his hand. At this point, the barrier began to dissipate little by little. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight gripped the titanic stake tightly, preparing to strike. Remrem asked if he was really going to fight with this. Przewalski added that he should use everything he could hold. However, the hero replied that it made no difference to him whether to fight with a wooden stick or a banana. He suggested that the enemies surrender if they were afraid. An enraged Ramram turned around sharply and screamed furiously, ordering Chris to go to hell. But the Golden Knight dodged the blow, and at the same moment Przewalski attacked him with his hoof. Then Chris swung the titanic stake and hit the monster on the head. Releasing the energy, Chris delivered a powerful blow, followed by a huge explosion. Archdemon Ramram furiously attacked the hero with his club. The Golden Knight dodged, and the powerful weapon left huge dents in the ground and walls. In response, the hero attacked the archdemon with a titanic stake and struck. The monster spun in the air and flew to the side, crashing into the wall. Shocked, Przewalski could not believe that such a strong person existed. For him, such a thing seemed impossible. Chris chuckled and stated that the battle with them turned out to be much more boring than he expected. He wasn't the type to enjoy fighting, and compared to the destruction his enemies had caused, their skills were mediocre. In a rage, the demon horse screamed at the hero to shut up, promising to shut his insolent mouth with his own hands. Meanwhile, Lucy fought against the archdemon Tosa Inu, assisted by Accolon. The abyssal knight Calf engaged in a fierce confrontation with the archdemon Iberico. They exchanged blows furiously. At this time, the Golden Knight continued to attack Ramram. He muttered something in fear, realizing that he was losing. Swinging the titanic stake, the hero rushed forward furiously and struck. However, at that very moment, an angry Przewalski quickly approached him. The archdemon delivered a powerful blow, knocking Chris off his feet. The Golden Knight was thrown to the side by the monstrous blow and fell heavily to the ground. Lying on the ground, the protagonist thought that the score was now 2-1, and this was annoying. Besides, the enemy belonged to the S-class. Przewalski clenched his fists and furiously swore that he would chew and swallow every bone of Chris. Turning to the team, Chris suggested that they first deal with at least one bastard. At that moment, Accolon, who was fighting Iberico, dealt him a powerful blow. Hearing the call of its master, the golem immediately turned to help him. Fighting furiously, the dragonoid screamed that it was his opponent. A moment later, several powerful explosions thundered across the entire roof. The Golden Knight thought that this was even a good thing, because as soon as the enemies moved a little further away, their stamina began to decrease. Grinning viciously, Przewalski furiously shouted that they had had enough, and now it was their turn, after which Ramram's power began to increase. The Iberico and Tosa Inu archdemons also suddenly received a powerful surge of energy. Then Lucy realized that their endurance, agility, and strength were rapidly increasing. A moment later, Iberico dealt a powerful blow to the golem, and from this attack, Akalon flew to the side and fell to the ground with a crash. At the same time, Tosa Inu fiercely bit Krokbane's arm with its huge fangs. With a furious glint in his eyes, Przewalski rushed to attack the Golden Knight. He pushed off with his mighty hooves, and cracks and shards of stone flew across the floor. The archdemon soared upward and quickly approached Chris. He delivered a powerful blow with his hoof, and the protagonist was stunned. Swinging the Titan's stake, the hero fought off the enemy's attacks, but it was becoming more and more difficult for him. The hero was surprised to realize that the enemy had suddenly become much stronger. Suddenly he received a message from Iris. The girl reported that the archdemons suddenly began to receive buffs. According to her, they were constantly given buffs that increased their combat abilities. Chris then asked if someone had the enhancement skill, or if it was Pastor Lee. At that moment, the archdemons, having received additional strength, cried out joyfully. Iris then reported that these were not enhancements from the Butcher King constellation. These buffs to the archdemons were sent by another person. As it turned out, it was the head of the Soul Guild, Oliver. Shocked, Chris saw that Oliver was indeed standing on the opposite side next to Pastor Lee. At that very moment there was a deafening explosion. As a result, part of the wall collapsed with a roar. Pastor Lee stated that everything was now on the edge, and Oliver said that he had removed the barrier from the wall, so now they could do whatever they wanted. However, he demanded Chris's head for himself, and the pastor replied that he would fulfill his wish. Even a piece of the hero's flesh would be enough for him. The Golden Knight, holding a titanium stake in his hands, stood before the enraged Przewalski. The archdemon shouted that now it was time for the real thing to begin, and the Golden Dragon Knight could attack. Chris smirked as he noticed that the great archdemon was relying on human enhancements, which was rather pathetic. Then Iris began to list the monster's buffs: Royal Charisma, Hurricane Speech, Greatness of Courage, and Cry of Despair. All enemy stats have nearly doubled, and resistance to negative effects has been reduced to 40%. At that moment, Krokbane approached the Golden Knight and stated that those bastards had suddenly become much stronger. Golem reported that due to the buffs, the enemy's stats had increased dramatically. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, Chris asked if they had any chance of winning at all. The Knight of the Abyss replied that victory must be created with one's own hands. Lucy supported the others, stating that even without weakening skills, they were still capable of fighting. After assessing the situation, Akalon reported that the probability of victory was 74%, so there were no problems. Hearing this, the hero said that they would then continue the fight. Lucy added that they had not yet shown their full strength either, while Krokbane stated that they would fight until victory. Looking at them furiously, Przewalski shouted at them to stop whispering. Then the Golden Knight replied that since things had turned out this way, they should start working as a real team. After this, they simultaneously rushed into the attack. The archdemons screamed, wishing death on their enemies. In response, the hero shouted to his allies that they must strike together. The knights and archdemons clashed, and a fierce battle began. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association headquarters, they were closely monitoring what was happening. The staff tried to find out who exactly was empowering the archdemons. Iris reported that Oliver's check was complete, and she said that he was indeed the head of the Soul Guild. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. One of the hunters asked if she was sure, because no one could understand why Oliver would cooperate with Pastor Lee. The general then stated that Oliver was in Gangnam and was spending all his efforts to stop the advance of the S-rank monster Bohaku. No matter how much he hated Chris, he would not cooperate with the vultures. The staff assumed that it was either an illusion or some kind of trick. However, Iris replied that no illusion could use buffs. Moreover, the barrier was dispelled. This could only be done from the inside, therefore, the most likely culprit remained Oliver. Then the general decided to find out the truth. He ordered an immediate check of the location of the head of the Soul Guild in Gangnam. He also stated that the knight needed support, as if the monsters broke through the wall, the consequences would be catastrophic. But suddenly the surprised general noticed that the knights began to win. Meanwhile, Chris and his team were expecting a new attack from the archdemons. Tosa Inu rushed at them with a furious look, preparing to strike. Then the hero put the Titan stake in front of him and repelled the attack. Then, turning around, he delivered a powerful blow to the enemy, from which the Tosa Inu flew far to the side and fell to the ground with a crash. Immediately after him, an enraged bull archdemon rushed into the attack, his eyes blazing with rage. Krokbane ran out to meet him and grabbed the monster by its huge horns. At that very moment, the enraged Przewalski was already flying towards the Golden Knight. He thrust forward a powerful fist, intending to deliver a penetrating blow, but Chris managed to dodge it. The monster was met by Akalon's crushing fist, which flew straight at him. Przewalski and the bull flew off in different directions. The bull's collision with the wall sent brick fragments flying in all directions. The crushed Iberico fell to the ground after them, and a moment later he was lying upside down. The boar archdemon was furious. He screamed furiously that he would not let those bastards win. They would all go to hell very soon. His body began to emit a strange aura as he prepared to attack. Gritting his teeth in rage, Przewalski shouted furiously at Iberico, demanding that he get up immediately. However, the next one to be crushed was the archdemon Tosa Inu, a powerful blow landing directly on his head. The Abyss Knight laughed and remarked that it would be strange if they lost. At that moment, a monster crept up behind them, hoping to destroy them all at once. Ram, with broken horns, slowly approached Chris, preparing to strike from behind. However, his blow was stopped by the sword. A moment later, Kalf and Akalon had the arch-monster pinned down and thrown to the ground. Chris wasn't going to let this slide and was ready to finish off the enemy once and for all. Then the Golden Knight swung the Titan's stake and dealt a powerful fatal blow. The bloodthirsty archdemon was destroyed and now lay dead on the ground. Chris noted with a grin that the enemy was not as special as he had imagined. The hero then suggested that the knights not worry anymore and attack everyone at once. Przewalski informed Tozian that Remrem had been destroyed, and he was stunned that these people had managed to do such a thing. Pastor Lee asked the head of the Soul Guild, Oliver, how this could have happened, and he replied that it was impossible. Then the pastor promised that if they lost this fight, he would be held responsible for everything. The knights and archdemons once again stood facing each other, preparing to continue the battle. Oliver cursed and stated that the buffs, on the contrary, became poison for their allies. They had no concept of teamwork. Pastor Lee watched the scene with a frown, wondering what to do next. At that moment, Przewalski, with a furious cry that he would never forgive this, rushed into the attack. The Dragonoid shouted at Chris to defend himself, and the protagonist replied that he understood everything. The Golden Knight held his sword and Titan stake in front of him, repelling the attack. Together with Crocbane, Chris blocked Przewalski's crushing blows. At that moment, Tosa Inu snuck up from behind and struck the hero. However, Chris dodged the fatal attack. Then he jumped and wounded the archdemon in the leg. The monster howled loudly in pain and opened its mouth wide, revealing huge fangs. Oliver realized that it was better to remove the buffs. The pastor replied that it was already a complete failure. Enraged, he shouted that it was not his failure, but Pastor Lee frowned and asked if he really thought it was his fault. Then Oliver shouted that the whole idea of gathering such desperate bastards was a mistake from the very beginning. Grabbing his hand, Pastor Lee pointed out that insulting the apostles of the Butcher King constellation was still a bad idea. At that moment, a powerful explosion thundered. As it turned out, the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild dealt a powerful blow. From his powerful attack, the goat-headed monster roared pitifully and collapsed to the ground. With a grin, Joshua declared that it was time for him to head straight to the underworld. The slain archdemon lay at his feet, emitting its last wheezes. Pastor Lee frowned as he watched everything that was happening. He realized that they had already lost this fight. The satisfied hunters from the Blue Dragon Guild breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that victory was theirs and they would soon receive their rewards. The pastor said they would have to retreat. Oliver replied that he was leaving because if he was absent for too long, it would arouse suspicion. He was about to leave when the pastor called him and asked him to wait. Then the man stated that despite the failure, Oliver had done his job well, so he needed to be given the promised reward, and he handed over a box with a skull ring. Oliver was surprised that they decided to reward him even after the defeat. The pastor replied that it was a sign of trust for the sake of future plans. After putting on the ring, the guild leader declared that he accepted the gift. He felt the dark energy and decided that it was a very good thing. However, the shocked man suddenly felt the ring begin to suck the life force out of him. In despair, he screamed and grabbed his wounded hand. The artifact was rapidly absorbing his energy. Pastor Lee then reminded him that he had been told in advance that if he failed, he would have to bear responsibility. Stunned, Oliver realized that Pastor Lee had deceived him and fell into despair. The pastor confirmed that the life of the Soul Guild leader will be offered to the Butcher King constellation. Oliver's life force was rapidly fading, and the ring was rapidly destroying him. A few minutes later, the guild leader's lifeless body collapsed at Pastor Lee's feet. Taking the ring from his finger, the pastor said that Oliver could rest in peace in the arms of the Butcher King. After some time, there was no one left on the roof. Only the sounds of the summoning of archdemonic beasts could be heard. The stunned hunters looked up, trying to understand what was happening. Turning around at the noise, Przewalski announced that an order had been received to retreat. He then promised that next time he would step on the Golden Dragon Knight's throat. After this, the archdemon quickly disappeared, leaving behind only clouds of smoke. Kalf asked if they would pursue the enemies, but Chris replied that they should be forgotten for now. There was still too much to do here. He suggested that the association structure could change dramatically, especially after the guild's passive reaction to Oliver's betrayal. He also noted that if the creatures invaded again and a new battle began, the wall would no longer hold. With a heavy sigh, the hero admitted that this was the hardest part. Then Akalon, pointing to the precious crystals, suggested collecting the spoils from the dungeons of Gwangju and Busan to this place. At that moment, a stranger quickly ran up to the Golden Knight. He apologized and asked to talk to him for a bit. Bowing, the man said that he had come here specifically to address the Golden Knight. Chris replied that he was very busy at the moment, and Akalon grumbled discontentedly that he was irritated by the presence of so many problems. Crockbane immediately shouted at him to be careful, and Chris turned away to notice that they weren't finished yet. Chris then asked Akalon what the strange gurgling sound was, but Crockbane replied that there was no sound. A few days later, Chris was relaxing in the Iron Fortress. As he leafed through the programs, the hero thought that the show was gradually turning into an even bigger show. There was some nonsense on the radio too. At that moment, Iris entered the room and offered him something to eat since he was already awake. Falling back onto the pillow, the hero groaned that he would eat a little later. Frowning, the girl declared that he was acting just like her daughter and demanded that Chris get up, make his bed and go eat. Covering his ears with a pillow, Chris lazily stated that he was too lazy to even move a finger. After the battle, all his muscles seemed to have turned to stone. After scanning his body, Iris reported that he was in good enough condition to get up and go eat. Chris replied that if necessary, he would simply call Akalon, and upon hearing this, the girl left the room offended. Iris then informed the principal that Chris would eat later. Eleanor replied that this was not surprising because the hero fought with all his might. However, given the current situation, she wanted him to get up and do some work. The girl noted with a grin that the main character would get up sooner or later anyway. Despite his appearance, he was an SS-class hunter. The director admitted that she doesn't understand what Chris is thinking. There are too many things to do right now. The woman then read the report on the cooperation proposal, after which she decided to give the hero a little rest. When Iris saw the next message, she noted with displeasure that politics, which she could not stand, was beginning. Eleanor reported that the head of the Soul Guild, Oliver, had died. Pastor Lee and his archdemon beasts nearly destroyed Seoul. The Olympus Guild and the Blue Dragon Guild have united to fight together. Moreover, they even teamed up with Chris to protect the city from attack. Now everyone was discussing the consequences of what had happened and trying to figure out who would bear responsibility for the casualties and destruction. There was also talk about Chris. His power was already recognized by the whole world, and they were going to use him for political purposes even more actively. Morgan soon noticed that this was precisely what the boss hated most. Then the director replied that she could partially sort it out, but for now it would be better for them to go somewhere and get some fresh air. The man reminded that there is now a crowd of reporters at the entrance to the Iron Fortress, so it is no longer possible to simply go out for some fresh air. The woman then suggested using Eldrin or going to the Goblin Empire, and expressed hope that they could discuss everything. After this, Iris and Shelley told Chris that they were going on a picnic. According to the girls, this was the director's suggestion, who wanted the hero to get some fresh air before his upcoming tasks. A disgruntled Chris asked if he couldn't just live, breathe the air, and do nothing. Then Shelley went to extreme measures. She pressed herself against him and began to persuade him to go with them. She looked at him pleadingly, blinking her big eyes. Iris reminded them that there was still a crowd of journalists at the entrance, so they would have to fly to Eldrin or go to the Goblin Empire. At that moment, a goblin appeared and asked to be allowed to host guests in his empire. He explained that visiting the Empire's B-class dungeon would not arouse suspicion, and the presence of the king's subordinates would guarantee safety. Chandler stated that he did not trust the goblins and was ready to immediately attack the dungeon if necessary. Suddenly, the other summoned knights appeared and also began to convince Chris that he needed rest in order to grow further. Deciding to stop the noise, the protagonist finally stated that he understood them. Then he said that everyone could go except the girls and the goblin. Hearing this, the summoned knights immediately ran away, and Chris remained in the company of Iris, Shelley, and the goblin. They continued to look at him with anticipation. The guys clearly weren't going to retreat, so the hero simply had no choice. Realizing that there was no way to get rid of them anyway, Chris eventually agreed to go with them. However, looking through the report on the reorganization of the Goblin Empire's governance, he frowned with displeasure. After all, he had been promised a rest. Raising his finger, Chandler said that traditionally the king should never neglect the affairs of state, even on holiday. Chris asked if the knight could do it himself, and he explained that his majesty still remained on the throne, and he was only helping him. At this point, Morgan announced that everything was ready, and Shelley joyfully shouted that they should leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the director watched everything that was happening from above. As she saw them off, Eleanor asked them to make sure they had a good time, and then returned to her work. Meanwhile, the Compensation Association has demanded that Chris's accounts be frozen. Eleanor stated that the hero had made enormous efforts to protect Seoul, and now they were still trying to collect compensation from him. She was informed that the head of the prosecutor's office and his wife were members of this organization, as were employees of the Ministry of Strategy and Finance. Hearing this, Eleanor asked how much they were demanding, and they told her it was 500 billion won. The shocked woman said that this was almost the same amount that the state should pay without taking into account the contract commission. Even though the hero did not destroy the pastor, the operation to protect Seoul was successful, and he has the right to demand his share of the money. Meanwhile, Pastor Lee returned to the underground city of Kaesong, to a special class hotel. He noted with surprise that he did not expect to see so many followers here. An enraged Przhevalsky shouted that it was time to answer for everything the pastor had done. Then the man declared that the responsibility lay with Oliver, who had arranged all this. He had already given his soul to the constellation of the Butcher King. The archdemon angrily retorted that this was not enough, and that the pastor was well aware of the damage they had suffered. Pastor Lee offered to thank the remaining apostles, as well as the sacrifices of Reghorn, Ramram, and Goatman. After that, he prepared a gift for them. He laid out many elixirs, weapons, and equipment in front of the archdemons. All this was left after Oliver's destruction, and the pastor hoped that they would be satisfied. The man then added that he spent nothing on himself and used everything exclusively for the sake of the apostles. Bull noted that the robe was Oliver's item, and Przhevalsky noted that Pastor Lee had managed to make a good profit from all this. After these words, the archdemons rushed to divide the spoils. Bull and Iberico grabbed the edges of Charisma's robe and began to pull it in different directions, not at all intending to give in to each other. Meanwhile, Przhevalsky drank the elixir he had chosen. He drank it all to the last drop. Feeling a surge of power, he laughed loudly and declared that it was fantastic power. Seeing how the archdemon had become stronger, the others also rushed to drink the elixirs. As their bodies filled with new strength, they joyfully shouted that it was an incredible feeling. Watching the archdemon beasts, Pastor Lee smiled contentedly. Then he raised his head, addressing the great constellation of the Butcher King. He stated that due to his shortcomings, he lost 3 of the Butcher King's apostles. However, if he were given more power, he would certainly take revenge on the Golden Dragon. Pastor Lee then began to beg the constellation to hear his weak voice. He begged him to let him become the Butcher King's sword to take revenge. Meanwhile, the shocked residents of the city streets widened their eyes in amazement. Suddenly, a huge, powerful stream of energy cut through the sky and rapidly fell down. Przhevalsky was amazed that this actually happened at the call of a person. Then an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning, sparkling with electric arcs, descended from the sky to the earth. Pastor Lee spread his arms and gratefully accepted the power bestowed upon him. At that very moment, a huge piece of flesh fell from the sky to the ground with a deafening roar. People, as if spellbound, could not take their eyes off what was happening. Surrounded by flashing lightning, Pastor Lee rose above the ground and hung in the air. The archdemon beast Przhevalsky screamed that the Butcher King had indeed descended from heaven. A huge monster with massive horns appeared above Pastor Lee and extended its hand towards him. The shocked horse said that it really did come down at the call of a human voice, not understanding how this was even possible. The pastor's eyes glowed purple and he continued to float in the air. The next moment, his clothes began to tear at the seams and his body began to change rapidly. Instead of a human face, the muzzle of a huge horned monster appeared. Then, there was a monstrous explosion, and the entire space was covered in thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, a huge creature surrounded by lightning appeared before everyone. His massive hooves struck the ground with force, accumulating energy, and stones flew in all directions. In place of Pastor Lee now stood a huge muscular buffalo. Dropping to one knee, Przhevalsky declared that the Butcher King had indeed come down and revealed his will to them. All the other archdemon beasts also bowed before the creature that appeared. The monster then said that the constellation still had unfinished business, and so he decided to lend him his power. The astonished people did not understand what was happening, unable to believe Pastor Lee's transformation. The monster stated that the constellation had given him the power to resolve the situation, and this would be another chance for them to take revenge. He also said that he would accept the oath of all those present and, since the constellation had descended, this world would be presented to him again. If they obey, it will be considered an oath of allegiance to the constellation. All those present immediately fell to their knees before the monster that appeared. Bowing his head, Przhevalsky said that it really did come from heaven and was very strong, which meant that they would not lose this time. Looking at his flock, the archdemon loudly proclaimed that they would serve faithfully. At this time, Chris and the knights were relaxing by the lake in the dungeon of the Goblin Empire. He noticed that he felt like he was at a dacha. However, Shelley asked how much longer they would rest, since she still wanted to level up. Then Chris replied that this was not a vacation for nerds who were studying, but for dumbasses. The girl noted that there was nothing to do here anyway. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist leaned back in his chair and admitted that it was indeed boring here. Then Iris came over and offered to try the sandwiches she had brought, adding that she had long wanted to give them a break. Watching them eat, she said that if they wanted more, she would cook more, because she had long wanted to give them a vacation. However, Shelley couldn't bear it any longer and declared that she would go to train alone. After this, Chris thoughtfully noted that it seemed like he was now living the life he wanted. Iris replied that she sometimes puts things off too, but after waking up and raising a child, she can no longer afford it. That's why she understands him. Her old wounds haven't healed, and she tries to avoid serious shocks. However, with his power, many depend on him, and things become more difficult. Perhaps he is the one who needs rest the most. Chris waved his hands and exclaimed that this was not so, and she should not take all the responsibility on herself. She's already doing a great job with both the guild and Shelley, but this time her class has changed, and she's best suited for a support role. Iris thanked him, and then added that together with Shelley, they had gained skills that were a priority for their team. Chris noted that it was more useful than Chandler's skills, and wondered if he would be worried if she didn't keep an eye on them. He then asked Iris to continue to take care of them, and she asked if that was really all. Then the hero replied that he was used to dealing with everything on his own, so he tried to interact more with knights than with people. He admitted that he never imagined having a family because he was afraid of losing it. However, now there are people around him who are changing his life, and he finds it strange. Iris gently took his hand and said that fate is not a pre-prepared thing, but a relationship that people themselves make perfect. She added that he is not defective, but simply a person who is afraid of getting hurt again. An embarrassed Chris thanked her and said that from now on, he wanted to remain indebted to her. Standing up, Iris declared that she would go and take care of her business. At that moment, Chris, clutching his head, thought that he had said too much and that it looked like the confession of an idiot. Then Shelley noticed that he really was an idiot. Chris was surprised that she didn't leave. The girl explained that her mother's reaction showed that she was uncomfortable and that she has a habit of getting up and leaving when she is embarrassed. He replied that it wasn't just embarrassment, she was just cautious regardless of their relationship. Then Shelley, surprised, asked what her mother's problem was. The hero replied that it was not a problem as such, but that such a relationship could not be built on love alone. She has a hard time accepting sympathy and closeness. She's used to being alone, and Shelley probably is too. Chris asked what would happen to her mother if he left because he didn't like restrictions, adding that he needed to be more careful. At that moment, Shelley stood up and stretched. She said that she didn't know, but either way she supported them both. Chris then noted that it was time for her to stop grumbling and asked if she had changed her fighting stance. The embarrassed girl replied that she was looking for a position in which she could compensate for her shortcomings and not cross paths with knights. Chris admitted that it made sense. Maybe she really did need something like that. Laughing, the girl added that she could use her uncle's armor. Since she is disconnected from the constellation, she cannot upgrade her equipment and asked if he could give her his armor. During the battle, he hardly used them. If a golden dragon knight does not wear armor, he essentially remains just a dragon knight. At the same time, her own equipment is too weak, making it difficult to catch high-level monsters. After some thought, Chris replied that, unfortunately, in that case it was difficult, and looked closely at Shelley. Then he looked at the ring he received from the demon worshipper and decided to use it. The puzzled girl asked what exactly he was going to do. The next moment, a store appeared in front of them. Shelley was shocked and watched cautiously as Chris opened the door and walked inside. Foxy met him there, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Shelley immediately asked who this girl was and whether this was cheating. The hero replied that it was just a store and asked Foxy to sell him the Ram costume. The seller valued it at 6,500 points, plus 9,700 points after all fees, for a total of 74,000 points, and asked Chris if he agreed. He replied that he agreed, then he added that this girl was cut off from the constellation, so she could not control the Phoenix Flame dance. So the hero asked Foxy if she had any equipment that could help, it was worth showing it. Having opened the display case, Foxy invited people to look at the goods. A surprised Shelley asked how many of these things could be purchased, and Chris replied that one unit cost about 30,000 points. Then the girl said that she could handle it with such equipment. After some thought, Chris carefully examined the display case, deciding what to choose, and came to the conclusion that he needed a ranged weapon. Due to its peculiarities, he cannot use it in its normal form, and supporting Iris alone is not enough. Foxy asked if she could learn magic, and Chris replied that her knight class was better than magic. Then the seller offered a spear, and Chris asked again if it was really a ranged weapon. Foxy explained that spear throwing is a true knightly art, and it can help circumvent the ban on ranged weapons. Thinking about it, Chris noted that javelin throwing might indeed be the answer. The spear was originally created for ancient warriors, capable of accurately hitting targets, and allowed them to fight large animals. It was later superseded by the bow, although spears continued to be used due to the difficulty of making materials and arrows. Chris asked if there was a sample for demonstration, and Foxy replied that after 1,000 points they would provide one for free. Having received the spear, Chris decided to test it on the lakeshore. He ran as fast as he could and threw his spear at the nearest target. The deadly spear instantly cut through the air. Upon reaching its target, it even caused a powerful explosion. The shock wave crashed onto the shore, destroying everything in its path. Because of this, the glasses were torn off the main character, and small fragments hit him in the face. He was shocked by the force of the impact. Foxy explained that the spear's power depended on the strength and concentration of the thrower, and he was able to throw it much more powerfully than others. A puzzled Chris noted that even among the knights there were no warnings about throwing spears. The seller then added that the sword symbolizes strength and struggle, and the spear is the weapon of a soldier and defender of civilization. Taking out a titanium stake, the hero asked what would happen if he threw it instead of a spear. Foxy clarified that she wasn't talking about a titanium stake, noting that it was an extremely difficult weapon to use. It was only kept because almost no one can use it, it can't be melted down, and it's not designed for long-range attacks. Chris replied that then he would buy back everything she had. A few minutes later, a huge pile of weapons lay in front of him and Shelley. The surprised girl asked if he really intended to use all this as a long-range weapon. Chris replied that, as Foxy said, if the power of destruction depended on the strength and concentration of the throw, it would show a more powerful result. Smiling, Shelley remarked that it sounded like a lecture about some country's new weapon that was becoming more powerful. Chris then summoned Eldrin and decided to begin the test by setting the dragon's magical defense to level 7. He said test number 1 was starting. Then he threw the first spear at the target with all his might. Eldrin's magical protection began to crumble. Large cracks began to appear across the surface. The Golden Knight was amazed by the result, not believing that he was able to achieve such an effect. With each passing second, the effect became stronger. Shelley covered her face with her hands, trying to shield herself from the shockwave. The rest of the team simply scattered in panic. A powerful flash pierced space and pierced the mountain. Eldrin asked in confusion what exactly the Golden Knight had done. Shelley shouted that it was a full-fledged missile, and Accolon added that it was extremely dangerous. Then the knights knelt down and asked if everything was all right with His Majesty. Chris replied that now was not the time to worry about him, adding that the sudden explosion could have caused problems with the king's body. At that moment, Iris and Morgan approached them and asked what was going on. Pointing to the mountain of spears, Chris replied that this was a test of a new weapon. Shocked, Iris thought that this man was incredibly strong and was becoming more and more frightening in terms of strength with each passing minute. Chris decided that test number 2 was unnecessary, since he had already broken through Eldrin's 7-layer magical barrier, and that was enough. Then Eldrin reported that the Golden Dragon's magical barrier was stronger than any other barrier in the human world. At that moment, the knights heard the sound of the Goblin Emperor's horn, the signal that sounds when he leaves his castle. Then they asked Chris what they should do next. At this time, the Goblin Emperor rode through the forest in a carriage drawn by 3 horses. Chris and the knights watched his appearance, unsure how to react. As the goblins approached the knights, the Emperor stepped out of the carriage to greet them. He informed His Majesty that they welcomed him and considered it a great honor. Chris replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and wondered what had happened, as he had been told that he would be able to rest here. Then the goblin reported that the Emperor had arrived with an urgent request to His Majesty. He conveyed that the previous king was unable to leave the dungeon, although he was forced to do so. Chris replied that he was ready to listen to their request. The goblin explained that the Emperor wanted Chris to exchange magic stones. The surprised Golden Knight asked again whether they were really talking about exchanging precious stones and why they needed them. The goblin then explained that the magic stones were the resource that sustained their world and that their supplies were rapidly depleting. Therefore, it is impossible to predict how many years they will last, which means they cannot watch their fellow tribesmen die. He added that there used to be a lot of huge monsters and animals here, so there were no problems. However, due to an unknown phenomenon, the ecosystem was disrupted and magic stones became rare. When Chris asked what they used these stones for, the goblins replied that they could be considered the fuel that sustained the empire. After thinking for a while, Chris came to the conclusion that magic stones in their world were similar to oil and agreed to the exchange. The goblins fell to their knees in gratitude, but he made one condition. Resources that are already depleting and difficult to extract should not simply be stored away, but instead should be developed through technology. The goblin clarified whether he meant the alchemy used by goblin slaves. Chris replied that on Earth, the global economy depends on coal and gas, and here similar resources are used through slave labor. Therefore, they should consider it as an alternative source of energy for magic stones and a basis for the development of the empire. He stated that the condition for exchanging magic stones was the need to find methods and technologies and present him with the results. The goblins frowned upon hearing His Majesty's words, and then the hero asked what exactly he would receive in return. Then he and the knights returned to the lakeshore. While Accolon was preparing barbecue, Chris asked what would be for dinner. Chandler replied that he was preparing a golem, while showing interest in what exactly he had promised the goblins. The hero explained that he had requested an army in exchange for magic stones, since they themselves needed resources and jewels. However, they had enough human resources, so he decided to accept the offer as is. Magic stones are a vital resource that is becoming depleted, and replacing them is necessary to preserve the ecosystem. He also stated that the proposed goblins would be included in the Heavenly Army and would be used in planning tactics. At this time, a meeting was held at the association's headquarters, where it was reported that all work on restoring the barriers had been completed. The generals' positions have been changed, and plans are underway to create decoys to mislead the enemy. Although the repairs were completed quickly, the issue of compensation was discussed, as budgetary difficulties arose after the cost of the dragon. The general replied that the information was classified and asked if Pastor Lee's location had been established. He was informed that he had not been seen anywhere, including Kazon, and intelligence suggested that he had disappeared after the explosion in the hotel penthouse. Satellite imagery of the moment of the explosion showed him entering the hotel, but there was no confirmation that he left. There was some debate about who was responsible for the defeat, and the possibility of his death was also considered. The military was shocked, not believing that Pastor Lee could die. He is also responsible for the destruction of the Hunters' prison in Kazon. The general suggested that this place was his favorite prison, where he kept captured hunters. He used their life energy to create potions and enhanced drugs. So if this place is really destroyed, then his life could have changed too. He added that if a power struggle had begun, Pastor Lee's position could have been taken by someone else, and the matter required a thorough investigation. Therefore, they need to collect evidence. The general also ordered the mobilization of all units, including the police. 3 days later, Chris and his team were still in the Goblin Empire's dungeon. During training, Iris said that sharing vision with animals is difficult because each animal has its own type of perception. Shelley smiled and noted that all proteins were good, and such an exchange would help with intelligence. Iris looked through the skills and decided that creating magic bullets was a great option since her class was a mage. Her daughter reminded her that this skill was expensive, to which she replied that it was good that she only had to worry about weapons. A pleased Shelley boasted that, thanks to the powerful new skill manual, she would be able to properly use the Phoenix Dance. Iris thought with a smile that Chris had helped them out again. Noticing her thoughtfulness, Shelley asked if she thought about her uncle again. However, the woman, blushing and shaking her head, Iris denied this, saying that she was simply grateful to him for his help. Watching Eldraine fly by, she noted the approaching storm. Sitting on the dragon, Chris said the view was impressive, and even a kind of healing feeling. Eldrin noted with a grin that she couldn't believe she was working as a taxi driver in exchange for magic stones. At that moment, Chris felt his phone vibrate. He received a message that there were rumors about Pastor Lee's death. Then the hero decided to return immediately. After some time, they arrived at the Iron Fortress, where Chris studied the latest news. He couldn't believe that Pastor Lee could just disappear. It was strange. Even with the internal conflict, everything could end with his murder. Eleanor reported that the 3 archdemons had been destroyed, and the Butcher King constellation had no choice but to become enraged. Chris then noted that they were lucky if he died. However, if the Butcher King disappeared, someone else would inevitably take his place. The woman agreed that this was the crux of the problem, and that was why the association had not yet confirmed the pastor's death. Chris replied that since he had not personally destroyed it, he would wait for official confirmation of death. Eleanor informed them that there would be a meeting of the hunters soon, and this time they needed to attend to strengthen their position. However, the hero stated that he had absolutely no desire to go, but the woman insisted. She added that if people trusted him, his position would become more stable, but with great power comes great responsibility. Chris said that until then he would stay with his friends in the dungeon, and if he was called, they should contact him. As Eleanor saw the young man off, she thought it was time to face reality. At this time in the Goblin Dungeon, Crocbane was sunbathing, enjoying his rest. However, then the main character appeared in front of him. He asked what Accolon was doing. The Dragonoid replied that there was a golem nearby that was collecting data piece by piece. After Accolon was found, Chris warned him that it was time for them to prepare to leave. At this point, Kalf came out in beachwear and announced that they seemed to be going on some sort of outing. Chris replied that this was not entirely true and that they needed to prepare. The knight added that he understood that the battle was not over yet, and they must set out while they still had fighting ability. Then the protagonist explained that he could not act arbitrarily and reminded them if they had forgotten how he became a golden knight. Surprised, Kalf and Lucy looked at each other, surprised by his words. However, the hero still ordered them to be ready for an immediate return to battle. Meanwhile, the knightly squad trained with the goblin army. The armed goblins with glowing eyes clearly carried out all the knight's commands. Chris frowned as he watched this and noted that this could lead to complete chaos. The surprised knights turned around, and Chandler asked how His Majesty ended up there. They quickly fell to their knees, but Chris ordered them to stand up and reminded them that they had to be ready. Then the knights assured that everything would be carried out according to the king's orders. Sometime later, a gathering of hunters took place in Seoul. The Hyperion Hotel was surrounded by journalists who asked members of the Crosspane Guild to pose for photos. The knights enjoyed striking dramatic poses. However, all the reporters were expecting the Golden Dragon Knight to appear. At that moment, they noticed a car with tinted windows approaching. Soon, everyone saw the governors of the provinces of Gyeongsang and Jeolla. Journalists began asking questions about Hunter Morgan, who had defected to Chola, joining the Golden Knight. They were outraged that the S-rank hunter was allegedly underestimated and forced to join the mercenaries. Then someone shouted that the Golden Dragon Knight's convoy had arrived. Immediately the crowd rushed forward, bombarding them with questions about Pastor Lee's death, the events in Busan, and the rumors of mercenaries. However, at that moment, an inconspicuous taxi stopped near the building. Chris, Iris, and Morgan emerged from it, remaining almost unnoticed. The protagonists sighed with relief, noting that it had become much calmer here. When they entered, they were greeted by a girl who greeted the hero as the Golden Dragon Knight. She introduced herself as an employee of the Hyperion Tower, under the protection of the constellation Apollo. Looking around, the hero noted that the building looked extremely luxurious. The girl then announced that the meeting would take place in the VIP lounge on the 45th floor. Mr. Chris will be assigned room 144-A. The surprised protagonist asked if he could refuse to participate. However, he was told that the agenda was still unknown, and many guilds would remain in the building long after the training camp. Soon they entered a spacious hall. Representatives of various guilds were already sitting there. The hunters from the Blue Dragon Guild looked at the Golden Knight in surprise, not expecting his appearance. It was then announced to everyone that the SS rank hunter, Golden Dragon Knight Chris, had arrived at the meeting. After looking around the hall, the protagonist noticed that half of the Soul Guild representatives were missing. The girl gestured for him and his companions to take their seats. A few minutes later, the hunters' meeting began. The presenter announced that data on recent events would be presented here, as well as reports on the consequences of the anomaly and the progress of the battles. Materials were laid out on the tables in front of the participants for review. Chris read that Oliver's death had been confirmed as a result of the Gangnam incident, and Morgan had been charged with manslaughter. The chairman of the meeting announced the transition to a general discussion and asked for opinions on the materials presented. He emphasized that all this is being done for the sake of the Republic of Korea and the safety of citizens. He reported that the former head of the guild, Sol Jorge, had been demoted and Oliver had been found dead. All members of the guild are under investigation, and based on the results of the investigation, the guild may be disbanded. At this point, the general suggested postponing the discussion of Oliver's case. He decided it would be better to move on to the question of manslaughter by Hunter Morgan. He stated that during the mission to protect Gwangju, he left the combat zone without notifying the association or the command. One of the hunters explained that Morgan provided protection himself and left only after the situation stabilized. In response, the general stated that leaving an area of responsibility without reporting to superiors is equivalent to desertion. Since the state of emergency had already been lifted, the issue was brought up for discussion at the meeting. The chairman then asked what his position was on Chris's group, which Morgan joined. After some reflection on the group, the protagonist stated that he understood why the minister had raised the issue. However, to be honest, as an academy employee, he believes that hunting groups cannot avoid politics in principle. He further explained that A-rank hunters are concentrated mainly in Seoul. At the same time, in the provinces there is a shortage of even such hunters, not to mention S-rank ones. As a result, the largest guilds, having gathered the strongest hunters, increase their power, while the provinces gradually fall into decline. High-class hunters like Morgan and Alice find themselves in a situation where they can only endure greater hardships. While all the guilds strive to strengthen their own power, provincial hunters will become increasingly distant from the center. Chris acknowledged that Morgan had indeed broken the rules by leaving his post, but the reason for his actions must be taken into account. If he is punished, the reaction of provincial hunters may exceed all expectations. And if we are truly concerned about stability, then the deaths of Oliver and Pastor Lee should be discussed first. In this regard, he proposed to put the question of Hunter Morgan on the agenda. After these words, silence reigned in the hall. Meanwhile, a pleased Morgan gave him a thumbs up in gratitude. The chairman of the meeting then asked the other hunters to speak out on the matter. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster stated that Chris was right, since the basis of the state and the association's strength was power. However, in an attempt to maintain it, an imbalance arose, which, in turn, gave rise to new distortions. As the effects of this imbalance began to manifest, some of the power began to drift away, and any attempts to acknowledge this were met with criticism. He also added that the influence of the association and the government is gradually weakening, while the new force is increasingly involving participants. In the end, he admitted that, although he didn't want to say it, it was thanks to the Golden Knight that the invasion was stopped. The surprised protagonist thought that this man had probably treated him with hostility before. The chairman stated that after reviewing the situation, he would return to discussing Chris, and then moved on to the topic of Pastor Lee. The minister said that information had recently been received that there were rumors about Pastor Lee's death as a result of an internal conflict. However, it is known for certain that the Butcher King and his apostles have suffered serious damage and are in chaos. Therefore, now is the ideal time to strike and weaken the Butcher King's forces. The Ministry of Defense has sent an official request. He added that if Chris and the 3 largest guilds joined, it would be a major boost to the operation. The main character replied that he was a mercenary. The general acknowledged this, but the situation is linked to the country's security, and if the threat is not stopped now, such invasions will be repeated. At that moment, Chris briefly remembered his childhood and the death of his parents. Meanwhile, Eleanor pointed out that since he was unwilling to follow direct orders, he should be asked for his personal opinion. The Golden Knight replied that the timing was indeed opportune, but the archdemon beasts were extremely powerful. Even if only a portion of them are released, half of the forces can be destroyed. These words caused indignation among the hunters present, who stated that it was unacceptable to speak about them in such a way and demanded an explanation. In response, Chris asked if there was anyone among them who had fought the archdemon beasts and who could refute his words. He added that they have skills such as climbing and counterattacking. However, even in this battle they did not use them properly, and one of them was still hit by a counterattack shield. The hunters frowned and looked at each other, not knowing what to answer. He then clarified that he did not deny the opportune moment for an attack, but without careful preparation, they risked suffering heavy losses. A victory in which all the allies perish is not a victory, but only a victory for officials who love loud statements. At this time, the reborn Pastor Lee arrived at Kumsusan Palace. He walked along a long corridor, guarded by many soldiers, and headed towards the ruler. Pyongyang's ruler, Amber, was surprised to notice that there were rumors of his ascension to heaven and transformation into an archdemon beast. The pastor replied that his body had changed, but his soul remained the same, since it still served God. Amber sacrificed an arm, a leg, and an eye to the Butcher King as a sign of loyalty, resulting in Pyongyang becoming the ruler of the underground city. She asked what brought him here, and Pastor Lee reported that the attacks on Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju had been repelled, albeit with heavy losses. The half-demon beast asked if these lowlifes were really going to attack the Butcher King. He replied that their main target was Gwangju, which they considered his base, and also Pyongyang, where the temple of the Butcher King was located. Opponents believe their strength has weakened. If they invade Gwangju, they will then move on to Pyongyang in an attempt to completely destroy their influence. He added that they need to fortify key points, major hospitals, metro stations, and school buildings. However, Amber suggested limiting themselves to holding the hunters' prison. She asked why provoke unnecessary chaos if stability could be maintained. The pastor also stated that in exchange for her support, she could get all his potions and weapons. Amber considered the pastor's offer with a grin. Meanwhile, Pastor Lee's discussion continued in the Hyperion Tower. The minister, relying on intelligence data, reported that Amber's strength remains extremely high and that she has been cooperating with Pastor Lee for a long time. He also added that if the pastor tries to retreat after defeat, this is where he will probably take refuge. One of the hunters reported that the movement of a squad of fugitive marauders had recently been recorded. The defensive line turned out to be much stronger than expected, which is why breaking through it will be extremely difficult. Blue Dragon Guildmaster Joshua, thinking about the powerful defense and strong opponents, asked if they had a clear strategy. The minister responded that the territories controlled by Pastor Lee and Amber were in fact their property. If the scorched earth tactic were used, the human losses would be colossal, and their forces would be depleted after the battle. During World War II, it all started with German aggression. Then one of those present suggested using the strategy that the Soviet Union had once used. The minister, in turn, stated that the operation should be called a deep breakthrough operation. However, Joshua noted that such an operation requires the creation of a huge amount of resources, and the army must be superior to the enemy. The minister replied that artillery and infantry units had already been deployed, the goal being to push enemy forces back to Pyongyang. In addition, it was necessary to appoint the 7th Corps, equipped with magic stone equipment, as a striking force against Pyongyang. The hunter then noted that to carry out such an operation, they would need to clear dungeons faster and expand the number of fighters. The minister replied that as soon as the exact timing and plan of attack were determined, everyone would be notified immediately. At the same time, the hero replied that he did not understand who exactly they were going to surprise with a military strategy that was more than a century old. He explained that the Soviet Union was able to carry out such an operation solely thanks to its gigantic production system. Tanks were mass-produced there, and then sent to troops after continuous attacks on key enemy points. Eleanor countered that even so, the operation would still require a huge amount of resources, including the support of the Olympus Guild. Meanwhile, the Blue Dragon Guild hunters began to descend. Dwayne asked the guild leader why he sided with Chris. Joshua replied that he saw no point in fighting, Besides, this man was the one involved in the incident in which his son died. The man admitted that one day he would destroy him with his own hands, but now the enemy was too strong. Therefore, they need to strengthen their guild members as quickly as possible by capturing high-level dungeons and demonic beasts. Until then, all they could do was endure and obey. At the same time, the hunters of Olympus went to the high priest for advice, who asked what had happened. Diademia explained that they had decided to join forces to defeat the Butcher King. However, Pastor Lee's whereabouts remained unknown. The high priest reported that the pastor's power was untraceable, although in fact he was likely hiding in the north of the peninsula. The girl replied that she would take this into account. Then the priest asked about Chris. Diademia explained that he still maintains a passive position and clearly does not want to draw attention to himself. The high priest then warned that this man must be watched, as he was probably hiding some great plan. He said they should carefully monitor how he behaves around them. A few days later, Chris was at the Iron Fortress when Chandler approached him. The man said the conversation concerned the suppression of the Butcher King, a topic His Majesty had discussed a few days earlier. Chandler believes that it is necessary to increase the size of the Heavenly Sword Army and strengthen the troops. The guy wasn't asking for support, but for additional forces. There were rumors that he was going to be excluded from the operation. Eleanor then stated that Chris's fighting abilities were well known, but it was still not worth investing too many resources into him. Chris supported this position, noting that there was no need to increase troop numbers. In response, Chandler stated that the best thing to do would have been to prepare for the battle in advance. As Chris thought about this, he wondered what everyone else thought. Shelley noted that it was still better than just sitting and reading Manhwa. Hearing this, the hero sighed with displeasure. Eleanor added that something important was likely to happen soon, so the young man should be prepared and not idle. Then Shelley suggested starting the training. Chris thought that if the girl really joined the army, her fellow soldiers would hate her. A short time later, the joint command of the operation to suppress the Butcher King arrived in Ilsan. The hunters were met by military personnel, who then saluted them. Chuck was appointed as the head of the unified command, and Blue Dragon Guild leader Joshua led the guild alliance. The man said he had heard of the heroic deeds of the commander, who had previously fought pirates in the south. Showing Chuck the lists, the guild leader noted that only 17 guilds were participating on the hunter side. The interlocutor replied that it would be useful to exchange strategies with hunters, and Joshua suggested that they share information with each other. He then asked whether a deep penetration operation was really possible, despite its speed and effectiveness. At this point, the soldier asked for permission to report the situation. There were no reports of clashes in several areas. The main strategy was to strike deep, so the 7th Corps had to be close by. Regardless of the circumstances, their mission was to continue the offensive. The 849th Brigade of the 7th Corps was equipped with magical stones. However, Joshua noted that all this would not be easy. The 3rd Corps specializes in defensive tasks. In addition, he came to the conclusion that a full mobilization of the front line was necessary to distract the enemy's attention. Chuck agreed with this, and added that the largest guilds should fight as close to the 7th Corps as possible. This way, they can quickly provide support if needed. After discussing the full plan of attack, the parties came to a common agreement. The command of the operation to suppress the Butcher King has fully deployed its troops. The soldiers and hunters were given final instructions regarding the disposition of forces. The Air Force also prepared to attack the Archdemon Beast. Watching what was happening, Joshua declared that it was time to move forward. A few minutes later, the commander transmitted an order by radio. He informed all units about the start of the operation. Having received the order, all troops were put on combat alert to begin the offensive. Armed soldiers waited for the capture operation to begin. The military aircraft pilot transmitted the coordinates and reported that target detection was complete. The sighting was complete, and so far everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, the Blue Dragon Guild began advancing towards Pyongyang under the leadership of Joshua. The commander reported that, according to the plan, the offensive on all fronts began at 2 o'clock in the morning. He was then asked about the timetable for the offensive operation. The commander replied that 3 minutes after the start of the operation, the first shelling of the Kaesong, Cheoran, Pyongan, Kumgang, and Kowon areas began. Meanwhile, outside, the scavengers were saying that they had to give up everything because if the Butcher King caught them, he would destroy them. At that moment, one of them looked up, hearing an unusual noise, and froze in shock. Bombs flew from all sides, and when they reached their target, they exploded, destroying everything around. A huge number of military aircraft flew over the attacked cities and dropped bombs. The commander was then asked about civilian casualties. However, he stated that the bombing would be targeted in order to keep losses to a minimum. He also reported that within an hour of the start of the operation, infantry would be deployed along the entire front. At this time, the hunters concentrated on strike positions. After clearing Kaesong, they were going to launch an offensive directly on Pyongyang. The leader noted that the operation was under political control, and if it failed, his master would be in danger. In response, The military man stated that there was nothing to worry about and that they would definitely complete the mission. He was then informed that if successful, the general would receive a promotion and perhaps be invited to a position in the capital. The man replied that he believed in the minister's ability to resolve this issue, since all this was being done for the good of the people. After this, the man asked Chuck if his son had undergone a medical examination, and he answered positively. He then warned that it was better to keep it a secret because there was too much talk about corruption in the army right now. Meanwhile, the streets of the attacked cities were engulfed in the deadly flames of explosions. The wounded soldiers lay on the ground awaiting help. Their comrades in arms dragged them to safety, discussing the increasing resistance of the scavengers. Hiding in buildings, the scavengers returned fire on the soldiers, as if sending them straight to the underworld. At that moment, a tank drove up. Without hesitation, he dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The deadly flame that burst from the gun's muzzle destroyed half the building. The officer then shouted into the radio that the 7th Detachment, together with the Hunter Detachment, must reach Pyongyang as quickly as possible at any cost. The soldiers swore and said that they would all die here. However, they realized that they had no choice but to hold out until the rear forces completed the mission. The commander shouted over the radio that a hunting party was approaching and then ordered everyone to move forward. Combat vehicles raced through city streets under enemy fire. The equipment was subjected to fire from all sides by the defending scavengers. Soon one of the cars was destroyed, and the flames instantly engulfed the vehicle. Meanwhile, the pastor listened to the report that a deep strike force was passing through Kaesong. He was informed that the 7th Corps and the hunting party were already crossing the city. However, the resistance turned out to be much stronger than expected, and the troops needed support. Watching the armies advance, Pastor Lee realized that the bastards had already entered Kaesong, which meant they would soon reach Pyongyang. Smiling, Amber noted that, as expected, the enemies were moving towards Pyongyang, which would allow them to be caught by the tail. Then the pastor replied that it was obvious, because as the enemy captured more areas, things would become increasingly difficult. At that moment, 2 more people entered them. It was Robert, the ruler of Wonsan, and Lin, the ruler of Hamhung, who reported that they had heard of some interesting work. Lin noted that she had heard of him as a monster, but the man in front of them looked ordinary, capable of changing his appearance at will. Robert then reminded them that the pastor had created potions before, and suggested that they start with at least a few. The pastor apologized and replied that he didn't have time for that now. At that moment, an extremely loud roar of the archdemon Przewalski's beast was heard behind them. Astonished by what was happening, they turned around and asked if Mr. Przewalski had ascended. The archdemon beast reported that the Olympus Guild was moving towards Wonsan. A surprised Lin recalled that they had been told about the enemy's movement towards Pyongyang. Then the grinning pastor explained that the enemy wanted to distract them from the defensive line. Przewalski, his eyes flashing, declared that Iberico was there and that no one could resist the ascended Iberico. Meanwhile, Iberico watched the soldiers arrive in Wonsan as explosions thundered around him. He grinned, anticipating an interesting battle with the guild hunters. The Olympus Guild hunters, following the general's orders, arrived in Wonsan. The ascended Iberico screamed furiously that they would all become victims of the Butcher King. After this, the hunters of the Olympus Guild rushed into the attack and dealt a powerful blow. One of the hunters swung his battle axe furiously, shouting that it was time for the archdemon beast to go to hell. However, the man suddenly screamed in horror as he received a powerful counterblow from the monster. Ascended Iberico dealt the hunter the fatal blow. At that moment, the ascended Wagyu was rapidly approaching them, its eyes flashing fiercely. He smirked and wondered if they really thought they could stand up to an archdemon among the ascended beasts. The hunter, who had fallen to the ground, cursed furiously, not understanding what to do with these bastards. Meanwhile, the military was located approximately 50 kilometers south of Pyongyang. A column of military equipment moved forward, preparing to attack the capital. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster listened to the radio broadcast that the attack on Pyongyang was already underway. He then reported that their current position was approximately 50 kilometers from the city. The military then deployed long-range weapons and fired missiles in the direction of Pyongyang. The shells exploded, covering the city in a continuous deadly flame. The people there watched what was happening in horror. Meanwhile, Pastor Lee sat calmly with a cup in his hands, quietly drinking tea. Robert reported that fighters were stationed in each bunker. They would retake Kaesong with the help of archdemon beasts, including Przewalski. Smiling, the pastor replied that everything was going exactly according to plan and suggested that they simply enjoy the show. He stated that the enemy must be allowed to capture Kaesong and cut off their escape routes, after which the massacre could begin. Soon, the archdemon beasts among the ascended rushed to attack the surprised military. The shocked soldiers looked in horror at the huge Przewalski standing before them. The soldier shouted into the radio, reporting that Kaesong was under attack by archdemon beasts. Frowning, the general realized that if Przewalski had already attacked, it meant their operation had been discovered. If Kaesong were lost, the deep strike force that had advanced to Hwangju would be completely isolated. The lives of the Blue Dragon Guild members and the entire 7th Corps were at risk. The general asked if it was possible to provide support to Olympus. The military man replied that it was difficult since a battle was already underway in Vanson. The officer then asked if any of the remaining 5 corps could help. In response, the soldier said that no one except the Golden Knight was able to come to the rescue. Meanwhile, a column of military equipment moved rapidly along the city streets. Robert walked towards them, gloomily clenching his huge fists. Powerful lightning flashed around his body. The man confidently approached the military, releasing a powerful stream of energy and preparing to attack the combat vehicles. When the driver of the car saw him, he shouted, asking what kind of monster was driving straight towards them. At that moment, Robert rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow. A powerful stream of deadly energy fell upon the car. The impact threw the vehicle into the air, after which it flipped over and flew off to the side. Seeing the overturned car, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild froze in bewilderment. He furiously ordered all vehicles to stop immediately. However, at that moment Robert had already rushed towards the equipment behind them. The hunters and soldiers left the transport and prepared to meet the enemy. The soldiers raised their rifles, preparing to open fire. Looking at them, the ruler of Wonsan declared that the Blue Dragon and the army had gathered here, which meant he was hoping for an interesting confrontation. At that moment, Lin suddenly appeared behind the armed soldier. With one instant blow, the girl destroyed the soldier literally in an instant. Brandishing daggers, she grinned and demanded that her opponents give her their blood. After this, a powerful clash began, and cries for help were heard from all sides. One of the hunters attacked Robert, intending to strike him dead. However, the demon worshipper managed to dodge. He eventually responded with a powerful attack. The crushing blow sent the hunter flying backwards, his arms flying limply from the force of the blow. Meanwhile, armed soldiers held powerful firearms at the ready. However, Lin's deadly strikes simultaneously killed several people. Brandishing daggers, the girl dealt with people with frightening ease. She walked calmly between their corpses, enjoying the battle. The Blue Dragon's leader stated that everything that was happening was like a bad joke, and he was not going to tolerate it. In response, Amber smirked and noted that she had previously thought they were very strong only because they had broken through so easily. The girl then added that with a 100-year-old strategy, they probably just decided to play a cruel joke on them. Looking at her, Joshua realized that in front of him was Amber from Pyongyang. Then the half-demon offered the newcomers of the Blue Dragon Guild a choice. The first option was to go to another world calmly and painlessly. The second option was to fight to the end and die a horrible death. In addition, the girl reported that the archdemon beasts had already captured everything, so the guild had no chance of survival. Gritting his teeth in rage, Joshua cursed silently. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. Now no one can help them except Chris. They have no hope left for anyone except the Golden Knight. At this time, Chris was in the dungeon and fighting a huge monster. It was a B-rank dungeon called the Barbarian City of Wild Dream, Chris cursed, stating that this freak was incredibly durable. A monstrous monster with a huge mouth and a protruding tongue attacked the Golden Knight. Then the hero swung the Titan's stake and threw the monster far into the air. Eventually, the bloodthirsty monster was crushed. He turned upside down, collapsing to the ground. As Shelley watched, she noticed that the ugly guy seemed to be the boss, but her uncle was causing twice as much trouble. Then Iris said that he had become much stronger. After destroying the monster, Chris asked where the final boss was, and Iris explained that the dungeon itself was located outside the forest. However, Iris suddenly noticed a ringing sound on her phone and was surprised. It was an emergency call from the director of the academy. Chris was also shocked. Iris thought something serious had happened because the director would never have called while Chris was in the dungeon. Shelley guessed that they probably needed to get outside quickly. Then Chris received a message that it was unworthy of a knight to leave the leader of the enemy in front of him. Then he promised to clear the place as quickly as possible so that they could get out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the Iron Fortress, the academy director received a request for help. The woman replied that Chris was currently in the dungeon and that it would be extremely difficult to interrupt the clearing in the middle. However, she was informed that the 7th Division and Blue Dragon had come under attack and that Kezon was in danger of being recaptured. Eleanor stated that the situation was extremely difficult. Chris's squad was also preparing for a confrontation with the Butcher King and Pastor Lee. They had backed out of their commitments and were now asking for help, so she asked what would happen to Chris's squad's situation. Eleanor called them irresponsible officials and added that Chris would not listen to her anyway. Nevertheless, the woman promised to send an emergency call and ordered that Hunter Morgan be sent to Kezon as soon as possible. Meanwhile, fierce fighting continued in Kezon, with the entire city engulfed in flames. Exhausted soldiers sat huddled against the walls as archdemon beasts surrounded the Kezon city government area. The military realized that if this place fell, the loss of Kezon would only be a matter of time. The city was practically lost. The command understood that they would have to retreat to save the best fighters, otherwise no one would survive. At that moment, a soldier ran up and reported to the commander that a call had come over the radio from the reinforcement commander. The commander reported that they were now cut off from their forces near the Quezon City Hall. 12 soldiers urgently need evacuation as they are currently being attacked by multiple monsters at the same time. The commander then announced that they had orders to hold their positions until the 7th Division and the guild retreated through Quezon. They will defend this place until the troops retreating to Pyongyang completely leave the area. Meanwhile, in Hwangju County, Lin stood on a mountain of mangled bodies, asking the hunters if they were done yet. The girl smirked and wondered if this was really the end, then declared that she wanted to have some more fun. Dwayne thought that these bastards were incredibly strong. If things continued at this pace, they would have no chance of winning. However, while Robert is distracted by the soldiers, he and his partner might be able to defeat Lin if they give it their all. Then the man said that if that's what she wanted, let her have fun. With a wicked grin and a glare, Lin replied that they could do as they wished. A moment later, powerful explosions thundered, accompanied by powerful shockwaves. Joshua cursed furiously, gritting his teeth in anger as he stood in front of Amber. The girl stated that all the members of the Blue Dragon had already been destroyed, and she found it hard to believe how pathetic the guild leader turned out to be. Looking at her with hatred, the man screamed, demanding that she shut up. Then he swore by the constellation that he would definitely kill her. In response, Amber yelled at him to try, then delivered a powerful blow from behind. The powerful impact sent the guild leader crashing to the ground, causing huge cracks to appear across the surface. After that, a half-demonic beast with a huge clawed paw grabbed his head. However, a moment later, the girl was thrown aside by a powerful energy blow. Joshua rose to his feet as bolts of energy began to flash around his head. With a grin, the half-demon announced that the second round was beginning. Meanwhile, the order was given to stop the attack on Pyongyang. The 7th Division and the Blue Dragon Guild were ordered to retreat immediately. At this time, Chris reached the final boss dungeon. A huge monster towered over the surprised Golden Knight. The monster swung a giant axe, its eyes blazing furiously. Chris realized that the final boss, the king of the arena, was in front of him. Then the hero quickly rushed into attack. He struck the boss with a swing of the Titan stake. A powerful stream of powerful energy fell directly on the monster's head. The Golden Knight continued to strike with increasingly deadly blows, trying to destroy the monster. Under the onslaught of Chris's swift attacks, the final boss collapsed to the ground, dropping his weapon. After the destruction of the main boss of the dungeon, the Golden Knight sank to the ground. A shocked Iris screamed that he had defeated the final boss with just 3 hits. Then Chris said that the reward this time was quite good, and now he needed to strengthen the Heavenly Sword Army a little more. Iris reminded them that they needed to get back quickly because the calls were continuing, and, apparently, the matter was really urgent. Taking off his gear, the hero said that he understood the hint and assumed there was an emergency call. A surprised Shelley asked if he really understood everything. Chris frowned and replied that, no matter how you looked at it, it all had to do with the Butcher King. After some time, they returned from the dungeon to the Iron Fortress. Eleanor waited for them to return, surprised that they were able to return so quickly. The hero asked if there had been a request for assistance in the operation, and was told that the resistance was stronger than they had expected. In addition, the archdemon beasts have also received a boost, so it is no longer possible to avoid a bloody battle. Then the hero noticed that the enemies had raised too much noise throughout the country, so the animals simply could not remain unprepared. An amazed Shelley said the monsters had become so unusual that she even wanted to try fighting them herself. The director reported that Morgan had been sent to Kaesong to clear a path for the retreat of the group that had advanced toward Pyongyang. Chris frowned, thought for a moment, and then decided that this was where he should start. Soon Eldrin flew through the sky with the Golden Knight. Iris noted that this whole incident was created unilaterally, and they want to settle everything without any compensation. And then Chris announced that he just got this damn notification window pop up. The message stated that an evil was spreading across the continent that threatened humanity, and therefore, he was obliged to carry out a mission. The hero then ordered the Olympus Guild to concentrate in Kaesong. They were going to clear it and open the way for those retreating from Pyongyang. When the Deep Strike Force reaches Quezon, they will attack the main dungeon of these bastards. The hero stated that there was no point in counting on a counterattack while those bastards were winning in the dungeon. They should concentrate their forces in Quezon. The director then remarked that the operation looked extremely risky, but Iris replied that such a plan could be implemented. Chris added that it would take time for the Olympus Guild to reach Quezon, so it was necessary to contact them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Hamju, the exhausted leader of the Blue Dragon Guild could barely stand on his feet. Amber stood over him, declaring that it was time to give up. No matter what he did, he would never win. The girl then offered to spare his life if he agreed to join them and begged them on his knees. Joshua struggled to stay on his feet. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Knight's voice came through the earpiece. He said that the Blue Dragon army and guild should immediately retreat to Quezon, where the troops would be regrouped. Then the guild leader announced that he would now use his secret technique. He ordered his partner to lead out the remaining troops and to help Dwayne gather the soldiers while he used the secret power. A moment later, Joshua released a huge energy dragon. Meanwhile, fierce fighting continued in Quezon. Morgan arrived to help the soldiers. The military returned fire with small arms as fires raged around them. The hunter ordered the second platoon to outflank the enemy and attack from the flank, while the third platoon remained in their current positions. Looking up, the man saw a golden dragon flying above them. Eldrin was approaching the battlefield at full speed. A moment later, the deadly flame of the dragon's breath fell directly on the heads of the enemies. The entire team of Chris's summoned knights descended to the ground. The soldiers joyfully shouted that the Golden Dragon Knight had arrived and that they were now saved. However, the arrival of the Golden Knight was also noticed by the ascended archdemon beast Przewalski. Archdemon Wagyu stated that the bastards from the Olympus Wanson Guild were heading here, so they also came to this area. Then Przewalski replied that he would deal with the bastards in the sky himself, and the rest of them should deal with the enemies on the ground. A red light flashed in the cockpit, warning of approaching danger. The frightened pilot heard an alarm signal and noticed an approaching enemy. The archdemon beast Przewalski attacked the plane, intending to destroy it. The chair in which the director of the academy, Eleanor, was sitting began to shake violently. The woman was stunned when she realized what kind of enemy had attacked them. Then she screamed that the plane was attacked by the ascended Przewalski. Grinning, the archdemon beast looked at its opponents with hatred. The academy director shouted to Chris that Przewalski had now become something of a paladin. In response, the Golden Knight shouted that it was just a damn paladin and rushed at the enemy. Then the hero shouted that he was just a pathetic pony. Eldrin stretched out a huge paw towards Przewalski. Meanwhile, Joshua was still fighting, but Amber stated that no matter what technique he used, it still wouldn't work against them. After this, the girl added that if the guild leader was so weak, then they should have attacked much earlier. At this moment, Joshua released his internal energy, his eyes flashing brightly. Then a huge blue dragon appeared in front of the demon worshippers. The monster with sharp fangs roared furiously and attacked the enemies. Surprised, Robert noted with surprise that the guild leader turned out to be much stronger than they had expected. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard, destroying everything around. At that moment, Joshua's partner ordered the surviving troops to retreat. The exhausted head of the blue dragon could barely stand on his trembling legs. A second later, Joshua collapsed to the ground. Then Dwayne ran to him, trying to bring him to consciousness and get him to his feet. The entire area around was ablaze after the explosion, and the surrounding buildings were practically wiped off the face of the earth. Standing in the middle of the ruins, Amber just smirked. She noted that she hadn't expected him to use his special move just as a distraction. An enraged Robert shouted that those bastards had managed to escape after all. The girl grinned and replied that she would simply let them go, as the archdemon beasts of Quezon would tear them to pieces anyway. Meanwhile, in Quezon, the confrontation between the Golden Knight and Przewalski continued. Chris shouted at the archdemon beast that he was just an ugly pony. The enraged Przewalski responded by shouting at him to go to the next world. The next moment, the Golden Dragon and the archdemon beast clashed in a powerful confrontation. It was at this moment that the Olympus Guild arrived, and Eleanor immediately ordered the Heavenly Sword to join Morgan immediately. The arriving knights shouted loudly and rushed to attack the enemy. Morgan fought fiercely against the huge, monstrous monster. Then he delivered a powerful blow, and a moment later, there was a powerful explosion. At that moment, Chandler ran up to the hunter and shouted that reinforcements had already arrived. Raising his sword, the knight ordered his army to leave no bastard alive. Archdemon Wagyu shouted that it was the Golden Dragon Knight's army, and Iberico replied that they would eat them all. The Heavenly Sword Knights charged forward, waving their weapons furiously and destroying their enemies. The hunters of the Olympus Guild also rushed into battle against the monsters. The hunters' powerful blows scattered the bloodthirsty monsters in different directions. A surprised Przewalski wondered how they had managed to plan all of this. Meanwhile, the Blue Dragon Guild and the soldiers who had gone to Pyongyang were returning to Kaesong. The Chris army and the Olympus forces attacked the south and east of Kason. All the archdemon beasts of Kason were moving towards the front lines. Joshua muttered irritably that Chris and Olympus always seemed to have good luck. He then noticed that they were heading north to Kason to hunt monsters. However, the man did not believe that they were doing this just to level up. Meanwhile, Chris, riding on Eldrayan, continued to fight the archdemon beast Przewalski. The dragon grabbed the archdemon by the throat with a powerful paw, and the monster screamed furiously. The blow caused Przewalski to drop his weapon, which fell to the ground. With a painful groan, the archdemon grabbed his neck and stepped aside. The Golden Knight chuckled and shouted out that this was all the enemy could do. Wagyu reported that the Blue Dragon and his army were returning, and Iberico replied that if things were left as they were, they would be defeated. Chris shouted mockingly and asked if the pony was going to continue fighting. The irritated enemy shouted for the Golden Knight to come to the Butcher King's main dungeon, where they would show him who was who. Laughing, the hero shouted that it looked like they were going to escape. A moment later, a portal opened, through which the archdemons began to retreat. Eldrin asked if the bastards were really running, but Chris replied that there was nothing to be done. Then he suggested that they first find the rest of the people, after which they would fly over the city. Meanwhile, the Golden Knight's night squad fought fiercely with the monsters. Eldrin flew up and covered the enemies with a wave of powerful flame. Then Diademia screamed that the bastards were retreating and they couldn't be let go. The military then received orders not to allow anyone to leave. Not a single enemy was to leave this place alive. The Golden Knight stood on the bodies of the defeated bloodthirsty monsters. At this moment, the system informed the hero that he had won the battle with Przhevalsky. As a reward, he received the spear, a symbol of chivalry, as well as the weapon of the ascended Przhevalsky. The director then reported that all the archdemon beasts had dispersed, and Olympus and the Blue Dragon were pursuing the survivors. Chris replied that although they had failed to capture Pastor Lee and the Butcher King, they had at least been able to save the soldiers' lives. After this, the hunters raised their swords and thanked him for saving them. They called Chris a hero of his time. Embarrassed, Chris thought he was terribly embarrassed. He felt so ashamed that he couldn't stand it anymore. Morgan loudly announced that the enemy was defeated, and Chandler shouted that Kezon was captured and ordered that the victory be announced. The ruined city was ablaze. Everything around was engulfed in flames and sparks. Meanwhile, the commanders of the operation to capture the Butcher King received a report on the progress of the battle. The soldiers who participated in the deep strike operation returned to Kezon, and the enemies in the combat zone were destroyed. The general asked about the extent of the damage and was informed that about half of the personnel of the 7th Corps were lost outside the battle. The commander then ordered a damage report and asked if the troops would be able to regroup and sally out again. In response, he was told that this would be extremely difficult and that the army needed additional supplies and reinforcements. Moreover, if it were not for Chris's support and the transfer of troops for a deep strike, they would have been defeated. At this point, the general was told that this operation was essentially considered a complete failure, and upon hearing this, the man swore. Meanwhile, Eleanor was in the Iron Fortress, listening to the news that the Blue Dragon Guild and Olympus were involved in the operation. The academy director noted that the operation had failed, but the news reported it as a success. Iris replied that they were not lying outright, but simply providing inaccurate information. With a heavy sigh, the hero added that this is exactly how media dominance works. Shelley said the Golden Knight was never mentioned in the news, but he was still portrayed as a hero on the internet and social media. Eleanor responded that it was not in the government's interests to turn any particular person into a hero. Iris explained that the Blue Dragon Guild is currently in Kezon, where they are destroying the remnants of the archdemon beasts and scavengers. Chris noted that those who were unable to successfully complete the operation are now simply finishing off the remains and taking all the profits. Eleanor asked what he thought about capturing the Butcher King. If things were left as they were, then either they or the Blue Dragon would attack first. The protagonist replied that, no matter what, it was he who started it all, which meant he had to finish it. Chris said that they had already rested, which meant it was time to get ready for the trip to Pyongyang. Meanwhile, in Pyongyang, the results of the battle were discussed, and Pastor Lee announced that all the apostles had already returned to the main dungeon. They did a great job of repelling the attacks, and the damage they sustained was not that great. Robert noticed that there were no particular problems with either the soldiers or the Blue Dragon Guild, but Chris suddenly intervened and ruined everything. Lynn added that they were confused when the Olympus bastards approached Kezon. She then asked why the apostles even returned to the main dungeon. They were supposed to fight until the very end. Pastor Lee replied that they should not doubt the words and actions of the Butcher King and his apostles. There were really no winners or losers in this battle, and Chris was at the very center of it all. According to the pastor, if it weren't for him, they would have been able to repel all attacks and even launch a counteroffensive on Seoul. The military forces of the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds, as well as the Seoul government itself, are already almost irrelevant. But the Golden Dragon Knight Chris is a different matter entirely. This man must be eliminated at any cost. The goal is to lure Chris into the main dungeon, even if it means borrowing power from other constellations. Then Amber asked if they were talking about the ice ruler from Siberia. In response, the pastor said that they were considering all possible options. He admitted that he did a little research and found out that Amber grew up in the same institution as Chris. After these words, everyone turned in her direction, waiting for the girl's reaction. Amber replied that the orphanage was a very dirty place and that the boys and girls there were forced to do hard manual labor. If someone was unlucky, he became their toy. Most of those who left the shelter ended up as scavengers or homeless. The girl then noted that Golden Knight Chris was probably the most famous graduate of this orphanage. Pastor Lee noted that she spoke up immediately when the topic was raised. With a heavy sigh, Amber replied that she was simply reminiscing about old times and didn't mean anything else. After this, the pastor stated that Chris and his team would soon arrive in Pyongyang, which meant they needed to prepare. He then invited everyone to look together at what exactly he had prepared, after which the group headed into the dungeon. Pastor Lee said that when he visited the Butcher King, he thought a lot about life and morality. To rule this world, the Butcher King must create creatures that never existed before and that will serve only him. The pastor then explained that these were the Butcher King's warriors, personally created by him after many years of research. Archdemon beasts and humans were combined through genetic combinations, resulting in an entirely new species. Moreover, the pastor admitted that they kidnapped people not only for the sake of creating potions. After this, Lee officially introduced them to the Butcher King's faithful dogs, the arch puppets. The room was filled with flasks containing various terrifying creatures in the flasks. Meanwhile, in the Iron Fortress, Chris prepared to attack the Butcher King. He opened the characteristics window to check his parameters. The protagonist wondered if he had enough strength to deal with the Butcher King and Pastor Lee. At that moment, Shelley appeared and said that her stepfather's characteristics were simply unbelievable, and Chris was embarrassed to hear such words. All of his stats were at SSS plus level, and all of his skills were unique. Eleanor was surprised to notice that this was already the level of the constellation. He had literally become the embodiment of the constellation. Iris said she had seen the characteristics of many people over a long period of time, but this was the first time she had encountered such indicators. An admiring Shelley added that he also had knights and the Heavenly Sword Army, and if he wanted, he could take over the entire world. The Academy director reminded that great power always comes with great responsibility. She then warned him that if he became too vain, he would go down the path of darkness and destruction. Besides, the constellations wouldn't just grant him such power, he had to understand their true intentions. Chris replied that he didn't know much about such things, but he had no desire to become a famous hero or villain. After that, Chris stated that he needed to adjust his skills so that he could summon the Heavenly Sword Army without any problems. Then the protagonist asked the others to stop pressuring him. He asked why they were doing this while he was looking at the characteristics window. After this, the director of the academy said that she needed to report something. The woman stated that while investigating Pastor Lee's whereabouts, they discovered something interesting. Frowning, Chris asked what exactly she meant. Then the director showed him a photograph and asked if he recognized the place. The Golden Knight's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately recognized both the place and the people in the picture. Eleanor explained that traces were found at the scene that pointed to the involvement of the Apostle King Butcher. She didn't know how involved he was, but they were spotted outside the city on the day of the attack. Chris replied that even at that time they had to keep an eye on the Butcher King, but Eleanor replied that the police and hunters were bribed. After showing 2 more photographs, she said that Pastor Lee does not age because he absorbs the energy of living beings. Looking at the pictures, Chris asked why she was telling him all this. The woman replied that his fighting spirit must extend far beyond the Iron Fortress, because everything that happens already affects the entire world. She also mentioned the orphanage where he grew up, where Pastor Lee's influence extended. A surprised Chris asked in amazement how this was even possible. The director explained that the pastor had changed the entire structure of the shelter in order to attract as many scavengers as possible. Moreover, he even replaced the leadership with his own people, so that at that time almost the entire association worked for Pastor Lee. She also added that Chris was a typical victim of this system and his fate was predetermined. Looking at the boy with his head down, Eleanor thought that he was probably shocked by what he heard. After that, she headed towards Iris and Shelley. However, at this moment the main character had already made a decision. Clenching his fists, Chris declared that they must prepare an attack on Pastor Lee and the Butcher King, and ordered all the procedures to be prepared. However, the director responded that several important issues needed to be resolved before that could happen. Following the punitive operation, the government imposed a ban on visiting areas where military operations took place. If they go there without permission, they will get into serious trouble. She then asked if he really intended to lead the Heavenly Sword Army. From the government's perspective, he and his soldiers are considered a private army, and the authorities may even consider Chris a traitor. Before this, his actions benefited people and the state, but now the situation has changed. Even if the punitive operation fails, unauthorized actions will still become a problem regardless of the outcome. Moreover, if he openly speaks out against the Butcher King, the government will inevitably impose sanctions. Thus, whether he wins or loses, he will have to explain the reasons for violating the ban. The director then said that after the failure of the operation, the political situation plunged into chaos. The Blue Dragon is trying to seize control of the association, and the opposition has launched an attack on the ruling party that organized these repressions. Chris gritted his teeth and screamed that they were too busy running. Eleanor said that he would be better off using the situation to influence the association so that the community would unite to attack the Butcher King. Iris added that they needed to start by strengthening internal unity. The protagonist replied that he didn't understand why it was so difficult to simply catch the villain. The academy director said that he should think not only about himself, but also about the people who trust him and follow him. After these words, Chris agreed with her and asked when they would start acting. Meanwhile, the news reported that the Iron Fortress announced the launch of social projects worth 10 trillion won. According to the project details, it was planned to create additional shelters, as well as construct protective barriers. In addition, the organization expressed its intention to regularly fund the association to help combat criminal networks. As a result, the government was going to present Chris with a certificate of appreciation. An enraged Joshua shouted angrily when he saw Chris on the news. He understood that he was hinting that the Blue Dragon had become too powerful and no longer took public opinion into account. Dwayne noted that there was probably a reason behind this chain of actions. Joshua replied that while it may appear from the outside that he is expressing public discontent, he is actually much smarter than that. Moreover, Chris believes that with the support of public opinion and his own strength, nothing is impossible for him. Joshua then said that the association also proposes that they develop projects to support the regions. Because of this, people think that Chris is acting in conjunction with the association. After that, the man asked if they continued to cooperate with those rat guys. He then ordered to obtain information about the Iron Fortress and find out their real goals, as well as the exact number of troops. Sometime later, a secret meeting took place in Singangnam Alley. Handing over the envelope, the man said they didn't want to leave a trace, so they would pay in cash. They only needed to know the number of Iron Fortress troops and information about Chris's gold. His interlocutor grinned and replied that they liked cash, so there was nothing to worry about. They would do their job perfectly. Adjusting his glasses, the man added that even if they were discovered, it should not be connected in any way to the guild. The bandit chuckled and replied that although they were an information company, their skills were at a very high level. After some time, they began to monitor the Iron Fortress using drones. During the surveillance, the man captured footage of the Heavenly Sword Army under Chandler's command. He also discovered that Chris had his own army of goblins. Amazed by what he saw, the man exclaimed that all this was no longer a joke. They even had goblins, and the knights themselves looked dangerous. When he saw Crocbane, he stated in surprise that they even had a giant crocodile. This was no longer a fortress, but a real monster. At that moment, he heard a question about whether he was interested in watching the video. The man shouted angrily and demanded that they not distract him, but in response they calmly told him that they were simply showing curiosity. Rising to his feet and taking off his glasses, the man shouted angrily that he should not be distracted. Then he looked at his partner lying on the ground. The man looked up and saw Chris standing in front of him. The protagonist asked who these drone lovers were. The guy replied that they had simply lost control and were now trying to find the place where their drone had flown off to. Chris's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked if it was really true. They looked more like spies. Then the man hastened to justify himself and stated that it was just a mistake and a slight misunderstanding. However, an attack that narrowly missed his groin silenced him. Thrusting a Titan spear in front of him, Chris asked who really sent them. He then added that if he was a good boy, he would be able to return home alive. The frightened guy tried to justify himself again and said that no one sent them, they were just playing with the drone and ended up there by accident. Chris noted that this meant that they knew about the fortress. He stated that he would either find out everything himself, or the guy would tell him the truth in person. Drenched in cold sweat, the young man frantically tried to understand what to do. Holding the Titan's spear to his face, Chris asked if he was going to tell everything voluntarily, or if he would have to be forced to talk. The frightened boy was terrified that he was going to be tortured, but the Golden Knight said that he was not going to take the footage. He allowed the recording to be delivered to the customer. He doesn't object to the guy receiving payment and moving on with his life in peace. Cursing in fear, the young man said that since the morning he had felt as if failure was pursuing him. After this, the guy admitted that they were hired by the Blue Dragon Guild. He also explained that he works for an information-gathering organization. The man then asked Chris to promise that he would not harm him or the Big Rats organization. Sometime later, there was a business card on the table in the Iron Fortress. She belonged to the Big Rats company. Seeing her, Shelley asked in surprise what it was and who the Big Rats were. Eleanor explained that it was a company created by scavengers, and Iris was surprised that scavengers could create an entire organization. Then the director replied that Korea is a democratic country. No matter how trashy the people are, they can still open a company. Then Iris asked whose business card it was and where it came from. Chris replied that some time ago, near a nearby rock, he discovered that they were being secretly watched and filmed. Shelley asked in surprise if he had simply let the spies go, she would have destroyed them immediately. Then the guy replied that he personally escorted them back and ordered them to return everything they had filmed to the customer and then get paid for it. Eleanor noted that he had done the right thing. Another swindler would take his place, and it would be much more effective for them to get to the key link. Chris shouted that he was already at his limit because of Pastor Lee and the Butcher King, and the Blue Dragon people continued to play their dirty games. To begin with, they will put pressure on them with the help of the Heavenly Sword Army. If they are lucky, the Blue Dragon will start cleaning up its own garbage. He also said that there was no need to destroy the scavengers themselves. They needed these people to spread rumors. According to Chris, this should show everyone that cooperation with the Blue Dragon ends very badly. After this, the director showed the list of partners of the Blue Dragon Guild that the Academy had managed to collect. Iris noted that running a guild was like running a school and a business, and noticed that there were a suspiciously high number of IT companies on the list. But Chris replied that that was exactly what they had to find out. After this, orders were given to collect all information regarding illegal activities related to the Blue Dragon Guild. Guildmaster Joshua was shocked when his subordinate brought him new information. The man reported that they had begun receiving complaints from companies that traded information, and that they were increasingly being attacked by unknown individuals. The subordinate replied that they no longer intended to cooperate with the guild in the future. Joshua shouted that if anyone revealed information about their dealings, the consequences would be catastrophic. Then the subordinate asked what to do now, since the situation had become extremely urgent. Joshua ordered the elimination of all officials and partners who traded information with them. After some time, fires broke out all over Singangnam Lane. Scavengers who cooperated with the guild were attacked. People shouted that they had been doing business with them for a long time and begged for mercy. They promised not to tell anyone anything. However, the Punishers did not listen to their pleas and destroyed them in cold blood. Rumors began to spread among the scavengers that everyone who had collaborated with the Blue Dragon was dead. The Blue Dragon's illegal dealings came to light, and the Golden Dragon began hunting them down. Eventually, the Blue Dragon decided to cover its tracks. However, the Golden Dragon did not destroy a single scavenger, while the Blue Dragon began to chop off the heads of everyone who had anything to do with it. Most of these people became trash simply because they hated the association, so it was safer to turn to the Golden Dragon. Soon the scavengers came to the Iron Fortress with white flags. They declared their surrender and asked to be let inside. Looking at them, Chris smiled. Everything was going exactly as they planned. Meanwhile, news reports have reported that the Golden Dragon is becoming the center of attention, collecting scavengers from Central Seoul. All the scavengers waving white flags expressed their intention to obey any orders from Golden Knight Chris. Citizens and police officers welcomed the event, saying that such actions improve security. However, the military expressed concern that this could all turn out to be the creation of a private army. Meanwhile, in the Blue Dragon Guild, they were discussing what had happened. Joshua was furious and smashing everything in his office. His subordinates watched as their boss broke furniture in a rage. Joshua cursed furiously and shouted that this bastard Chris had crossed all boundaries. At that moment, the police entered the room and asked if the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, Joshua, was there. The man was charged with inciting an attack, embezzlement of public funds, and violating the Personal Data Protection Act. The guild leader was shocked that he was detained and asked if they were going to arrest him right now. The policeman replied that they would just have a chat first, and then asked the man to come with them. The girl noticed that information about the affairs they were engaged in had leaked out, since the scavengers had already switched to Chris. As he and the officers left the room, Joshua stated that it was best not to mess with their guild. The Hunters Association has launched an investigation into the Blue Dragon's alleged use of scavengers to illegally gather information. Journalists asked the association's president whether he knew about the guild leader's criminal activities and what information he had collected. Vincent replied that it had nothing to do with the Hunters Association. The news reported that due to the investigation into Joshua's case, there are increasing calls for Chris to join the association. Chris said that before attacking the Butcher King and Pastor Lee, they need to unite public opinion, which has already been a success. Eleanor smiled and said he had done a great job, then added that it was time for them to move on to the next step. After some time, people began to thank Chris, many saying that he was filled with divine grace. The director reminded everyone that Chris grew up in an orphanage and suggested starting a large-scale support program for orphanages. In addition, the woman stated that it is necessary to get rid of all the dirty shelters that take bribes and abuse children. Chris also intended to hold accountable the members of the National Assembly who turned a blind eye to such places. They were going to liquidate the last such shelters and take away children who had nowhere else to go. However, there were too many children in this situation throughout the country, and the Iron Fortress was too small for them. Therefore, the Iron Fortress now required serious expansion. A few days later, Iris came to Chris with urgent news. She reported that they received information from Kezon. According to rumors, the archdemon was spotted in Siberia. The hero was shocked to hear about Siberia. He admitted that he had not expected anything like this at all. Iris said that Amber and the Archdolls were heading towards Vladivostok. These creatures are rumored to be monsters created from a mixture of archdemons and human genes. Meanwhile, monsters and archdolls have already arrived in Russia, in the city of Vladivostok. Complete chaos broke out on the city streets. Armed with clubs, they smashed everything in their path. Crushed people with no signs of life lay everywhere on the city streets. The captured men were driven forward with their hands tied, shouting at them to walk evenly and not break formation. One man decided to take a risk and try to escape from his captors. Seizing the moment, he hit the guard and started running. The guard screamed for help, but the man rushed forward, hoping to get as far away from here as possible. The fugitive turned around the corner, turning around the corner and already deciding that he had managed to escape. However, at that moment he suddenly saw a huge shadow of his pursuer behind him. The powerful blow sent the man flying, and he fell to the ground with a dull thud. Looking at him, Robert wondered how far he was planning to run. The impact caused the nearby wall to crack, and the victim lay motionless on the ground. An enraged Robert shouted, asking where the guards were even looking and why he had to catch the fugitives. The guards looked at him ingratiatingly and said that they did not know that this man was also here. In a rage, Robert dealt a powerful blow to one of them and angrily asked if they were completely incapable of controlling the situation. He then shouted that they had no discipline at all, while Amber and Lynn stood nearby. Watching Robert beat up the guards, Amber declared that they had had enough. After this, the man stopped and ordered the guards to get up, otherwise they themselves would turn into raw material. Lynn asked what was going on here, and Robert replied that idiots couldn't handle people. But Amber told him not to worry about it. They needed every person to create the archdolls. He also noted that Pastor Lee was clearly planning something big and needed a lot of people right now. Meanwhile, having heard the rumors from Iris, Chris turned on the TV. He was surprised to notice that the news said nothing about Vladivostok. The director explained that the media is under control, and if the world finds out that Pastor Lee is a villain, it will become a weakness for the country in front of the West. Thinking about it, Chris said that it seemed like they needed to go there in person immediately. Shelley immediately shouted that she also wanted to go to Russia, and the hero asked if she really considered it a tourist trip. Iris said that she would also go with them. After everything that had happened, a little fresh air wouldn't hurt anyone. Chris scratched his head, thought for a moment, and replied that she was probably right. The director then remarked that it would be like a family trip, with Lucas and Chandler taking care of the garrison's defense and training. The hero stated that then they really should go, although it was quite possible that they would have to fight. Shelley happily shouted that it was even better this way, and Iris reminded them that she was, in fact, the leader of the White Knight Guild. After this, the three of them climbed onto the golden dragon Eldrin and set off on their journey. The dragoness quickly cut through space, carrying them towards Russia. Eldraine noticed that it had gotten to the point where she was driving 3 people at once, and that taxis usually charged extra for that. The Golden Knight replied that she should consider it a personal favor, since they were his family. Shivering, Shelley complained that she should have been warned that it was cold here. Iris replied that she had told her to dress warmer. But the girl objected that clothes that were too warm would hinder her in battle. Chris replied that no one had talked about fighting at all, and that extra clothing could always be removed before the battle. Shelley then declared that if they continued to bully her, she would throw a fit, even if everything around her was calm. At that moment, Eldrin warned that they were crossing the Russian border and told everyone to get ready. A moment later, the Golden Dragoness began to descend rapidly. In the light of the full moon, Eldrin flew over the streets of the Night City. Having descended to the ground, Chris suggested that we first look around. Along with them, summoned knights walked through the city streets. Soon the main character noticed that something was wrong here. He said that he did not feel anything at all. Accolon replied that no biosignals were detected, but Lucy suddenly stated that she felt a huge evil force. Armed with a gun, Iris frowned and said that everything that was happening looked very strange. At that moment, Shelley noticed a teddy bear lying on the ground. The girl picked up the toy and saw that its paw and ear were torn off, and one eye was missing. Suddenly Iris screamed that someone was approaching them. The golem immediately reported that a warning had been received about an unknown signature moving in their direction. A moment later, monsters were looking at them from the roofs of nearby houses. The bloodthirsty archdolls surrounded the knights from all sides and prepared to attack. The Golden Knight turned to Accolon, who replied that they were beast-like monsters with no biological signals. Then Iris, pointing the weapon forward, announced that these were archdolls, puppets created by Pastor Lee. The hero then assumed that the pastor had brought all these people here to use them as material. The hero wondered if the pastor had gone too far in his actions, but the next moment the arch-puppets rushed to attack. Iris dropped to one knee and opened fire on the rapidly approaching monsters. She shot everyone who stood in her way. The vicious monsters growled and squealed furiously, quickly closing the distance. The entire team of knights prepared for a powerful clash. Chris shouted that they would destroy these creatures. The archdolls quickly jumped from roof to roof, rushing towards the knights. They surrounded them tightly in a ring and were about to destroy them. The bloodthirsty monsters were already reaching out their clawed paws towards Chris, Shelley, and Iris. But at that moment, a powerful explosion thundered, scattering everything around. The ugly archdolls burst into flames, screaming furiously and flying in different directions. An enraged Crocbane shouted that they didn't look very appetizing, but he would eat them anyway. Then the dragonoid quickly burst into the crowd of monsters and began to destroy them one by one. Meanwhile, Pastor Lee was calmly drinking tea when his subordinates approached him and reported the news. They reported that Chris's squad had appeared in Vladivostok. Since the arriving forces were small, the arch-puppets had already been sent to fight them. Pastor Lee replied thoughtfully that he didn't expect them to fall for it, since Pyongyang wasn't finished yet. He noted that Chris's brain worked better than he had assumed, and it seemed to him that he was selfish and far from common sense and politics. The subordinate stated that it was only a small detachment, 10 people at most, and that everything would soon be over. However, the pastor asked irritably whether they still didn't understand anything, which is why they were constantly being beaten from all sides. The man then asked in irritation where such idiots came from, adding that it would be better to make raw materials for archdolls or potions out of them. The frightened subordinates immediately fell to their knees and began begging Pastor Lee to forgive them. However, he calmly stated that he was just joking. Then he added that the potions made from them would have been useless anyway. But if they keep bringing bad news, then he will really get angry. After this, the pastor ordered to go there and tell Amber, Robert, Lin, and the others that he was not going to destroy the enemies. Instead, they must bring him one hand of each of these people. Then he will give everyone a special reward, which they will be very pleased with. Meanwhile, Akalon fought fiercely against the attacking archdolls. He shouted that reinforcements were approaching and requested confirmation of movement towards 10 o'clock. While swinging her sword, Lucy shouted to the captain that there were too many attacking monsters. Clutching the titanium stake tightly in his hands, Chris declared that it was not a sword, but he hoped that the weapon would still work. Then the hero said that the heavens must accept his sword, which had reached the top, and this blow must prove that he is a star on this earth. At that very moment, the system reported that the skill's compatibility with the weapon had been changed to titanium stake, and the hero thought it was high time. After that, he used the Heavenly Sword Sovereign style, the first chapter of Jisung Island, and dealt a fatal blow. Iris and Shelley covered their faces from the powerful energy that burst out. A deadly stream of destructive force swept through the street, destroying monsters in its path. Demon worshippers noticed an incredibly bright flash. Then Robert asked what it was. Amber replied that Chris's squad had arrived and they were already very close. An enraged Lin screamed that these people were constantly getting in their way. But Pastor Lee ordered the problem to be dealt with, and Amber suggested that they begin the task immediately and ordered everyone to follow her. She ordered that only a minimal number of troops be left to transport the material. The huge monsters accepted the order and headed towards Chris's team. Meanwhile, Eleanor was asked whether Chris had actually gone to Vladivostok and whether she had passed this information on to the association. No matter how much of a hero he is, he cannot ignore international and political relations and act as he pleases. The director replied that the image she was showing reflected the current situation in Vladivostok and was recently received from Chris. Eleanor added that the problem would arise whether they acted or not, and she knew what Pastor Lee was trying to achieve. She explained that since North Korea was running out of materials, he went to Vladivostok to get more. Everyone understands perfectly well what the word material means. If it collects the required amount, then the next blow will be South Korea. Therefore, sending Chris to Vladivostok was the best decision for the country from both a political and diplomatic point of view. Of course, much would depend on negotiations with the embassy, and then she was asked what Chris was going to do after arriving in Vladivostok. Eleanor explained that they were proposing to completely neutralize the entire North Korean region, including Pyongyang. The Butcher King has gotten completely out of control, leaving China in a difficult position, and Russia's hostility towards the Butcher growing. However, neither China nor Russia wants the US government and Olympus to cross Pyongyang and reach the Yalu and Tumen rivers. Eleanor said it was necessary to declare neutrality and attack Pyongyang. She was asked whether China and Russia would agree with such a decision, as it already resembles the unification of the Korean peninsula. She replied that if Pastor Lee and the Butcher King were destroyed, the evil spirits in Russia and China would not simply sit idly by. If the monsters flee, they will head specifically to these countries, then Russia and China will have to deal with their own problems. They themselves will displace the Butcher King and Pastor Lee, and as a result, they will have to occupy North Korea. She then asked her interlocutor whether he still saw a serious problem in political and international relations. Meanwhile, Chris's team of knights fought desperately against the archdolls. Kauf noted with a smile that the contractor was indeed very strong, and Akalon reported that there was no movement nearby. Iris said with displeasure that next time he should report a little earlier. However, the Golden Knight wondered why he had not received a reward after destroying the archdolls. The hero assumed that they were not living creatures, but at that moment Eldrayan screamed that something was approaching them from the southwest. She noted that it looked like archdemon beasts, and then the team of knights prepared for battle again. Robert, Amber, and Lynn were approaching them, and all three opponents looked especially strong. Chris went to meet his opponents, while his comrades prepared for the worst-case scenario. Then suddenly Amber said that fate really was very cruel. After this, she addressed our hero by name, clearly making it clear that she knew who was hiding behind this helmet. Once upon a time, young Chris was carrying a box while being constantly yelled at for being too slow. However, after a while, he heard a strange voice that called him to turn around and come closer. After he turned around, he saw that there was a silhouette there that could not belong to anyone but a child. From behind the bars of the cell in which this child was located, a small girl's hand extended out, reaching out towards him. Chris froze in place, trying to figure out who it was and why she decided to call him over. Looking closely at the girl, he asked her who she was and what she was doing in this place. The girl said her name was Amber and then asked the name of her interlocutor. Chris trustingly gave his name, after which he asked why she was in this cell. Amber revealed that she was missing one of her legs and said that she was told to stay there because her legs were useless. Chris expressed his sincere sympathy to the girl, saying that he was very sorry that this had happened, and then asked how long ago it had happened. Amber said sadly that she had no idea since it just happened one day. She also asked him if he had anything to eat, as she had not eaten anything for 2 days. Chris immediately began rummaging through his pockets to try to find something to treat the unfortunate girl to. However, before he could do so, a giant hand appeared out of nowhere and immediately rushed towards him. The man turned out to be a scoundrel named Jim, who called Chris a bastard and asked what he was doing there. After that, he turned all his attention to Amber and tried to find out from her what kind of strange tricks she was doing. Chris fell to the ground and tried not to make any unnecessary sounds, since he hit himself very hard and did not want to hurt him even more. Jim meanwhile took a few steps towards Amber and took out an electric stick, saying that she had not been punished for a long time. Chris remembered hearing the long, drawn-out cries of the poor child who was being beaten for no reason. Amber said that was the last time they saw each other and asked him why he didn't help her. Chris said that he had no strength at the time because he was also a victim of the same shelter. Amber found it hard to believe, saying that the SSS-ranked boy couldn't help but help her because he didn't have the strength. She stated that he was just a little man who decided not to help and simply remained silent. Shelley and Iris couldn't believe that such terrible things were said about their father and husband, and they tried to object. Amber realized that Chris had since gotten married and had children, so she asked him how he felt now. Chris said that he didn't have that rank back then, and his life couldn't be called happy, no matter how you look at it. Amber didn't try to listen to him, after which she said that she would tear his body into pieces. Chris understood that further conversations were useless, and for the last time he told her that she was mistaken. Amber quickly charged up a powerful attack, once again declaring that she would destroy everything he had. Chris decided to block her attack and simultaneously delivered a powerful counterattack with his weapon. The blow was incredibly powerful, and all the strength Amber had put into her attack was instantly dissipated. After that, she jumped to the side, and it became obvious that our hero was not going to give up so easily. Lynn immediately joined the fight, trying to help her ally in this difficult battle. Iris immediately took out her sniper rifle and quickly fired in her direction. Lynn moved so fast that she was able to easily dodge these plasma projectiles. Now Shelley stepped in, asking not to be hit and preparing to deliver an even stronger blow. Lynn felt a bright flash come out of nowhere and quickly covered her eyes to keep from losing her sight. Shelley punched the ground, creating a powerful earthquake, and happily declared that it was a superhero landing. She also looked at her opponent and asked if she thought the landing was really cool. Lynn just said irritably that she would make this little brat shut up forever and pay for her insolence. Shelley quickly dodged the attack, realizing it was time to deliver a powerful counterattack. Her eyes began to glow with real fire, while the aura around her gradually became hotter. Lynn didn't have time to react to this preparatory maneuver and received full damage from the blow. Shelley said she had always wanted to try this move and stated that this punch would be enough. Lynn still survived the blow and called her rival a small brat who was too arrogant. Robert also entered the fight, saying that everyone had a partner to fight with, but he was the only one left without a worthy opponent. The next second, a huge piece of rock debris was already flying towards him to stop his dash. Robert stopped abruptly to deliver a powerful blow to the debris and prevent it from hitting him in the face. After this, a giant creature appeared in front of him, who declared that it would now be his opponent. This creature turned out to be Crocbane, who was already preparing another blow to blow the enemy to pieces. A powerful electric projectile flew out of his fist, immediately hitting the target and throwing it aside. Robert wondered if he would really have to fight this giant monster. Crocbane looked at him with disdain and said that he was anything but a monster. After that, he instantly made a dash and began to hit Robert with all the force of his powerful body. During these powerful blows, he kept repeating that he was not a monster, and his strength grew stronger. Lucy said that the word monster seemed to anger Crocbane, and Koff added that he had never seen him so furious. Chris and Amber continued to fight, despite the fact that the hero did not feel any enthusiasm. Amber's pressure grew stronger and stronger, and he gradually had to give it his all in order not to die. Chris delivered a powerful blow to his opponent, but she dove sharply down to maintain the initiative. Immediately after that, she prepared another powerful blow in the hopes of penetrating the armor. Her fist cut through the air quickly, but quickly collided with something very hard, and it hurt. At that moment, she felt a glowing weapon fly past her head, leaving a small hole in her hair. They immediately jumped away from each other to take a little rest and prepare for the next fight. Amber asked him why everything was taking so long because they were in the same place. They added that they had better hit him and her properly, otherwise he would lose one of his arms. At the same time, we were transported to the detention center, where the head of the Blue Dragon was reflecting on what had happened. Joshua called Chris a fucking bastard who simply must pay for what he did. The system informed them that the Blue Dragon constellation was eager for battle, but there was nothing it could do now. He immediately apologized to the constellation, saying that he did not have any strength to satisfy this desire. The system stated that the Blue Dragon constellation advised him to choose between revenge and surrender. Joshua chuckled and asked the system what would happen if he chose neither. After some time, guards came to take him out of the cell and bring him to meet his friend. Dwayne approached him and Joshua apologized for calling him to the meeting so suddenly. Dwayne stated that there was nothing wrong with it if he had something important to convey. Joshua said that they didn't have time, so he would get straight to the point, adding that the dragon constellation was angry. He added that he was given a direct order to choose revenge or capitulation. Joshua said that he wants to leave here right now and take revenge, but he can't escape from here. The guards began to suspect that something was clearly wrong with this conversation and decided to keep a close eye on them. Dwayne said the trial is ongoing, so he is unlikely to face any real prison time. Joshua, in turn, said that he also thought that he would deal with this later, but he was required to take immediate action. Dwayne asked him what would happen if he decided to do it, since it was an order and had a time limit. Joshua stated that all the abilities given to the guild would be taken away from him, including the abilities of others. Joshua also stated that if he could cause even the slightest damage to the Iron Fortress, he would be able to appease the dragon's wrath. He also said that it was therefore necessary to gather forces and attack the Iron Fortress as harshly as possible. Dwayne finished talking to his older friend, then returned to the car and got inside. His face looked extremely tense as he realized that he would have to make a difficult decision. The driver turned his gaze cautiously and asked him where they should go now. Dwayne said that if they attacked the Iron Fortress with their own forces now, they would definitely lose. So he realized that surrender was the way to save people's lives, and perhaps Joshua was simply not ready to make the right decision. After thinking for a while about the possible options, he said that we needed to go to the Iron Fortress. Crocbane meanwhile finished the battle with his opponent, completely defeating him in combat. Robert called him a real monster and wondered why he was so strong. However, such inability to learn from his mistakes will cost him dearly in the next minute. Crocbane immediately grabbed him by the leg and said that he had forbidden him to call him a monster. After that, he took aim and threw it with all his might towards the building, piercing it right through. Lynn immediately noticed that one of her comrades had flown several hundred meters and had broken through several buildings. Shelley immediately brought her attention back to herself, saying that they weren't done fighting yet. Lynn wondered what she should do with such a cheeky girl and asked if her parents had raised her. Shelley asked her if she had received a proper education at Cheonghak-dong, clearly trying to antagonize her. Lynn immediately took the bait and called her an arrogant creature who looked at others like trash. Immediately after that, she rushed into the attack, but now her movements became much easier to read. Shelley immediately decided to tell her that all of this was just the basics of hand-to-hand combat. She also reported that when a person is excited, his movements are much easier to read than when he is calm. After that, she jumped behind her back and prepared to deliver another confident blow. After that, she delivered a powerful lunge straight at her opponent's back and sent her flying. Shelley also said that the most important thing was combat training, although it turned out to be more boring than she thought. Chris, in turn, said that it was time to slowly wrap things up, and he understood their emotions perfectly. He added that they had gone through many difficulties before, including the appearance of monsters and the expansion of constellations. He also said that if he had had his current powers back then, he would have helped them, and he was sorry that he couldn't do anything. He turned to her and said that it was not too late to find peace and give up revenge. Chris reminded her that she knew better than anyone that Jim's actions were completely wrong. Amber chuckled and said she thought he was indifferent to everything, but he turned out to be too sentimental. She added that it was too late to return to normal life, as it had already changed. She also stated that they were at a disadvantage and would therefore decide to retreat. Chris continued to watch her with his eyes, then raised his hand to wave goodbye. Amber didn't answer and left while her assistants evacuated her comrades. She also stated that he was the first one to suggest that they find peace together, and she will remember that. She also stated that they would definitely see each other again and would be able to finally resolve this conflict. After that, she made a quick jump upwards and quickly disappeared from sight thanks to her speed. Cowlif said it was impressive and he might have been able to handle them, but they chose to let them go. Chris stated that murder was not the best solution, and that the story was quite sad if you knew the whole story. Akalon said that statistically, people make mistakes due to personal emotions approximately 74% of the time. After this, they decided that they could now go home to celebrate their victory with dinner. Meanwhile, we move to the Iron Fortress that Dwayne has just entered. The system confirmed his identity by thoroughly scanning the car and alerting the others. A few moments later, the car was surrounded by a multitude of iron warriors who did not allow it to go any further. Morgan immediately appeared among these warriors and wondered what the Blue Dragon leadership was doing here. Dwayne stated that he had an important conversation with Eleanor and asked if he could arrange a meeting with her. Eleanor, meanwhile, watched this conversation closely from afar, but did not dare to go out to this man. Morgan asked what it was about, but he replied that he would only talk about it with her personally. We were transported to the conference room of the Iron Fortress, where Eleanor arrived quite quickly, and soon Dwayne came too. Eleanor greeted him coldly, calling him by name and noting that they had not seen each other for quite some time. Dwayne confirmed this, saying that they had indeed not spoken for a very long time and called her grandma. Eleanor invited him to sit down, noting that the conversation would likely be long. Eleanor asked him what brought him there, pointing out that they hardly had any reason for a good conversation. Dwayne folded his arms and said that he had just recently gone to the prison to visit his elder. Dwayne reported that while in prison, he was given an order from the Dragon constellation, according to which he must choose between surrender and revenge. Eleanor guessed that he would have to either accept defeat or fight a new battle. Dwayne said that his superior ordered to launch an attack on the Iron Fortress as quickly as possible in order to win. Eleanor looked at him sternly and asked if he had really come here to declare war. Dwayne stated that this was not the case, as the elder made the decision without knowing the whole situation. He also added that in recent battles, he saw how the Blue Dragon forces were suppressed by the power of the Iron Fortress. He also stated that among the guild members who were hungry for power, the opinion began to spread that it was more profitable to join them. He emphasized that many are beginning to think about changing sides and alliances with other constellations. Dwayne replied that the Golden Dragon is not a separate constellation, and yet it still demonstrates power. Eleanor listened to him carefully, trying to understand what exactly he was getting at. Dwayne added that there are reports of systematic training of people without entering the dungeons. Eleanor interrupted him, saying that this was too much backstory, and asked what he wanted. Dwayne stated that since his supervisor was in prison, he was acting on his behalf and carrying out his duties. After a short pause, he said that he therefore wished to officially surrender to the Iron Fortress. Meanwhile, our heroes were flying on the dragon and discussing how the created creatures are not alive and cannot be tracked. Chris wondered if they couldn't pick up signals from the people they'd taken. Iris said that they picked up the signals, but they were very weak and were now moving towards Pyongyang. Shelley said that if those guys showed up, it meant they were leading them to Jim, so it was a great opportunity to fight. Chris stated that her assumptions may be correct, but without evidence they could not do anything. After some time, they were contacted and asked if they could be heard well, after which they stated that the connection was clear. Chris said they would be there in an hour, and asked what had happened. Eleanor told him that the Blue Dragon had officially announced his intention to surrender. Chris, realizing that this was a very rare event, immediately said that they would speed up and be there earlier. After some time, they reached the desired location, cutting the waiting time at least in half. After that, they quickly dismounted and went into the conference room to find out what was going on. After this, they stated that they had no reason to reject the offer of surrender. Iris also said that given all the recent circumstances with the Blue Dragon, she doesn't understand what kind of trick this is. Dwayne said that the Blue Dragon declared that if they did not decide to surrender or go to war, everyone would die. He emphasized that in conditions where the alternatives, attack or inaction, lead to death, the mind has no choice. Chris realized it was unlikely to be free and asked what the terms of surrender were. Dwayne replied that he wanted to ensure the preservation of the guild members at any cost. He noted that if they surrendered, the Dragon constellation would disappear and all abilities would be lost, leaving them defenseless. He also added that they hoped that the Blue Dragon members will remain loyal to the Iron Fortress. Chris said these were very acceptable terms, adding that they accepted the offer of surrender. Dwayne rose from his chair, feeling a great sense of relief at having solved a rather difficult problem. In the meantime, we moved to an isolated prison. Joshua looked at his hands in despair, not understanding what was happening to him and where his strength had gone. Other fighters also faced this problem and were now trying to understand how their future lives would change. Chris received a notification that he had received 1 Blue Dragon trinket and 3 bonus points for the incident. Iris asked what the award was, and Chris replied that it had a rather strange name. He learned that he had acquired a powerful skill that could make his battles much easier in the future. He also received another strange notification that didn't tell him anything specific. Joshua meanwhile began to lose control and screamed loudly, demanding that the guards come to him. One of them said that if he made too much noise, he would be put in solitary confinement. Joshua wondered why the Blue Dragon's abilities suddenly disappeared. In a rage, he began to accuse his younger comrade of betraying the guild to which they had dedicated their entire lives. He called him a pathetic man who would definitely not survive his release. After this, he began to loudly demand that he be released and allowed to take revenge. The guards realized that this man needed to be treated more strictly to prevent him from harming himself or others. Joshua continued to scream, calling Dwayne a pathetic traitor, claiming that it was all over now. Meanwhile, Vincent asked his secretary if the Blue Dragon Guild had really surrendered to Chris. She stated that the Blue Dragon Guild had essentially turned into a paper tiger, in which even the constellation had disappeared. Vincent added that the guild was now completely disorganized and asked if everyone had arrived. Having made sure that all the necessary council members had arrived, he sat down in a chair and looked around. After a short pause, he told his comrades that he had heard of the Blue Dragon's fall and his surrender of the Iron Fortress. One of those present wondered if there was a way to bring them back, since it was a constellation. Vincent said that it was done by the acting guild leader, so the constellation agreed. He also said that Joshua had been transferred from the detention center to a psychiatric hospital. He also stated that the only influential hunter in Korea now remains Chris and his team. He was reminded that technically Olympus is considered a foreign guild and also retains influence. Vincent added that the Iron Fortress had now acquired too much power. In his opinion, if they are not careful and do not lure them to their side, they will have to entrust the entire country to foreign guilds.